60. Prophetic Commentary on the Quran, Tafsir of the Prophet, Pu, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 1, narrated Abu Said bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying in the mosque, Allah's apostle called me but I did not respond to him. Later I said, O Allah's apostle, I was praying. He said, didn't Allah say, give your response to Allah, by obeying him, and to his apostle when he calls you? 8:24. He then said to me, I will teach you a surah which is the greatest surah in the Quran, before you leave the mosque. Then he got hold of my hand, and when he intended to leave the mosque, I said to him, didn't you say to me, I will teach you a surah which is the greatest surah in the Quran? He said, Alhamdulillah Rabbi al-Alamin, i.e. praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, which is al-Sabay al-Mathani, i.e. 7 repeatedly recited verses, and the Grand Quran which has been given to me. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 2, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, when the Imam says, Gailinoy Magdubi, alayhim wala dolin, i.e. not the path of those who earn your anger, nor the path of those who went astray. 1. 7. Then you must say, Amin, for if one's utterance of Amin coincides with that of the angels, then his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 3, narrated Anas, the Prophet said, on the day of resurrection the believers will assemble and say, let us ask somebody to intercede for us with our Lord. So they will go to Adam and say, you are the father of all the people, and Allah created you with his own hands, and ordered the angels to prostrate to you, and taught you the names of all things, so please intercede for us with your Lord, so that he may relieve us from this place of ours. Adam will say, I am not fit for this, i.e. intercession for you. Then Adam will remember his sin and feel ashamed thereof. He will say, go to Noah, for he was the first apostle Allah sent to the inhabitants of the earth. They will go to him and Noah will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. He will remember his appeal to his Lord to do what he had no knowledge of, then he will feel ashamed thereof and will say, go to the Khalil Rahman, i.e. Abraham. They will go to him and he will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. Go to Moses, the slave to whom Allah spoke directly, and gave him the Torah. So they will go to him and he will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. And he will mention his killing a person who was not a killer, and so he will feel ashamed thereof before his Lord, and he will say, go to Jesus, Allah's slave, his apostle and Allah's word and a spirit coming from him. Jesus will say, I am not fit for this undertaking, go to Muhammad the slave of Allah whose past and future sins were forgiven by Allah. So they will come to me and I will proceed till I will ask my Lord's permission and I will be given permission. When I see my Lord, I will fall down in prostration and he will let me remain in that state as long as he wishes and then I will be addressed. Muhammad, raise your head. Ask, and your request will be granted, say, and your saying will be listened to, intercede, and your intercession will be accepted. I will raise my head and praise Allah with a saying, i.e. invocation, he will teach me, and then I will intercede. He will fix a limit for me, to intercede for, whom I will admit into paradise. Then I will come back again to Allah, and when I see my Lord, the same thing will happen to me. And then I will intercede and Allah will fix a limit for me to intercede whom I will let into paradise, then I will come back for the 3rd time, and then I will come back for the 4th time, and will say, none remains in hell but those whom the Quran has imprisoned, in hell, and who have been destined to an eternal stay in hell. The compiler, Abu Abdullah said, but those whom the Quran has imprisoned in hell, refers to the statement of Allah, they will dwell therein forever. 16:29, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 4, narrated Abdullah, I asked the Prophet, what is the greatest sin in the sight of Allah? He said, that you set up a rival unto Allah though he alone created you. I said, that is indeed a great sin. Then asked, what is next? He said, to kill your son lest he should share your food with you. I asked, what is next? He said, to commit illegal sexual intercourse with the wife of your neighbor. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 5, narrated Said bin Zaid, Allah's apostle said, the kameh, i.e. a kind of edible fungus, is like the manna, in that it is obtained without effort, and its water is a medicine, cure for eye trouble. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 6, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, it was said to the children of Israel, enter the gate of the town, prostrate, in humility, and say, Hittatan, i.e. repentance, i.e. O Allah, forgive our sins. But they entered by dragging themselves on their buttocks, so they did something different from what they had been ordered to do, and said, Hittatan, but added, grain in a hair. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 7, narrated Anas. Abdullah bin Salam heard the news of the arrival of Allah's apostle at Medina, while he was on a farm collecting its fruits. So he came to the Prophet and said, I will ask you about 3 things which nobody knows unless he be a prophet. Firstly, what is the first portent of the hour? What is the first meal of the people of paradise? And what makes a baby look like its father or mother? The Prophet said, just now Gabriel has informed me about that. Abdullah said, Gabriel? The Prophet said, yes. Abdullah said, he, among the angels, is the enemy of the Jews. On that the Prophet recited this holy verse, whoever is an enemy to Gabriel, let him die in his fury. For he has brought it, i.e. Quran, down to your heart by Allah's permission. 2:97, then he added, as for the first portent of the hour, it will be a fire that will collect the people from the east to west. And as for the first meal of the people of paradise, it will be the cordite, i.e. extra, lobe of the fish liver. And if a man's discharge preceded that of the woman, then the child resembles the father, and if the woman's discharge preceded that of the man, then the child resembles the mother. On hearing that, Abdullah said, I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that you are the apostle of Allah, O Allah's apostle. The Jews are liars, and if they should come to know that I have embraced Islam, they would accuse me of being a liar. In the meantime some Jews came to the Prophet, and he asked them, what is Abdullah's status amongst you? They replied, he is the best amongst us, and he is our chief and the son of our chief. The Prophet said, what would you think if Abdullah bin Salam embraced Islam? They replied, may Allah protect him from this. Then Abdullah came out and said, I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that Muhammad is the apostle of Allah. The Jews then said, Abdullah is the worst of us and the son of the worst of us, and disparaged him. On that, Abdullah said, O Allah's apostle, this is what I was afraid of. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 8, narrated Ibn Abbas. Umar said, our best Quran reciter is Ubay and our best judge is Ali. And in spite of this, we leave some of the statements of Ubay because Ubay says, I do not leave anything that I have heard from Allah's apostle while Allah, whatever verse, revelations, do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, but we bring a better one or similar to it. 106, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 9, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, Allah said, the son of Adam tells a lie against me though he has no right to do so, and he abuses me though he has no right to do so. As for his telling a lie against me, it is that he claims that I cannot recreate him as I created him before, and as for his abusing me, it is his statement that I have offspring. No. Glorified be me. I am far from taking a wife or offspring. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 10, narrated Anas. Umar said, I agreed with Allah in 3 things, or said, my Lord agreed with me in 3 things. I said, O Allah's apostle, would that you took the station of Abraham as a place of prayer. I also said, O Allah's apostle, good and bad persons visit you. Would that you ordered the mothers of the believers to cover themselves with veils. So the divine verses of Al-Hijab, i.e. veiling of the women, were revealed. I came to know that the Prophet had blamed some of his wives, so I entered upon them and said, you should either stop troubling the Prophet, or else Allah will give his apostle better wives than you. When I came to one of his wives, she said to me, O Umar, does Allah's apostle haven't what he could advise his wives with, that you try to advise them? Thereupon Allah revealed, it may be, if he divorced you, or, his Lord will give him instead of you, wives better than you Muslims, who submit to Allah. 66, 5, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 11, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle said, don't you see that when your people built the Kaaba, they did not build it on all Abraham's foundations? I said, O Allah's apostle, why don't you rebuild it on Abraham's foundations? He said, were your people not so close to the period of heathenism, i.e. the period between their being Muslims and being infidels, I would do so. The subnarrator, Abdullah bin Umar said, Aisha had surely heard Allah's apostle saying that, for I do not think that Allah's apostle left touching the two corners of the Kaaba facing Al-Hijr except because the Kaaba was not built on all Abraham's foundations. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 12, narrated Abu Hurairah, the people of the scripture, Jews, used to recite the Torah in Hebrew and they used to explain it in Arabic to the Muslims. On that Allah's apostle said, "Do not believe the people of the scripture or disbelieve them, but say, we believe in Allah and what is revealed to us." 136, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 13, narrated Al-Bukhara, the Prophet prayed facing Bayt al-Maqdis, i.e. Jerusalem, for 16 or 17 months but he wished that his Qibla would be the Kaaba, at Mecca. So Allah revealed, 144, and he offered Allah's prayers, in his mosque facing Kaaba at Mecca, and some people prayed with him. A man from among those who had prayed with him, went out and passed by some people offering prayer in another mosque, and they were in the state of bowing. He said, "I, swearing by Allah, testify that I have prayed with the Prophet facing Mecca." Hearing that, they turned their faces to the Kaaba while they were still bowing. Some men had died before the Qibla was changed towards the Kaaba. They had been killed and we did not know what to say about them, i.e. whether their prayers towards Jerusalem were accepted or not. So Allah revealed, and Allah would never make your faith, i.e. prayer, to be lost, i.e. your prayers offered, towards Jerusalem. Truly Allah is full of pity, most merciful towards mankind. 143, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 14, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, Allah's apostle said, Noah will be called on the day of resurrection and he will say, Labbaik and Sadaik, O my Lord. Allah will say, did you convey the message? Noah will say, yes. His nation will then be asked, did he convey the message to you? They will say, no warner came to us. Then Allah will say, to Noah, who will bear witness in your favor? He will say, Muhammad and his followers. So they, i.e. Muslims, will testify that he conveyed the message. And the apostle, Muhammad, will be a witness over yourselves, and that is what is meant by the statement of Allah, thus we have made of you a just and the best nation that you may be witnesses over mankind, and the apostle, Muhammad, will be a witness over yourselves. 143, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 15, narrated Ibn Umar, while some people were offering Fajr prayer in the Quba mosque, someone came and said, Allah has revealed to the Prophet Quranic instructions that you should face the Kaaba while praying, so you too should face it. Those people then turned towards the Kaaba. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 16, narrated Anas, none remains of those who prayed facing both Qiblas, that is, Jerusalem and Mecca, except myself. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 17, narrated Ibn Umar, while some people were offering morning prayer at Quba, a man came to them and said, a Quranic order has been revealed to Allah's apostle tonight that he should face the Kaaba at Mecca, in prayer, so you too should turn your faces towards it. At that moment their faces were towards Sham, i.e. Jerusalem, and on hearing that, they turned towards the Kaaba, at Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 18, narrated Ibn Umar, while some people were offering Fajr prayer at Quba mosque, someone came to them and said, tonight some Quranic verses have been revealed to the Prophet and he has been ordered to face the Kaaba, at Mecca, during prayers, so you too should turn your faces towards it. At that time their faces were towards Sham, Jerusalem, so they turned towards the Kaaba, at Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 19, narrated Al-Bukhara, we prayed along with the Prophet facing Jerusalem for 16 or 17 months. Then Allah ordered him to turn his face towards the Qibla, in Mecca, and from whencesoever you start forth, for prayers, turn your face in the direction of, the sacred mosque of Mecca, Al-Masjid al-Haram. 149, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 20, narrated Ibn Umar, while some people were at Quba, offering, morning prayer, a man came to them and said, last night Quranic verses have been revealed whereby the Prophet has been ordered to face the Kaaba, at Mecca, so you too should face it. So they, keeping their postures, turned towards the Kaaba. Formerly the people were facing Sham, Jerusalem, Allah said, and from whencesoever you start forth, for prayers, turn your face in the direction of the sacred mosque of Mecca, Al-Masjid al-Haram, and whencesoever you are, turn your face towards it, when you pray. 150, Volume 6, Book 60, number 21, narrated Ibn Umar. While some people were offering Fajr prayer at Quba Mosque, someone came to them and said, Quranic literature has been revealed to Allah's apostle tonight. And he has been ordered to face the Kaaba of Mecca, so you too should turn your faces towards it. Their faces were then towards Sham, Jerusalem, so they turned towards the Qibla, i.e. Kaaba of Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, number 22, narrated Urwa. I said to Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, and I was at that time a young boy, how do you interpret the statement of Allah? Verily, Safa and Marwa, i.e. two mountains at Mecca, are among the symbols of Allah. So it is not harmful of those who perform the Hajj to the house of Allah, or perform the Umrah, to ambulate, tawaf, between them. In my opinion, it is not sinful for one not to ambulate, tawaf, between them. Aisha said, your interpretation is wrong, for as you say, the verse should have been, so it is not harmful of those who perform the Hajj or Umrah to the house, not to ambulate, tawaf, between them. This verse was revealed in connection with the Ansar who, during the pre-Islamic period, used to visit Manat, i.e. an idol, after assuming their ihram, and it was situated near Qudayd, i.e. a place at Mecca, and they used to regard it sinful to ambulate between Safa and Marwa after embracing Islam. When Islam came, they asked Allah's apostle about it, whereupon Allah revealed, verily, Safa and Marwa, i.e. two mountains at Mecca, are among the symbols of Allah. So it is not harmful of those who perform the Hajj of the house of Allah, or perform the Umrah, to ambulate, tawaf, between them. 2, 158, Volume 6, Book 60, number 23, narrated Asim bin Sulayman. I asked Anas bin Malik about Safa and Marwa. Anas replied, we used to consider, i.e. going around, them a custom of the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, so when Islam came, we gave up going around them. Then Allah revealed, verily, Safa and Marwa, i.e. two mountains at Mecca, are among the symbols of Allah. So it is not harmful of those who perform the Hajj of the house of Allah, or perform the Umrah to ambulate, tawaf, between them. 2, 158, Volume 6, Book 60, number 24, narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said one statement and I said another. The Prophet said, whoever dies while still invoking anything other than Allah as a rival to Allah, will enter hell, fire. And I said, whoever dies without invoking anything as a rival to Allah, will enter paradise. Volume 6, Book 60, number 25, narrated Ibn Abbas. The law of Qisas, i.e. equality in punishment, was prescribed for the children of Israel, but the diya, i.e. blood money, was not ordained for them. So Allah said to this nation, i.e. Muslims, O you who believe. The law of Al-Qisas, i.e. equality in punishment, is prescribed for you in cases of murder, the free for the free, the slave for the slave, and the female for the female. But if the relatives, or one of them, of the killed person, forgive their brother, i.e. the killer's something of Qisas, i.e. not to kill the killer by accepting blood money in the case of intentional murder, then the relatives, of the killed person, should demand blood money in a reasonable manner and the killer must pay with handsome gratitude. This is an alleviation and a mercy from your Lord, in comparison to what was prescribed for the nations before you. So after this, whoever transgresses the limits, i.e. to kill the killer after taking the blood money, shall have a painful torment. 2, 178, Volume 6, Book 60, number 26, narrated Anas. The Prophet said, the prescribed law of Allah is the equality in punishment, i.e. Al-Qisas. In cases of murders, etc. Volume 6, Book 60, number 27, narrated Anas, that his aunt, Urubai, broke an incisor tooth of a girl. My aunt's family requested the girl's relatives for forgiveness, but they refused. Then they proposed a compensation, but they refused. Then they went to Allah's apostle and refused everything except Al-Qisas, i.e. equality in punishment. So Allah's apostle passed the judgment of Al-Qisas, i.e. equality of punishment. Anas bin al-Nadr said, O Allah's apostle, will the incisor tooth of Urubai be broken? No, by him who sent you with the truth, her incisor tooth will not be broken. Allah's apostle said, O Anas, the prescribed law of Allah is equality in punishment, i.e. Al-Qisas. Thereupon those people became satisfied and forgave her. Then Allah's apostle said, among Allah's worshippers there are some who, if they took Allah's oath for something, Allah fulfilled their oaths. Volume 6, Book 60, number 28, narrated Ibn Umar, fasting was observed on the day of Ashura, i.e., 10th of Muharram, by the people of the pre-Islamic period. But when the order of compulsory fasting in the month of Ramadan was revealed, the Prophet said, "It is up to one to fast on it, i.e. day of Ashura, or not." Volume 6, Book 60, number 29, narrated Aisha, "The people used to fast on the day of Ashura before fasting in Ramadan was prescribed, but when the order of compulsory fasting in Ramadan was revealed, it was up to one to fast on it, i.e. Ashura, or not." Volume 6, Book 60, number 30, narrated Abdullah, that Al-Ash'ath entered upon him while he was eating. Al-Ash'ath said, "Today is Ashura." I said to him, fasting had been observed on such a day before the order of compulsory fasting in Ramadan was revealed. But when the order of fasting in Ramadan was revealed, fasting on Ashura was given up, so come and eat. Volume 6, Book 60, number 31, narrated Aisha, "During the pre-Islamic period of ignorance the Quraysh used to observe fasting on the day of Ashura, and the Prophet himself used to observe fasting on it too. But when he came to Medina, he fasted on that day and ordered the Muslims to fast on it. When the order of compulsory fasting in Ramadan was revealed, fasting in Ramadan became an obligation, and fasting on Ashura was given up, and whoever wished to fast on it did so, and whoever did not wish to fast on it did not fast." Volume 6, Book 60, number 32, narrated Atta, that he heard Ibn Abbas reciting the divine verse, "And for those who can fast they had a choice, either fast or feed a poor for every day." 2. 184, Ibn Abbas said, "This verse is not abrogated, but it is meant for old men and old women who have no strength to fast, so they should feed one poor person for each day of fasting, instead of fasting." Volume 6, Book 60, number 33, narrated Nafi, Ibn Umar recited, "They had a choice, either fast or feed a poor for every day," and added, "This verse is abrogated." Volume 6, Book 60, number 34, narrated Salama, when the divine revelation, "For those who can fast, they had a choice, either fast or feed a poor for every day," 2, 184, was revealed, it was permissible for one to give a ransom and give up fasting, till the verse succeeding it was revealed and abrogated it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 35, narrated Al-Bukhara, when the order of compulsory fasting of Ramadan was revealed, the people did not have sexual relations with their wives for the whole month of Ramadan, but some men cheated themselves by violating that restriction. So Allah revealed, "Allah is aware that you were deceiving yourselves, but He accepted your repentance and forgave you." 3. 187, Volume 6, Book 60, number 36, narrated Ash-Shabai, and he took a white robe, or thread, and a black one, and when some part of the night had passed, he looked at them, but he could not distinguish one from the other. The next morning he said, "O Allah's Apostle, I put a white thread and a black thread underneath my pillow." The Prophet said, "Then your pillow is too wide if the white thread of dawn and the black thread of the night are underneath your pillow." Volume 6, Book 60, number 37, narrated Adi bin Hatim, I said, "O Allah's Apostle, what is the meaning of the white thread distinct from the black thread? Are these two threads?" He said, "You are not intelligent if you watch the two threads." He then added, "No, it is the darkness of the night and the whiteness of the day." Volume 6, Book 60, number 38, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, the verse, "And eat and drink until the white thread appears to you distinct from the black thread," was revealed, but of dawn was not revealed, along with it, so some men, when intending to fast, used to tie their legs, one with white thread and the other with black thread, and would keep on eating till they could distinguish one thread from the other. Then Allah revealed, "Of dawn," whereupon they understood that meant the night and the day. Volume 6, Book 60, number 39, narrated Al-Bukhara, in the pre-Islamic period when the people assumed ihram, they would enter their houses from the back. So Allah revealed, "And it is not righteousness that you enter houses from the back, but the righteous man is he who fears Allah, obeys His orders and keeps away from what He has forbidden. So enter houses through their doors." 2. 189, Volume 6, Book 60, number 40, narrated Nafi, during the affliction of Ibn Az-Zubayr, two men came to Ibn Umar and said, "The people are lost, and you are the son of Umar, and the companion of the Prophet, so what forbids you from coming out?" He said, "What forbids me is that Allah has prohibited the shedding of my brother's blood." They both said, "Didn't Allah say, 'And fight then until there is no more affliction'?" He said, "We fought until there was no more affliction, and the worship is for Allah alone, while you want to fight until there is affliction and until the worship become for other than Allah." Narrated Nafi. Through another group of sub-narrators, a man came to Ibn Umar and said, "O Abu Abdurrahman, what made you perform Hajj in 1 year and Umrah in another year and leave the jihad for Allah's cause, though you know how much Allah recommends it?" Ibn Umar replied, "O son of my brother, Islam is founded on 5 principles, i.e., believe in Allah and His Apostle, the 5 compulsory prayers, the fasting of the month of Ramadan, the payment of zakat, and the Hajj to the house of Allah." The man said, "O Abu Abdurrahman, won't you listen to why Allah has mentioned in His book, if 2 groups of believers fight each other, then make peace between them, but if one of them transgresses beyond bounds against the other, then you all fight against the one that transgresses. 49:9 and fight them till there is no more affliction, i.e. no more worshipping of others along with Allah." Ibn Umar said, "We did it during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle when Islam had only a few followers. A man would be put to trial because of his religion. He would either be killed or tortured. But when the Muslims increased, there was no more afflictions or oppressions." The man said, "What is your opinion about Uthman and Ali?" Ibn Umar said, "As for Uthman, it seems that Allah has forgiven him, but you people dislike that he should be forgiven. And as for Ali, he is the cousin of Allah's Apostle and his son-in-law." Then he pointed with his hand and said, "That is his house which you see." Volume 6, Book 60, Number 41, narrated Abu Wail, Hudayfa said, "The verse, 'And spend of your wealth in the cause of Allah and do not throw yourselves in destruction,' 195, was revealed concerning spending in Allah's cause, i.e. jihad. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 42, narrated Abdullah bin Maqil, "I sat with Ka'b bin Ujra in this mosque, i.e. Kufa mosque, and asked him about the meaning of pay a ransom, i.e. fidya, of either fasting or 196. He said, I was taken to the Prophet while lice were falling on my face. The Prophet said, I did not think that your trouble reached to such an extent. Can you afford to slaughter a sheep as a ransom for shaving your head? I said, no. He said, then fast for 3 days, or feed 6 poor persons by giving half a sa of food for each and shave your head. So the above verse was revealed especially for me and generally for all of you. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 43, narrated Imran bin Hussein, the verse of Hajj at-Tamattu was revealed in Allah's book, so we performed it with Allah's apostle, and nothing was revealed in Quran to make it illegal, nor did the Prophet prohibit it till he died. But the man, who regarded it illegal, just expressed what his own mind suggested. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 44, narrated Ibn Abbas, Ukaz, Mijana, and Dulmajaz were markets during the pre-Islamic period. They, i.e. Muslims, considered it a sin to trade there during the Hajj time, i.e. season, so this verse was revealed, there is no harm for you if you seek of the bounty of your Lord during the Hajj season. 198, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 45, narrated Aisha, the Quraysh people and those who embraced their religion, used to stay at Muzdalifah and used to call themselves Al-Hums, while the rest of the Arabs used to stay at Arafat. When Islam came, Allah ordered His Prophet to go to Arafat and stay at it, and then pass on from there, and that is what is meant by the statement of Allah, then depart from the place whence all the people depart. 199, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 46, narrated Ibn Abbas, a man who wants to perform the Hajj from Mecca can perform the tawaf around the Kaaba as long as he is not in the state of Ihram till he assumes the Ihram for Hajj. Then, if he rides and proceeds to Arafat, he should take a hadi, i.e. animal for sacrifice, either a camel or a cow or a sheep, whatever he can afford, but if he cannot afford it, he should fast for 3 days during the Hajj before the day of Arafat, but if the 3rd day of his fasting happens to be the day of Arafat, i.e. 9th of Dhul-Hijjah, then it is no sin for him to fast on it. Then he should proceed to Arafat and stay there from the time of the Asr prayer till darkness falls. Then the pilgrims should proceed from Arafat, and when they have departed from it, they reach Jam, i.e. Al-Muzdalifah, where they ask Allah to help them to be righteous and dutiful to Him, and there they remember Allah greatly or say takbir, i.e. Allah is greater, and tahlil, i.e. none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, repeatedly before dawn breaks. Then, after offering the morning, Fajr, prayer you should pass on, to Mina, for the people used to do so, and Allah said, then depart from the place whence all the people depart. And ask for Allah's forgiveness. Truly, Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. 2. 199, then you should go on doing so till you throw pebbles over the Jamrah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 47, narrated Anas, the Prophet used to say, O Allah, our Lord, give us in this world that which is good and in the hereafter that which is good and save us from the torment of the fire. 2. 201, Volume 6, Book 60, number 48, narrated Aisha, the Prophet said, the most hated man in the sight of Allah is the one who is the most quarrelsome. Narrated Aisha, the Prophet said, or do you think that you shall enter paradise without such trials as came to those who passed away before you? 2. 214, Volume 6, Book 60, number 49, narrated Ibn Abu Mulaika, Ibn Abbas recited, respite will be granted, until when the apostles gave up hope of their people, and thought that they were denied by their people. There came to them our help. 12. 110, reading Kudibu without doubling the sound dh, and that was what he understood of the verse. Then he went on reciting. Even the apostle and those who believed along with him said, when will come Allah's help? Yes, verily, Allah's help is near. 2. 214, then I met Owa bin Az Zubayr, and I mentioned that to him. He said, Aisha said, Allah forbid. By Allah, Allah never promised his apostle anything, but he knew that it would certainly happen before he died. But trials were continuously presented before the apostles till they were afraid that their followers would accuse them of telling lies. So I used to recite, till they come to think that they were treated as liars, reading Kudibu with double dh. Volume 6, Book 60, number 50, narrated Nafi, whenever Ibn Umar recited the Quran, he would not speak to anyone till he had finished his recitation. Once I held the Quran and he recited Surat Al-Bukhara from his memory and then stopped at a certain verse and said, do you know in what connection this verse was revealed? I replied, no. He said, it was revealed in such and such connection. Ibn Umar then resumed his recitation. Nafi added regarding the verse, so go to your tilth when or how you will, Ibn Umar said, it means one should approach his wife in. Volume 6, Book 60, number 51, narrated Jabir, Jews used to say, if one has sexual intercourse with his wife from the back, then she will deliver a squint-eyed child. So this verse was revealed, your wives are a tilth unto you, so go to your tilth when or how you will. 2. 223, Volume 6, Book 60, number 52, narrated Al-Hasan, the sister of Markal bin Yasar was divorced by her husband who left her till she had fulfilled her term of iddat, i.e. the period which should elapse before she can remarry, and then he wanted to remarry her but Makal refused, so this verse was revealed, do not prevent them from marrying their former husbands. 2. 232, Volume 6, Book 60, number 53, narrated Ibn Az Zubayr, I said to Uthman bin Affan, while he was collecting the Quran, regarding the verse, those of you who die and leave wives. 2. 240, this verse was abrogated by another verse. So why should you write it? Or leave it in the Quran? Uthman said, O son of my brother, I will not shift anything of it from its place. Volume 6, Book 60, number 54, narrated Mujahid, regarding the verse, those of you who die and leave wives behind. Their wives, shall wait, as regards their marriage, for 4 months and 10 days. 2. 234, the widow, according to this verse, was to spend this period of waiting with her husband's family, so Allah revealed, those of you who die and leave wives, i.e. widows, should bequeath for their wives, a year's maintenance and residences without turning them out, but if they leave their residence, there is no blame on you for what they do with themselves provided it is honorable, i.e. lawful marriage. 2. 240, so Allah entitled the widow to be bequeathed extra maintenance for 7 months and 20 nights, and that is the completion of 1 year. If she wished she could stay in her husband's home, according to the will, and she could leave it if she wished, as Allah says, without turning them out, but if they leave the residence, there is no blame on you. So that Iddah, i.e. 4 months and 10 days as it is obligatory for her. Atta said, Ibn Abbas said, this verse, i.e. the statement of Allah, without turning them out, cancelled the obligation of staying for the waiting period in her dead husband's house, and she can complete this period wherever she likes. Atta's aid, if she wished, she could complete her iddah by staying in her dead husband's residence according to the will or leave it according to Allah's statement, there is no blame on you for what they do with themselves. Atta added, later the regulations of inheritance came and abrogated the order of the dwelling of the widow in her dead husband's house, so she could complete the iddah wherever she likes. And it was no longer necessary to provide her with a residence. Ibn Abbas said, this verse abrogated her, i.e. widows, dwelling in her dead husband's house, and she could complete the iddah, i.e. 4 months and 10 days, wherever she liked, as Allah's statement says, without turning them out. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 55, narrated Muhammad bin Sirin, I sat in a gathering in which the chiefs of the Ansar were present, and Abdurrahman bin Abu Layla was amongst them. I mentioned the narration of Abdullah bin Ubba regarding the question of Subayy bint al-Harith. Abdurrahman said, but Abdullah's uncle used not to say so. I said, I am too brave if I tell a lie concerning a person who is now in Al-Kufa, and I raised my voice. Then I went out and met Malik bin Amir or Malik bin Auf, and said, what was the verdict of Ibn Mas'ud about the pregnant widow whose husband had died? He replied, Ibn Mas'ud said, why do you impose on her the hard order and don't let her make use of the leave? The shorter surah of women, i.e. Surat at-Talaq, was revealed after the longer surah, i.e. Surat Al-Bukhara. i.e. her iddah is up till she delivers. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 56, narrated, Ali, the Prophet said, as below Hadith 57. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 57, narrated, Ali, on the day of Al-Khandaq, the Battle of the Trench. The Prophet said Volume 6, Book 60, Number 58, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, we used to speak while in prayer. One of us used to speak to his brother, while in prayer, about his need, till the verse was revealed, guard strictly the 5 obligatory prayers, especially the middle, the best, ask, prayer, and stand before Allah with obedience, and not to speak to others during the prayers. Then we were ordered not to speak in the prayers. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 59, narrated Nafi, whenever Abdullah bin Umar was asked about Salat al-Khawf, i.e. prayer of fear, he said, the Imam comes forward with a group of people and leads them in a 1 rak'ah prayer while another group from them who has not prayed yet, stay between the praying group and the enemy. When those who are with the Imam have finished their 1 rak'ah, they retreat and take the positions of those who have not prayed, but they will not finish their prayers with taslim. Those who have not prayed, come forward to offer a rak'ah with the Imam, while the first group covers them from the enemy. Then the Imam, having offered 2 rakat, finishes his prayer. Then each member of the 2 groups offer the second rak'ah alone after the Imam has finished his prayer. Thus each one of the 2 groups will have offered 2 rakat. But if the fear is too great, they can pray standing on their feet or riding on their mounts, facing the Qibla or not. Nafi added, I do not think that Abdullah bin Umar narrated this except from Allah's Apostle, see Hadith number 451, Volume 5 to know exactly, the fear prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 60, narrated Ibn Azad Zubayr, I said to Uthman, this verse which is in Surat Al-Bukhara, those of you who die and leave widows behind, without turning them out, has been abrogated by another verse. Why then do you write it in the Quran? Uthman said, leave it where it is, O the son of my brother, for I will not shift anything of it, i.e. the Quran, from its original position. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 61, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, we have more right to be in doubt than Abraham when he said, my Lord, show me how you give life to the dead. He said, do you not believe? He said, yes, I believe, but to be stronger in faith. 260, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 62, narrated Ubayd bin Umar, once Umar bin al-Khattab, said to the companions of the Prophet, what do you think about this verse? Does any of you wish that he should have a garden? They replied, Allah knows best. Umar became angry and said, either say that you know or say that you do not know. On that Ibn Abbas said, O chief of the believers, I have something in my mind to say about it. Umar said, O son of my brother, say, and do not underestimate yourself. Ibn Abbas said, this verse has been set up as an example for deeds. Umar said, what kind of deeds? Ibn Abbas said, 4 deeds. Umar said, this is an example for a rich man who does goods out of obedience of Allah, and then Allah sends him Satan, whereupon he commits sins till all his good deeds are lost. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 63, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, the poor person is not the one for whom a date or 2 or a morsel or 2 of food is sufficient, but the poor person is he who does not beg or ask the people for something, or show his poverty at all. Recite if you wish, Allah's statement, they do not beg of people at all. 273, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 64, narrated Aisha, when the verses of Surat Al-Bukhara regarding usury, i.e. riba, were revealed, Allah's apostle recited them before the people, and then he prohibited the trade of alcoholic liquors. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 65, narrated Aisha, when the last verses of Surat Al-Baqarah were revealed. Allah's apostle went out and recited them in the mosque and prohibited the trade of alcoholic liquors. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 66, narrated Aisha, when the last verses of Surat Al-Baqarah were revealed, the Prophet read them in the mosque and prohibited the trade of alcoholic liquors. If the debtor is in difficulty, grant him time till it is easy for him to repay. 280, narrated Aisha, when the last verses of Surat Al-Baqarah were revealed, Allah's apostle stood up and recited them before us and then prohibited the trade of alcoholic liquors. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 67, narrated Ibn Abbas, the last verse, in the Quran, revealed to the Prophet was the verse dealing with usury, i.e. riba. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 68, narrated Ibn Umar, this verse, whether you show what is in your minds or conceal it. 284, was abrogated. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 69, narrated Marwan al-Asghar, a man from the companions of Allah's apostle who I think was Ibn Umar said, the verse, whether you show what is in your minds or conceal it, was abrogated by the verse following it. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 70, narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle recited the verse, it is he who has sent down to you the book. In it are verses that are entirely clear, they are the foundation of the book, others not entirely clear. So as for those in whose hearts there is a deviation from the truth, follow thereof that is not entirely clear, seeking affliction and searching for its hidden meanings, but no one knows its hidden meanings but Allah. And those who are firmly grounded in knowledge say, we believe in it, i.e. in the Quran, the whole of it, i.e. its clear and unclear verses, are from our Lord. And none receive admonition except men of understanding. 3:7 Then Allah's apostle said, if you see those who follow thereof that is not entirely clear, then they are those whom Allah has named as having deviation from the truth, so beware of them. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 71, narrated Said bin al-Musayyab, Abu Hurairah said, the Prophet said, no child is born but that Satan touches it when it is born, whereupon it starts crying loudly because of being touched by Satan, except Mary and her son. Abu Hurairah then said, recite, if you wish, and I seek refuge with you, Allah, for her and her offspring from Satan, the outcast. 3:36, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 72, narrated Abu Wail, Abdullah bin Masud said, Allah's apostle said, whoever takes an oath when asked to do so, in which he may deprive a Muslim of his property unlawfully, will meet Allah who will be angry with him. So Allah revealed in confirmation of this statement, verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and oaths, they shall have no portion in the hereafter. 3:77, Then entered Al-Ash'ath bin Qais and said, what is Abu Abdurrahman narrating to you? We replied, so and so. Al-Ash'ath said, this verse was revealed in my connection. I had a well in the land of my cousin, and he denied my possessing it. On that the Prophet said to me, either you bring forward a proof or he, i.e. your cousin, takes an oath to confirm his claim. I said, I am sure he would take a false oath, O Allah's apostle. He said, if somebody takes an oath when asked to do so through which he may deprive a Muslim of his property unlawfully, and he is a liar in his oath, he will meet Allah who will be angry with him. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 73, narrated Abdullah bin Abu Awfa. A man displayed some merchandise in the market and took an oath that he had been offered a certain price for it while in fact he had not, in order to cheat a man from the Muslims. So then was revealed, verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths. 377, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 74, narrated Ibn Abu Mulaika. 2 women were stitching shoes in a house or a room. Then one of them came out with an awl driven into her hand, and she sued the other for it. The case was brought before Ibn Abbas. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's apostle said, if people were to be given what they claim, without proving their claim, the life and property of the nation would be lost. Will you remind her, i.e. the defendant, of Allah, and recite before her, verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths. 377, so they reminded her and she confessed. Ibn Abbas then said, the Prophet said, the oath is to be taken by the defendant, in the absence of any proof against him. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 75, narrated Ibn Abbas. Abu Sufyan narrated to me personally, saying, I set out during the truce that had been concluded between me and Allah's apostle. While I was in Sham, a letter sent by the Prophet was brought to Heraclius. Dihya al-Kalbi had brought and given it to the governor of Basra, and the latter forwarded it to Heraclius. Heraclius said, is there anyone from the people of this man who claims to be a prophet? The people replied, yes. So I along with some of Qurayshi men were called and we entered upon Heraclius, and we were seated in front of him. Then he said, who amongst you is the nearest relative to the man who claims to be a prophet? So they made me sit in front of him and made my companions sit behind me. Then he called upon his translator and said, to him, tell them, i.e. Abu Sufyan's companions, that I am going to ask him, i.e. Abu Sufyan, regarding that man who claims to be a prophet. So, if he tell me a lie, they should contradict him, instantly. By Allah, had I not been afraid that my companions would consider me a liar, I would have told lies. Heraclius then said to his translator, ask him, what is his, i.e. the Prophet's, family status amongst you? I said, he belongs to a noble family amongst us. Heraclius said, was any of his ancestors a king? I said, no. He said, did you ever accuse him of telling lies before his saying what he has said? I said, no. He said, do the nobles follow him or the poor people? I said, it is the poor who followed him. He said, is the number of his follower increasing or decreasing? I said, they are increasing. He said, does anyone renounce his religion, i.e. Islam, after embracing it, being displeased with it? I said, no. He said, did you fight with him? I replied, yes. He said, how was your fighting with him? I said, the fighting between us was undecided and victory was shared by him and us by turns. He inflicts casualties upon us and we inflict casualties upon him. He said, did he ever betray? I said, no, but now we are away from him in this truce and we do not know what he will do in it. Abu Sufyan added, by Allah, I was not able to insert in my speech a word against him, except that. Heraclius said, did anybody else, amongst you, ever claim the same, i.e. Islam, before him? I said, no. Then Heraclius told his translator to tell me, i.e. Abu Sufyan, I asked you about his family status amongst you, and you told me that he comes from a noble family amongst you. Verily, all apostles come from the noblest family among their people. Then I asked you whether any of his ancestors was a king, and you denied that. Thereupon I thought that had one of his forefathers been a king, I would have said that he, i.e. Muhammad, was seeking to rule the kingdom of his forefathers. Then I asked you regarding his followers, whether they were the noble or the poor among the people, and you said that they were only the poor, who follow him. In fact, such are the followers of the apostles. Then I asked you whether you have ever accused him of telling lies before saying what he said, and your reply was in the negative. Therefore, I took for granted that a man who did not tell a lie about others, could ever tell a lie about Allah. Then I asked you whether anyone of his followers had renounced his religion, i.e. Islam, after embracing it, being displeased with it, and you denied that. And such is faith when it mixes with the cheerfulness of the hearts. Then I asked you whether his followers were increasing or decreasing. You claimed that they were increasing. That is the way of true faith till it is complete. Then I asked you whether you had ever fought with him, and you claimed that you had fought with him and the battle between you and him was undecided and the victory was shared by you and him in turns. He inflicted casualties upon you and you inflicted casualties upon them. Such is the case with the apostles, they are out to test and the final victory is for them. Then I asked you whether he had ever betrayed. You claimed that he had never betrayed. Apostles never betray. Then I asked you whether anyone had said this statement before him, and you denied that. Thereupon I thought if somebody had said that statement before him, then I would have said that he was but a man copying some sayings said before him. Abu Sufyan said, Heraclius then asked me, what does he order you to do? I said, he orders us to offer prayers and to pay zakat and to keep good relationship with the kith and kin and to be chaste. Then Heraclius said, if whatever you have said is true, he is really a prophet, and I knew that he, the prophet, was going to appear, but I never thought that he would be from amongst you. If I were certain that I can reach him, I would like to meet him, and if I were with him, I would wash his feet, and his kingdom will expand, surely to what is under my feet. Then Heraclius asked for the letter of Allah's apostle and read it wherein was written, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. This letter is, from Muhammad, apostle of Allah, to Heraclius, the sovereign of Byzantine. Peace be upon him who follows the right path. Now then, I call you to embrace Islam. Embrace Islam and you will be saved from Allah's punishment. Embrace Islam, and Allah will give you a double reward, but if you reject this, you will be responsible for the sins of all the people of your kingdom. Allah's statement, O the people of the scripture, Jews and Christians. Come to a word common to you and us that we worship none but Allah. Bear witness that we are Muslims. 3:64. When he finished reading the letter, voices grew louder near him and there was a great hue and cry, and we were ordered to go out. Abu Sufyan added, while coming out, I said to my companions, the situation of Ibn Abu Kabsha, Muhammad, has become strong, even the king of Banu al-Asfar is afraid of him. So I continued to believe that Allah's apostle would be victorious, till Allah made me embrace Islam. Az-Zuhri said, Heraclius then invited all the chiefs of the Byzantines and had them assembled in his house and said, O group of Byzantines, do you wish to have a permanent success and guidance and that your kingdom should remain with you? Immediately after hearing that, they rushed towards the gate like onagers, but they found them closed. Heraclius then said, bring them back to me. So he called them and said, I just wanted to test the strength of your adherence to your religion. Now I have observed of you that which I like. Then the people fell in prostration before him and became pleased with him. See Hadith number 6, Vol 1, Volume 6, Book 60, number 76, narrated Anas bin Malik, out of all the Ansar, living in Medina, Abu Talha had the largest number of date palm trees, gardens, and the most beloved of his property to him was Bayruha garden which was standing opposite the mosque of the Prophet. Allah's apostle used to enter it and drink of its good water. When the verse, by no means shall you attain righteousness unless you spend, in charity, of that which you love. 3:92, Abu Talha got up and said, O Allah's apostle, Allah says, by no means shall you attain righteousness unless you spend, in charity, of that which you love. 3:92, and the most beloved of my property to me is the Bayruha garden, so I give it, as a charitable gift, in Allah's cause and hope to receive good out of it, and to have it stored for me with Allah. So, O Allah's apostle, dispose it of, i.e. utilize it, in the way Allah orders you, to dispose it of. Allah's apostle said, Bravo! That is a fruitful property. That is a fruitful property. I have heard what you have said and I think that you should distribute that garden amongst your relatives. The Abu Talha distributed that garden amongst his relatives and his cousins. Volume 6, Book 60, number 77, narrated Yahya bin Yahya, I learnt from Malik. A fruitful property. Volume 6, Book 60, number 78, narrated Anas, Abu Talha distributed the garden between Hassan and Ubay, but he did not give me anything thereof although I was a nearer relative to him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 79, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, the Jews brought to the Prophet a man and a woman from among them who had committed illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet said to them, "How do you usually punish the one amongst you who has committed illegal sexual intercourse?" They replied, "We blacken their faces with coal and beat them." He said, "Don't you find the order of Ar-Rajm, i.e. stoning to death, in the Torah?" They replied, "We do not find anything in it." Abdullah bin Salam, after hearing this conversation, said to them, "You have told a lie. Bring here the Torah and recite it if you are truthful." So the Jews brought the Torah. And the religious teacher who was teaching it to them put his hand over the verse of Ar-Rajm and started reading what was written above and below the place hidden with his hand, but he did not read the verse of Ar-Rajm. Abdullah bin Salam removed his, i.e. the teacher's, hand from the verse of Ar-Rajm and said, "What is this?" So when the Jews saw that verse, they said, "This is the verse of Ar-Rajm." So the Prophet ordered the two adulterers to be stoned to death, and they were stoned to death near the place where biers used to be placed near the mosque. I saw her companion, i.e. the adulterer, bowing over her so as to protect her from the stones. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 80, narrated Abu Hurairah. The verse, "You, true Muslims, are the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind," means, the best of peoples for the people, as you bring them with chains on their necks till they embrace Islam. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 81, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The verse, "When two parties from among you were about to lose heart, but Allah was their protector," 122, was revealed concerning us, and we were the two parties, i.e. Banu Horata and Banu Salama, and we do not wish that it had not been revealed, or I would not have been pleased if it had not been revealed, for Allah says, Allah was their protector. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 82, narrated Salim's father, that he heard Allah's apostle on raising his head from the bowing in the last rak'ah in the Fajr prayer, saying, "O Allah, curse such and such person and such and such person and such person," after saying, "Allah hears him who sends his praises to him, O our Lord, all praise is for you." So Allah revealed, "Not for you, O Muhammad, but for Allah, is the decision, verily they are indeed wrongdoers." 128, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 83, narrated Abu Hurairah, whenever Allah's apostle intended to invoke evil upon somebody or invoke good upon somebody, he used to invoke Allah after bowing in the prayer. Sometimes after saying, "Allah hears him who sends his praises to him, all praise is for you, O our Lord," he would say, "O Allah, save Al-Walid bin Al-Walid and Salama bin Hisham, and Ayash bin Abu Rabi'a. O Allah, inflict your severe torture on Muda tribe, and strike them with famine, years like the years of Joseph." The Prophet used to say in a loud voice, and he also used to say in some of his Fajr prayers, "O Allah, curse so-and-so and so-and-so," naming some of the Arab tribes till Allah revealed, "Not for you, O Muhammad, but for Allah, is the decision." 128, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 84, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, the Prophet appointed Abdullah bin Jubair as the commander of the infantry during the Battle of Uhud. They returned defeated, and that is what is meant by, "and the apostle was calling them back in the rear." None remained with the Prophet then, but 12 men. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 85, narrated Abu Talha, slumber overtook us during the Battle of Uhud while we were in the front files. My sword would fall from my hand and I would pick it up, and again it would fall down and I would pick it up again. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 86, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah is sufficient for us and he is the best disposer of affairs, was said by Abraham when he was thrown into the fire, and it was said by Muhammad when they, hypocrites, said, "A great army is gathering against you, therefore, fear them," but it only increased their faith and they said, Allah is sufficient for us, and he is the best disposer of affairs, for us. 173, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 87, narrated Ibn Abbas, the last statement of Abraham when he was thrown into the fire was, Allah is sufficient for us and he is the best disposer of affairs for us. 173, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 88, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, "Anyone whom Allah has given wealth but he does not pay its zakat, then, on the day of resurrection, his wealth will be presented to him in the shape of a bald-headed poisonous male snake with 2 poisonous glands in its mouth, and it will encircle itself round his neck and bite him over his cheeks and say, I am your wealth, I am your treasure. Then the Prophet recited this divine verse, and let not those who covetously withhold of that which Allah has bestowed upon them of His bounty. 3. 180, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 89, narrated Usama bin Zaid, Allah's apostle rode a donkey equipped with a thick cloth covering made in fadak and was riding behind him. He was going to pay visit to Sa'd bin Ubadah in Banu al-Harith bin al-Khazraj, and this incident happened before the Battle of Badr. The Prophet passed by a gathering in which Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul was present, and that was before Abdullah bin Ubay embraced Islam. Behold, in that gathering there were people of different religions. There were Muslims, pagans, idol worshippers, and Jews, and in that gathering Abdullah bin Rawaha was also present. When a cloud of dust raised by the donkey reached that gathering, Abdullah bin Ubay covered his nose with his garment and then said, "Do not cover us with dust." Then Allah's apostle greeted them and stopped and dismounted and invited them to Allah, i.e. to embrace Islam, and recited to them the Holy Quran. On that, Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul said, "O man! There is nothing better than that what you say. If it is the truth, then do not trouble us with it in our gatherings. Return to your mount, or residence, and if somebody comes to you, relate your tales to him." On that, Abdullah bin Rawaha said, "Yes, O Allah's apostle. Bring it, i.e. what you want to say, to us in our gathering, for we love that." So the Muslims, the pagans and the Jews started abusing one another till they were on the point of fighting with one another. The Prophet kept on quietening them till they became quiet, whereupon the Prophet rode his animal, mount, and proceeded till he entered upon Sa'd bin Ubadah. The Prophet said to Sa'd, "Did you not hear what Abu Hubbi said?" He meant Abdullah bin Ubay. He said so and so. On that Sa'd bin Ubadah said, "O Allah's apostle! Excuse and forgive him, for by him who revealed the book to you, Allah brought the truth which was sent to you at the time when the people of this town, i.e. Medina, had decided unanimously to crown him and tie a turban on his head, electing him as chief. But when Allah opposed that decision, through the truth which Allah gave to you, i.e. Abdullah bin Ubay, was grieved with jealousy. And that caused him to do what you have seen. So Allah's apostle excused him, for the Prophet and his companions used to forgive the pagans and the people of Scripture as Allah had ordered them, and they used to put up with their mischief with patience. Allah said, "And you shall certainly hear much that will grieve you from those who received the Scripture before you and from the pagans." 3. 186, and Allah also said, "Many of the people of the Scripture wish if they could turn you away as disbelievers after you have believed, from selfish envy." 2. 109, so the Prophet used to stick to the principle of forgiveness for them as long as Allah ordered him to do so till Allah permitted fighting them. So when Allah's apostle fought the battle of Badr and Allah killed the nobles of Quraysh infidels through him, Ibn Ubay bin Salul and the pagans and idolaters who were with him, said, "This matter, i.e. Islam, has appeared, i.e. became victorious." So they gave the pledge of allegiance, for embracing Islam, to Allah's apostle and became Muslims. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 90, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, during the lifetime of Allah's apostle, some men among the hypocrites used to remain behind him, i.e. did not accompany him, when he went out for a ghazwa, and they would be pleased to stay at home behind Allah's apostle when Allah's apostle returned from the battle. They would put forward false excuses and take oaths, wishing to be praised for what they had not done. So there was revealed, "Think not that those who rejoice in what they have done, and love to be praised for what they have not done." 3. 188, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 91, narrated Alqamah bin Waqas, Marwan said to his gatekeeper, "Go to Ibn Abbas, O Rafi, and say, if everybody who rejoices in what he has done, and likes to be praised for what he has not done, will be punished, then all of us will be punished." Ibn Abbas said, "What connection have you with this case?" It was only that the Prophet called the Jews and asked them about something, and they hid the truth and told him something else, and showed him that they deserved praise for the favor of telling him the answer to his question, and they became happy with what they had concealed. Then Ibn Abbas recited, "And remember, when Allah took a covenant from those who were given the Scripture, and those who rejoice in what they have done and love to be praised for what they have not done." 3. 187 to 188, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 92, narrated Humayd bin Abdurrahman bin Auf, that Marwan had told him, the above narration number 91. Volume 6, Book 60, number 93, narrated Ibn Abbas, I stayed overnight in the house of my aunt Maymuna. Allah's Apostle talked with his wife for a while and then went to bed. When it was the last third of the night, he got up and looked towards the sky and said, Verily, in the creation of the heavens and the earth and in the alteration of night and day, there are indeed signs for men of understanding. 190. Then he stood up, performed ablution, brushed his teeth with a siwak, and then prayed 11 rakat. Then Bilal pronounced the adhan, i.e. call for the Fajr prayer. The Prophet then offered 2 rakat, sunnah, prayer and went out to the mosque and offered the compulsory congregational Fajr prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, number 94, narrated Ibn Abbas, one night, I stayed overnight in the house of my aunt Maymuna, and said to myself, I will watch the prayer of Allah's Apostle. My aunt placed a cushion for Allah's Apostle and he slept on it in its lengthwise direction and woke up, rubbing the traces of sleep off his face, and then he recited the last 10 verses of Surat Al-Imran till he finished it. Then he went to a hanging water skin and took it, performed the ablution and then stood up to offer the prayer. I got up and did the same as he had done, and stood beside him. He put his hand on my head and held me by the ear and twisted it. He offered 2 rakat, then 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 2 rakat, and finally the witr, i.e. 1 rak'ah, prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, number 95, narrated Abdullah bin Abbas, that once he stayed overnight in the house of his aunt Maymuna, the wife of the Prophet. He added, I lay on the cushion transversely and Allah's Apostle lay along with his wife in the lengthwise direction of the pillow. Allah's Apostle slept till the middle of the night, either a bit before or a bit after it, and then woke up rubbing the traces of sleep off his face with his hands, and then he recited the last 10 verses of Surat Al-Imran, got up and went to a hanging water skin. He then performed the ablution from it, and it was perfect ablution, and then stood up to offer the prayer. I too did the same as he had done, and then went to stand beside him. Allah's Apostle put his right hand on my head and held and twisted my right ear. He then offered 2 rakat, then 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 2 rakat, and finally 1 rak'ah, the witr. Then he lay down again till the mueddin, i.e. the call-maker, came to him, whereupon he got up and offered a light 2 rakat prayer, and went out to the mosque and offered the compulsory congregational Fajr prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, number 96, narrated Ibn Abbas, that once he stayed overnight in the house of his aunt, the wife of the Prophet. He added, I lay on the cushion transversely while Allah's Apostle lay along with his wife in the lengthwise direction of cushion. Allah's Apostle slept till the middle of the night, either a bit before or a bit after it, and then woke up rubbing the traces of sleep off his face with his hands, and then recited the last 10 verses of Surat Al-Imran. Then he got up and went to a hanging water skin, performed ablution from it and performed it perfectly. Then he stood up to perform the prayer. I also did the same 3s he had done and then went to stand beside him. Allah's Apostle put his right hand on my head and held and twisted my right ear. He then offered 2 rakat, then 2 rakat, then 2 rakat, then 2 rakat, then 2 rakat, and finally, 1 rak'ah witr. Then lay down again till the mueddin, i.e. the call-maker, came to him, whereupon he got up and offered a light 2 rakat prayer and went out to the mosque and offered the compulsory congregational Fajr prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, number 97, narrated Aisha, there was an orphan girl under the care of a man. He married her and she owned a date palm garden. He married her just because of that and not because he loved her. So the divine verse came regarding his case, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls. 3. The subnarrator added, I think he, i.e. another subnarrator, said, that orphan girl was his partner in that date palm garden, and in his property. Volume 6, Book 60, number 98, narrated Urwa bin Az Zubair, that he asked Aisha regarding the statement of Allah, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls. 3. She said, O son of my sister, an orphan girl used to be under the care of a guardian with whom she shared property. Her guardian, being attracted by her wealth and beauty, would intend to marry her without giving her a just mahr, i.e. the same mahr as any other person might give her, in case he married her. So such guardians were forbidden to do that unless they did justice to their female wards and gave them the highest mahr their peers might get. They were ordered, by Allah, to marry women of their choice other than those orphan girls. Aisha added, the people asked Allah's apostle his instructions after the revelation of this divine verse, whereupon Allah revealed, they ask your instruction regarding women. 4. 127, Aisha further said, and the statement of Allah, and yet whom you desire to marry. 4. 127, as any one of you refrains from marrying an orphan girl, under his guardianship, when she is lacking in property and beauty. Aisha added, so they were forbidden to marry those orphan girls for whose wealth and beauty they had a desire unless with justice, and that was because they would refrain from marrying them if they were lacking in property and beauty. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 99, narrated Aisha, regarding the statement of Allah, and whoever amongst the guardian is rich, he should take no wages, but if he is poor, let him have for himself what is just and reasonable, according to his work. This verse was revealed regarding the orphan's property. If the guardian is poor, he can take from the property of the orphan what is just and reasonable according to his work and the time he spends on managing it. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 100, narrated Ikrama, Ibn Abbas said, regarding the verse, and when the relatives and the orphans and the poor are present at the time of division, this verse and its order is valid and not abrogated. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 101, narrated Jabir, the Prophet and Abu Bakr came on foot to pay me a visit, during my illness, at Banu Salama's dwellings. The Prophet found me unconscious, so he asked for water and performed the ablution from it and sprinkled some water over it. I came to my senses and said, O Allah's Apostle, what do you order me to do as regards my wealth? So there was revealed, Allah commands you as regards your children's inheritance. 4. 11, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 102, narrated Ibn Abbas, in the pre-Islamic period, the children used to inherit all the property but the parents used to inherit only through a will. So Allah cancelled that which he liked to cancel and put decreed that the share of a son was to be twice the share of a daughter, and for the parents 1/6 for each one of them, or 1/3, and for the wife 1/8 or 1/4, and for the husband 1/2, or 1/4. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 103, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the divine verse, O you who believe. You are forbidden to inherit women against their will, and you should not treat them with harshness that you may take back part of the mahr, dowry you have given them. 4:19, before this revelation, if a man died, his relatives used to have the right to inherit his wife, and one of them could marry her if he would, or they would give her in marriage if they wished, or, if they wished, they would not give her in marriage at all, and they would be more entitled to dispose her than her own relatives. So the above verse was revealed in this connection. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 104, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, to everyone, we have appointed heirs. 4:33, morally means heirs. And regarding, and those to whom your right hands have pledged. When the emigrants came to Medina, an emigrant used to be the heir of an Ansari with the exclusion of the latter's relatives, and that was because of the bond of brotherhood which the Prophet had established between them, i.e., the emigrants and the Ansar. So when the verses, to everyone we have appointed heirs, was revealed, the inheritance through bond of brotherhood, was cancelled. Ibn Abbas then said, and those to whom your right hands have pledged, is concerned with the covenant of helping and advising each other. So allies are no longer to be the heir of each other, but they can bequeath each other some of their property by means of a will. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 105, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, during the lifetime of the Prophet some people said, O Allah's Apostle, shall we see our Lord on the day of resurrection? The Prophet said, yes, do you have any difficulty in seeing the sun at midday when it is bright and there is no cloud in the sky? They replied, no. He said, do you have any difficulty in seeing the moon on a full moon night when it is bright and there is no cloud in the sky? They replied, no. The Prophet said, similarly, you will have no difficulty in seeing Allah on the day of resurrection as you have no difficulty in seeing either of them. On the day of resurrection, a call-maker will announce, let every nation follow that which they used to worship. Then none of those who used to worship anything other than Allah like idols and other deities but will fall in hell, fire, till there will remain none but those who used to worship Allah, both those who were obedient, i.e. i.e., good, and those who were disobedient, i.e., bad, and the remaining party of the people of the Scripture. Then the Jews will be called upon, and it will be said to them, Who do you use to worship? They will say, We used to worship Ezra, the son of Allah. It will be said to them, You are liars, for Allah has never taken anyone as a wife or a son. What do you want now? They will say, O our Lord, we are thirsty, so give us something to drink. They will be directed and addressed thus, Will you drink? Whereupon they will be gathered unto hell, fire, which will look like a mirage whose different sides will be destroying each other. Then they will fall into the fire. Afterwards the Christians will be called upon, and it will be said to them, Who do you use to worship? They will say, We used to worship Jesus, the Son of Allah. It will be said to them, You are liars, for Allah has never taken anyone as a wife or a son. Then it will be said to them, What do you want? They will say what the former people have said. Then, when there remain, in the gathering, none but those who used to worship Allah alone, the real Lord of the worlds, whether they were obedient or disobedient. Then, Allah, the Lord of the worlds, will come to them in a shape nearest to the picture they had in their minds about him. It will be said, What are you waiting for? Every nation have followed what they used to worship. They will reply, We left the people in the world when we were in great need of them, and we did not take them as friends. Now we are waiting for our Lord whom we used to worship. Allah will say, I am your Lord. They will say twice or thrice, We do not worship any besides Allah. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 106, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, Allah's Apostle said to me, Recite, of the Quran, for me, I said, Shall I recite it to you although it had been revealed to you? He said, I like to hear, the Quran, from others. So I recited Surat an-Nisa, till I reached, How will it be, then when we bring from each nation a witness, and we bring you, O Muhammad, as a witness against these people? 41. Then he said, Stop. And behold, his eyes were overflowing with tears. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 107, narrated, Aisha, the necklace of Asma was lost, so the Prophet sent some men to look for it. The time for the prayer became due, and they had not performed ablution and could not find water, so they offered the prayer without ablution. Then Allah revealed the verse of Tayammum. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 108, narrated Ibn Abbas, the verse, Obey Allah and obey the Apostle and those of you, Muslims, who are in authority. 59, was revealed in connection with Abdullah bin Hudafa bin Qais bin Adi, when the Prophet appointed him as the commander of a Sariya, army detachment. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 109, narrated, Urwa, Az Zubayr quarreled with a man from the Ansar because of a natural mountainous stream at Al-Hara. The Prophet said, O Zubayr, irrigate your lands and let the water flow to your neighbor. The Ansar said, O Allah's Apostle, this is because he, Zubayr, is your cousin. At that, the Prophet's face became red with anger, and he said, O Zubayr, irrigate your land, and then withhold the water till it fills the land up to the walls, and then let it flow to your neighbor. So the Prophet enabled Az Zubayr to take his full right after the Ansari provoked his anger. The Prophet had previously given an order that was in favor of both of them. Az Zubayr said, I don't think, but the verse was revealed in this connection, but no, by your Lord, they can have no faith, until they make you judge in all disputes between them. 6, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 110, narrated, Aisha, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, No prophet gets sick, but he is given the choice to select either this world or the hereafter. Aisha added, During his fatal illness, his voice became very husky, and I heard him saying, In the company of those whom is the grace of Allah, of the prophets, the Siddiqim, those followers of the prophets who were first and foremost to believe in them, the martyrs and the pious. 69, and from this I came to know that he has been given the option. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 111, narrated Ibn Abbas, My mother and I were among the weak and oppressed Muslims at Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 112, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika, Ibn Abbas recited, Except the weak ones among men, women and children, 98, and said, My mother and I were among those whom Allah had excused. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 113, narrated Zayd bin Thabit, regarding the verse, Then what is the matter with you that you are divided into two parties about the hypocrites? 488. Some of the companions of the Prophet returned from the Battle of Uhud, i.e. refused to Volume 6, Book 60, number 114, narrated Said bin Jubair, the people of Kufa disputed, about the above verse. So I went to Ibn Abbas and asked him about it. He said, this verse, and whoever kills a believer intentionally, his recompense is hell, was revealed last of all, concerning premeditated murder, and nothing abrogated it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 115, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, and say not to anyone who offers you peace, by accepting Islam, you are not a believer. There was a man amidst his sheep. The Muslims pursued him, and he said to them, peace be on you. But they killed him and took over his sheep. Thereupon Allah revealed in that concern, the above verse up to seeking the perishable good of this life. 494, i.e. those sheep. Volume 6, Book 60, number 116, narrated Zayd bin Thabit, that the Prophet dictated to him, not equal are those of the believers who sit at home, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. Zayd added, Ibn Maktum came while the Prophet was dictating to me and said, O Allah's Apostle! By Allah, if I had the power to fight, in Allah's cause, I would, and he was a blind man. So Allah revealed to his apostle while his thigh was on my thigh, and his thigh became so heavy that I was afraid it might fracture my thigh. Then that state of the Prophet passed and Allah revealed, except those who are disabled, by injury or are blind or lame etc. Volume 6, Book 60, number 117, narrated Al-Bukhara, when the verse, not equal are those of the believers who sit at home, 495, was revealed, Allah Apostle called for Zayd who wrote it. In the meantime Ibn Maktum came and complained of his blindness, so Allah revealed, except those who are disabled, by injury or are blind or lame, etc. 495, Volume 6, Book 60, number 118, narrated Al-Bukhara, when the verse, not equal are those of the believers who sit at home, 495, was revealed, the Prophet said, call so-and-so. That person came to him with an inkpot and a wooden board or a shoulder scapular bone. The Prophet said to him, right, not equal are those believers who sit at home, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. Ibn Maktum who was sitting behind the Prophet then said, O Allah's Apostle! I am a blind man. So there was revealed in the place of that verse, the verse, not equal are those of the believers who sit at home, except those who are disabled, by injury, or are blind or lame etc., and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. 495, Volume 6, Book 60, number 119, narrated Ibn Abbas, not equal are those believers who sat at home, and did not join the Volume 6, Book 60, number 120, narrated Muhammad bin Abdurrahman Abu al-Aswad, the people of Medina were forced to prepare an army, to fight against the people of Sham during the caliphate of Abdullah bin Azad Zubayr at Mecca, and I was enlisted in it. Then I met Ikrimah, the freed slave of Ibn Abbas, and informed him about it, and he forbade me strongly to do so, i.e. to enlist in that army, and then said, Ibn Abbas informed me that some Muslim people were with the pagans, increasing the number of the pagans against Allah's Apostle. An arrow used to be shot which would hit one of them, the Muslims in the company of the pagans, and kill him, or he would be struck and killed, with a sword. Then Allah revealed, verily, as for those whom the angels take, in death, while they are wronging themselves, by staying among the disbelievers, 497, Abu Aswad added, except the weak ones among men, women. 498, Volume 6, Book 60, number 121, narrated Ibn Abbas, except the weak ones, 498, and added, my mother was one of those whom Allah excused. Volume 6, Book 60, number 122, narrated Abu Hurairah, while the Prophet was offering the Isha prayer, he said, Allah hears him who sends his praises to him, and then said before falling in prostration, O Allah, save Ayash bin Rabi'a. O Allah, save Salama bin Hisham. O Allah, save Al-Walid bin Al-Wad. O Allah, save the weak ones among the believers. O Allah, let your punishment be severe on the tribe of Muda. O Allah, inflict upon them years of famine, like the years of Joseph. Volume 6, Book 60, number 123, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, because of the inconvenience of rain or because you are ill. 402, it was revealed in connection with Abdurrahman bin Auf, who was wounded. Volume 6, Book 60, number 124, narrated Aisha, regarding the verse, they ask your instruction concerning the women. Say, Allah instructs you about them and yet whom you desire to marry. 4, 127, has been revealed regarding the case of a man who has an orphan girl, and he is her guardian and her heir. The girl shares with him all his property, even a date palm garden, but he dislikes to marry her and dislikes to give her in marriage to somebody else who would share with him the property she is sharing with him, and for this reason that guardian prevents that orphan girl from marrying. So, this verse was revealed, and Allah's statement. If a woman fears cruelty or desertion on her husband's part. 4, 128, Volume 6, Book 60, number 125, narrated Aisha, regarding the verse, if a woman fears cruelty or desertion on her husband's part. 4, 128, it is about a man who has a woman, wife, and he does not like her and wants to divorce her, but she says to him, I make you free as regards myself. So this verse was revealed in this connection. Volume 6, Book 60, number 126, narrated Al-Aswad, while we were sitting in a circle in Abdullah's gathering, Hudayfa came and stopped before us, and greeted us and then said, people better than you became hypocrites. Al-Aswad said, I testify the uniqueness of Allah. Allah says, verily, the hypocrites will be in the lowest depths of the fire. 4, 145, on that Abdullah smiled and Hudayfa sat somewhere in the mosque. Abdullah then got up and his companions, sitting around him, dispersed. Hudayfa then threw a pebble at me, to attract my attention. I went to him and he said, I was surprised at Abdullah's smile though he understood what I said. Verily, people better than you became hypocrite and then repented and Allah forgave them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 127, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, none has the right to say that I am better than Jonah bin Matta. Volume 6, Book 60, number 128, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, whoever says that I am better than Jonah bin Matta, is a liar. Volume 6, Book 60, number 129, narrated Al-Bara, the last surah that was revealed was Bara'ah, and the last verse that was revealed was, they ask you for a legal verdict, say, Allah's directs, thus, about those who leave no descendants or ascendants as heirs. 4, 176, Volume 6, Book 60, number 130, narrated Tariq bin Shihab, the Jews said to Umar, you, i.e. Muslims, recite a verse, and had it been revealed to us, we would have taken the day of its revelation as a day of celebration. Umar said, I know very well when and where it was revealed, and where Allah's apostle was when it was revealed. It was revealed on the day of Arafat, Hajj day, and by Allah, I was at Arafat. Safiyan, a subnarrator said, I am in doubt whether the verse, this day I have perfected your religion for you, was revealed on a Friday or not. Volume 6, Book 60, number 131, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, we set out with Allah's apostle on one of his journeys, and when we were at Baida, or at Dat al-Jaish, a necklace of mine was broken, and lost. Allah's apostle stayed there to look for it, and so did the people along with him. Neither were they at a place of water, nor did they have any water with them. So the people went to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and said, don't you see what Aisha has done? She has made Allah's apostle and the people stay where there is no water and they have no water with them. Abu Bakr came while Allah's apostle was sleeping with his head on my thigh. He said to me, you have detained Allah's apostle and the people where there is no water and they have no water with them. So he admonished me and said what Allah wished him to say, and he hit me on my flanks with his hand. Nothing prevented me from moving, because of pain, but the position of Allah's apostle on my thigh. So Allah's apostle got up when dawn broke and there was no water, so Allah revealed the verse of Tayammum. Uzayd bin Hudayr said, it is not the first blessing of yours, O the family of Abu Bakr. Then we made the camel on which I was riding, got up, and found the necklace under it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 132, narrated Aisha, a necklace of mine was lost at Al-Baida, and we were on our way to Medina. The Prophet made his camel kneel down and dismounted and laid his head on my lap and slept. Abu Bakr came to me and hit me violently on the chest and said, you have detained the people because of a necklace. I kept as motionless as a dead person because of the position of Allah's apostle, on my lap, although Abu Bakr had hurt me with the slap. Then the Prophet woke up and it was the time for the morning prayer. Water was sought, but in vain, so the following verse was revealed, O you who believe. When you intend to offer prayer. 5, 6, Uzayd bin Hudayr said, Allah has blessed the people for your sake, O the family of Abu Bakr. You are but a blessing for them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 133, narrated Abdullah bin Masud on the day of Badr, Al-Miqdad said, O Allah's apostle. We do not say to you as the children of Israel said to Moses, Go you and your Lord and fight you too, we are sitting here. 5. 24, but, we say, Proceed, and we are with you. That seemed to delight Allah's apostle greatly. Volume 6, Book 60, number 134, narrated Abu Kilaba, that he was sitting behind Umar bin Abdul Aziz and the people mentioned about At-Qasama, and they said various things, and said that the caliphs had permitted it. Umar bin Abdul Aziz turned towards Abu Kilaba who was behind him and said, What do you say, O Abdullah bin Zaid? Or said, What do you say, O Abu Kilaba? Abu Kilaba said, I do not know that killing a person is lawful in Islam except in 3 cases, a married person committing illegal sexual intercourse, one who has murdered somebody unlawfully, or one who wages war against Allah and his apostle. Anbasa said, Anas narrated to us such and such. Abu Kilaba said, Anas narrated to me in this concern, saying, Some people came to the Prophet and they spoke to him saying, The climate of this land does not suit us. The Prophet said, These are camels belonging to us, and they are to be taken out to the pasture. So take them out and drink of their milk and urine. So they took them and set out and drank of their urine and milk, and having recovered, they attacked the shepherd, killed him and drove away the camels. Why should there be any delay in punishing them as they murdered a person and waged war against Allah and his apostle and frightened Allah's apostle? Anbasa said, I testify the uniqueness of Allah. Abu Kilaba said, Do you suspect me? Anbasa said, No. Anas narrated that hadith to us. Then Anbasa added, O the people of such and such country, you will remain in good state as long as Allah keeps this man, and the like of this man, amongst you. Volume 6, Book 60, number 135, narrated Anas bin Malik Arubai, the paternal aunt of Anas bin Malik, broke the incisor tooth of young Ansari girl. Her family demanded the Qisas and they came to the Prophet who passed the judgment of Qisas. Anas bin An-Nadr, the paternal uncle of Anas bin Malik, said, O Allah's apostle! By Allah, her tooth will not be broken. The Prophet said, O Anas! The law prescribed in Allah's book is Qisas. But the people, i.e. the relatives of the girl, gave up their claim and accepted a compensation. On that Allah's apostle said, Some of Allah's worshippers are such that if they take an oath, Allah will fulfill it for them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 136, narrated Aisha, Whoever tells that Muhammad concealed part of what was revealed to him is a liar, for Allah says, O Apostle, Muhammad, proclaim the message which has been sent down to you from your Lord. 5, 67, Volume 6, Book 60, number 137, narrated Aisha, This verse, Allah will not punish you for what is unintentional in your oaths. 5, 89, was revealed about a man's statement during his talk, No, by Allah, and Yes, by Allah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 138, narrated Aisha, that her father, Abu Bakr, never broke his oath till Allah revealed the order of the legal expiation for oath. Abu Bakr said, If I ever take an oath to do something, and later find that to do something else is better, then I accept Allah's permission and do that which is better, and do the legal expiation for my oath. Volume 6, Book 60, number 139, narrated Abdullah, We used to participate in the holy wars carried on by the Prophet and we had no women, wives, with us. So we said, to the Prophet, Shall we castrate ourselves? But the Prophet forbade us to do that and thenceforth he allowed us to marry a woman, temporarily, by giving her even a garment, and then he recited, O you who believe! Do not make unlawful the good things which Allah has made lawful for you. Volume 6, Book 60, number 140, narrated Ibn Umar, the verse of, prohibiting alcoholic drinks was revealed when there were in Medina 5 kinds of alcoholic drinks, none of which was produced from grapes. Volume 6, Book 60, number 141, narrated Anas bin Malik, we had no alcoholic drink except that which was produced from dates and which you call fardik. While I was standing offering drinks to Abu Tal and so-and-so and so-and-so, a man came and said, has the news reached you? They said, what is that? He said, alcoholic drinks have been prohibited. They said, spill the contents of these pots, O Anas. Then they neither asked about it, alcoholic drinks, nor returned it after the news from that man. Volume 6, Book 60, number 142, narrated Jabir, some people drank alcoholic beverages in the morning of the day of the Uhud battle, and on the same day they were killed as martyrs, and that was before wine was prohibited. Volume 6, Book 60, number 143, narrated Ibn Umar, I heard Umar while he was on the pulpit of the Prophet saying, now then, O people. The revelation about the prohibition of alcoholic drinks was revealed, and alcoholic drinks are extracted from 5 things, grapes, dates, honey, wheat and barley. And the alcoholic drink is that which confuses and stupefies the mind. Volume 6, Book 60, number 144, narrated Anas, the alcoholic drink which was spilled was al-fardik. I used to offer alcoholic drinks to the people at the residence of Abu Talha. Then the order of prohibiting alcoholic drinks was revealed, and the Prophet ordered somebody to announce that. Abu Talha said to me, go out and see what this voice, this announcement, is. I went out and, on coming back, said, this is somebody announcing that alcoholic beverages have been prohibited. Abu Talha said to me, go and spill it, i.e. the wine. Then it, alcoholic drinks, was seen flowing through the streets of Medina. At that time the wine was al-fardik. The people said, some people, Muslims, were killed during the Battle of Uhud, while wine was in their stomachs. So Allah revealed, on those who believe and do good deeds there is no blame for what they ate in the past. 593, Volume 6, Book 60, number 145, narrated Anas, the Prophet delivered a sermon the like of which I had never heard before. He said, if you but knew what I know then you would have laughed little and wept much. On hearing that, the companions of the Prophet covered their faces and the sound of their weeping was heard. A man said, who is my father? The Prophet said, so and so. So this verse was revealed, ask not about things which, if made plain to you, may cause you trouble. 101, Volume 6, Book 60, number 146, narrated Ibn Abbas, some people were asking Allah's apostle questions mockingly. A man would say, who is my father? Another man whose she-camel had gone astray would say, where is my she-camel? So Allah revealed this verse in this connection, O you who believe. Ask not about things which, if made plain to you, may cause you trouble. 101, Volume 6, Book 60, number 147, narrated Said bin al-Musayyab, Ba'a is a she-camel whose milk is kept for the idols and nobody is allowed to milk it. Saiba was the she-camel which they used to set free for their gods and nothing was allowed to be carried on it. Abu Hurairah said, Allah's apostle said, I saw Amr bin Amir al-Khuzai, in a dream, dragging his intestines in the fire, and he was the first person to establish the tradition of setting free the animals, for the sake of their deities. Wazila is the she-camel which gives birth to a she-camel as its first delivery, and then gives birth to another she-camel as its second delivery. People, in the pre-Islamic periods of ignorance, used to let that she-camel loose for their idols if it gave birth to 2 she-camels successively without giving birth to a male camel in between. Hamr was the male camel which was used for copulation. When it had finished the number of copulations assigned for it, they would let it loose for their idols and excuse it from burden so that nothing would be carried on it, and they called it the Hami. Abu Hurairah said, I heard the Prophet saying so. Volume 6, Book 60, number 148, narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle said, I saw hell and its different portions were consuming each other and saw Amr dragging his intestines in it, and he was the first person to establish the tradition of letting animals loose for the idols. Volume 6, Book 60, number 149, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's apostle delivered a sermon and said, O people! You will be gathered before Allah barefooted, naked and not circumcised. Then, quoting Quran, he said, as we began the first creation, we shall repeat it. A promise we have undertaken, truly we shall do it. 21:104 The Prophet then said, the first of the human beings to be dressed on the day of resurrection will be Abraham. Lo! Some men from my followers will be brought, and then the angels will drive them to the left side, hellfire. I will say, O my Lord, they are my companions. Then a reply will come from Almighty, you do not know what they did after you. I will say as the pious slave, the Prophet Jesus, said, and I was a witness over them while I dwelt amongst them. When you took me up, you were the watcher over them, and you are a witness to all things. 5:117 Then it will be said, these people have continued to be apostates since you left them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 150, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, you will be gathered, on the day of resurrection, and some people will be driven, by the angels, to the left side, and taken to hell, whereupon I will say as the pious slave, Jesus, said, and I was a witness over them while I dwelt amongst them. The Almighty, the All-Wise. 5:117-118, Volume 6, Book 60, number 151, narrated Abdullah, Allah's Apostle said, the key of the unseen are 5, verily with Allah, alone, is the knowledge of the hour He sends down the rain and knows what is in the wombs. No soul knows what it will earn tomorrow, and no soul knows in what land it will die. Verily, Allah is all-knower, all-aware. 31:34, Volume 6, Book 60, number 152, narrated Jabir, when this verse was revealed, say, He has power to send torment on you from above. 6:65, Allah's Apostle said, O Allah, I seek refuge with your face, from this punishment. And when the verse, or send torment from below your feet, was revealed, Allah's Apostle said, O Allah, I seek refuge with your face, from this punishment. But when there was revealed, or confuse you in party strife and make you to taste the violence of one another. 6:65, Allah's Apostle said, this is lighter, or, this is easier. Volume 6, Book 60, number 153, narrated Abdullah, when? And confuse not their belief with wrong. 6:82, was revealed, the Prophet's companions said, which of us has not done wrong? Then there was revealed, verily joining others in worship with Allah is a tremendous wrong indeed. 31:13, Volume 6, Book 60, number 154, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, nobody has the right to say that I am better than Jonah bin Matta. Volume 6, Book 60, number 155, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, nobody has the right to say that I am better than Jonah bin Matta. Volume 6, Book 60, number 156, narrated Mujahid, that he asked Ibn Abbas, is there a prostration Surat al-Sad? 38:24, Ibn Abbas said, yes, and then recited, we gave. So follow their guidance. 6:85-90, then he said, he, David, is one them, i.e. those prophets. Mujahid narrated, I asked Ibn Abbas, regarding the above verse. He said, your prophet, Muhammad, was one of those who were ordered to follow them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 157, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, may Allah curse the Jews. When Allah forbade them to eat the fat of animals, they melted it and sold it, and utilized its price. Volume 6, Book 60, number 158, narrated Abu Wail, Abdullah, bin Marzud, said, none has more sense of Gaira than Allah, therefore, He prohibits shameful sins, illegal sexual intercourse, etc. Whether committed openly or secretly. And none loves to be praised more than Allah does, and for this reason He praises Himself. I asked Abu Wali, did you hear it from Abdullah? He said, yes, I said, did Abdullah ascribe it to Allah's Apostle? He said, yes. Volume 6, Book 60, number 159, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the hour will not be established until the sun rises from the west, and when the people see it, then whoever will be living on the surface of the earth will have faith, and that is, the time, when no good will it do to a soul to believe then, if it believed not before. 6:158, Volume 6, Book 60, number 160, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the hour will not be established till the sun rises from the west, and when it rises, from the west, and the people see it, they all will believe. And that is the time when no good will it do to a soul to believe then. Then he recited the whole verse, 6. 158, Volume 6, Book 60, number 161, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, Allah's Apostle said, none has more sense of ghayra than Allah, and for this he has forbidden shameful sins whether committed openly or secretly, and none loves to be praised more than Allah does, and this is why he praises himself. Volume 6, Book 60, number 162, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, a man from the Jews, having been slapped on his face, came to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad, a man from your companions from the Ansar has slapped me on my face. The Prophet said, call him. When they called him, the Prophet said, why did you slap him? He said, O Allah's Apostle, while I was passing by the Jews, I heard him saying, by him who selected Moses above the human beings, I said, even above Muhammad. I became furious and slapped him on the face. The Prophet said, do not give me superiority over the other prophets, for on the day of resurrection the people will become unconscious and I will be the first to regain consciousness. Then I will see Moses holding one of the legs of the throne. I will not know whether he has come to his senses before me or that the shock he had received at the mountain, during his worldly life, was sufficient for him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 163, narrated Said ibn Zaid, the Prophet said, Al-Kameh is like the man, sweet resin or gum, in that it grows naturally without human care, and its water is a cure for the eye diseases. Volume 6, Book 60, number 164, narrated Abu ad-Darda, there was a dispute between Abu Bakr and Umar, and Abu Bakr made Umar angry. So Umar left angrily. Abu Bakr followed him, requesting him to ask forgiveness of Allah for him, but Umar refused to do so and closed his door in Abu Bakr's face. So Abu Bakr went to Allah's Apostle while we were with him. Allah's Apostle said, this friend of yours must have quarreled with somebody. In the meantime Umar repented and felt sorry for what he had done, so he came, greeted those who were present, and sat with the Prophet and related the story to him. Allah's Apostle became angry and Abu Bakr started saying, O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, I was more at fault than Umar. Allah's Apostle said, you, people, leaving for me my companion? Abu Bakr, you, people, leaving for me my companion? When I said, O people, I am sent to you all as the Apostle of Allah, you said, you tell a lie. While Abu Bakr said, you have spoken the truth. Volume 6, Book 60, number 165, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, it was said to the children of Israel, enter the gate in prostration and say Hitatan. 7, 161, we shall forgive you your faults. But they changed Allah's order and entered, dragging themselves on their buttocks and said, Habatun, a grain, in a shoratin, hair. Volume 6, Book 60, number 166, narrated Ibn Abbas, Uyayna bin Hizn bin Hudayfa came and stayed with his nephew Ulha bin Qais, who was one of those whom Umar used to keep near him, as the Qur'an, learned men knowing Quran by heart, were the people of Umar's meetings and his advisers whether they were old or young. Uyayna said to his nephew, O son of my brother, you have an approach to this chief, so get for me the permission to see him. Ulha said, I will get the permission for you to see him. So Ulha asked the permission for Uyayna and Umar admitted him. When Uyayna entered upon him, he said, Beware, O the son of Al-Khattab. By Allah, you neither give us sufficient provision nor judge among us with justice. Thereupon Umar became so furious that he intended to harm him, but Ulha said, O chief of the believers, Allah said to his prophet, hold to forgiveness, command what is right, and leave, don't punish, the foolish. 7, 199, and this, i.e. Uyayna, is one of the foolish. By Allah, Umar did not overlook that verse when Ulha recited it before him, he observed the orders of Allah's book strictly. Volume 6, Book 60, number 167, narrated Abdullah bin Zubayr, the verse, hold to forgiveness, command what is right, was revealed by Allah except in connection with the character of the people. Abdullah bin Zubayr said, Allah ordered his prophet to forgive the people their misbehavior towards him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 168, narrated Said bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Abbas regarding Surat al-Anfal. He said, it was revealed in connection with the Battle of Badr. Volume 6, Book 60, number 169, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, Verily, the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are the deaf and the dumb, those who understand not. 8:22. The people referred to here were some persons from the tribe of Bani Abdada. Volume 6, Book 60, number 170, narrated Abu Said bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying, Allah's apostle passed me and called me, but I did not go to him until I had finished the prayer. Then I went to him, and he said, What prevented you from coming to me? Didn't Allah say, O you who believe? Answer the call of Allah, by obeying him, and his apostle when he calls you. He then said, I will inform you of the greatest surah in the Quran before I leave the mosque. When Allah's apostle got ready to leave the mosque, I reminded him. He said, It is, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. i.e. Surat al-Fatiha, as-Sab'a al-Mathani, the 7 repeatedly recited verses. Volume 6, Book 60, number 171, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abu Jahl said, O Allah! If this Quran is indeed the truth from you, then rain down on us a shower of stones from the sky or bring on us a painful torment. So Allah revealed, but Allah would not punish them while you were amongst them, nor He will punish them while they seek Allah's forgiveness. 8:33, and why Allah should not punish them while they turn away, men, from Al-Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque of Mecca. 8:33-34, Volume 6, Book 60, number 172, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abu Jahl said, O Allah! If this Quran is indeed the truth from you, then rain down on us a shower of stones from the sky or bring on us a painful punishment. So there was revealed, but Allah would not punish them while you, Muhammad, were amongst them, nor will He punish them while they seek Allah's forgiveness. And why Allah should not punish them while they stop men from Al-Masjid al-Haram. 8:33-34, Volume 6, Book 60, number 173, narrated Ibn Umar, that a man came to him, while 2 groups of Muslims were fighting, and said, O Abu Abdurrahman! Don't you hear what Allah has mentioned in His book, and if 2 groups of believers fight against each other? 49:9. So what prevents you from fighting as Allah has mentioned in His book? Ibn Umar said, O son of my brother! I would rather be blamed for not fighting because of this verse than to be blamed because of another verse where Allah says, and whoever kills a believer intentionally. 4:93. Then that man said, Allah says, and fight them until there is no more afflictions, worshipping other besides Allah, and the religion, i.e. worship, will be all for Allah alone. 8:39. Ibn Umar said, We did this during the lifetime of Allah's apostle when the number of Muslims was small, and a man was put to trial because of his religion. The pagans would either kill or chain him, but when the Muslims increased, and Islam spread, there was no persecution. When that man saw that Ibn Umar did not agree to his proposal, he said, What is your opinion regarding Ali and Uthman? Ibn Umar said, What is my opinion regarding Ali and Uthman? As for Uthman, Allah forgave him and you dislike to forgive him, and Ali is the cousin and son-in-law of Allah's apostle. Then he pointed out with his hand and said, And that is his daughter's house, which you can see. Volume 6, Book 60, number 174, narrated Said bin Jubair, Ibn Umar came to us and a man said to him, What do you think about qita al-fitna, fighting caused by afflictions? Ibn Umar said to him, And do you understand what an affliction is? Muhammad used to fight against the pagans, and his fighting with them was an affliction, and his fighting was not like your fighting which is carried on for the sake of ruling. Volume 6, Book 60, number 175, narrated Ibn Abbas, when the verse, If there are 20 steadfast amongst you, they will overcome 200. 8:65, was revealed, then it became obligatory for the Muslims that one Muslim should not flee from 10 non-Muslims. Sufyan, the sub-narrator, once said, 20 Muslims should not flee before 200 non-Muslims. Then there was revealed, but now Allah has lightened your task. 8:66, so it became obligatory that 100 Muslims should not flee before 200 non-Muslims. Once Sufyan said extra, the verse urged the believers to the fight. If there are 20 steadfast amongst you, Muslims, was revealed. Sufyan said, Ibn Shabrama said, I see that this order is applicable to the obligation of enjoining good and forbidding evil. Volume 6, Book 60, number 176, narrated Ibn Abbas, when the verse, if there are 20 steadfast amongst you, Muslims, they will overcome 200, non-Muslims, was revealed, it became hard on the Muslims when it became compulsory that one Muslim ought not to flee, in war, before 10, non-Muslims. So, Allah lightened the order by revealing, but, now Allah has lightened your task, for He knows that there is weakness in you. So if there are of you 100 steadfast, they will overcome 200 non-Muslims. 866. So when Allah reduced the number of enemies which Muslims should withstand, their patience and perseverance against the enemy decreased as much as their task was lightened for them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 177, narrated Al-Bukhara. The last verse that was revealed was, they ask you for a legal verdict, say, Allah directs, thus, about Al-Kalala, those who leave no descendants or ascendants as heirs. And the last surah which was revealed was Baratan, 9. Volume 6, Book 60, number 178, narrated Humayd bin Abdurrahman, Abu Hurairah said, during that Hajj, in which Abu Bakr was the chief of the pilgrims, Abu Bakr sent me along with announcers on the day of Nahr, 10th of Dhul-Hijjah, in Mina to announce, no pagans shall perform Hajj after this year, and none shall perform the tawaf around the Kaaba in a naked state. Humayd bin Abdurrahman added, then Allah's apostle sent Ali bin Abi Talib, after Abu Bakr, and ordered him to recite aloud in public Surat Bara'ah. Abu Hurairah added, so, Ali, along with us, recited Bara'ah, loudly, before the people at Mina on the day of Nahr and announced, no pagan shall perform Hajj after this year, and none shall perform the tawaf around the Kaaba in a naked state. Volume 6, Book 60, number 179, narrated Humayd bin Abdurrahman, Abu Hurairah said, Abu Bakr sent me in that Hajj in which he was the chief of the pilgrims along with the announcers whom he sent on the day of Nahr to announce at Mina, no pagan shall perform Hajj after this year, and none shall perform the tawaf around the Kaaba in a naked state. Humayd added, that the Prophet sent Ali bin Abi Talib, after Abu Bakr, and ordered him to recite aloud in public Surat Bara'ah. Abu Hurairah added, so, Ali, along with us, recited Bara'ah, loudly, before the people at Mina on the day of Nahr and announced, no pagan shall perform Hajj after this year, and none shall perform the tawaf around the Kaaba in a naked state, except those pagans with whom you, Muslims, have a treaty. 9. 4. Volume 6, Book 60, number 180, narrated Humayd bin Abdurrahman, Abu Hurairah said that Abu Bakr sent him during the Hajj in which Abu Bakr was made the chief of the pilgrims by Allah's apostle before the year of Hajjat al-Wada in a group of announcers, to announce before the people, no pagan shall perform the Hajj after this year, and none shall perform the tawaf around the Kaaba in a naked state. Humayd used to say the day of Nahr is the day of al-Hajj al-Akbar, the greatest day, because of the narration of Abu Hurairah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 181, narrated Sa'id bin Wab, we were with Hudayfa and he said, none remains of the people described by this verse, 9. 12, except 3, and of the hypocrites except 4. A Bedouin said, you the companions of Muhammad, tell us things, and we do not know that about those who break open our houses and steal our precious things. He, Hudayfa, replied, those are al-Fusak, rebellious wrongdoers, not disbelievers or hypocrites. Really, none remains of them, hypocrite, but 4, one of whom is a very old man who, if he drinks water, does not feel its coldness. Volume 6, Book 60, number 182, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, the cans, money, the zakat of which is not paid, of any one of you will appear in the form of bald-headed poisonous male snake on the day of resurrection. Volume 6, Book 60, number 183, narrated Sa'id bin Wab, I passed by, visited Abu Dharr at Arabada and said to him, what has brought you to this land? He said, we were at Sham and I recited the verse, they who hoard up gold and silver and spend them not in the way of Allah, announced to them a painful torment. 9. 34, whereupon Muawiyah said, this verse is not for us, but for the people of the scripture. Then I said, but it is both for us, Muslim, and for them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 184, narrated Abu Bakr, the Prophet said, time has come back to its original state which it had when Allah created the heavens and the earth, the year is 12 months, 4 of which are sacred. 3 of them are in succession, Dhul-Qa'dah, Dhul-Hijjah and Al-Muharram, and the 4th being Rajab Muda, named after the tribe of Muda as they used to respect this month, which stands between Jumad, Athani, and Shaban. Volume 6, Book 60, number 185, narrated Abu Bakr, I was in the company of the Prophet in the cave, and on seeing the traces of the pagans, I said, O Allah's Apostle, if one of them, pagans, should lift up his foot, he will see us. He said, what do you think of 2, the third of whom is Allah? Volume 6, Book 60, number 186, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika. When there happened the disagreement between Ibn Az-Zubayr and Ibn Abbas, I said, to the latter, why don't you take the oath of allegiance to him, as his father is Az-Zubayr, and his mother is Asma, and his aunt is Aisha, and his maternal grandfather is Abu Bakr, and his grandmother is Safiya? Volume 6, Book 60, number 187, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika. There was a disagreement between them, Ibn Abbas and Ibn Az-Zubayr. So I went to Ibn Abbas in the morning and said to him, do you want to fight against Ibn Zubayr and thus make lawful what Allah has made unlawful, i.e. fighting in Meccas? Ibn Abbas said, Allah forbid. Allah ordained that Ibn Zubayr and Bani Umayyah would permit fighting in Mecca, but by Allah, I will never regard it as permissible. Ibn Abbas added, the people asked me to take the oath of allegiance to Ibn Az-Zubayr. I said, he is really entitled to assume authority for his father. Az-Zubayr was the helper of the Prophet, his maternal grandfather, Abu Bakr was the Prophet's companion in the cave, his mother, Asma, was of Dat an-Nitaq, his aunt, Aisha, was the mother of the believers, his paternal aunt, Khadijah, was the wife of the Prophet, and the paternal aunt of the Prophet was his grandmother. He himself is pious and chaste in Islam, well versed in the knowledge of the Quran. By Allah, really, I left my relatives, Bani Umayyah, for his sake, though they are my close relatives, and if they should be my rulers, they are equally apt to be so, and are descended from a noble family. Volume 6, Book 60, number 188, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika. We entered upon Ibn Abbas and he said, are you not astonished at Ibn Az-Zubayr's assuming the caliphate? I said, to myself, I will support him and speak of his good traits, as I did not do even for Abu Bakr and Umar, though they were more entitled to receive all good than he was. I said, Ibn Az-Zubayr, is the son of the aunt of the Prophet and the son of Az-Zubayr, and the grandson of Abu Bakr and the son of Khadijah's brother, and the son of Aisha's sister. Nevertheless, he considers himself to be superior to me and does not want me to be one of his friends. So I said, I never expected that he would refuse my offer to support him, and I don't think he intends to do me any good, therefore, if my cousins should inevitably be my rulers, it will be better for me to be ruled by them than by some others. Volume 6, Book 60, number 189, narrated Abu said, Volume 6, Book 60, number 190, narrated Abu Musad, when we were ordered to give alms, we began to work as porters, to earn something we could give in charity. Abu Ukail came with 1/2 of a sa, special measure for food grains, and another person brought more than he did. So the hypocrites said, Allah is not in need of the alms of this, i.e. Ukail, and this other person did not give alms but for showing off. Then Allah revealed those who criticize such of the believers who give charity voluntarily and those who could not find to give in charity except what is available to them. 79, Volume 6, Book 60, number 191, narrated Shaqiq, Abu Marzud al-Ansari said, Allah's Apostle used to order us to give alms. So one of us would exert himself to earn 1 mud, special measure of wheat or dates, etc., to give in charity, while today one of us may have 100,000. Shaqiq said, as if Abu Masud referred to himself. Volume 6, Book 60, number 192, narrated Ibn Abbas, when Abdullah bin Ubay died, his son, Abdullah bin Abdullah, came to Allah's Apostle and asked him to give him his shirt in order to shroud his father in it. He gave it to him, and then Abdullah asked the Prophet to offer the funeral prayer for him, his father. Allah's Apostle got up to offer the funeral prayer for him, but Umar got up too and got hold of the garment of Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, will you offer the funeral prayer for him, though your Lord has forbidden you to offer the prayer for him? Allah's Apostle said, but Allah has given me the choice by saying, whether you ask forgiveness for them, or do not ask forgiveness for them, even if you ask forgiveness for them 70 times. 80, so I will ask more than 70 times. Umar said, but he, Abdullah bin Ubay, is a hypocrite. However, Allah's apostle did offer the funeral prayer for him, whereupon Allah revealed, "And never, O Muhammad, pray for any one of them that dies, nor stand at his grave." 984, Volume 6, Book 60, number 193, narrated Umar bin al-Khattab, when Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul died, Allah's apostle was called in order to offer the funeral prayer for him. When Allah's apostle got up to offer the prayer, I jumped towards him and said, "O Allah's apostle, do you offer the prayer for Ibn Ubay although he said so-and-so on such and such a day?" I went on mentioning his sayings. Allah's apostle smiled and said, "Keep away from me, O Umar." But when I spoke too much to him, he said, "I have been given the choice, and I have chosen this, and if I knew that if I asked forgiveness for him more than 70 times, he would be forgiven, I would ask it for more times than that." So Allah's apostle offered the funeral prayer for him and then left, but he did not stay long before the 2 verses of Surah Bara'ah were revealed, i.e., "And never, O Muhammad, pray for any one of them that dies," and died in a state of rebellion. 984, later I was astonished at my daring to speak like that to Allah's apostle, and Allah and his apostle know best. Volume 6, Book 60, number 194, narrated Ibn Umar, when Abdullah bin Ubay died, his son, Abdullah bin Abdullah, came to Allah's apostle, who gave his shirt to him and ordered him to shroud his father in it. Then he stood up to offer the funeral prayer for the deceased, but Umar bin al-Khattab took hold of his garment and said, "Do you offer the funeral prayer for him though he was a hypocrite, and Allah has forbidden you to ask forgiveness for hypocrites?" The Prophet said, "Allah has given me the choice, or Allah has informed me, saying, whether you, O Muhammad, ask forgiveness for them, or do not ask forgiveness for them, even if you ask forgiveness for them 70 times, Allah will not forgive them." 980, that he added, "I will appeal to Allah for his sake, more than 70 times. So Allah's apostle offered the funeral prayer for him, and we too offered the prayer along with him. Then Allah revealed, "And never, O Muhammad, pray funeral prayer for any one of them that dies, nor stand at his grave. Certainly they disbelieved in Allah and his apostle and died in a state of rebellion." 984, Volume 6, Book 60, number 195, narrated Abdullah bin Ka'b, I heard Ka'b bin Malik at the time he remained behind and did not join the battle of Tabuk, saying, "By Allah, no blessing has Allah bestowed upon me, besides my guidance to Islam, better than that of helping me speak the truth to Allah's apostle, otherwise I would have told the Prophet a lie and would have been ruined like those who had told a lie when the divine inspiration was revealed. They will swear by Allah to you, Muslims, when you return to them." The rebellious people. 995-96, Volume 6, Book 60, number 196, narrated Samura bin Jundab, Allah's apostle said, "Tonight 2 visitors came to me in my dream, and took me to a town built with gold bricks and silver bricks. There we met men who, half of their bodies, looked like the most handsome human beings you have ever seen, and the other half, the ugliest human beings you have ever seen. Those 2 visitors said to those men, 'Go and dip yourselves in that river.' So they dipped themselves therein and then came to us, their ugliness having disappeared, and they were in the most handsome shape. The visitors said, 'The first is the Garden of Eden, and that is your dwelling place.' Then they added, 'As for those people who were half ugly and half handsome, they were those who mixed good deeds and bad deeds, but Allah forgave them.' Volume 6, Book 60, number 197, narrated Al-Musayyab, when Abu Talib's death approached, the Prophet went to him while Abu Jahl and Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah were present with him. The Prophet said, 'O uncle, say, none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, so that I may argue for your case with it before Allah.' On that, Abu Jahl and Abdullah bin Abu Umayyah said, 'O Abu Talib, do you want to renounce Abdul Muttalib's religion?' Then the Prophet said, 'I will keep on asking Allah for forgiveness for you unless I am forbidden to do so.' Then there was revealed, 'It is not fitting for the Prophet and those who believe that they should invoke Allah for forgiveness for pagans even though they be of kin, after it has become clear to them that they are companions of the fire.' 113, Volume 6, Book 60, number 198, narrated Abdullah bin Ka'b, I heard Ka'b bin Malik talking about the verse, and to the 3, he also forgave, who remained behind. 118, saying in the last portion of his talk, I said, as a sign of my repentance, I would like to give up all my property in the cause of Allah and His Apostle. The Prophet said to me, keep some of your wealth as it is good for you. To the 3, he also forgave, who remained behind till for them the earth, fast as it is, was straightened. 9, 118, Volume 6, Book 60, number 199, narrated Abdullah bin Ka'b, I heard Ka'b bin Malik, who was one of the 3 who were forgiven, saying that he had never remained behind Allah's Apostle in any Ghazwa which he had fought except 2 Ghazwat al-Yusra, Tabuk, and Ghazwat Bad. He added, I decided to tell the truth to Allah's Apostle in the forenoon, and scarcely did he return from a journey he made, except in the forenoon, he would go first to the mosque and offer a 2-rakat prayer. The Prophet forbade others to speak to me or to my 2 companions, but he did not prohibit speaking to any of those who had remained behind excepting us. So the people avoided speaking to us, and I stayed in that state till I could no longer bear it, and the only thing that worried me was that I might die and the Prophet would not offer the funeral prayer for me, or Allah's Apostle might die and I would be left in that social status among the people that nobody would speak to me or offer the funeral prayer for me. But Allah revealed His forgiveness for us to the Prophet in the last third of the night while Allah's Apostle was with Salama. Salama sympathized with me and helped me in my disaster. Allah's Apostle said, O Salama, Ka'b has been forgiven. She said, shall I send someone to him to give him the good tidings? He said, if you did so, the people would not let you sleep the rest of the night. So when the Prophet had offered the Fajr prayer, he announced Allah's forgiveness for us. His face used to look as bright as a piece of the full moon whenever he was pleased. When Allah revealed His forgiveness for us, we were the 3 whose case had been deferred while the excuse presented by those who had apologized had been accepted. But when there were mentioned those who had told the Prophet lies and remained behind the Battle of Tabuk, and had given false excuses, they were described with the worst description one may be described with. Allah said, they will present their excuses to you, Muslims, when you return to them. Say, present no excuses, we shall not believe you. Allah has already informed us of the true state of matters concerning you. Allah and His Apostle will observe your actions. 9, 94, Volume 6, Book 60, number 200, narrated Abdullah bin Ka'b, I heard Ka'b bin Malik talking about the story of the Battle of Tabuk when he remained behind. By Allah, I do not know anyone whom Allah has helped for telling the truth more than me since I mentioned that truth to Allah's Apostle till today. I have never intended to tell a lie. And Allah revealed to His Apostle, verily, Allah has forgiven the Prophet, the Muhajirin. And be with those who are true, in words and deeds. 9, 117 to 119, see Hadith number 702 Volume 5. Volume 6, Book 60, number 201, narrated Zayd bin Thabit al-Ansari, who was one of those who used to write the divine revelation, Abu Bakr sent for me after the heavy casualties among the warriors of the Battle of Yamama, where a great number of Qurra were killed. Umar was present with Abu Bakr, who said, Umar has come to me and said, the people have suffered heavy casualties on the day of the Battle of Yamama, and I am afraid that there will be more casualties among the Qurra, those who know the Quran by heart, at other battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost, unless you collect it. And I am of the opinion that you should collect the Quran. Abu Bakr added, I said to Umar, how can I do something which Allah's Apostle has not done? Umar said, to me, by Allah, it is, really, a good thing. So Umar kept on pressing, trying to persuade me to accept his proposal, till Allah opened my bosom for it and I had the same opinion as Umar. Zayd bin Thabit added. Umar was sitting with him, Abu Bakr, and was not speaking. Me. You are a wise young man and we do not suspect you of telling lies or of forgetfulness, and you used to write the divine inspiration for Allah's Apostle. Therefore, look for the Quran and collect it, in one manuscript. By Allah, if he, Abu Bakr, had ordered me to shift one of the mountains from its place, it would not have been harder for me than what he had ordered me concerning the collection of the Quran. I said to both of them, how dare you do a thing which the Prophet has not done? Abu Bakr said, by Allah, it is, really, a good thing. So I kept on arguing with him about it till Allah opened my bosom for that which He had opened the bosoms of Abu Bakr and Umar. So I started locating Quranic material and collecting it from parchments, scapula, leaf stalks of date palms, and from the memories of men who knew it by heart. I found with Khuzaimah 2 verses of Surat at-Tawbah which I had not found with anybody else, and they were, Verily, there has come to you an apostle, Muhammad, from amongst yourselves. It grieves him that you should receive any injury or difficulty. He, Muhammad, is ardently anxious over you, to be rightly guided. 9. 128. The manuscript on which the Quran was collected, remained with Abu Bakr till Allah took him unto him, and then with Umar till Allah took him unto him, and finally it remained with Hafsa, Umar's daughter. Volume 6, Book 60, number 202, narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet arrived at Medina, the Jews were observing the fast on Ashura, 10th of Muharram, and they said, This is the day when Moses became victorious over Pharaoh. On that, the Prophet said to his companions, You, Muslims, have more right to celebrate Moses' victory than they have, so observe the fast on this day. Volume 6, Book 60, number 203, narrated Muhammad bin Abbas bin Ja'far, that he heard Ibn Abbas reciting, No doubt. They fold up their breasts. 11:5, and asked him about its explanation. He said, Some people used to hide themselves while answering the call of nature in an open space lest they be exposed to the sky, and also when they had sexual relation with their wives in an open space lest they be exposed to the sky, so the above revelation was sent down regarding them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 204, narrated Muhammad bin Abbas bin Ja'far, Ibn Abbas recited, No doubt. They fold up their breasts. I said, O Abu Abbas, what is meant by, they fold up their breasts? He said, a man used to feel shy on having sexual relation with his wife or on answering the call of nature, in an open space, so this verse was revealed, no doubt. They fold up their breasts. Volume 6, Book 60, number 205, narrated Amr Ibn Abbas recited, no doubt. They fold up their breasts in order to hide from him. Surely. Even when they cover themselves with their garments. 11:5, Volume 6, Book 60, number 206, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, Spend, O man, and I shall spend on you. He also said, Allah's hand is full, and its fullness is not affected by the continuous spending night and day. He also said, Do you see what he has spent since he created the heavens and the earth? Nevertheless, what is in his hand is not decreased, and his throne was over the water, and in his hand there is the balance of justice, whereby he raises and lowers people. Volume 6, Book 60, number 207, narrated Safwan bin Mu'riz, while Ibn Umar was performing the tawaf around the Kaaba, a man came up to him and said, O Abu Abdurrahman, or said, O Ibn Umar, did you hear anything from the Prophet about an-Najah? Ibn Umar said, I heard the Prophet saying, the believer will be brought near his Lord. Hisham, a sub-narrator said, reporting the Prophet's words, the believer will come near his Lord, till his Lord covers him with his screen and makes him confess his sins. Allah will ask him, do you know that you did such and such sin? He will say twice, yes, I do. Then Allah will say, I concealed it in the world and I forgive it for you today. Then the record of his good deeds will be folded up. As for the others, or the disbelievers, it will be announced publicly before the witnesses, these are ones who lied against their Lord. Volume 6, Book 60, number 208, narrated Abu Musa, Allah's Apostle said, Allah gives respite to the oppressor, but when he takes him over, he never releases him. Then he recited, such is the seizure of your Lord when he seizes population of towns in the midst of their wrong, painful indeed, and severe is his seizure. 11:102, Volume 6, Book 60, number 209, narrated Ibn Masud, a man kissed a woman and then came to Allah's Apostle and told him of that. So this divine inspiration was revealed to the Prophet, and offer prayers perfectly at the two ends of the day, and in some hours of the night, i.e., 5 compulsory prayers. Verily, the good deeds remove the evil deeds, small sins, that is a reminder for the mindful. 11:114, the man said, Is this instruction for me only? The Prophet said, It is for all those of my followers who encounter a similar situation. Volume 6, Book 60, number 210, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, the Prophet said, The Honorable, the son of the Honorable, the son of the Honorable, i.e. Joseph, the son of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham. Volume 6, Book 60, number 211, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle was asked, who are the most honorable of the people? The Prophet said, the most honorable of them in Allah's sight are those who keep their duty to Allah and fear Him. They said, we do not ask you about that. He said, then the most honorable of the people is Joseph, Allah's Prophet, the son of Allah's Prophet, the son of Allah's Prophet, the son of Allah's Khalil i.e. Abraham. They said, we do not ask you about that. The Prophet said, do you ask about the virtues of the ancestry of the Arabs? They said, yes. He said, those who were the best amongst you in the pre-Islamic period are the Volume 6, Book 60, number 212, narrated Az Zuri, Urwa bin Az Zubayr, Said bin al-Musayyab, Alqama bin Waqas, and Ubaydullah bin Abdullah related the narration of Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, when the slanderers had said about her what they had said, and Allah later declared her innocence. Each of them related a part of the narration, wherein the Prophet said to Aisha, if you are innocent, then Allah will declare your innocence, but if you have committed a sin, then ask for Allah's forgiveness and repent to Him. Aisha said, by Allah, I find no example for my case except that of Joseph's father, when he said, so, for me, patience is most fitting. Then Allah revealed the 10 verses, verily those who spread the slander are a gang amongst you. 24:11, Volume 6, Book 60, number 213, narrated Ruman, who was Aisha's mother, while I was with Aisha, Aisha got fever, whereupon the Prophet said, probably her fever is caused by the story related by the people about her. I said, yes. Then Aisha sat up and said, my example and your example is similar to that of Jacob and his sons, nay, but your minds have made up a tale. So, for me, patience is most fitting. It is Allah, alone, whose help can be sought against that which you assert. 12:18, Volume 6, Book 60, number 214, narrated Abu Wail, Abdullah bin Mas'ud recited, Haytalaka, come you, and added, we recite it as we were taught it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 215, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, when the Prophet realized that the Quraysh had delayed in embracing Islam, he said, O Allah, protect me against their evil by afflicting them with 7 years of famine, like the 7 years of Prophet Joseph. So they were struck with a year of famine that destroyed everything till they had to eat bones, until a man would look towards the sky and see something like smoke between him and it. Allah said, then watch you, O Muhammad, for the day when the sky will produce a kind of smoke plainly visible. 44:10, and Allah further said, verily, we shall withdraw the punishment a little, verily you will return to disbelief. 44:15, will Allah relieve them from torture on the day of resurrection? The punishment of the smoke had passed, and Al-Bukhara, the destruction of the pagans in the bad battle, had passed too. Volume 6, Book 60, number 216, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, may Allah bestow His mercy on Prophet Lot. When his nation troubled him, he wished if he could betake himself to some powerful support, and if I were to remain in prison for the period Joseph had remained, I would surely respond to the call, and we shall have more right to be in doubt than Abraham, when Allah said to him, don't you believe? Abraham said, yes, I do believe, but to be stronger in faith, too. 260, Volume 6, Book 60, number 217, narrated Urwa bin Az Zubayr, that when he asked Aisha about the statement of Allah until when the apostles gave up hope of their people. 12:110, she told him its meaning. Urwa added, I said, did they, apostles, suspect that they were betrayed by Allah, or that they were treated as liars by their people? Aisha said, they suspected that they were treated as liars by their people. I said, but they were sure that their people treated them as liars, and it was not a matter of suspicion. She said, yes, upon my life they were sure about it. I said to her, so they, apostles, suspected that they were betrayed by Allah? She said, Allah forbid. The apostles never suspected their Lord of such a thing. I said, what about this verse then? She said, it is about the apostles' followers who believed in their Lord and trusted their apostles, but the period of trials was prolonged and victory was delayed till the apostles gave up all hope of converting those of the people who disbelieved them, and the apostles thought that their followers treated them as liars. Thereupon Allah's help came to them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 218, narrated Urwa, I told her, Aisha, regarding the above narration, they, apostles, were betrayed by Allah. She said, Allah forbid, or said similarly. Volume 6, Book 60, number 219, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle said, the keys of unseen are 5 which none knows but Allah, none knows what will happen tomorrow but Allah, none knows what is in the wombs, a male child or a female, but Allah, none knows when it will rain but Allah, none knows at what place one will die, none knows when the hour will be established but Allah. See the Quran 31:34. Volume 6, Book 60, number 220, narrated Ibn Umar, while we were with Allah's Apostle he said, tell me of a tree which resembles a Muslim man. Its leaves do not fall and it does not, and does not, and does not, and it gives its fruits every now and then. It came to my mind that such a tree must be the date palm, but seeing Abu Bakr and Umar saying nothing, I disliked to speak. So when they did not say anything, Allah's Apostle said, it is the date palm tree. When we got up from that place, I said to Umar, O my father! By Allah, it came to my mind that it must be the date palm tree. Umar said, what prevented you from speaking? I replied, I did not see you speaking, so I misliked to speak or say anything. Umar then said, if you had said it, it would have been dearer to me than so-and-so. Volume 6, Book 60, number 221, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, Allah's Apostle said, when a Muslim is questioned in his grave, he will testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and that Muhammad is Allah's Apostle, and that is what is meant by Allah's statement, Allah will keep firm those who believe with a word that stands firm in this world and in the hereafter. 14:27, Volume 6, Book 60, number 222, narrated Atta, when Ibn Abbas heard, have you not seen those who have changed the favor of Allah into disbelief? 14:28, he said, those were the disbelieving pagans of Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, number 223, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, when Allah has ordained some affair in the heaven, the angels beat with their wings in obedience to his statement, which sounds like a chain dragged over a rock. Ali and other sub-narrators said, the sound reaches them. Until when fear is banished from their hearts, they, angels, say, what was it that your Lord said? They say, the truth, and he is the Most High, the Most Great. 34:23, then those who gain a hearing by stealing, i.e. devils, will hear Allah's statement, those who gain a hearing by stealing, stand one over the other like this. Sufyan, to illustrate this, spread the fingers of his right hand and placed them one over the other horizontally. A flame may overtake and burn the eavesdropper before conveying the news to the one below him, or it may not overtake him till he has conveyed it to the one below him, who in his turn, conveys it to the one below him, and so on till they convey the news to the earth. Or probably Sufyan said, till the news reaches the earth. Then the news is inspired to a sorcerer who would add 100 lies to it. His prophecy will prove true, as far as the heavenly news is concerned. The people will say, didn't he tell us that on such and such a day, such and such a thing will happen? We have found that is true because of the true news heard from heaven. Volume 6, Book 60, number 224, narrated Abu Hurairah, the same hadith above, starting, when Allah has ordained some affair. In this narration the word foreteller is added to the word wizard. Volume 6, Book 60, number 225, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, while we were going for the battle of Tabuk and when we reached the places of the dwellers of Al-Hijr, Allah's Apostle said about the dwellers of Al-Hijr, to us, do not enter the dwelling places of these people unless you enter weeping, but if you weep not, then do not enter upon them, lest you be afflicted with what they were afflicted with. Volume 6, Book 60, number 226, narrated Abu Said al-Mu'alla, while I was praying, the Prophet passed by and called me, but I did not go to him till I had finished my prayer. When I went to him, he said, what prevented you from coming? I said, I was praying. He said, didn't Allah say, O you who believes, give your response to Allah, by obeying him, and to his apostle? 8:24, then he added, shall I tell you the most superior surah in the Quran before I go out of the mosque? When the Prophet intended to go out of the mosque, I reminded him and he said, that is, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, Surat al-Fatiha, which is the 7 oft-repeated verses, Al-Mathani, and the Grand Quran which has been given to me. Volume 6, Book 60, number 227, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the substance of the Quran is the 7 oft-repeated verses, Al-Mathani, and is the Great Quran, i.e. Surat al-Fatiha. Volume 6, Book 60, number 228, narrated Ibn Abbas, those who have made their scripture into parts are the people of the scripture who divided it into portions and believed in a part of it and disbelieved the other. Volume 6, Book 60, number 229, narrated Ibn Abbas, concerning, as we sent down, the scripture, on those who are divided, Jews and Christians. 1590, they believed in part of it and disbelieved in the other, the Jews and the Christians. The Christians. Volume 6, Book 60, number 230, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah's apostle used to invoke thus, O Allah! I seek refuge with you from miserliness, laziness, from old geriatric age, the punishment in the grave, from the affliction of Ad-Dajjal, and from the afflictions of life and death. Volume 6, Book 60, number 231, narrated Ibn Mas'ud, Surat Bani Israel and Al-Kahf and Mary are among my first old property. Volume 6, Book 60, number 232, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle was presented with 2 cups, one containing wine and the other milk on the night of his night journey at Jerusalem. He looked at it and took the milk. Gabriel said, Thanks to Allah who guided you to the fitra, i.e. Islam, if you had taken the wine, your followers would have gone astray. Volume 6, Book 60, number 233, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, when the Quraysh disbelieved me, concerning my night journey, I stood up in Al-Hijr, the unroofed portion of the Kaaba, and Allah displayed Bayt al-Maqdis before me, and I started to inform them, Quraysh, about its signs while looking at it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 234, narrated Abdullah, during the pre-Islamic period of ignorance if any tribe became great in number, we used to say, Amir are the children of so-and-so. Volume 6, Book 60, number 235, narrated Al-Humaydi, Safiyan narrated to us something and used the word Amira. Volume 6, Book 60, number 236, narrated Abu Hurairah, some cooked meat was brought to Allah's apostle and the meat of a forearm was presented to him as he used to like it. He ate a morsel of it and said, I will be the chief of all the people on the day of resurrection. Do you know the reason for it? Allah will gather all the human being of early generations as well as late generation on one plane so that the announcer will be able to make them all hear his voice and the watcher will be able to see all of them. The sun will come so close to the people that they will suffer such distress and trouble as they will not be able to bear or stand. Then the people will say, Don't you see to what state you have reached? Won't you look for someone who can intercede for you with your Lord? Some people will say to some others, Go to Adam. So they will go to Adam and say to him, You are the father of mankind, Allah created you with his own hand, and breathed into you of his spirit, meaning the spirit which he created for you, and ordered the angels to prostrate before you, so, please, intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? Don't you see what condition we have reached? Adam will say, Today my Lord has become angry as he has never become before, nor will ever become thereafter. He forbade me to eat of the fruit of the tree, but I disobeyed him. Myself has more need for intercession. Go to someone else, go to Noah. So they will go to Noah and say to him, O Noah, you are the first of Allah's messengers to the people of the earth, and Allah has named you a thankful slave, please intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? He will say, Today my Lord has become angry as he has never become nor will ever become thereafter. I had, in the world, the right to make one definitely accepted invocation, and I made it against my nation. Myself. Go to someone else, go to Abraham. They will go to Abraham and say, O Abraham, you are Allah's apostle and his Khalil from among the people of the earth, so please intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? He will say to them, My Lord has today become angry as he has never become before, nor will ever become thereafter. I had told 3 lies, Abu Hayyan, the sub-narrator, mentioned them in the Hadith, myself. Go to someone else, go to Moses. The people will then go to Moses and say, O Moses, you are Allah's apostle and Allah gave you superiority above the others with this message and with his direct talk to you, please, intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? Moses will say, my Lord has today become angry as he has never become before, nor will become thereafter. I killed a person whom I had not been ordered to kill. Myself. 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 Go to someone else, go to Jesus. So they will go to Jesus and say, O Jesus, you are Allah's apostle and his word which he sent to Mary, and a superior soul created by him, and you talked to the people while still young in the cradle. Please intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? Jesus will say, my Lord has today become angry as he has never become before nor will ever become thereafter. Jesus will not mention any sin, but will say, myself. 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 Go to someone else, go to Muhammad. So they will come to me and say, O Muhammad, you are Allah's apostle and the last of the prophets, and Allah forgave your early and late sins. Please, intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? The Prophet added, then I will go beneath Allah's throne and fall in prostration before my Lord. And then Allah will guide me to such praises and glorification to him as he has never guided anybody else before me. Then it will be said, O Muhammad, raise your head. Ask, and it will be granted. Intercede, your intercession will be accepted. So I will raise my head and say, my followers, O my Lord. My followers, O my Lord. It will be said, O Muhammad, let those of your followers who have no accounts enter through such a gate of the gates of paradise as lies on the right, and they will share the other gates with the people. The Prophet further said, by him in whose hand my soul is, the distance between every two gateposts of paradise is like the distance between Mecca and Basra, in Sham. Volume 6, Book 60, number 237, narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the recitation of Psalms, David's Quran, was made light and easy for David that he used to have his riding animal be saddled while he would finish the recitation before the servant had saddled it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 238, narrated Abdullah, regarding the explanation of the verse, those whom they call upon, worship, like Jesus the Son of Mary, angels etc. Desire, for themselves, means of access to their Lord, Allah, as to which of them should be the nearer, and they hope for his mercy and fear his torment. 1757, they themselves, e.g. angels, saints, apostles, Jesus, etc., worshipped Allah. Those jinns who were worshipped by some Arabs became Muslims, embraced Islam, but those human beings stuck to their old religion. Al-Amash said extra, say, O Muhammad, call unto those besides him whom you assume to be gods. 1756, Volume 6, Book 60, number 239, narrated Abdullah, regarding the verse, those whom they call upon, worship, like Jesus the Son of Mary or angels etc., desire, for themselves, means of access to their Lord. 1757, it was revealed regarding some jinns who used to be worshipped by human beings. They later embraced Islam, while those people kept on worshipping them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 240, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding, and we granted the vision, ascension to the heaven, Mi'raj, which we showed you, O Muhammad, as an actual eyewitness, but as a trial for mankind. 1760, it was an actual eyewitness which was shown to Allah's apostle during the night he was taken on a journey through the heavens. And the cursed tree is the tree of Az-Zakum, a bitter pungent tree which grows at the bottom of hell. Volume 6, Book 60, number 241, narrated Ibn al-Musayyab, Abu Huraira said, the Prophet said, a prayer performed in congregation is 25 times more superior in reward to a prayer performed by a single person. The angels of the night and the angels of the day are assembled at the time of the Fajr, morning, prayer. Abu Huraira added, if you wish, you can recite, verily. The recitation of the Quran in the early dawn, morning prayer, is ever witnessed, attended by the angels of the day and the night. 1778, Volume 6, Book 60, number 242, narrated Ibn Umar, on the day of resurrection the people will fall on their knees and every nation will follow their prophet and they will say, O so-and-so, intercede for us with Allah, till the right intercession is given to the Prophet, Muhammad, and that will be the day when Allah will raise him into a station of praise and glory, i.e. al-Makam, al-Mahmud. Volume 6, Book 60, number 243, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Allah's Apostle said, whoever, after listening to the adhan, for the prayer, says, O Allah, the Lord of this complete call and of this prayer, which is going to be established. Give Muhammad al-Wazila and al-Fadila and Volume 6, Book 60, number 244, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, Allah's Apostle entered Mecca, in the year of the conquest, and there were 360 idols around the Kaaba. He then started hitting them with a stick in his hand and say, Truth, i.e. Islam, has come and falsehood, disbelief, vanished. Truly falsehood, disbelief, is ever bound to vanish. 1781, Truth has come and falsehood, Iblis, cannot create anything. 3449, Volume 6, Book 60, number 245, narrated Abdullah, while I was in the company of the Prophet on a farm and he was reclining on a palm leaf stalk, some Jews passed by. Some of them said to the others, Ask him, the Prophet, about the Spirit. Some of them said, What urges you to ask him about it? Others said, Don't, lest he should give you a reply which you dislike. But they said, Ask him. So they asked him about the Spirit. The Prophet kept quiet and did not give them any answer. I knew that he was being divinely inspired, so I stayed at my place. When the divine inspiration had been revealed, the Prophet said, They ask you, O Muhammad, concerning the Spirit, say, The Spirit, its knowledge is with my Lord, and of knowledge you, mankind, have been given only a little. 1785, Volume 6, Book 60, number 246, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding neither say your prayer aloud, nor say it in a low tone. 110, this verse was revealed while Allah's Apostle was hiding himself in Mecca. When he prayed with his companions, he used to raise his voice with the recitation of Quran, and if the pagans happened to hear him, they would abuse the Quran, the one who revealed it and the one who brought it. Therefore Allah said to his Prophet, Neither say your prayer aloud. 110, i.e. do not recite aloud lest the pagans should hear you, but follow a way between. Volume 6, Book 60, number 247, narrated Aisha, the above verse was revealed in connection with the invocations. Volume 6, Book 60, number 248, narrated Ali, that one night Allah's Apostle came to him and Fatima and said, Don't you both offer the tahajjud prayer? Ali said, When Allah wishes us to get up, we get up. The Prophet then recited, But man is more quarrelsome than anything. 1854, see Hadith number 227, Volume 2, Volume 6, Book 60, number 249, narrated Said bin Jubair, I said to Ibn Abbas, Nawf al-Bakali claims that Moses, the companion of Al-Qadiyah, was not the Moses of the children of Israel. Ibn Abbas said, the enemy of Allah, Nawf, told a lie. Narrated Ubay bin Ka'b that he heard Allah's Apostle saying, Moses got up to deliver a speech before the children of Israel and he was asked, Who is the most learned person among the people? Moses replied, I am the most learned. Allah admonished him for he did not ascribe knowledge to Allah alone. So Allah revealed to him, At the junction of the two seas there is a slave of ours who is more learned than you. Moses asked, O my Lord, how can I meet him? Allah said, Take a fish and put it in a basket, and set out, and where you will lose the fish, you will find him. So Moses took a fish and put it in a basket and set out, along with his boy-servant Yusha bin Nun, till they reached a rock, on which they both lay their heads and slept. The fish moved vigorously in the basket and got out of it and fell into the sea, and there it took its way through the sea, straight, as in a tunnel. 1861, Allah stopped the current of water on both sides of the way created by the fish, and so that way was like a tunnel. When Moses got up, his companion forgot to tell him about the fish, and so they carried on their journey during the rest of the day and the whole night. The next morning Moses asked his boy-servant to bring us our early meal. No doubt, we have suffered much fatigue in this journey of ours. 1862, Moses did not get tired till he had passed the place which Allah had ordered him to seek after. His boy-servant then said to him, Do you remember when we betook ourselves to the rock? I indeed forgot the fish, none but Satan made me forget to remember it. It took its course into the sea in a marvelous way. 1863, there was a tunnel for the fish, and for Moses and his boy-servant there was astonishment. Moses said, That is what we have been seeking. So they went back retracing their footsteps. 1864, they both returned, retracing their steps till they reached the rock. Behold! There they found a man covered with a garment. Moses greeted him. Al-Qadir said astonishingly, "Is there such a greeting in your land?" Moses said, "I am Moses." He said, "Are you the Moses of the children of Israel?" Moses said, "I have come to you so that you may teach me of what you have been taught." Al-Qadir said, "You will not be able to have patience with me." 1866, O Moses! I have some of Allah's knowledge which He has bestowed upon me, but you do not know it, and you too have some of Allah's knowledge which He has bestowed upon you, but I do not know it. Moses said, "Allah willing, you will find me patient, and I will not disobey you in anything." 18:6, Al-Qadir said to him, "If you then follow me, do not ask me about anything until I myself speak to you concerning it." 18:70, after that both of them proceeded along the sea coast, till a boat passed by, and they requested the crew to let them go on board. The crew recognized Al-Qadir and allowed them to get on board free of charge. When they got on board, suddenly Moses saw that Al-Qadir had pulled out one of the planks of the boat with an adze. Moses said to him, "These people gave us a free lift, yet you have scuttled their boat so as to drown its people. Truly, you have done a dreadful thing." 1871, Al-Qadir said, "Didn't I say that you can have no patience with me?" 1872, Moses said, "Call me not to account for what I forgot, and be not hard upon me for my affair with you." 1873, Allah's Apostle said, the first excuse given by Moses was that he had forgotten. Then a sparrow came and sat over the edge of the boat and dipped its beak once in the sea. Al-Qadir said to Moses, "My knowledge and your knowledge, compared to Allah's knowledge, is like what this sparrow has taken out of the sea." Then they both got out of the boat, and while they were walking on the seashore, Al-Qadir saw a boy playing with other boys. Al-Qadir got hold of the head of that boy and pulled it out with his hands and killed him. Moses said, "Have you killed an innocent soul who has killed nobody? Truly, you have done an illegal thing." 1874, he said, "Didn't I tell you that you can have no patience with me?" 1875, the sub-narrator said, the second blame was stronger than the first one. Moses said, "If I ask you about anything after this, keep me not in your company, you have received an excuse from me." 1876, then they both proceeded until they came to the inhabitants of a town. They asked them food, but they refused to entertain them. In that town, they found there a wall on the point of falling down. 1877, Al-Qadir set it up straight with his own hands. Moses said, "These are people to whom we came, but they neither fed us nor received us as guests. If you had wished, you could surely have exacted some recompense for it." Al-Qadir said, "This is the parting between me and you. That is the interpretation of those things over which you were unable to hold patience." 1878-82, Allah's Apostle said, "We wished that Moses could have been more patient so that Allah might have described to us more about their story." Volume 6, Book 60, number 250, narrated Ibn Jurayj, Wa'ila bin Muslim and Amr bin Dinar, and some others narrated the narration of Said bin Jubair. Narrated said, "While we were at the house of Ibn Abbas said, 'Ask me any question.' I said, 'O Abu Abbas, may Allah let me be sacrificed for you.' There is a man at Kufa who is a storyteller called North, who claims that he, Al-Qadir's companion, is not Moses of Bani Israel. As for Amr, he said to me, Ibn Abbas said, 'North, the enemy of Allah told a lie.' But Wa'ila said to me, Ibn Abbas said, Ubay bin Ka'b said, Allah's Apostle said, once Moses, Allah's Apostle, preached to the people till their eyes shed tears and their hearts became tender, whereupon he finished his sermon. Then a man came to Moses and asked, O Allah's Apostle, is there anyone on the earth who is more learned than you? Moses replied, No. So Allah admonished him, Moses, for he did not ascribe all knowledge to Allah. It was said, on behalf of Allah, yes, there is a slave of ours who knows more than you. Moses said, O my Lord, where is he? Allah said, at the junction of the two seas. Moses said, O my Lord, tell me of a sign whereby I will recognize the place. Amr said to me, Allah said, that place will be where the fish will leave you. Allah said to me, Allah said, to Moses, take a dead fish, and your goal will be the place where it will become alive. So Moses took a fish and put it in a basket and said to his boy servant, I don't want to trouble you, except that you should inform me as soon as this fish leaves you. He said to Moses, you have not demanded too much. And that is as mentioned by Allah, and, remember, when Moses said to his attendant, 1860, Yusha bin Nun said did not state that. The Prophet said, while the attendant was in the shade of the rock at a wet place, the fish slipped out, alive, while Moses was sleeping. His attendant said to himself, I will not wake him, but when he woke up, he forgot to tell him the fish slipped out and entered the sea. Allah stopped the flow of the sea where the fish was, so that its trace looked as if it was made on a rock. Amr, forming a hole with his 2 thumbs and index fingers, said to me, like this, as in its trace was made on a rock. Moses said, we have suffered much fatigue on this journey of ours. This was not narrate by said. Then they returned back and found Al-Qadir. Uthman bin Abi Sulayman said to me, they found him, on a green carpet in the middle of the sea. Al-Qadir was covered with his garment with one end under his feet and the other end under his head. When Moses greeted, he uncovered his face and said astonishingly, is there such a greeting in my land? Who are you? Moses said, I am Moses. Al-Qadir said, you the Moses of Bani Israel? Moses said, yes. Al-Qadir said, what do you want? Moses said, I came to you so that you may teach me of the truth which you were taught. Al-Qadir said, is it not sufficient for you that the Torah is in your hands and the divine inspiration comes to you, O Moses? Verily, I have a knowledge that you ought not learn, and you have a knowledge which I ought not learn. At that time a bird took with its beak some water from the sea. Al-Qadir then said, by Allah, my knowledge and your knowledge besides Allah's knowledge is like what this bird has taken with its beak from the sea. Until, when they went on board the boat, 1871, they found a small boat which used to carry the people from this seaside to the other seaside. The crew recognized Al-Qadir and said, the pious slave of Allah. We said to said, was that Qadir? He said, yes. The boatmen said, we will not get him on board with fair. Al-Qadir scuttled the boat and then plugged the hole with a piece of wood. Moses said, have you scuttled it in order to drown these people? Surely, you have done a dreadful thing. 1871, Mujahid said. Moses said so protestingly. Al-Qadir said, didn't I say that you can have no patience with me? 1872, the first inquiry of Moses was done because of forgetfulness, the second caused him to be bound with a stipulation, and the third was done he intentionally. Moses said, call me not to account for what I forgot and be not hard upon me for my affair with you. 1873, then, they found a boy and Al-Qadir killed him. Allah said they found boys playing and Al-Qadir got hold of a handsome infidel boy, laid him down and then slew him with knife. Moses said, have you killed an innocent soul who has killed nobody? 1874, then they proceeded and found a wall which was on the point of falling down, and Al-Qadir set it up straight, said moved his hand thus and said, Al-Qadir raised his hand and the wall became straight. Allah said, I think said Al-Qadir touched the wall with his hand and it became straight. Moses said to Al-Qadir, if you had wished, you could have taken wages for it. Said, wages that we might had eaten. And there was a king in furor, ahead of them, 1879, and there was in front of them. Ibn Abbas recited, in front of them, was, a king. It is said on the authority of somebody other than said that the king was Hudad bin Budad. They say that the boy was called Hisar, a king who seized every ship by force. 1879, so I wished that if that boat passed by him, he would leave it because of its defect, and when they have passed they would repair it and get benefit from it. Some people said that they closed that hole with a bottle, and some said with tar. His parents were believers, and he, the boy, was a non-believer, and we, Qadir, feared lest he would oppress them by obstinate rebellion and disbelief. 1880, i.e. that their love for him would urge them to follow him in his religion, so we, Qadir, desired that their Lord should change him for them for one better in righteousness and near to mercy, 18 hours 81 minutes. This was in reply to Moses saying, "Have you killed an innocent soul?" 18:74. Near to mercy means they will be more merciful to him than they were to the former whom Qadir had killed. Other than Sa'idi, said that they were compensated with a girl. Daud bin Abi Asim said on the authority of more than one that this next child was a girl. Volume 6, Book 60, number 251, narrated Said bin Jubair, I said to Ibn Abbas, Al-Bukhari claims that Moses of Bani Israel was not Moses, the companion of Al-Qadir. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's enemy tells a lie. Ubay bin Ka'b narrated to us that Allah's apostle said, Moses got up to deliver a sermon before Bani Israel and he was asked, who is the most learned person among the people? Moses replied, I am the most learned. Allah then admonished Moses for he did not ascribe all knowledge to Allah only. Then came the divine inspiration, yes, one of our slaves at the junction of the two seas is more learned than you. Moses said, O my Lord, how can meet him? Allah said, take a fish in a basket and wherever the fish is lost, follow it, you will find him at that place. So Moses set out along with his attendant Yusha bin Nun, and they carried with them a fish till they reached a rock and rested there. Moses put his head down and slept. Safiyan, a sub-narrator said that somebody other than Amr said, at the rock there was a water spring called Al-Hayat, and none came in touch with its water but became alive. So some of the water of that spring fell over that fish, so it moved and slipped out of the basket and entered the sea. When Moses woke up, he asked his attendant, bring our early meal, 18:62. The narrator added, Moses did not suffer from fatigue except after he had passed the place he had been ordered to observe. His attendant Yusha bin Nun said to him, do you remember what happened when we betook ourselves to the rock? I did indeed forget about the fish. 18:63. The narrator added, so they came back, retracing their steps, and then they found in the sea the way of the fish looking like a tunnel. So there was an astonishing event for his attendant, and there was tunnel for the fish. When they reached the rock, they found a man covered with a garment. Moses greeted him. The man said astonishingly, is there any such greeting in your land? Moses said, I am Moses. The man said, Moses of Bani Israel? Moses said, yes, and added, may I follow you so that you teach me something of the knowledge which you have been taught? 18:66. Al-Qadir said to him, O Moses, you have something of Allah's knowledge which Allah has taught you and which I do not know, and I have something of Allah's knowledge which Allah has taught me and which you do not know. Moses said, but I will follow you. Al-Qadir said, then if you follow me, ask me no question about anything until I myself speak to you concerning it. 18:70. After that both of them proceeded along the seashore. There passed by them a boat whose crew recognized Al-Qadir and received them on board free of charge. So they both got on board. A sparrow came and sat on the edge of the boat and dipped its beak unto the sea. Al-Qadir said to Moses, my knowledge and your knowledge and all the creation's knowledge compared to Allah's knowledge is not more than the water taken by this sparrow's beak. Then Moses was startled by Al-Qadir's action of taking an adze and scuttling the boat with it. Moses said to him, these people gave us a free lift, but you intentionally scuttled their boat so as to drown them. Surely you have. 18:71. Then they both proceeded and found a boy playing with other boys. Al-Qadir took hold of him by the head and cut it off. Moses said to him, have you killed an innocent soul who has killed nobody? Surely you have done an illegal thing. 18:74. He said, didn't I tell you that you will not be able to have patience with me up to? But they refused to entertain them as their guests. There they found a wall therein at the point of collapsing. 18:75-77. Al-Qadir moved his hand thus and set it upright, repaired it. Moses said to him, when we entered this town, they neither gave us hospitality nor fed us. If you had wished, you could have taken wages for it. Al-Qadir said, this is the parting between you and me. I will tell you the interpretation of those things about which you were unable to hold patience. 18:78. Allah's apostle said, we wished that Moses could have been more patient so that he, Allah, could have described to us more about their story. Ibn Abbas used to recite, and in front, ahead of them there was a king who used to seize every serviceable boat by force. 1879. And as for the boy, he was a disbeliever. Volume 6, Book 60, number 252, narrated Musab, I asked my father, was the verse, say, O Muhammad, shall we tell you the greatest losers in respect of their deeds? 103, revealed regarding Al-Haruriyya? He said, no, but regarding the Jews and the Christians, for the Jews disbelieved Muhammad and the Christians disbelieved in paradise and say that there are neither meals nor drinks therein. Al-Haruriyya are those people who break their pledge to Allah after they have confirmed that they will fulfill it, and Sa'd used to call them Al-Fasikin, revilders who forsake Allah's obedience. Volume 6, Book 60, number 253, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, on the day of resurrection, a huge fat man will come who will not weigh the weight of the wing of a mosquito in Allah's sight, and then the Prophet added, we shall not give them any weight on the day of resurrection. 105, Volume 6, Book 60, number 254, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, Allah's Apostle said, on the day of resurrection death will be brought forward in the shape of a black and white ram. Then a call maker will call, O people of paradise. Thereupon they will stretch their necks and look carefully. The caller will say, do you know this? They will say, yes, this is death. By then all of them will have seen it. Then it will be announced again, O people of hell. They will stretch their necks and look carefully. The caller will say, do you know this? They will say, yes, this is death. And by then all of them will have seen it. Then it, that ram, will be slaughtered and the caller will say, O people of paradise. Eternity for you and no death, O people of hell. Eternity for you and no death. Then the Prophet recited and warned them of the day of distress when the case has been decided, while, now, they are in a state of carelessness, i.e. the people of the world, and they do not believe. 1939, Volume 6, Book 60, number 255, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said to Gabriel, what prevents you from visiting us more often than you visit us now? So there was revealed, and we, angels, descend not but by the command of your Lord. To him belongs what is before us and what is behind us. 1964, Volume 6, Book 60, number 256, narrated Kabab, I came to Al-Asi bin Wa'il as-Sami and demanded something which he owed me. He said, I will not give you your money till you disbelieve in Muhammad. I said, no, I shall not disbelieve in Muhammad till you die and then be resurrected. He said, will I die and then be resurrected? I said, yes. He said, then I will have wealth and children there, and I will pay you there. So this verse was revealed, have you then seen him who disbelieved in our signs and, yet, says, I shall certainly be given wealth and children? 1977, Volume 6, Book 60, number 257, narrated Kabab, I was a blacksmith in Mecca once. I made a sword for Al-Asi bin Wa'il as-Sami. When I went to demand its price, he said, I will not give it to you till you disbelieve in Muhammad. I said, I shall not disbelieve in Muhammad till Allah make you die and then bring you to life again. He said, if Allah should make me die and then resurrect me, and I would have wealth and children. So Allah revealed, have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs, and, yet, says I shall certainly be given wealth and children? Has he known the unseen, or has he taken a covenant from Allah, the Beneficent? 1977-78, Volume 6, Book 60, number 258, narrated Masruq, Kabab said, during the pre-Islamic period, I was a blacksmith and Al-Asi bin Wa'il owed me a debt. So Kabab went to him to demand the debt. He said, I will not give you your due till you disbelieve in Muhammad. Kabab said, by Allah, I shall not disbelieve in Muhammad till Allah makes you die and then resurrects you. Al-Asi said, so leave me till I die and then be resurrected, for I will be given wealth and children, whereupon I will pay you your debt. So this verse was revealed, have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs and, yet, says, I shall certainly be given wealth and children. 1977, Volume 6, Book 60, number 259, narrated Kabab, I was a blacksmith and Al-Asi bin Wa'il owed me a debt, so I went to him to demand it. He said to me, I will not pay you your debt till you disbelieve in Muhammad. I said, I will not disbelieve in Muhammad till you die and then be resurrected. He said, will I be resurrected after my death? If so, I shall pay you, there, if I should find wealth and children. So there was revealed, have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs, and yet says, I shall certainly be given wealth and children? Has he, known to the unseen, or has he taken a covenant from Allah, the Beneficent? Nay. We shall record what he says, and we shall add to his punishment. And we shall inherit from him all that he talks of, and he shall appear before us alone. 19, 77-80, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 260, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, Adam and Moses met, and Moses said to Adam, you are the one who made people miserable and turned them out of paradise. Adam said to him, you are the one whom Allah selected for his message and whom he selected for himself and upon whom he revealed the Torah. Moses said, yes. Adam said, did you find that written in my fate before my creation? Moses said, yes. So Adam overcame Moses with this argument. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 261, narrated Ibn Abbas, when Allah's Apostle arrived at Medina, he found the Jews observing the fast on the day of Ashura, 10th of Muharram. The Prophet asked them about it, and they replied, this is the day when Moses became victorious over Pharaoh. The Prophet said, to the Muslims, we are nearer to Moses than they, so fast on this day. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 262, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, Moses argued with Adam and said to him, Adam, you are the one who got the people out of paradise by your sin, and thus made them miserable. Adam replied, O Moses, you are the one whom Allah selected for his message and for his direct talk. Yet you blame me for a thing which Allah had ordained for me before he created me. Allah's Apostle further said, so Adam overcame Moses by this argument. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 263, narrated Abdullah, the surahs of Bani Israel, Al-Kahf, Maryam, Toha and Al-Anbiya are from the very old surahs which I learnt by heart, and they are my first property. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 264, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet delivered a sermon and said, you, people, will be gathered before Allah, on the day of resurrection, barefooted, naked and uncircumcised. The Prophet then recited, as we began the first creation, we shall repeat it. It is a promise we have undertaken and truly we shall do it, and added, the first man who will be dressed on the day of resurrection, will be Abraham. Lo! Some men from my followers will be brought and taken towards the left side, whereupon I will say, O Lord, these are my companions. It will be said, you do not know what new things they introduced into the religion after you. I will then say as the righteous pious slave, Jesus, said, I was a witness over them while I dwelt among them. To his statement. And you are the witness to all things. 5:117, then it will be said, O Muhammad, these people never stopped to apostate since you left them. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 265, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, the Prophet said, on the day of resurrection Allah will say, O Adam. Adam will reply, Labbaik our Lord, and Sadiq, then there will be a loud call, saying, Allah orders you to take from among your offspring a mission for the hell fire. Adam will say, O Lord. Who are the mission for the hell fire? Allah will say, out of each 1,000, take out 999. At that time every pregnant female shall drop her load, have a miscarriage, and a child will have grey hair. And you shall see mankind as in a drunken state, yet not drunk, but severe will be the torment of Allah. 22:2 When the Prophet mentioned this, the people were so distressed and afraid that their faces got changed in color, whereupon the Prophet said, from Gog and Magog 999 will be taken out and one from you. You Muslims, compared to the large number of other people, will be like a black hair on the side of a white ox, or a white hair on the side of a black ox, and I hope that you will be 1/4 of the people of paradise. On that, we said, Allahu Akbar. Then he said, I hope that you will be 1/3 of the people of paradise. We again said, Allahu Akbar. Then he said, I hope that you will be 1/2 of the people of paradise. So we said, Allahu Akbar. Volume 6, Book 60, number 266, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, and among men is he who worships Allah's as it were on the very edge. 22:11. A man used to come to Medina as if his wife brought a son and his mares produces offspring. He would say, "This religion, Islam, is good," but if his wife did not give birth to a child and his mares produce no offspring, he would say, "This religion is bad." Volume 6, Book 60, number 267, narrated Qais bin Ubad, Abu Dar used to take an oath confirming that the verse, "These two opponents, believers and disbelievers, dispute with each other about their Lord." 22:19, was revealed in connection with Hamza and his two companions and Utbah and his two companions on the day when they ease out of the Battle of Badr. Volume 6, Book 60, number 268, narrated Qais bin Ubad, Ali said, "I will be the first to kneel before the Beneficent on that these two opponents, believers and disbelievers dispute with each other about their Lord." 22:19, was revealed in connection with those who came out for the Battle of Badr, i.e., Ali, Hamza, Ubaidah, Shaiba bin Rabi'a, Abba bin Rabi'a and Al-Wali bin Abba. Volume 6, Book 60, number 269, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, Uwaymir came to Asim bin Adi who was the chief of Bani Ajlan and said, "What do you say about a man who has found another man with his wife? Should he kill him whereupon you would kill him, i.e. the husband, or what should he do? Please ask Allah's Apostle about this matter on my behalf." Asim then went to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle," and asked him that question, but Allah's Apostle disliked the question. When Uwaymir asked Asim about the Prophet's answer, Asim replied that Allah's Apostle disliked such questions and considered it shameful. Uwaymir then said, "By Allah, I will not give up asking unless I ask Allah's Apostle about it." Uwaymir came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle, a man has found another man with his wife. Should he kill him whereupon you would kill him, the husband, in Qisas, or what should he do?" Allah's Apostle said, "Allah has revealed regarding you and your wife's case in the Quran," so Allah's Apostle ordered them to perform the measures of Mula'ana according to what Allah had mentioned in his book. So Uwaymir did Mula'ana with her and said, "O Allah's Apostle, if I kept her I would oppress her." So Uwaymir divorced her, and so divorce became a tradition after them for those who happened to be involved in a case of Mula'ana. Allah's Apostle then said, "Look, if she, Uwaymir's wife, delivers a black child with deep black large eyes, big hips and fat legs, then I will be of the opinion that Uwaymir has spoken the truth, but if she delivers a red child looking like a warrior then we will consider that Uwaymir has told a lie against her." Later on she delivered a child carrying the qualities which Allah's Apostle had mentioned as a proof for Uwaymir's claim, therefore the child was ascribed to its mother henceforth. Volume 6, Book 60, number 270, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a man came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle, suppose a man saw another man with his wife, should he kill him whereupon you might kill him, i.e. the killer, in Qisas, or what should he do?" So Allah revealed concerning their case what is mentioned of the order of Mula'ana. Allah's Apostle said to the man, "The matter between you and your wife has been decided." So they did Mula'ana in the presence of Allah's Apostle and I was present there, and then the man divorced his wife. So it became a tradition to dissolve the marriage of those spouses who were involved in a case of Mula'ana. The woman was pregnant and the husband denied that he was the cause of her pregnancy, so the son was, later, ascribed to her. Then it became a tradition that such a son would be the heir of his mother, and she would inherit of him what Allah prescribed for her. Volume 6, Book 60, number 271, narrated Ibn Abbas, Hilal bin Umayyah accused his wife of committing illegal sexual intercourse with Sharik bin Sama and filed the case before the Prophet. The Prophet said to Hilal, "Either you bring forth a proof, 4 witnesses, or you will receive the legal punishment, lashes, on your back." Hilal said, "O Allah's Apostle, if any one of us saw a man over his wife, would he go to seek after witnesses?" The Prophet kept on saying, "Either you bring forth the witnesses or you will receive the legal punishment, lashes, on your back." Hilal then said, "By him who sent you with the truth, I am telling the truth and Allah will reveal to you what will save my back from legal punishment." Then Gabriel came down and revealed to him, as for those who accuse their wives. 24, 6-9, the Prophet recited it till he reached, "Her accuser is telling the truth." Then the Prophet left and sent for the woman, and Hillel went, and brought her and then took the oaths, confirming the claim. The Prophet was saying, Allah knows that one of you is a liar, so will any of you repent? Then the woman got up and took the oaths, and when she was going to take the fifth one, the people stopped her and said, the fifth oath, will definitely bring Allah's curse on you, if you are guilty. So she hesitated and recoiled from taking the oath, so much that we thought that she would withdraw her denial. But then she said, I will not dishonor my family all through these days, and carried on the process of taking oaths. The Prophet then said, watch her, if she delivers a black-eyed child with big hips and fat shins, then it is Shorik bin Sama's child. Later she delivered a child of that description. So the Prophet said, if the case was not settled by Allah's law, I would punish her severely. Volume 6, Book 60, number 272, narrated Ibn Umar, a man accused his wife of illegal sexual intercourse and denied his paternity to her conceived child during the lifetime of Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle ordered them both to do mula'ana as Allah decreed, and then gave his decision that the child would be for the mother, and a divorce decree was issued for the couple involved in a case of mula'ana. Volume 6, Book 60, number 273, narrated Aisha, and as for him among them who had the greater share. 24:11, was Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul. Volume 6, Book 60, number 274, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, whenever Allah's apostle intended to go on a journey, he used to draw lots among his wives and would take with him the one on whom the lot had fallen. Once he drew lots when he wanted to carry out a ghazwa, and the lot came upon me. So I proceeded with Allah's apostle after Allah's order of veiling the women had been revealed, and thus I was carried in my howdah, on a camel, and dismounted while still in it. We carried on our journey, and when Allah's apostle had finished his ghazwa and returned and we approached Medina, Allah's apostle ordered to proceed at night. When the army was ordered to resume the homeward journey, I got up and walked until I left the army camp behind. When I had answered the call of nature, I went towards my howdah, but behold, a necklace of mine made of jaz asfar, a kind of black bead, was broken, and I looked for it, and my search for it detained me. The group of people who used to carry me came and carried my howdah onto the back of my camel on which I was riding, considering that I was therein. At that time women were light in weight and were not fleshy, for they used to eat little food, so those people did not feel the lightness of the howdah while raising it up, and I was still a young lady. They drove away the camel and proceeded. Then I found my necklace after the army had gone. I came to their camp but found nobody therein, so I went to the place where I used to stay, thinking that they would miss me and come back in my search. While I was sitting at my place, I felt sleepy and slept. Safwan bin al-Mu'attil as-Salami ad-Dakwani was behind the army. He had started in the last part of the night and reached my stationing place in the morning and saw the figure of a sleeping person. He came to me and recognized me on seeing me, for he used to see me before veiling. I got up because of his saying, Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi rajiun, which he uttered on recognizing me. I covered my face with my garment, and by Allah, he did not say to me a single word except, Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi rajiun, till he made his she-camel kneel down, whereupon he trod on its forelegs and I mounted it. Then Safwan set out, leading the she-camel that was carrying me, till we met the army while they were resting during the hot midday. Then whoever was meant for destruction, fell in destruction, and the leader of the ifk, forged statement, was Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul. After this we arrived at Medina, and I became ill for 1 month while the people were spreading the forged statements of the people of the ifk, and I was not aware of anything thereof. But what aroused my doubt while I was sick, was that I was no longer receiving from Allah's apostle the same kindness as I used to receive when I fell sick. Allah's apostle would enter upon me, say a greeting and add, "How is that, lady?" and then depart. That aroused my suspicion, but I was not aware of the propagated evil till I recovered from my ailment. I went out with a mister to answer the call of nature towards Al-Manasi, the place where we used to relieve ourselves, and used not to go out for this purpose except from night to night, and that was before we had lavatories close to our houses. And this habit of ours was similar to the habit of the old Arabs, in the deserts or in the tents, concerning the evacuation of the bowels, for we considered it troublesome and harmful to take lavatories in the houses. So I went out with Mister who was the daughter of Abi Rum bin Abd Manaf, and her mother was daughter of Sarka bin Amir who was the aunt of Abi Bakr as-Siddiq, and her son was Mr. bin Uthata. When we had finished our affair, Mr. and I came back towards my house. Mr. stumbled over her robe whereupon she said, "Let Mr. be ruined." I said to her, "What a bad word you have said. Do you abuse a man who has taken part in the Battle of Badr?" She said, "Oh, you there? Didn't you hear what he has said?" I said, "And what did he say?" She then told me the statement of the people of the Ifk, forged statement, which added to my ailment. When I returned home, Allah's Apostle came to me, and after greeting, he said, "How is that, lady?" I said, "Will you allow me to go to my parents?" At that time I intended to be sure of the news through them. Allah's Apostle allowed me, and I went to my parents and asked my mother, "Oh my mother, what are the people talking about?" My mother said, "Oh my daughter, take it easy, for by Allah, there is no charming lady who is loved by her husband who has other wives as well, but that those wives would find fault with her." I said, "Subhanallah. Did the people really talk about that?" That night I kept on weeping the whole night till the morning. My tears never stopped, nor did I sleep, and morning broke while I was still weeping. Allah's Apostle called Ali bin Abi Talib and Usama bin Zaid when the divine inspiration delayed, in order to consult them as to the idea of divorcing his wife. Usama bin Zaid told Allah's Apostle of what he knew about the innocence of his wife and of his affection he kept for her. He said, "O Allah's Apostle, she is your wife, and we do not know anything about her except good." But Ali bin Abi Talib said, "O Allah's Apostle, Allah does not impose restrictions on you, and there are plenty of women other than her. If you, however, ask her, slave girl, she will tell you the truth." Aisha added, "So Allah's Apostle called for Ba'a and said, 'O Ba'a, did you ever see anything which might have aroused your suspicion?' As regards Aisha, Ba'a said, 'By Allah who has sent you with the truth, I have never seen anything regarding Aisha which I would blame her for except that she is a girl of immature age who sometimes sleeps and leaves the dough of her family unprotected so that the domestic goats come and eat it.' So Allah's Apostle got up and addressed the people and asked for somebody who would take revenge on Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul then. Allah's Apostle, while on the pulpit, said, 'O Muslims, who will help me against a man who has hurt me by slandering my family? By Allah, I know nothing except good about my family, and people have blamed a man of whom I know nothing except good, and he never used to visit my family except with me.' Sa'd bin Mu'adh al-Ansari got up and said, 'O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, I will relieve you from him. If he be from the tribe of Bani al-Aus, then I will chop his head off, and if he be from our brethren, the Khazraj, then you give us your order and we will obey it.' On that, Sa'd bin Ubadah got up, and he was the chief of the Khazraj, and before this incident he had been a pious man, but he was incited by his zeal for his tribe. He said to Sa'd bin Mu'adh, 'By Allah the Eternal, you have told a lie. You shall not kill him and you will never be able to kill him.' On that, Uzayd bin Hudayr, the cousin of Sa'd bin Mu'adh, got up and said to Sa'd bin Ubadah, 'You are a liar. By Allah the Eternal, we will surely kill him, and you are a hypocrite defending the hypocrites.' So the two tribes of Al-Aus and Al-Khazraj got excited till they were on the point of fighting with each other while Allah's Apostle was standing on the pulpit. Allah's Apostle continued quietening them till they became silent, whereupon he became silent too. On that day I kept on weeping so much that neither did my tears stop, nor could I sleep. In the morning my parents were with me, and I had wept for 2 nights and a day without sleeping and with incessant tears till they thought that my liver would burst with weeping. While they were with me and I was weeping, an Ansari woman asked permission to see me. I admitted her and she sat and started weeping with me. While I was in that state, Allah's Apostle came to us, greeted, and sat down. He had never sat with me since the day what was said, was said. He had stayed a month without receiving any divine inspiration concerning my case. Allah's Apostle recited the Tashahhud after he had sat down, and then said, thereafter, "O Aisha, I have been informed such and such a thing about you, and if you are innocent, Allah will reveal your innocence, and if you have committed a sin, then ask for Allah's forgiveness and repent to him, for when a slave confesses his sin and then repents to Allah, Allah accepts his repentance. When Allah's apostle had finished his speech, my tears ceased completely so that I no longer felt even a drop thereof. Then I said to my father, reply to Allah's apostle on my behalf as to what he said. He said, by Allah, I do not know what to say to Allah's apostle. Then I said to my mother, reply to Allah's apostle. She said, I do not know what to say to Allah's apostle. Still a young girl as I was and though I had little knowledge of Quran, I said, by Allah, I know that you heard this story, of the ifk, so much so that it has been planted in your minds and you have believed it. So now, if I tell you that I am innocent, and Allah knows that I am innocent, you will not believe me, and if I confess something, and Allah knows that I am innocent of it, you will believe me. By Allah, I cannot find of you an example except that of Joseph's father, so, for me, patience is most fitting against that which you assert and it is Allah, alone, whose help can be sought. Then I turned away and lay on my bed, and at that time I knew that I was innocent and that Allah would reveal my innocence. But by Allah, I never thought that Allah would send down about my affair, divine inspiration that would be recited, forever, as I considered myself too unworthy to be talked of by Allah with something that was to be recited, but I hoped that Allah's apostle might have a vision in which Allah would prove my innocence. By Allah, Allah's apostle had not left his seat and nobody had left the house when the divine inspiration came to Allah's apostle. So there overtook him the same hard condition which used to overtake him, when he was divinely inspired, so that the drops of his sweat were running down, like pearls, though it was a cold winter day, and that was because of the heaviness of the statement which was revealed to him. When that state of Allah's apostle was over, and he was smiling when he was relieved, the first word he said was, Aisha, Allah has declared your innocence. My mother said to me, get up and go to him. I said, by Allah, I will not go to him and I will not thank anybody but Allah. So Allah revealed, verily, they who spread the slander are a gang among you. Think it not. 24:11-20. When Allah revealed this to confirm my innocence, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, who used to provide for Mr. bin Uthata because of the latter's kinship to him and his poverty, said, by Allah, I will never provide for Mr. anything after what he has said about Aisha. So Allah revealed, let not those among you who are good and are wealthy swear not to give help to their kinsmen, those in need, and those who have left their homes for Allah's cause. Let them pardon and forgive, i.e. do not punish them. Do you not love that should forgive you? Verily Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. 24:22, Abu Bakr said, yes, by Allah, I wish that Allah should forgive me. So he resumed giving Mr. the aid he used to give him before and said, by Allah, I will never withhold it from him at all. Aisha further said, Allah's apostle also asked Zainab bint Jahsh about my case. He said, O Zainab, what have you seen? She replied, O Allah's apostle, I protect my hearing and my sight by refraining from telling lies. I know nothing but good about Aisha. Of all the wives of Allah's apostle, it was Zainab who aspired to receive from him the same favor as I used to receive, yet Allah saved her from telling lies because of her piety. But her sister, Hamna, kept on fighting on her behalf, so she was destroyed, as were those who invented and spread the slander. Volume 6, Book 60, number 275, narrated Ruman, Aisha's mother, when Aisha was accused, she fell down unconscious. Volume 6, Book 60, number 276, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika, I heard Aisha reciting, when you invented a lie, and carry it on your tongues. 24:15, Volume 6, Book 60, number 277, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika, Ibn Abbas asked permission to visit Aisha before her death, and at that time she was in a state of agony. She then said, I am afraid that he will praise me too much. And then it was said to her, he is the cousin of Allah's apostle and one of the prominent Muslims. Then she said, allow him to enter. When he entered, he said, how are you? She replied, I am all right if I fear Allah. Ibn Abbas said, Allah willing, you are all right as you are the wife of Allah's apostle and he did not marry any virgin except you, and proof of your innocence was revealed from the heaven. Later on Ibn Az Zubayr entered after him, and Aisha said to him, Ibn Abbas came to me and praised me greatly, but I wish that I was a thing forgotten and out of sight. Volume 6, Book 60, number 278, narrated Al-Qasim, Ibn Abbas asked Aisha's permission to enter. Al-Qasim then narrated the whole hadith, as in 277, but did not mention, would that I had been forgotten and out of sight. Volume 6, Book 60, number 279, narrated Masruq, Aisha said that Hassan bin Thabit came and asked permission to visit her. I said, how do you permit such a person? She said, hasn't he received a severely penalty? Sufyan, the sub-narrator, said, she meant the loss of his sight. Thereupon Hassan said the following poetic verse, a chaste pious woman who arouses no suspicion. She never talks about chaste heedless women behind their backs. On that she said, but you are not so. Volume 6, Book 60, number 280, narrated Masruq, Hassan came to Aisha and said the following poetic verse, a chaste pious woman who arouses no suspicion. She never talks against chaste heedless women behind their backs. Aisha said, but you are not. I said, to Aisha, why do you allow such a person to enter upon you after Allah has revealed? And as for him among them who had the greater share therein? 24:11, she said, what punishment is worse than blindness? She added, and he used to defend Allah's apostle against the pagans, in his poetry. Volume 6, Book 60, number 281, narrated Aisha, when there was said about me what was said which I myself was unaware of, Allah's apostle got up and addressed the people. He recited Tashahhud, and after glorifying and praising Allah as he deserved, he said, to proceed, O people, give me your opinion regarding those people who made a forged story against my wife. By Allah, I do not know anything bad about her. By Allah, they accused her of being with a man about whom I have never known anything bad, and he never entered my house unless I was present there, and whenever I went on a journey, he went with me. Sa'd bin Mu'adh got up and said, O Allah's apostle, allow me to chop their heads off. Then a man from the Al-Khazraj, Sa'd bin Ubadah, to whom the mother of the poet Hassan bin Thabit was a relative, got up and said to Sa'd bin Mu'adh, you have told a lie. By Allah, if those persons were from the Aus tribe, you would not like to chop their heads off. It was probable that some evil would take place between the Aus and the Khazraj in the mosque, and I was unaware of all that. In the evening of that day, I went out for some of my needs, i.e. to relieve myself, and a mister was accompanying me. On our return, a mister stumbled and said, let Mr. be ruined. I said to her, O mother, why do you abuse your son? On that a mister became silent for a while, and stumbling again, she said, let Mr. be ruined. I said to her, why do you abuse your son? She stumbled for the third time and said, let Mr. be ruined, whereupon I rebuked her for that. She said, by Allah, I do not abuse him except because of you. I asked her, concerning what of my affairs? So she disclosed the whole story to me. I said, has this really happened? She replied, yes, by Allah. I returned to my house, astonished and distressed, that I did not know for what purpose I had gone out. Then I became sick, fever, and said to Allah's apostle, send me to my father's house. So he sent a slave with me, and when I entered the house, I found Rumman, my mother, downstairs while my father, Abu Bakr, was reciting something upstairs. My mother asked, what has brought you, O my daughter? I informed her and mentioned to her the whole story, but she did not feel it as I did. She said, O my daughter, take it easy, for there is never a charming lady loved by her husband who has other wives, but that they feel jealous of her and speak badly of her. But she did not feel the news as I did. I asked her, does my father know about it? She said, yes. I asked, does Allah's apostle know about it too? She said, yes, Allah's apostle does too. So the tears filled my eyes and I wept. Abu Bakr, who was reading upstairs, heard my voice and came down and asked my mother, what is the matter with her? She said, she has heard what has been said about her, as regards the story of Al-Lfk. On that Abu Bakr wept and said, I beseech you by Allah, O my daughter, to go back to your home. I went back to my home, and Allah's apostle had come to my house and asked my maidservant about me, my character. The maidservant said, by Allah, I do not know of any defect in her character except that she sleeps and let the sheep enter her house and eat her dough. On that, some of the Prophet's companions spoke harshly to her and said, tell the truth to Allah's apostle. Finally they told her of the affair, of the slander. She said, Subhanallah. By Allah, I know nothing against her except what goldsmith knows about a piece of pure gold. Then this news reached the man who was accused, and he said, Subhanallah. By Allah, I have never uncovered the private parts of any woman. Later that man was martyred in Allah's cause. Next morning my parents came to pay me a visit and they stayed with me till Allah's apostle came to me after he had offered the Asr prayer. He came to me while my parents were sitting around me on my right and my left. He praised and glorified Allah and said, Now then, O Aisha, if you have committed a bad deed or you have wronged yourself, then repent to Allah as Allah accepts the repentance from his slaves. An Al-Ansari woman had come and was sitting near the gate. I said to the Prophet, Isn't it improper that you speak in such a way in the presence of this lady? Allah's apostle then gave a piece of advice and I turned to my father and requested him to answer him on my behalf. My father said, What should I say? Then I turned to my mother and asked her to answer him. She said, What should I say? When my parents did not give a reply to the Prophet, I said, I testify that none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, and that Muhammad is his apostle. And after praising and glorifying Allah as he deserves, I said, Now then, by Allah, if I were to tell you that I have not done this evil action, and Allah is a witness that I am telling the truth, that would not be of any use to me on your part because you, people, have spoken about it and your hearts have absorbed it. And if I were to tell you that I have done this sin and Allah knows that I have not done it, then you will say, She has confessed herself guilty. By Allah, I do not see a suitable example for me and you but the example of, I tried to remember Jacob's name but couldn't, Joseph's father when he said, So, for me, patience is most fitting against that which you assert. It is Allah, alone, whose help can be sought. At that very hour the divine inspiration came to Allah's apostle and we remained silent. Then the inspiration was over and I noticed the signs of happiness on his face while he was removing the sweat from his forehead and saying, Have the good tidings, O Aisha. Allah has revealed your innocence. At that time I was extremely angry. My parents said to me, Get up and go to him. I said, By Allah, I will not do it and will not thank him nor thank either of you, but I will thank Allah who has revealed my innocence. You have heard this story but neither did not deny it nor change it, to defend me, Aisha used to say. But as regards Zainab bint Jahsh, the Prophet's wife, Allah protected her because of her piety, so she did not say anything except good about me, but her sister, Hamna, was ruined among those who were ruined. Those who used to speak evil about me were Mr. Hassan bin Thabit and the hypocrite, Abdullah bin Ubay, who used to spread that news and tempt others to speak of it, and it was he and Hamna who had the greater share therein. Abu Bakr took an oath that he would never do any favor to Mr. at all. Then Allah revealed the divine verse, Let not those among you who are good and wealthy, i.e. Abu Bakr, swear not to give any sort of help to their kinsmen, and those in need, i.e. Mr. Do you not love that Allah should forgive you? And Allah if oft forgiving, most merciful. 24:22. On that, Abu Bakr said, Yes, by Allah, O our Lord. We wish that you should forgive us. So Abu Bakr again started giving to Mr. the expenditure which he used to give him before. Volume 6, Book 60, number 282, narrated Safiya bint Shaiba, Aisha used to say, when the verse, they should draw their veils over their necks and bosoms, was revealed, the ladies cut their waist sheets at the edges and covered their faces with the cut pieces. Volume 6, Book 60, number 283, narrated Anas bin Malik, a man said, O Allah's Prophet, will Allah gather the non-believers on their faces on the day of resurrection? He said, Will not the one who made him walk on his feet in this world, be able to make him walk on his face on the day of resurrection? Qatada, a sub-narrator, said, Yes, by the power of our Lord. Volume 6, Book 60, number 284, narrated Abdullah, I or somebody, asked Allah's apostle, which is the biggest sin in the sight of Allah? He said, that you set up a rival, in worship, to Allah though He alone created you. I asked, what is next? He said, then, that you kill your son, being afraid that he may share your meals with you. I asked, what is next? He said, that you commit illegal sexual intercourse with the wife of your neighbor. Then the following verse was revealed to confirm the statement of Allah's apostle, those who invoke not with Allah any other god, nor kill life as Allah has forbidden except for just cause, nor commit illegal sexual intercourse. 2568, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 285, narrated Al-Qasim bin Abi Baza, that he asked Said bin Jubair, is there any repentance of the one who has murdered a believer intentionally? Then I recited to him, nor kill such life as Allah has forbidden except for a just cause. Said, I recited this very verse before Ibn Abbas as you have recited it before me. Ibn Abbas said, this verse was revealed in Mecca and it has been abrogated by a verse in Surat An-Nisa which was later revealed in Medina. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 286, narrated Said bin Jubair, the people of Kufa differed as regards the killing of a believer, so I entered upon Ibn Abbas, and asked him about that. Ibn Abbas said, the verse, in Surat An-Nisa, 4 hours 93 minutes, was the last thing revealed in this respect and nothing cancelled its validity. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 287, narrated Said bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Abbas about Allah's saying, this reward is hell-fire. 493, he said, no repentance is accepted from him, i.e. the murderer of a believer. I asked him regarding the saying of Allah, those who invoke not with Allah any other god. 2568, he said, this verse was revealed concerning the pagans of the pre-Islamic period. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 288, narrated Said bin Jubair, Ibn Abbas said to me, ask Ibn Abbas regarding the statement of Allah, and whoever murders a believer intentionally, his recompense is hell. 469, and also his statement. Nor kill such life as Allah has forbidden, except for a just cause. Except those who repent, believe, and do good deeds. 2568-70, so I asked Ibn Abbas and he said, when this, 2568-69, was revealed, the people of Mecca said, we have invoked other gods with Allah, and we have murdered such lives which Allah has made sacred, and we have committed illegal sexual intercourse. So Allah revealed, except those who repent, believe, and do good deeds, and Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. 2570, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 289, narrated Said bin Jubair, Abdurrahman bin Abza ordered me to ask Ibn Abbas regarding the two verses, the first of which was, and whosoever murders a believer intentionally. 493, so I asked him, and he said, nothing has abrogated this verse. About the other verse, and those who invoke not with Allah any other god. He said, it was revealed concerning the pagans, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 290, narrated Abdullah, 5 great events have passed, the smoke, the moon, the Romans, the mighty grasp and the constant punishment which occurs in, so the torment will be yours forever. 2577, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 291, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, on the day of resurrection Abraham will see his father covered with Katara and Gabara, i.e. having a dark face. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 292, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, Abraham will meet his father, on the day of resurrection, and will say, O my lords, you promised me that you would not let me in disgrace on the day when people will be resurrected. Allah will say, I have forbidden paradise to the non-believers. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 293, narrated Ibn Abbas, when the verse, and warn your tribe of near kindred, was revealed, the Prophet ascended the Safa mountain, and started calling, O Bani Fur, O Bani Hudi, addressing various tribes of Quraysh till they were assembled. Those who could not come themselves, sent their messengers to see what was there. Abu Lahab and other people from Quraysh came, and the Prophet then said, suppose I told you that there is an enemy, cavalry in the valley intending to attack you, would you believe me? They said, yes, for we have not found you telling anything other than the truth. He then said, I am a warner to you in face of a terrific punishment. Abu Lahab said to the Prophet, may your hands perish all this day. Is it for this purpose you have gathered us? Then it was revealed, perish the hands of Abu Lahab, one of the Prophet's uncles, and perish he. His wealth and his children will not profit him. 111, 1-5, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 294, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle got up when the verse, and warn your tribe of near kindred. 26, 214, was revealed and said, O Quraysh people, Or he said a similar word, by yourselves. I cannot save you from Allah, if you disobey him, O Bani Abu Manaf. I cannot save you from Allah, if you disobey him, O Abbas, the son of Abdul Muttalib. I cannot save you from Allah, if you disobey him, O Safiya, the aunt of Allah's apostle. I cannot save you from Allah, if you disobey him, O Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. Ask what you wish from my property, but I cannot save you from Allah, if you disobey him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 295, narrated Al-Musayyab. When Abu Talib was on his deathbed, Allah's apostle came to him and found with him Abu Jahl and Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah bin al-Mughira. Allah's apostle said, O uncle, say, none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, a sentence with which I will defend you before Allah. On that Abu Jahl and Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah said to Abu Talib, will you now leave the religion of Abdul Muttalib? Allah's apostle kept on inviting him to say that sentence while the other two kept on repeating their sentence before him till Abu Talib said as the last thing he said to them, I am on the religion of Abdul Muttalib, and refused to say, none has the right to be worshipped except Allah. On that Allah's apostle said, by Allah, I will keep on asking Allah's forgiveness for you unless I am forbidden, by Allah, to do so. So Allah revealed, it is not fitting for the Prophet and those who believe that they should invoke Allah for forgiveness for pagans. 9, 113, and then Allah revealed especially about Abu Talib, verily, you, O Muhammad, guide not whom you like, but Allah guides whom he will. 28, 56, Volume 6, Book 60, number 296, narrated Ibn Abbas. Will bring you home, means to Mecca. Volume 6, Book 60, number 297, narrated Masruq. While a man was delivering a speech in the tribe of Kinda, he said, smoke will prevail on the day of resurrection and will deprive the hypocrites their faculties of hearing and seeing. The believers will be afflicted with something like cold only thereof. That news scared us, so I went to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud while he was reclining, and told him the story, whereupon he became angry, sat up and said, he who knows a thing can say it, but if he does not know, he should say, Allah knows best, for it is an aspect of knowledge to say, I do not know, if you do not know a certain thing. Allah said to his Prophet, say, O Muhammad, no wage do I ask of you for this, Qur'an, nor I am one of the pretenders, a person who pretends things which do not exist. 38, 86, the Quraysh delayed in embracing Islam for a period, so the Prophet invoked evil on them, saying, O Allah, help me against them by sending 7 years of famine, like those of Joseph. So they were afflicted with such a severe year of famine that they were destroyed therein and ate dead animals and bones. They started seeing something like smoke between the sky and the earth, because of severe hunger. Abu Sufyan then came to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad, you came to order us to keep good relations with kith and kin, and your kinsmen have now perished, so please invoke Allah to relieve them. Then Ibn Mas'ud recited, then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible. But truly you will return to disbelief. 44. 10-15, Ibn Mas'ud added, then the punishment was stopped, but truly, they reverted to heathenism, their old way. So Allah threatened them thus, on the day when we shall seize you with a mighty grasp. 44, 16, and that was the day of the Battle of Bad. Allah's saying, Lizama, the punishment, refers to the day of Bad. Allah's statement, Alif Lam Mim, the Romans have been defeated, and they, after their defeat, will be victorious. 30. 1-3, this verse indicates that the defeat of Byzantine has already passed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 298, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, no child is born except on al-Fitra, Islam, and then his parents make him Jewish, Christian or Magian. As an animal produces a perfect young animal, do you see any part of its body amputated? Then he wrecked the religion of pure Islamic faith, Hanafa, i.e. to worship none but Allah, the pure Allah's Islamic nature with which He, Allah, has created mankind. Let there be no change in Allah's religion, i.e. to join none in Allah's worship. That is the straight religion, but most of men know not. 30, Volume 6, Book 60, number 299, narrated Abdullah, when there was revealed, it is those who believe and confuse not their beliefs with wrong 6:82. It was very hard for the companions of Allah's Apostle, so they said, which of us has not confused his belief with wrong? Allah's Apostle said, the verse does not mean this. Don't you hear Luqman's statement to his son, verily, joining others in worship with Allah is a great wrong indeed. 31:13, Volume 6, Book 60, number 300, narrated Abu Hurairah. One day while Allah's Apostle was sitting with the people, a man came to him walking and said, O Allah's Apostle, what is belief? The Prophet said, belief is to believe in Allah, His angels, His books, His apostles, and the meeting with Him, and to believe in the resurrection. The man asked, O Allah's Apostle, what is Islam? The Prophet replied, Islam is to worship Allah and not worship anything besides Him, to offer prayers perfectly, to pay the compulsory charity i.e. zakat, and to fast the month of Ramadan. The man again asked, O Allah's Apostle, what is ihsan, i.e. perfection or benevolence? The Prophet said, ihsan is to worship Allah as if you see Him, and if you do not achieve this state of devotion, then take it for granted that Allah sees you. The man further asked, O Allah's Apostle, when will the hour be established? The Prophet replied, the one who is asked about it does not know more than the questioner does, but I will describe to you its portents. When the lady slave gives birth to her mistress, that will be of its portents. When the barefooted naked people become the chiefs of the people, that will be of its portents. The hour is one of 5 things which nobody knows except Allah. Verily, the knowledge of the hour is with Allah alone. He sends down the rain, and knows that which is in the wombs. 31:34, Then the man left. The Prophet said, Call him back to me. They went to call him back, but could not see him. The Prophet said, That was Gabriel who came to teach the people their religion. See Hadith number 47, Volume 1, Volume 6, Book 60, number 301, narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet said, The keys of the unseen are 5. And then he recited, Verily, the knowledge of the hour is with Allah alone. 31:34, Volume 6, Book 60, number 302, narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, I have prepared for my pious worshippers such things as no eye has ever seen, no ear has ever heard of, and nobody has ever thought of. Abu Hurairah added, If you wish you can read No Soul Volume 6, Book 60, number 303, narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, Allah said, I have prepared for my pious worshippers such things as no eye has ever seen, no ear has ever heard of, and nobody has ever thought of. All that is reserved, besides which all that you have seen is nothing. Then he recited, No soul knows what is kept hidden, in reserve, for them of joy as a reward for what they used to do. 32:17, Volume 6, Book 60, number 304, narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, There is no believer but I, of all the people, I am the closest to him both in this world and in the hereafter. Recite if you wish, the Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves. 33:6, So if a believer dies, leaves some property, then his relatives will inherit that property, but if he is in debt or he leaves poor children, let those, creditors and children, come to me, that I may pay the debt and provide for the children, for them I am his sponsor, surely. Volume 6, Book 60, number 305, narrated Abdullah bin Umar. We used not to call Zayd bin Haritha the freed slave of Allah's Apostle except Zayd bin Muhammad till the Quranic verse was revealed, Call them, adopted sons, by the names of their fathers. That is more than just in the sight of Allah. 33:5, Volume 6, Book 60, number 306, narrated Anas. We think that the verse, Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with Allah, was revealed in favor of Anas bin Nadir. Volume 6, Book 60, number 307, narrated Zayd bin Thabit. When we collected the fragmentary manuscripts of the Quran into copies, I missed one of the verses of Surat Al-Ahzab which I used to hear Allah's Apostle reading. Finally I did not find it with anybody except Khuzaimah al-Ansari, whose witness was considered by Allah's Apostle equal to the witness of 2 men. And that verse was, Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with Allah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 308, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet. Allah's Apostle came to me when Allah ordered him to give option to his wives. So Allah's Apostle started with me, saying, I am going to mention to you something, but you should not hasten to give your reply, unless you consult your parents. He knew that my parents would not order me to leave him. Then he said, Allah says, O Prophet, say to your wives. 33, 28-29, on that I said to him, then why should I consult my parents? Verily, I seek Allah, His Apostle and the home of the hereafter. Volume 6, Book 60, number 309, narrated, Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, when Allah's Apostle was ordered to give option to his wives, he started with me, saying, I am going to mention to you something, but you shall not hasten to give your reply, unless you consult your parents. The Prophet knew that my parents would not order me to leave him. Then he said, Allah says, O Prophet, Muhammad, say to your wives, if you desire the life of this world and its glitter, a great reward. 33, 28-29, I said, then why I consult my parents? Verily, I seek Allah, His Apostle and the home of the hereafter. Then all the other wives of the Prophet did the same as I did. Volume 6, Book 60, number 310, narrated Anas bin Malik, the verse, but you did hide in your mind that which Allah was about to make manifest. 33, 37, was revealed concerning Zainab bint Jahsh and Zayd bin Haritha. Volume 6, Book 60, number 311, narrated Aisha, I used to look down upon those ladies who had given themselves to Allah's Apostle, and I used to say, can a lady give herself to a man? But when Allah revealed, you, O Muhammad, can postpone the turn of whom you will of them, your wives, and you may receive any of them whom you will, and there is no blame on you if you invite one whose turn you have set aside, temporarily. 33, 51, I said, to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Volume 6, Book 60, number 312, narrated Muada, Aisha said, Allah's Apostle used to take the permission of that wife with whom he was supposed to stay overnight if he wanted to go to one other than her. After this verse was revealed, you, O Muhammad, can postpone the turn of whom you will of them, your wives, and you may receive any of them whom you will, and there is no blame on you if you invite one whose turn you have set aside, temporarily. 33, 51, I asked Aisha, what did you use to say, in this case? She said, I used to say to him, if I could deny you the permission to go to your other wives, I would not allow your favor to be bestowed on any other person. Volume 6, Book 60, number 313, narrated Umar, I said, O Allah's Apostle, good and bad persons enter upon you, so I suggest that you order the mothers of the believers, i.e. your wives, to observe veils. Then Allah revealed the verses of Al-Hijab. Volume 6, Book 60, number 314, narrated Anas bin Malik, when Allah's Apostle married Zainab bint Jahsh, he invited the people to a meal. They took the meal and remained sitting and talking. Then the Prophet showed them, as if he is ready to get up, yet they did not get up. When he noticed that there was no response to his movement, he got up, and the others too got up except 3 persons who kept on sitting. The Prophet came back in order to enter his house, but he went away again. Then they left, whereupon I set out and went to the Prophet to tell him that they had departed, so he came and entered his house. I wanted to enter along with him, but he put a screen between me and him. Then Allah revealed, O you who believe, do not enter the houses of the Prophet. 33, 53, Volume 6, Book 60, number 315, narrated Anas bin Malik, I of all the people know best this verse of Al-Hijab. When Allah's Apostle married Zainab bint Jahsh, she was with him in the house, and he prepared a meal and invited the people to it. They sat down, after finishing their meal, and started chatting. So the Prophet went out and then returned several times while they were still sitting and talking. So Allah revealed the verse, O you who believe, enter not the Prophet's houses until leave is given to you for a meal, and then, not so early as to wait for its preparation. Ask them from behind a screen. 33, 53, so the screen was set up and the people went away. Volume 6, Book 60, number 316, narrated Anas, a banquet of bread and meat was held on the occasion of the marriage of the Prophet to Zainab bint Jahsh. I was sent to invite the people to the banquet, and so the people started coming, in groups, they would eat and then leave. Another batch would come, eat and leave. So I kept on inviting the people till I found nobody to invite. Then I said, O Allah's Prophet, I do not find anybody to invite. He said, carry away the remaining food. Then a batch of 3 persons stayed in the house chatting. The Prophet left and went towards the dwelling place of Aisha and said, Peace and Allah's mercy be on you, O the people of the house. She replied, Peace and the mercy of Allah be on you too. How did you find your wife? May Allah bless you. Then he went to the dwelling places of all his other wives and said to them the same as he said to Aisha, and they said to him the same as Aisha had said to him. Then the Prophet returned and found a group of 3 persons still in the house chatting. The Prophet was a very shy person, so he went out, for the second time, and went towards the dwelling place of Aisha. I do not remember whether I informed him that the people have gone away. So he returned, and as soon as he entered the gate, he drew the curtain between me and him, and then the verse of Al-Hijab was revealed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 317, narrated Anas, when Allah's Apostle married Zainab bint Jahsh, he made the people eat meat and bread to their fill, by giving a walima banquet. Then he went out to the dwelling places of the mothers of the believers, his wives, as he used to do in the morning of his marriage. He would greet them and invoke good on them, and they, too, would return his greeting and invoke good on him. When he returned to his house, he found 2 men talking to each other, and when he saw them, he went out of his house again. When those 2 men saw Allah's Apostle going out of his house, they quickly got up and departed. I do not remember whether I informed him of their departure, or he was informed by somebody else. So he returned, and when he entered the house, he lowered the curtain between me and him. Then the verse of Al-Hijab was revealed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 318, narrated Aisha, Sauda, the wife of the Prophet, went out to answer the call of nature after it was made obligatory, for all the Muslims ladies, to observe the veil. She was a fat huge lady, and everybody who knew her before could recognize her. So Umar bin al-Khattab saw her and said, O Sauda, by Allah, you cannot hide yourself from us, so think of a way by which you should not be recognized on going out. Sauda returned while Allah's Apostle was in my house taking his supper, and a bone covered with meat was in his hand. She entered and said, O Allah's Apostle, I went out to answer the call of nature, and Umar said to me so and so. Then Allah inspired him, the Prophet, and when the state of inspiration was over and the bone was still in his hand as he had not put it down, he said to Sauda, You, women, have been allowed to go out for your needs. Volume 6, Book 60, number 319, narrated Aisha, Afla, the brother of Abi al-Qays, asked permission to visit me after the order of Al-Hijab was revealed. I said, I will not permit him unless I take permission of the Prophet about him, for it was not the brother of Abi al-Qays but the wife of Abi al-Qays that nursed me. The Prophet entered upon me, and I said to him, O Allah's Apostle, Allah, the brother of Abi al-Qays asked permission to visit me, but I refused to permit him unless I took your permission. The Prophet said, What stopped you from permitting him? He is your uncle. I said, O Allah's Apostle, the man was not the person who had nursed me, but the woman, the wife of Abi al-Qays had nursed me. He said, Admit him, for he is your uncle. Taribat Yaminuki, may your right hand be saved, Awa. The sub-narrator added, For that, Aisha used to say, Consider those things which are illegal because of blood relations as illegal because of the corresponding foster relations. Volume 6, Book 60, number 320, narrated Ka'b bin Ujra, it was said, O Allah's Apostle, we know how to greet you, but how to invoke Allah for you. The Prophet said, Say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala Ali Muhammadin, Kama Salaita ala al Ibrahim, Inaka Hamadan Majid. Volume 6, Book 60, number 321, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, we said, O Allah's Apostle, we know this greeting to you, but how shall we invoke Allah for you? He said, Say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin abdika wa rasulika kama salaita ala al Ibrahim wa barik ala Muhammadin wa ala al Muhammadin kama barakta ala al Ibrahim. Al-Layth said, Ala Muhammadin wa ala al Muhammadin kama barakta ala al Ibrahim. Volume 6, Book 60, number 322, narrated Ibn Abi Hazim and Ad-Darawardi, Yazid said, Karma Salata ala Ibrahim wa Barak ala Muhammad in wa all Muhammad in Karma Barakta ala Ibrahim wa all Ibrahim. Volume 6, Book 60, number 323, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, Moses was a shy man, and that is what the statement of Allah means, O you who believe, be not like those who annoyed Moses, but Allah proved his innocence of that which they alleged, and he was honorable in Allah's sight. 33, 69, Volume 6, Book 60, number 324, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Prophet said, when Allah decrees some order in the heaven, the angels flutter their wings indicating complete surrender to his saying, which sounds like chains being dragged on rock. And when the state of fear disappears, they ask each other, what has your Lord ordered? They say that he has said that which is true and just, and he is the Most High, the Most Great. 34, 23. Then the stealthy listeners, devils, hear this order, and these stealthy listeners are like this, one over the other. Sufyan, a sub-narrator, demonstrated that by holding his hand upright and separating the fingers. A stealthy listener hears a word which he will convey to that which is below him, and the second will convey it to that which is below him, till the last of them will convey it to the wizard or foreteller. Sometimes a flame, fire, may strike the devil before he can convey it, and sometimes he may convey it before the flame, fire, strikes him, whereupon the wizard adds to that word 100 lies. The people will then say, didn't he, i.e. magician, tell such and such a thing on such and such date? So that magician is said to have told the truth because of the statement which has been heard from the heavens. Volume 6, Book 60, number 325, narrated Ibn Abbas, one day the Prophet ascended Safa mountain and said, O Saba. All the Quraysh gathered round him and said, what is the matter? He said, look, if I told you that an enemy is going to attack you in the morning or in the evening, would you not believe me? They said, yes, we will believe you. He said, I am a warner to you in face of a terrible punishment. On that Abu Lahab said, may you perish. Is it for this thing that you have gathered us? So Allah revealed, perish the hands of Abu Lahab. 111, 1, Volume 6, Book 60, number 326, narrated Abu Dar, once I was with the Prophet in the mosque at the time of sunset. The Prophet said, O Abu Dar, do you know where the sun sets? I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it goes and prostrates underneath Allah's throne, and that is Allah's statement, and the sun runs on its fixed course for a term, decreed. And that is the decree of Almighty, the All-Knowing. 36, 38, Volume 6, Book 60, number 327, narrated Abu Dar, I asked the Prophet about the statement of Allah and the sun runs on fixed course for a term, decreed, 36. 38, he said, its course is underneath Allah's throne. Prostration of sun, trees, stars. Mentioned in Quran and Hadith does not mean like our prostration, but it means that these objects are obedient to their creator, Allah, and they obey for what they have been created for. Volume 6, Book 60, number 328, narrated Abdullah, Allah's Apostle said, nobody has the right to be better than Jonah bin Matta. Volume 6, Book 60, number 329, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, he who says that I am better than Jonah bin Matta, tells a lie. Volume 6, Book 60, number 330, narrated Al-Awam, I asked Muhajjid regarding the prostration in Surat Sad. He said, Ibn Abbas was asked the same question and he said, those are they, the prophets, whom Allah had guided. So follow their guidance. 6, 90, Ibn Abbas used to perform a prostration, on reading this surah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 331, narrated Al-Awam, I asked Mujahid regarding the prostration in Surat Sad. He said, I asked Ibn Abbas, what evidence makes you prostrate? He said, don't you recite, and among his progeny, David and Solomon. 6, 84. Those are they whom Allah had guided. So follow their guidance. 6, 90, so David was the one of those prophets whom Prophet Muhammad was ordered to follow. David prostrated, so Allah's Apostle, Muhammad, performed this prostration too. Volume 6, Book 60, number 332, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, last night a demon from the jinns came to me, or the Prophet said, a similar sentence, to disturb my prayer, but Allah gave me the power to overcome him. I intended to tie him to one of the pillars of the mosque till the morning so that all of you could see him, but then I remembered the statement of my brother Solomon, my Lord. Forgive me and bestow on me a kingdom such as shall not belong to any other after me. 38, 35, the narrator added, then he, the Prophet, dismissed him, rejected. Nor am I one of the pretenders, a person who pretends things which do not exist. 38, 86, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 333, narrated Masruq, we came upon Abdullah bin Marzud and he said, O people! If somebody knows something, he can say it, but if he does not know it, he should say, Allah knows better, for it is a sign of having knowledge to say about something which one does not know, Allah knows better. Allah said to his Prophet, say, O Muhammad! No wage do I ask of you for this, Quran, nor am I one of the pretenders, a person who pretends things which do not exist. 38, 86, now I will tell you about Ad-Dukhan, the smoke. Allah's apostle invited the Quraysh to embrace Islam, but they delayed their response. So he said, O Allah! Help me against them by sending on them 7 years of famine similar to the 7 years of famine of Joseph. So the famine year overtook them and everything was destroyed till they ate dead animals and skins. People started imagining to see smoke between them and the sky because of severe hunger. Allah said, then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible, covering the people. This is painful torment. 44, 10-11, so they invoked Allah, our Lord. Remove the punishment from us, really we are believers. How can there be an effectual reminder for them when an apostle, explaining things clearly, has already come to them? Then they had turned away from him and said, one taught by a human being, a madman. We shall indeed remove punishment for a while, but truly, you will revert to disbelief. 44, 12-15, will the punishment be removed on the day of resurrection? Abdullah added, the punishment was removed from them for a while but they reverted to disbelief, so Allah destroyed them on the day of Ba'd. Allah said, the day we shall seize you with a mighty grasp. We will indeed, then, exact retribution. 44, 16, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 334, narrated Ibn Abbas, some pagans who committed murders in great number and committed illegal sexual intercourse excessively, came to Muhammad and said, O Muhammad! Whatever you say and invite people to, is good, but we wish if you could inform us whether we can make an expiation for our past evil deeds. So the divine verses came, those who invoke not with Allah any other God, not kill such life as Allah has forbidden except for just cause, nor commit illegal sexual intercourse. 25, 68, and there was also revealed, say, O my slaves who have transgressed against their souls! Despair not of the mercy of Allah. 39, 53, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 335, narrated Abdullah, a Jewish rabbi came to Allah's apostle and he said, O Muhammad! We learn that Allah will put all the heavens on one finger, and the earths on one finger, and the trees on one finger, and the water and the dust on one finger, and all the other created beings on one finger. Then he will say, I am the king. Thereupon the Prophet smiled so that his premolar teeth became visible, and that was the confirmation of the rabbi. Then Allah's apostle recited, no just estimate have they made of Allah such as due to him. 39, 67, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 336, narrated Abu Hurairah, I heard Allah's apostle saying, Allah will hold the whole earth, and roll all the heavens up in his right hand, and then he will say, I am the king, where are the kings of the earth? Volume 6, Book 60, Number 337, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, I will be the first to raise my head after the second blowing of the trumpet and will see Moses hanging the throne, and I will not know whether he had been in that state all the time or after the blowing of the trumpet. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 338, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, between the two blowing of the trumpet there will be 40. The people said, O Abu Hurairah! 40 days? I refused to reply. They said, 40 years? I refused to reply and added, everything of the human body will decay except the coccyx bone of the tail, and from that bone Allah will reconstruct the whole body. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 339, narrated Urwa bin Az Zubayr, I asked Abdullah bin Amr bin Al-As to inform me of the worst thing the pagans had done to Allah's apostle. He said, while Allah's apostle was praying in the courtyard of the Kaaba, Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayt came and seized Allah's apostle by the shoulder and twisted his garment round his neck and throttled him severely. Abu Bakr came and seized Uqba's shoulder and threw him away from Allah's apostle and said, would you kill a man because he says, my Lord is Allah, and has come to you with clear signs from your Lord? 28, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 340, narrated Ibn Mas'ud, regarding the verse, and you have not been screening against yourself lest your ears, and your eyes and your skins should testify against you. 22, while two persons from Quraysh and their brother-in-law from Thaqif, or two persons from Thaqif and their brother-in-law from Quraysh, were in a house, they said to each other, do you think that Allah hears our talks? Some said, he hears a portion thereof, others said, if he can hear a portion of it, he can hear all of it. Then the following verse was revealed, and you have not been screening against yourself lest your ears, and your eyes and your skins should testify against you. 22, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 341, narrated Abdullah, there gathered near the house, i.e. the Kaaba, two Qurayshi persons and a person from Thaqif, or two persons from Thaqif and one from Quraysh, and all of them with very fat bellies but very little intelligence. One of them said, do you think that Allah hears what we say? Another said, he hears us when we talk in a loud voice, but he doesn't hear us when we talk in a low tone. The third said, if he can hear when we talk in a loud tone, then he can also hear when we speak in a low tone. Then Allah, the Honorable, the Majestic revealed, and you have not been screening against yourself lest your ears, and eyes, and your skins should testify against you. 22-23, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 342, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, as above, Hadith number 341. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 343, narrated Ibn Abbas, that he was asked, regarding, except to be kind to me for my kinship with you. 22-23, said bin Zubayr, who was present then, said, it means here, to show what is due for, the relatives of Muhammad. On that Ibn Abbas said, you have hurried in giving the answer. There was no branch of the tribe of Quraysh but the Prophet had relatives therein. The Prophet said, I do not want anything from you, except to be kind to me for my kinship with you. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 344, narrated Ya'la, I heard the Prophet reciting when on the pulpit, they will cry, O Malik, keeper of hell, let your Lord make an end of us. 43-77, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 345, narrated Abdullah, 5 things have passed, i.e. the smoke, the defeat of the Romans, the splitting of the moon, Al-Baqarah, the defeat of the infidels in the Battle of Badr, and Al-Lizam, the punishment, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 346, narrated Abdullah, it, i.e., the imagined smoke, was because, when the Quraysh refused to obey the Prophet, he asked Allah to afflict them with years of famine similar to those of Prophet Joseph. So they were stricken with famine and fatigue, so much so that they ate even bones. A man would look towards the sky and imagine seeing something like smoke between him and the sky because of extreme fatigue. So Allah revealed, then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible, covering the people, this is a painful of torment. 44:10-11, then someone, Abu Sufyan, came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, invoke Allah to send rain for the tribes of Muda for they are on the verge of destruction. On that the Prophet said, astonishingly, shall I invoke Allah, for the tribes of Muda? Verily, you are a brave man. But the Prophet prayed for rain and it rained for them. Then the verse was revealed. But truly you will return to disbelief. 44:15, when the famine was over and they restored prosperity and welfare, they reverted to their ways of heathenism, whereupon Allah revealed, on the day when we shall seize you with a mighty grasp, we will indeed, then, exact retribution. 44:16, the narrator said, that was the day of the Battle of Badr. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 347, narrated Abdullah, it is a sign of having knowledge that, when you do not know something, you say, Allah knows better. Allah said to his Prophet, say, no wage do I ask of you for this, Qur'an, nor am I one of the pretenders, a person who pretends things which do not exist. 38:86. When the Quraysh troubled and stood against the Prophet, he said, O Allah, help me against them by afflicting them with 7 years of famine like the 7 years of Joseph. So they were stricken with a year of famine during which they ate bones and dead animals because of too much suffering, and one of them would see something like smoke between him and the sky because of hunger. Then they said, Our Lord, remove the torment from us, really we are believers. 44:12. And then it was said to the Prophet, By Allah, if we remove it from them, they will revert to their ways of heathenism. So the Prophet invoked his Lord, who removed the punishment from them, but later they reverted to heathenism, whereupon Allah punished them on the day of the Battle of Badr, and that is what Allah's statement indicates. Then watch for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible. We will indeed, then, exact retribution. 44:10. Volume 6, Book 60, number 348, narrated Masruq, I came upon Abdullah and he said, when Allah's apostle invited Quraysh to Islam, they disbelieved him and stood against him. So he, the Prophet, said, O Allah, help me against them by afflicting them with 7 years of famine similar to the 7 years of Joseph. So they were stricken with a year of drought that destroyed everything, and they started eating dead animals, and if one of them got up he would see something like smoke between him and the sky from the severe fatigue and hunger. Abdullah then recited, Then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible, covering the people. This is a painful torment. Till he reached, We shall indeed remove the punishment for a while, but truly you will revert to heathenism. 44:10-15. Abdullah added, Will the punishment be removed from them on the day of resurrection? He added, The severe grasp was the day of the Battle of Badr. Volume 6, Book 60, number 349, narrated Abdullah, Allah sent the Prophet, Muhammad, and said, Say, no wage do I ask of you for this, Q, nor am I one of the pretenders, i.e. a person who pretends things which do not exist. 38:68. When Allah's apostle saw Quraysh standing against him, he said, O Allah, help me against them by afflicting them with 7 years of famine similar to the 7 years of famine of Joseph. So they were afflicted with a year of drought that destroyed everything, and they ate bones and hides. One of them said, And they ate hides and dead animals, and it seemed to them that something like smoke was coming out of the earth. So Abu Sufyan came to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad, your people are on the verge of destruction. Please invoke Allah to relieve them. So the Prophet invoked Allah for them, and the famine disappeared. He said to them, You will revert to heathenism after that. Abdullah then recited, Then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible. But truly you will revert to disbelief. He added, Will the punishment be removed from them in the hereafter? The smoke and the grasp and the Al-Ism have all passed. One of the sub-narrators said, The splitting of the moon. And another said, The defeat of the Romans has passed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 350, narrated Abdullah, 5 things have passed, Al-Ism, the defeat of the Romans, the mighty grasp, the splitting of the moon, and the smoke. Volume 6, Book 60, number 351, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, Allah said, The son of Adam hurts me for he abuses time though I am time, in my hands are all things, and I cause the revolution of day and night. Volume 6, Book 60, number 352, narrated Yusuf bin Mahok, Marwan had been appointed as the governor of Hijaz by Muawiyah. He delivered a sermon and mentioned Yazid bin Muawiyah so that the people might take the oath of allegiance to him as the successor of his father, Muawiyah. Then Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr told him something whereupon Marwan ordered that he be arrested. But Abdurrahman entered Aisha's house and they could not arrest him. Marwan said, It is he, Abdurrahman, about whom Allah revealed this verse and the one who says to his parents, Fie on you. Do you hold out the promise to me? On that, Aisha said from behind a screen, Allah did not reveal anything from the Quran about us except what was connected with the declaration of my innocence, of the slander. Volume 6, Book 60, number 353, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, I never saw Allah's apostle laughing loudly enough to enable me to see his uvula, but he used to smile only. And whenever he saw clouds or winds, signs of deep concern would appear on his face. I said, O Allah's Apostle! When people see clouds they usually feel happy, hoping that it would rain, while I see that when you see clouds, one could notice signs of dissatisfaction on your face. He said, O Aisha! What is the guarantee for me that there will be no punishment in it, since some people were punished with a wind? Verily, some people received the punishment, but, while seeing the cloud, they said, this cloud will give us rain. Volume 6, Book 60, number 354, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, Allah created his creation, and when he had finished it, the womb got up and caught hold of Allah, whereupon Allah said, What is the matter? On that, it said, I seek refuge with you from those who sever the ties of kith and kin. On that Allah said, Will you be satisfied if I bestow my favors on him who keeps your ties, and withhold my favors from him who severs your ties? On that it said, Yes, O my Lord. Then Allah said, That is for you. Abu Hurairah added, If you wish, you can recite, would you then if you were given the authority? Do mischief in the land and sever your ties of kinship. 47, 22, Volume 6, Book 60, number 355, narrated Abu Hurairah, as above, number 354, but added, Then Allah's Apostle said, Recite if you wish, would you then? 47, 22, Volume 6, Book 60, number 356, narrated Muawiyah bin Abi al-Muzarrad, Allah's Apostle, said, Recite if you wish, would you then if you were given the authority? 47, 22, Volume 6, Book 60, number 357, narrated Aslam, while Allah's Apostle was proceeding at night during one of his journeys and Umar bin al-Khattab was traveling beside him, Umar asked him about something but Allah's Apostle did not reply. He asked again, but he did not reply, and then he asked, for the third time, but he did not reply. On that, Umar bin al-Khattab said to himself, Fakalat Amu Umar, may Umar's mother lose her son. I asked Allah's Apostle 3 times but he did not reply. Umar then said, I made my camel run faster and went ahead of the people, and I was afraid that some Quranic verses might be revealed about me. But before getting involved in any other matter, I heard somebody calling me. I said to myself, I fear that some Quranic verses have been revealed about me, and so I went to Allah's Apostle and greeted him. He, Allah's Apostle, said, Tonight a surah has been revealed to me, and it is dearer to me than that on which the sun rises, i.e. the world. Then he recited, Verily, we have given you a manifest victory. 48, 1, Volume 6, Book 60, number 358, narrated Anas, Verily, we have given you, O Muhammad, a manifest victory. Refers to Al-Hudaybiyah Peace Treaty. Volume 6, Book 60, number 359, narrated Abdullah bin Mughafal, on the day of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet recited Surat Al-Fath in a vibrating and pleasant voice. Muawiyah, the subnarrator said, If I could imitate the recitation of the Prophet I would do so. Volume 6, Book 60, number 360, narrated Al-Mughira, the Prophet used to offer night prayers till his feet became swollen. Somebody said to him, Allah has forgiven you, your faults of the past and those to follow. On that, he said, Shouldn't I be a thankful slave of Allah? Volume 6, Book 60, number 361, narrated Aisha, the Prophet used to offer prayer at night, for such a long time, that his feet used to crack. I said, O Allah's Apostle! Why do you do it since Allah has forgiven you your faults of the past and those to follow? He said, Shouldn't I love to be a thankful slave of Allah? When he became old, he prayed while sitting, but if he wanted to perform a bowing, he would get up, recite some other verses, and then perform the bowing. Volume 6, Book 60, number 362, narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As, this verse, Verily we have sent you, O Muhammad, as a witness, as a bringer of glad tidings and as a warner. 48, 8, which is in the Quran, appears in the surah thus, Verily we have sent you, O Muhammad, as a witness, as a bringer of glad tidings and as a warner, and as a protector for the illiterates, i.e., the Arabs. You are my slave and my apostle, and I have named you Al-Mutawakkil, one who depends upon Allah. You are neither hard-hearted nor of fierce character, nor one who shouts in the markets. You do not return evil for evil, but excuse and forgive. Allah will not take you unto him till he guides through you a crooked curved, nation on the right path by causing them to say, "None has the right to be worshipped but Allah." With such a statement he will cause to open blind eyes, deaf ears, and hardened hearts. Volume 6, Book 60, number 363, narrated Al-Bukhara, while a man from the companions of the Prophet was reciting Quran, and his horse was tied in the house, the horse got startled and started jumping. The man came out, looked around, but could not find anything, yet the horse went on jumping. The next morning he mentioned that to the Prophet. The Prophet said, that was the tranquility, calmness, which descended because of the recitation of the Quran. Volume 6, Book 60, number 364, narrated Jabir, we were 1,400 on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 365, narrated Akbar bin Saban, Abdullah bin Mughafal al-Muzani, who was one of those who witnessed the event of the tree, said, the Prophet forbade the throwing of small stones with 2 fingers. Abdullah bin al-Mughafal al-Muzani also said, the Prophet also forbade urinating at the place where one takes a bath. Volume 6, Book 60, number 366, narrated Thabit bin ad-Dahak, who was one of the companions of the tree, those who swore allegiance to the Prophet beneath the tree at Al-Hudaybiyah. Volume 6, Book 60, number 367, narrated Habib bin Abi Thabit, I went to Abu Wail to ask him about those who had rebelled against Ali. On that Abu Wail said, we were at Siffin, a city on the bank of the Euphrates, the place where me battle took place between Ali and Muawiyah. A man said, will you be on the side of those who are called to consult Allah's book, to settle the dispute? Ali said, yes, I agree that we should settle the matter in the light of the Quran. Some people objected to Ali's agreement and wanted to fight. On that Sa'al bin Hunayf said, blame yourselves. I remember how, on the day of Al-Hudaybiyah, i.e. the peace treaty between the Prophet and the Quraysh pagans, if we had been allowed to choose fighting, we would have fought the pagans. At that time Umar came to the Prophet and said, aren't we on the right path, and they, pagans, in the wrong? Won't our killed persons go to paradise, and theirs in the fire? The Prophet replied, yes. Umar further said, then why should we let our religion be degraded and return before Allah has settled the matter between us? The Prophet said, O the son of Al-Khattab, no doubt, I am Allah's apostle and Allah will never neglect me. So Umar left the place angrily, and he was so impatient that he went to Abu Bakr and said, O Abu Bakr, aren't we on the right path, and they, pagans, on the wrong? Abu Bakr said, O the son of Al-Khattab, he is Allah's apostle, and Allah will never neglect him. Then Surah Al-Fath, the victory, was revealed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 368, narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika, the 2 righteous persons were about to be ruined. They were Abu Bakr and Umar, who raised their voices in the presence of the Prophet when a mission from Bani Tamim came to him. One of the 2 recommended Al-Aqra bin Habias, the brother of Bani Mujashi, to be their governor, while the other recommended somebody else. Nafi, the subnarrator, said, I do not remember his name. Abu Bakr said to Umar, you wanted nothing but to oppose me. Umar said, I did not intend to oppose you. Their voices grew loud in that argument, so Allah revealed, O you who believe, raise not your voices above the voice of the Prophet. 49, 2, Ibn Az-Zubayr said, since the revelation of this verse, Umar used to speak in such a low tone that the Prophet had to ask him to repeat his statements. But Ibn Az-Zubayr did not mention the same about his maternal grandfather, i.e. Abu Bakr. Volume 6, Book 60, number 369, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet missed Thabit bin Qais for a period, so he inquired about him. A man said, O Allah's apostle, I will bring you his news. So he went to Thabit and found him sitting in his house and bowing his head. The man said to Thabit, what is the matter with you? Thabit replied that it was an evil affair, for he used to raise his voice above the voice of the Prophet, and so all his good deeds had been annulled, and he considered himself as one of the people of the fire. Then the man returned to the Prophet and told him that Thabit had said, so and so. Musa bin Anas said, the man returned to Thabit with great glad tidings. The Prophet said to the man, go back to him and say to him, you are not from the people of the hell fire, but from the people of paradise. Volume 6, Book 60, number 370, narrated Abdullah bin Azad Zubayr, a group of Bani Tamim came to the Prophet and requested him to appoint a governor for them. Abu Bakr said, appoint Al-Qaqa bin Mabad. Umar said, appoint Al-Aqra bin Habias. On that Abu Bakr said, to Umar, you did not want but to oppose me. Umar replied, I did not intend to oppose you. So both of them argued till their voices grew loud. So the following verse was revealed, O you who believe, be not forward. 49, 1, Volume 6, Book 60, number 371, narrated Anas, the Prophet said, the people will be thrown into the hell fire and it will say, are there any more to come? 50, 30, till Allah puts his foot over it and it will say, Kati. Kati. Enough, enough. Volume 6, Book 60, number 372, narrated Abu Hurairah, that the Prophet said, it will be said to the hell, are you filled? It will say, there any more to come? On that Allah will put his foot on it, and it will say, Kati. Kati. Enough. Enough. Volume 6, Book 60, number 373, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, paradise and the fire, hell, argued, and the fire, hell, said, I have been given the privilege of receiving the arrogant and the tyrants. Paradise said, what is the matter with me? Why do only the weak and the humble among the people enter me? On that, Allah said to Paradise, you are my mercy which I bestow on whoever I wish of my servants. Then Allah said to the hell fire, you are my means of punishment by which I punish whoever I wish of my slaves. And each of you will have its fill. As for the fire, hell, it will not be filled till Allah puts his foot over it, whereupon it will say, Kati. Kati. At that time it will be filled, and its different parts will come closer to each other, and Allah will not wrong any of his created beings. As regards paradise, Allah will create a new creation to fill it with. Volume 6, Book 60, number 374, narrated Jarir bin Abdullah, we were in the company of the Prophet on a 14th night of the lunar month, and he looked at the full moon and said, you will see your Lord as you see this moon, and you will have no trouble in looking at him. So, whoever can, should not miss the offering of prayers before sunrise, Fajr prayer, and before sunset, Asr prayer. Then the Prophet recited, and celebrate the praises of your Lord before the rising of the sun and before its setting. 50, 39, Volume 6, Book 60, number 375, narrated Mujahid, Ibn Abbas said, Allah ordered his Prophet to celebrate Allah's praises after all prayers. He refers to his statement, after the prayers. 50, 40, Volume 6, Book 60, number 376, narrated Salama, I complained to Allah's Apostle that I was sick, so he said, perform the tawaf of Kaaba at Mecca, while riding behind the people, who are performing the tawaf on foot. So I performed the tawaf while Allah's Apostle was offering the prayer by the side of the Kaaba and was reciting, by the Mount, Sani, and by a decree inscribed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 377, narrated Jubair bin Mut'im, I heard the Prophet reciting Surat at-Tur in the Maghrib prayer, and when he reached the verse, were they created by nothing, or were they themselves the creators, or did they create the heavens and the earth? Nay, but they have no firm belief, or do they own the treasures of your Lord? Or have they been given the authority to do as they like? 52, 35-37, my heart was about to fly, when I realized this firm argument. Volume 6, Book 60, number 378, narrated Masruq, I said to Aisha, a mother, did Prophet Muhammad see his Lord? Aisha said, what you have said makes my hair stand on end. Know that if somebody tells you one of the following three things, he is a liar. Whoever tells you that Muhammad saw his Lord, is a liar. Then Aisha recited the verse, no vision can grasp him, but his grasp is over all vision. He is the most courteous, well acquainted with all things. 6, 103, it is not fitting for a human being that Allah should speak to him except by inspiration or from behind a veil. 42, 51, Aisha further said, and whoever tells you that the Prophet knows what is going to happen tomorrow, is a liar. She then recited, no soul can know what it will earn tomorrow. 31, 34, she added, and whoever tell you that he concealed, some of Allah's orders, is a liar. Then she recited, O Apostle, proclaim the message which has been sent down to you from your Lord. 5:67, Aisha added. But the Prophet saw Gabriel in his true form twice. Volume 6, Book 60, number 379, narrated Abdullah, regarding the verses, and was at a distance of but 2 bow lengths or, even, nearer. So did Allah convey the inspiration to his slave, Gabriel, and then he, Gabriel, conveyed that to Muhammad. 53, 9-10, Ibn Mas'ud narrated to us that the Prophet had seen Gabriel with 600 wings. Volume 6, Book 60, number 380, narrated Assailant, I asked Sir about the statement of Allah, and was at a distance of but 2 bow lengths or, even, nearer. So did Allah convey the inspiration to his slave, Gabriel, and then he, Gabriel, conveyed that to Muhammad. 53:10, he said, Abdullah bin Mas'ud informed us that Muhammad had seen Gabriel with 600 wings. Volume 6, Book 60, number 381, narrated Abdullah, regarding the revelation, truly he, Muhammad, did see of the signs of his Lord, the greatest. 53:18, the Prophet saw a green screen covering the horizon. Volume 6, Book 60, number 382, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding his statement about the Lat and the Uzza. Lat was originally a man who used to mix sarwick for the pilgrim. Volume 6, Book 60, number 383, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, whomever takes an oath in which he mentions Lat and Uzza, forgetfully, should say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and whoever says to his companion, come along, let us gamble, must give alms, as an expiation. Volume 6, Book 60, number 384, narrated, I asked Aisha, regarding the sigh between As-Safa and Al-Marwa. She said, out of reverence to the idol Manat which was placed in Al-Mashalal, those who used to assume Iram in its name, used not to perform sa'i between As-Safa and Al-Marwa, so Allah revealed, verily, the As-Safa and Al-Marwa, 2 mountains at Mecca, are among the symbols of Allah. 158. Thereupon, Allah's Apostle and the Muslims used to perform sa'i between them. Safiyan said, the idol, Manat, was at Al-Mashalal in Qudayd. Aisha added, the verse was revealed in connection with the Ansar. They and the tribe of Ghassan used to assume Iram in the name of Manat before they embraced Islam. Aisha added, there were men from the Ansar who used to assume Iram in the name of Manat, which was an idol between Mecca and Medina. They said, O Allah's Apostle, we used not to perform the tawaf, sa'i, between As-Safa and Al-Marwa out of reverence to Manat. Volume 6, Book 60, number 385, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet performed a prostration when he finished reciting Surat an-Najm, and all the Muslims and pagans and jinns and human beings prostrated along with him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 386, narrated Abdullah, the first surah in which a prostration was mentioned, was Surah an-Najm, the star. Allah's Apostle prostrated, while reciting it, and everybody behind him prostrated except a man whom I saw taking a handful of dust in his hand and prostrated on it. Later I saw that man killed as an infidel, and he was Umayyah bin Khalaf. Volume 6, Book 60, number 387, narrated Ibn Mas'ud, during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle the moon was split into 2 parts, one part remained over the mountain, and the other part went beyond the mountain. On that, Allah's Apostle said, witness this miracle. Volume 6, Book 60, number 388, narrated Abdullah, the moon was cleft asunder while we were in the company of the Prophet, and it became 2 parts. The Prophet said, witness this miracle. Volume 6, Book 60, number 389, narrated Ibn Abbas, the moon was cleft asunder during the lifetime of the Prophet. Volume 6, Book 60, number 390, narrated Anas, the people of Mecca asked the Prophet to show them a sign, miracle. So he showed them the miracle of the cleaving of the moon. Volume 6, Book 60, number 391, narrated Anas, the moon was cleft asunder into 2 parts. Volume 6, Book 60, number 392, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Volume 6, Book 60, number 393, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet used to recite, is there any that remember? And a furious wind, plucking out men, as if they were uprooted stems of palm trees, then how terrible was my punishment and my warnings. 54, 20-21, Volume 6, Book 60, number 394, narrated Abu Ishaq, a man asked Al-Aswad, is it a Fahal minute Mudakir or Mudaki? Al-Aswad replied, I have heard Abdullah bin Masud reciting it, Fahal minute Mudakir. I too heard the Prophet reciting it, Fahal minute Mudakir, with D. Volume 6, Book 60, number 395, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet recited, Fahal minute Mudakir, and verily an abiding torment seized them early in the morning, so taste you my torment and my warnings. 54. 38-39, Volume 6, Book 60, number 396, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet recited, Fahal minute Mudakir, and verily, we have destroyed nations like unto you, then is there any that will receive admonition? 54, 51, Volume 6, Book 60, number 397, narrated Abdullah, I recited before the Prophet, Fahal minute Mudaki. The Prophet said, it is Fahal minute Mudakir. Volume 6, Book 60, number 398, narrated Abbas, Allah's apostle, while in a tent on the day of the Battle of Badr, said, O Allah, I request you to fulfill your promise and contract. O Allah, if you wish that you will not be worshipped henceforth. On that Abu Bakr held the Prophet by the hand and said, that is enough, O Allah's apostle, you have appealed to your Lord too pressingly, while the Prophet was putting on his armor. So Allah's apostle went out, reciting their multitude will be put to flight, and they will show their backs. 54, 45, Volume 6, Book 60, number 399, narrated Yusuf bin Mahik, I was in the house of Aisha, the mother of the believers. She said, this revelation, nay, but the hour is their appointed time, for their full recompense, and the hour will be more previous and most bitter. 54, 46, was revealed to Muhammad at Mecca while I was a playful little girl. Volume 6, Book 60, number 400, narrated Ibn Abbas, while in his tent on the day the Battle of Badr, the Prophet said, O Allah, I request you to fulfill your promise and contract. O Allah, if you wish that the believers be destroyed, you will never be worshipped henceforth. On that, Abu Bakr held the Prophet by the hand and said, that is enough, O Allah's apostle. You have appealed to your Lord too pressingly. The Prophet was wearing his armor and then went out reciting, their multitude will be put to flight and they will show their backs. Nay, but the hour is their appointed time, for their full recompense, and the hour will be more previous and most bitter. 54, 45-46, Volume 6, Book 60, number 401, narrated Abdullah bin Qais, Allah's apostle said, 2 gardens, the utensils and the contents of which are of silver, and 2 other gardens, the utensils and contents of which are of gold. And nothing will prevent the people who will be in the Garden of Eden from seeing their Lord except the curtain of majesty over his face. Volume 6, Book 60, number 402, narrated Abdullah bin Qais, Allah's apostle said, in paradise there is a pavilion made of a single hollow pearl 60 miles wide, in each corner of which there are wives who will not see those in the other corners, and the believers will visit and enjoy them. And there are 2 gardens, the utensils and contents of which are made of silver, and 2 other gardens, the utensils and contents of which are made of so-and-so, i.e. gold, and nothing will prevent the people staying in the Garden of Eden from seeing their Lord except the curtain of majesty over his face. Volume 6, Book 60, number 403, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, in paradise there is a tree which is so big that a rider can travel in its shade for 100 years without passing it, and if you wish, you can recite, Volume 6, Book 60, number 404, narrated Said bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Abbas about Surat al-Tawbah, and he said, Surat al-Tawbah. It is exposure of all the evils of the infidels and the hypocrites. And it continued revealing that the oft-repeated expression, and of them, till they started thinking that none would be left unmentioned therein. I said, what about Surat al-Anfal? He replied, Surat al-Anfal was revealed in connection with the Badr battle. I said, what about Surat al-Hashr? He replied, it was revealed in connection with Bani and Nadir. Volume 6, Book 60, number 405, narrated said, I asked Ibn Abbas about Surat al-Hashr. He replied, say Surat an-Nadir. Volume 6, Book 60, number 406, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's apostle burnt and cut down the palm trees of Bani and Nadir which were at Al-Bukhara, a place near Medina. Thereupon Allah revealed, what you, O Muslims, cut down of the palm trees, of the enemy, or you left them standing on their stems, it was by the leave of Allah, so that he might cover with shame the rebellious. 59, 5, Volume 6, Book 60, number 407, narrated Umar, the properties of Bam and Nadir were among the booty that Allah gave to his apostles. Such booty were not obtained by any expedition on the part of Muslims, neither with cavalry, nor with camelry. So those properties were for Allah's apostle only, and he used to provide thereof the yearly expenditure for his wives, and dedicate the rest of its revenues for purchasing arms and horses as war material to be used in Allah's cause. Volume 6, Book 60, number 408, narrated Alqamah, Abdullah bin Masud, said, Allah curses those ladies who practice tattooing and those who get themselves tattooed, and those ladies who remove the hair from their faces and those who make artificial spaces between their teeth in order to look more beautiful whereby they change Allah's creation. His saying reached a lady from Bani Asd called Yaqub who came to Abdullah and said, I have come to know that you have cursed such and such, ladies. He replied, why should I not curse these whom Allah's apostle has cursed and who are cursed in Allah's book? Yaqub said, I have read the whole Quran, but I did not find in it what you say. He said, verily, if you have read it, i.e. the Quran, you have found it. Didn't you read, and whatsoever the apostle gives you take it, and whatsoever he forbids you, you abstain from it? 59, 7, she replied, yes, I did. He said, verily, Allah's apostle forbade such things. She said, but I see your wife doing these things. He said, go and watch her. She went and watched her but could not see anything in support of her statement. On that he said, if my wife was as you thought, I would not keep her in my company. Volume 6, Book 60, number 409, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, Allah's apostle has cursed the lady who uses false hair. Volume 6, Book 60, number 410, narrated Umar, I recommend that my successor should take care of and secure the rights of the early emigrants, and I also advise my successor to be kind to the Ansar who had homes in Medina and had adopted the faith before the Prophet migrated to them, and to accept the good from their good ones and excuse their wrongdoers. Volume 6, Book 60, number 411, narrated Abu Hurairah, a man came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, I am suffering from fatigue and hunger. The Prophet sent somebody to his wives to get something, but the messenger found nothing with them. Then Allah's apostle said to his companions, isn't there anybody who can entertain this man tonight so that Allah may be merciful to him? An Ansari man got up and said, I will entertain him, O Allah's apostle. So he went to his wife and said to her, this is the guest of Allah's apostle, so do not keep anything away from him. She said, by Allah, I have nothing but the children's food. He said, when the children ask for their dinner, put them to bed and put out the light, we shall not take our meals tonight. She did so. In the morning the Ansari man went to Allah's apostle who said, Allah was pleased with, or he bestowed his mercy, on so-and-so and his wife, because of their good deed. Then Allah revealed, but give them preference over themselves even though they were in need of that. 59, 9, Volume 6, Book 60, number 412, narrated Ali, Allah's apostle sent me along with Az Zubayr and Al-Miqdad and said, proceed till you reach a place called Rawdat Kark where there is a lady traveling in a howdah on a camel. She has a letter. Take the letter from her. So we set out, and our horses ran at full pace till we reached Rawdat Kark, and behold, we saw the lady and said to her, take out the letter. She said, I have no letter with me. We said, either you take out the letter or we will strip you of your clothes. So she took the letter out of her hair braid. We brought the letter to the Prophet and behold, it was addressed by Hatib bin Abi Balta'i to some pagans at Mecca, informing them of some of the affairs of the Prophet. The Prophet said, what is this, O Hatib? Hatib replied, do not be hasty with me, O Allah's apostle. I am an Ansari man and do not belong to them, Quraysh infidels, while the emigrants who were with you had their relatives who used to protect their families and properties at Mecca. So, to compensate for not having blood relation with them, I intended to do them some favor so that they might protect my relatives, at Mecca, and I did not do this out of disbelief or an inclination to desert my religion. The Prophet then said to his companions, He, Hatib, has told you the truth. Umar said, O Allah's Apostle, allow me to chop his head off. The Apostle said, He is one of those who fought in the Battle of Badr, and what do you know, perhaps Allah looked upon the people of Badr, bad warriors, and said, Do what you want as I have forgiven you. Amr, a subnarrator, said, This verse was revealed about him, Hatib, O you who believe. Take not my enemies and your enemies as friends or protectors. 61, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 413, narrated, Ali, Sufyan was asked whether the verse, Take not my enemies and your enemies, was revealed in connection with Hatib. Sufyan replied, This occurs only in the narration of the people. I memorized the hadith from Amr, not overlooking even a single letter thereof, and I do not know of anybody who remembered it by heart other than myself. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 414, narrated Aisha the wife of the Prophet, said, Allah's Apostle used to examine the believing women who migrated to him in accordance with this verse, O Prophet. When believing women come to you to take the oath of allegiance to you, verily, Allah is oft forgiving most merciful. 12, Aisha said, and if any of the believing women accepted the condition assigned in the above-mentioned verse, Allah's Apostle would say to her, I have accepted your pledge of allegiance. He would only say that, for, by Allah, his hand never touched any lady during that pledge of allegiance. He did not receive their pledge except by saying, I have accepted your pledge of allegiance for that. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 415, narrated Amatia, We took the oath of allegiance to Allah's Apostle and he recited to us, They will not associate anything in worship with Allah, and forbade us to bewail the dead. Thereupon a lady withdrew her hand, refrained from taking the oath of allegiance, and said, But such and such lady lamented over one of my relatives, so I must do the same over the dead relatives of hers. The Prophet did not object to that, so she went there, and returned to the Prophet so he accepted her pledge of allegiance. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 416, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the saying of Allah, and they will not disobey you in any just matter. 12, that was one of the conditions which Allah imposed on the believing women who came to take the oath of allegiance to the Prophet. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 417, narrated Ubadah bin As-Samit, while we were with the Prophet, he said, Will you swear to me the pledge of allegiance that you will not worship anything besides Allah, will not commit illegal sexual intercourse, and will not steal? Then he recited the verse concerning the women. Sufyan, the subnarrator, often said that the Prophet added, Whoever among you fulfills his pledge, will receive his reward from Allah, and whoever commits any of those sins and receives the legal punishment in this life, his punishment will be an expiation for that sin, and whoever commits any of those sins and Allah screens him, then it is up to Allah to punish or forgive them. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 418, narrated Ibn Abbas, I witnessed the ideal fighter prayer with Allah's Apostle, Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman, and all of them offered it before delivering the sermon. And then delivered the sermon. Once the Prophet, after completing the prayer and the sermon, came down, as if I am now looking at him waving at the men with his hand to sit down, and walked through them till he, along with Bilal, reached the rows of the women. Then he recited, O Prophet, when believing women come to you to take the oath of allegiance that they will not worship anything other than Allah, will not steal, will not commit illegal sexual intercourse, will not kill their children, and will not utter slander, intentionally forging falsehood, by making illegal children belonging to their husbands. 12, having finished, he said, Do you agree to that? One lady, other than whom none replied, the Prophet said, Yes, O Allah's Apostle. The subnarrator, Al-Hasan, did not know who the lady was. Then the Prophet said to them, Will you give alms? Thereupon Bilal spread out his garment and the women started throwing big. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 419, narrated Jubair bin Mutim, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, I have several names, I am Muhammad and I am Ahmed, and I am Al-Mahi with whom Allah obliterates kafr, disbelief, and I am Al-Hashr, gatherer, at whose feet, i.e. behind whom, the people will be gathered, on the day of resurrection, and I am Al-Aqib, i.e. who succeeds the other prophets in bringing about good. Volume 6, Book 60, number 420, narrated Abu Huraira, while we were sitting with the Prophet Surat al-Jumu'ah was revealed to him, and when the verse, and he, Allah, has sent him, Muhammad, also to other Muslims. 62, 3, was recited by the Prophet, I said, Who are they, O Allah's Apostle? The Prophet did not reply till I repeated my question thrice. At that time, Salman al-Farisi was with us. So Allah's Apostle put his hand on Salman, saying, If faith were at the place of Athariah, Pleiades, the highest star, even then, some men or man from these people, i.e. Salman's folk, would attain it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 421, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said. Then some men from these people would attain it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 422, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, a caravan of merchandise arrived at Medina on a Friday while we were with the Prophet. All the people left the Prophet and headed for the caravan, except 12 persons. Then Allah revealed, but when they see some bargain or some amusement they disperse headlong to it. 62, 11, Volume 6, Book 60, number 423, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, while I was taking part in a ghazwa. I heard Abdullah bin Ubay bin Abi Salul saying, Don't spend on those who are with Allah's Apostle, that they may disperse and go away from him. If we return to Medina, surely the more honorable will expel the meaner amongst them. I reported that, saying, to my uncle or to Umar who, in his turn, informed the Prophet of it. The Prophet called me and I narrated to him the whole story. Then Allah's Apostle sent for Abdullah bin Ubay and his companions, and they took an oath that they did not say that. So Allah's Apostle disbelieved my saying and believed his. I was distressed as I never was before. I stayed at home and my uncle said to me, You just wanted Allah's Apostle to disbelieve your statement and hate you. So Allah revealed the surah beginning with, When the hypocrites come to you. 63, 1. The Prophet then sent for me and recited it and said, O Zayd, Allah confirmed your statement. Volume 6, Book 60, number 424, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, I was with my uncle and I heard Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul saying, Don't spend on those who are with Allah's Apostle that they may disperse and go away from him. He also said, If we return to Medina, surely the more honorable will expel the meaner. So I informed my uncle of that, and then my uncle informed Allah's Apostle thereof. Allah's Apostle sent for Abdullah bin Ubay and his companions. They swore that they did not say anything of that sort. Allah's Apostle deemed their statement true and rejected mine. Thereof I became as distressed as I have never been before, and stayed at home. Then Allah revealed Surat al-Munafiqun, When the hypocrites come to you. 63, 1. They are the ones who say, Spend nothing on those who are with Allah's Apostle. 63, 7. Verily the more honorable will expel thee from the meaner. 63, 7-8. Allah's Apostle sent for me and recited that surah for me and said, Allah has confirmed your statement. That is because they believed, then disbelieved, so a seal was set on their hearts, therefore they understand not. 63, 3, Volume 6, Book 60, number 425, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, when Abdullah bin Ubay said, Do not spend on those who are with Allah's Apostle, and also said, If we return to Medina, I informed the Prophet of his saying. The Ansar blamed me for that, and Abdullah bin Ubay swore that he did not say. I returned to my house and slept. Allah's Apostle then called me and I went to him. He said, Allah has confirmed your statement. The verse, They are the one who say, Spend nothing. 63, 7, was revealed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 426, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, We went out with the Prophet on a journey and the people suffered from lack of provisions. So Abdullah bin Ubay said to his companions, Don't spend on those who are with Allah's Apostle, that they may disperse and go away from him. He also said, If we return to Medina, surely the more honorable will expel thee from the meaner. So I went to the Prophet and informed him of that. He sent for Abdullah bin Ubay and asked him, but Abdullah bin Ubay swore that he did not say so. The people said, Zayd told a lie to Allah's Apostle. What they said distressed me very much. Later Allah revealed the confirmation of my statement in his saying, When the hypocrites come to you. 63, 1. so the Prophet called them that they might ask Allah to forgive them, but they turned their heads aside. Concerning Allah's saying, pieces of wood propped up, Zayd said, they were the most handsome men. Volume 6, Book 60, number 427, narrated Zayd bin Arqam, while I was with my uncle, I heard Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul saying, do not spend on those who are with Allah's apostle, that they may disperse and go away from him. And if we return to Medina, surely, the more honorable will expel there from the Mina. I mentioned that to my uncle who, in turn, mentioned it to the Prophet. The Prophet called me and I told him about that. Then he sent for Abdullah bin Ubay and his companions, and they swore that they did not say so. The Prophet disbelieved my statement and believed theirs. I was distressed as I have never been before, and I remained in my house. My uncle said to me, you just wanted the Prophet to consider you a liar and hate you. Then Allah revealed, when the hypocrites come to you, they say, we bear witness that you are indeed the apostle of Allah. 63, 1. So the Prophet sent for me and recited it and said, Allah has confirmed your statement. Volume 6, Book 60, number 428, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, we were in a Ghazwa, Sufyan once said, in an army, and a man from the emigrants kicked an Ansari man on the buttocks with his foot. The Ansari man said, O the Ansar, help, and the emigrant said, O the emigrants, help. Allah's apostle heard that and said, what is this call for, which is characteristic of the period of ignorance? They said, O Allah's apostle, a man from the emigrants kicked one of the Ansar on the buttocks with his foot. Allah's apostle said, leave it, that call, as is a detestable thing. Abdullah bin Ubay heard that and said, have the emigrants done so? By Allah, if we return Medina, surely, the more honorable will expel there from the Mina. When this statement reached the Prophet, Umar got up and said, O Allah's apostle, let me chop off the head of this hypocrite, Abdullah bin Ubay. The Prophet said, leave him, lest the people say that Muhammad kills his companions. The Ansar were then more in number than the emigrants when the latter came to Medina, but later on the emigrant increased. Volume 6, Book 60, number 429, narrated Musa bin Akbar, Abdullah bin al-Fadl told me that Anas bin Malik said, I was much grieved over those who had been killed in the battle of Al-Hara. When Zayd bin Arqam heard of my intense grief over the killed Ansar, he wrote a letter to me saying that he heard Allah's apostle saying, O Allah, forgive the Ansar and the Ansar children. The subnarrator, Ibn al-Fadl, is not sure whether the Prophet also said, and their grandchildren. Some of those who were present asked Anas about Zayd. He said, he, Zayd, is the one about whom Allah's apostle said, he is the one whose sound hearing Allah testified. Volume 6, Book 60, number 430, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, we were in a Ghazwa and a man from the emigrants kicked an Ansari on the buttocks with his foot. The Ansari man said, O the Ansari, help. The emigrant said, O the emigrants, help. When Allah's apostle heard that, he said, what is that? They said, a man from the emigrants kicked a man from the Ansar on the buttocks his foot. On that the Ansar said, O the Ansar. And the emigrant said, O the emigrants. The Prophet said, leave it, that call, for it is a detestable thing. The number of Ansar was larger than that of the emigrants at the time when the Prophet came to Medina, but later the number of emigrants increased. Abdullah bin Ubay said, have they, the emigrants, done so? By Allah, if we return to Medina, surely, the more honorable will expel there from the Mina. Umar bin al-Khattab said, O Allah's apostle, let me chop off the head of this hypocrite. The Prophet said, leave him, lest the people say Muhammad kills his companions. Volume 6, Book 60, number 431, narrated Salim, that Abdullah bin Umar told him that he had divorced his wife while she was in her menses, so Umar informed Allah's apostle of that. Allah's apostle became very angry at that and said, Ibn Umar must return her to his house and keep her as his wife till she becomes clean and then menstruates and becomes clean again, whereupon, if he wishes to divorce her, he may do so while she is still clean and before having any sexual relations with her, for that is the legally prescribed period for divorce as Allah has ordered. Volume 6, Book 60, number 432, narrated Abu Salama, a man came to Ibn Abbas while Abu Huraira was sitting with him and said, "Give me your verdict regarding a lady who delivered a baby 40 days after the death of her husband." Ibn Abbas said, "This indicates the end of one of the two prescribed periods." I said, "For those who are pregnant, their prescribed period is until they deliver their burdens." Abu Huraira said, "I agree with my cousin, Abu Salama." Then Ibn Abbas sent his slave, Qurayb, to Salama to ask her regarding this matter. She replied, "The husband of Subayt al-Aslamiyah was killed while she was pregnant, and she delivered a baby 40 days after his death. Then her hand was asked in marriage and Allah's apostle married her to somebody. Abu as-Sanabil was one of those who asked for her hand in marriage." Volume 6, Book 60, number 433, narrated Ibn Abbas, "If someone says to his wife, 'You are unlawful to me,' he must make an expiation for his oath." Ibn Abbas added, "There is for you in Allah's apostle an excellent example to follow." Volume 6, Book 60, number 434, narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle used to drink honey in the house of Zainab, the daughter of Jash, and would stay there with her. So Hafsa and I agreed secretly that, if he come to either of us, she would say to him, 'It seems you have eaten magafir, a kind of bad-smelling resin, for I smell in you the smell of magafir.' We did so, and he replied, 'No, but I was drinking honey in the house of Zainab, the daughter of Jash, and I shall never take it again. I have taken an oath as to that, and you should not tell anybody about it.'" Volume 6, Book 60, number 435, narrated Ibn Abbas, "For the whole year I had the desire to ask Umar bin al-Khattab regarding the explanation of a verse in Surat al-Tarim, but I could not ask him because I respected him very much. When he went to perform the Hajj, I too went along with him. On our return, while we were still on the way home, Umar went aside to answer the call of nature by the arak trees. I waited till he finished and then I proceeded with him and asked him, 'O chief of the believers, who were the two wives of the Prophet who aided one another against him?' He said, 'They were Hafsa and Aisha.' Then I said to him, 'By Allah, I wanted to ask you about this a year ago, but I could not do so owing to my respect for you.' Umar said, 'Do not refrain from asking me. If you think that I have knowledge about a certain matter, ask me, and if I know something about it, I will tell you.' Then Umar added, 'By Allah, in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance we did not pay attention to women until Allah revealed regarding them what He revealed regarding them and assigned for them what He has assigned. Once while I was thinking over a certain matter, my wife said, I recommend that you do so and so. I said to her, what have you got to do with this matter? Why do you poke your nose in a matter which I want to see fulfilled? She said, how strange you are, O son of Al-Khattab. You don't want to be argued with, whereas your daughter, Hafsa, surely argues with Allah's apostle so much that he remains angry for a full day. Umar then reported how he at once put on his outer garment and went to Hafsa and said to her, O my daughter, do you argue with Allah's apostle so that he remains angry the whole day? Hafsa said, by Allah, we argue with him. Umar said, know that I warn you of Allah's punishment and the anger of Allah's apostle. O my daughter, don't be betrayed by the one who is proud of her beauty because of the love of Allah's apostle for her, i.e., Aisha. Umar addled, then I went out to Salama's house, who was one of my relatives, and I talked to her. She said, O son of Al-Khattab, it is rather astonishing that you interfere in everything, you even want to interfere between Allah's apostle and his wives. By Allah, by her talk she influenced me so much that I lost some of my anger. I left her, and went home. At that time I had a friend from the Ansar who used to bring news from the Prophet in case of my absence, and I used to bring him the news if he was absent. In those days we were afraid of one of the kings of Ghassan tribe. We heard that he intended to move and attack us, so fear filled our hearts because of that. One day, my Ansari friend unexpectedly knocked at my door, and said, Open, open. I said, has the king of Ghassan come? He said, no, but something worse, Allah's apostle has isolated himself from his wives. I said, let the nose of Aisha and Hafsa be stuck to dust, i.e. humiliated. Then I put on my clothes and went to Allah's apostle's residence, and behold, he was staying in an upper room of his to which he ascended by a ladder, and a black slave of Allah's apostle was sitting on the first step. I said to him, say, to the Prophet, Umar bin al-Khattab is here. Then the Prophet admitted me and I narrated the story to Allah's Apostle. When I reached the story of Salama, Allah's Apostle smiled while he was lying on a mat made of palm tree leaves with nothing between him and the mat. Underneath his head there was a leather pillow stuffed with palm fibers, and leaves of a sort tree were piled at his feet, and above his head hung a few water skins. On seeing the marks of the mat imprinted on his side, I wept. He said, "Why are you weeping?" I replied, "O Allah's Apostle, Caesar and Khosrau are leading the life, i.e. luxurious life, while you, Allah's Apostle though you are, is living in destitute." The Prophet then replied, "Won't you be satisfied that they enjoy this world and we the hereafter?" Volume 6, Book 60, number 436, narrated Ibn Abbas, I intended to ask Umar so I said, who were those two ladies who tried to back each other against the Prophet? I hardly finished my speech when he said, they were Aisha and Hafsa. Volume 6, Book 60, number 437, narrated Ibn Abbas, I intended to ask Umar about those two ladies who back each other against Allah's Apostle. For 1 year I was seeking the opportunity to ask this question, but in vain, until once when I accompanied him for Hajj. While we were in Zaran, Umar went to answer the call of nature and told me to follow him with some water for ablution. So I followed him with a container of water and started pouring water for him. I found it a good opportunity to ask him, so I said, O Chief of the Believers, who were those two ladies who had backed each other against the Prophet? Before I could complete my question, he replied, they were Aisha and Hafsa. Volume 6, Book 60, number 438, narrated Umar, the wives of the Prophet out of their jealousy, backed each other against the Prophet, so I said to them, it may be, if he divorced you all, that Allah will give him, instead of you wives better than you. So this verse was revealed. 66, 5, Volume 6, Book 60, number 439, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse, cruel after all that, base-born, of illegitimate birth. 68, 13, it was revealed in connection with a man from Quraysh who had a notable sign, Zanama, similar to the notable sign which usually hung on the neck of a sheep, to recognize it. Volume 6, Book 60, number 440, narrated Horata bin Wabalkuzai, I heard the Prophet saying, May I tell you of the people of paradise? Every weak and poor obscure person whom the people look down upon, but his oath is fulfilled by Allah when he takes an oath to do something. And may I inform you of the people of the hellfire? They are all those violent, arrogant and stubborn people. Volume 6, Book 60, number 441, narrated Abu said, I heard the Prophet saying, Allah will bring forth the severest hour, and then all the believers, men and women, will prostrate themselves before him, but there will remain those who used to prostrate in the world for showing off and for gaining good reputation. Such people will try to prostrate, on the day of judgment, but their backs will be as stiff as if it is one bone, a single vertebra. Volume 6, Book 60, number 442, narrated Ibn Abbas, all the idols which were worshipped by the people of Noah were worshipped by the Arabs later on. As for the idol Wad, it was worshipped by the tribe of Kal, but Dormat al-Jandal, Sur, was the idol of the tribe of Murad, and then by Ban, Gutaif at Al-Yaf near Saba, York was the idol of Hamdan, and Nossa was the idol of Hima, the branch of Dialkala. The names of the idols formerly belonged to some pious men of the people of Noah, and when they died Satan inspired their people to prepare and place idols at the places where they used to sit, and to call those idols by their names. The people did so, but the idols were not worshipped till those people, who initiated them, had died and the origin of the idols had become obscure, whereupon people began worshipping them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 443, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's Apostle went out along with a group of his companions toward Ukaz market. At that time something intervened between the devils and the news of the heaven, and flames were sent down upon them, so the devils returned. Their fellow devils said, What is wrong with you? They said, Something has intervened between us and the news of the heaven, and fires, flames, have been shot at us. Their fellow devils said, Nothing has intervened between you and the news of the heaven, but an important event has happened. Therefore, travel all over the world, east and west, and try to find out what has happened. And so they set out and traveled all over the world, east and west, looking for that thing which intervened between them and the news of the heaven. Those of the devils who had set out towards Tihama went to Allah's apostle at Nakla, a place between Mecca and Taif, while he was on his way to Ukaz market. They met him while he was offering the Fajr prayer with his companions. When they heard the Holy Quran being recited by Allah's apostle, they listened to it and said to each other, "This is the thing which has intervened between you and the news of the heavens." Then they returned to their people and said, "O our people, we have really heard a wonderful recital, Quran. It gives guidance to the right, and we have believed therein. We shall not join in worship anybody with our Lord." C72. 1-2. Then Allah revealed to his Prophet, Surat al-Jinn, say, "It has been revealed to me that a group, 3-9, of jinns listened to the Quran." 72. 1. The statement of the jinns was revealed to him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 444, narrated Yahya bin Abi Katha. I asked Abba Salama bin Abdurrahman about the first surah revealed of the Quran. He replied, "O you, wrapped up, i.e. al-Mudaththir." I said, "They say it was, read, in the name of your Lord who created, i.e. Surat al-Alaq, the clot." On that, Abu Salama said, "I asked Jabir bin Abdullah about that, saying the same as you have said," whereupon he said, "I will not tell you except what Allah's apostle had told us." Allah's apostle said, "I was in seclusion in the cave of Hiram, and after I completed the limited period of my seclusion, I came down from the cave, and heard a voice calling me. I looked to my right, but saw nothing. Then I looked up and saw something. So I went to Khadijah, the Prophet's wife, and told her to wrap me up and pour cold water on me. So they wrapped me up and poured cold water on me. Then, O you, Muhammad, wrapped up, arise and warn, Surat al-Mudaththir was revealed." 74. 1. Volume 6, Book 60, number 445, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, "I was in a seclusion in the cave of Hira." Similar to the narration related by Ali bin al-Mubarak, 444 above. Volume 6, Book 60, number 446, narrated Yahya. I asked Abba Salama which surah of the Quran was revealed first. He replied, "O you, wrapped up, al-Mudaththir." I said, "I have been informed that it was, read, in the name of your Lord who created, i.e. Surat al-Alaq." Volume 6, Book 60, number 447, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I heard the Prophet describing the period of pause of the divine inspiration. He said in his talk, "While I was walking, I heard voices from the sky. I looked up, and behold, I saw the same angel who came to me in the cave of Hira, sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. I was too much afraid of him, so I returned to my house, and said, 'Fold me up in garments.' They wrapped me up. Then Allah revealed, 'O you wrapped, and desert the idols before the prayer became compulsory.'" Rujs means idols. Volume 6, Book 60, number 448, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, that he heard Allah's apostle describing the period of pause of the divine inspiration, and in his description he said, "While I was walking I heard a voice from the sky. I looked up towards the sky, and behold, I saw the same angel who came to me in the cave of Hira, sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. I was so terrified by him that I fell down on the ground. Then I went to my wife and said, 'Wrap me in garments. Wrap me in garments.' They wrapped me, and then Allah revealed, 'O you, Muhammad, wrapped up, arise and warn, and desert the idols.'" 74, 1-5, Abu Salama said, "Rujs means idols." After that, the divine inspiration started coming more frequently and regularly. Volume 6, Book 60, number 449, narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet used to move his tongue when the divine inspiration was being revealed to him. Sufyan, a sub-narrator, demonstrated how the Prophet used to move his lips, and added, in order to memorize it. So Allah revealed, "Move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste therewith." 75, 16, Volume 6, Book 60, number 450, narrated Musa bin Abi Aisha, that he asked Said bin Jubair regarding the statement of Allah, "Move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste therewith." He said, Ibn Abbas said that the Prophet used to move his lips when the divine inspiration was being revealed to him. So the Prophet was ordered not to move his tongue, which he used to do, lest some words should escape his memory. It is for us to collect it means, we will collect it in your chest, and its recitation means, we will make you recite it. But when we recite it, i.e. when it is revealed to you, follow its recital, it is for us to explain it and make it clear, i.e. we will explain it through your tongue. Volume 6, Book 60, number 51, narrated Ibn Abbas, as regards Allah's statement, move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste therewith. 75:16, when Gabriel revealed the divine inspiration in Allah's apostle, Allah's apostle, moved his tongue and lips, and that state used to be very hard for him, and that movement indicated that revelation was taking place. So Allah revealed in Surat Al-Qiyamah, which begins, I do swear by the day of resurrection. 75, the verses, move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste therewith. It is for us to collect it, Quran, in your mind, and give you the ability to recite it by heart. 75:16-17, Ibn Abbas added, it is for us to collect it, Quran, in your mind, and give you the ability to recite it by heart means, when we reveal it, listen. Then it is for us to explain it, means, it is for us to explain it through your tongue. So whenever Gabriel came to Allah's apostle, he would keep quiet, and listen, and when the angel left, the Prophet would recite that revelation as Allah promised him. Volume 6, Book 60, number 52, narrated Abdullah, we were with the Prophet when Surat Wal-Mursalat was revealed to him. While we were receiving it from his mouth, a snake suddenly came and we ran to kill it, but it outstripped us and entered its hole quickly. Allah said, it has escaped your evil, and you too have escaped its evil. Volume 6, Book 60, number 53, narrated Abdullah, similarly as number 52 above. Volume 6, Book 60, number 54, narrated Abdullah, while we were with Allah's apostle in a cave, Surat Wal-Mursalat was revealed to him and we received it directly from his mouth as soon as he had received the revelation. Suddenly a snake came out and Allah's apostle said, get at it and kill it. We ran to kill it, but it outstripped us. Allah's apostle said, it has escaped your evil, as you too have escaped its. Volume 6, Book 60, number 55, narrated Ibn Abbas, as regards the explanation of Hadith 54. Indeed, hell, throws about sparks, huge, as forts. We used to collect wood in the form of logs, 3 cubits long or shorter, for heating purposes in winter. And we used to call such wood, the Kaza. Volume 6, Book 60, number 56, narrated Abdullah, while we were with the Prophet in a cave, Surat Wal-Mursalat was revealed to him and he recited it, and I heard it directly from his mouth as soon as he recited its revelation. Suddenly a snake sprang at us, and the Prophet said, kill it. We ran to kill it, but it escaped quickly. The Prophet said, it has escaped your evil, and you too have escaped its evil. Volume 6, Book 60, number 57, narrated Al-Amash, Abu Hurairah said, Allah's apostle said, between the 2 sounds of the trumpet, there will be 40. Somebody asked Abu Hurairah, 40 days? But he refused to reply. Then he asked, 40 months. He refused to reply. Then he asked, 40 years? Again, he refused to reply. Abu Hurairah added, then, after this period, Allah will send water from the sky and then the dead bodies will grow like vegetation grows. There is nothing of the human body that does not decay except one bone, that is the little bone at the end of the coccyx of which the human body will be recreated on the day of resurrection. See Hadith number 338, Volume 6, Book 60, number 58, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, I saw Allah's apostle pointing with his index and middle fingers, saying, the time of my advent and the hour are like these 2 fingers. The great catastrophe will overwhelm everything. Volume 6, Book 60, number 59, narrated Aisha, the Prophet said, such a person as recites the Quran and masters it by heart, will be with the noble righteous scribes, in heaven. And such a person exerts himself to learn the Quran by heart, and recites it with great difficulty, will have a double reward. Volume 6, Book 60, number 60, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, the Prophet said, on the day when all mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds, some of them will be enveloped in their sweat up to the middle of their ears. Volume 6, Book 60, number 61, narrated Aisha, I heard the Prophet saying. Volume 6, Book 60, number 62, narrated Aisha, I heard the Prophet saying. Volume 6, Book 60, number 63, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle said, on the day of resurrection, anyone whose account will be taken will be ruined, i.e. go to hell. I said, O Allah's Apostle, may Allah make me be sacrificed for you. Doesn't Allah say, then as for him who will be given his record in his right hand, he surely will receive an easy reckoning. 84, 7-8, he replied, that is only the presentation of the accounts, but he whose record is questioned, will be ruined. Volume 6, Book 60, number 64, narrated Ibn Abbas, as regards the verse, you shall surely travel from stage to stage, in this life and in the hereafter. It means, from one state to another. That concerns your Prophet. Volume 6, Book 60, number 65, narrated Al-Bukhara, the first of the companions of the Prophet who came to us, in Medina, were Mus'ab bin Umar and Ibn Maktum, and they started teaching us the Quran. Then came Umar, Bilal and Sa'd. Afterwards, Umar bin al-Khattab came along with a batch of 20 men, and after that the Prophet came. I never saw the people of Medina so pleased with anything as they were with his arrival, so that even the little boys and girls were saying, this is Allah's Apostle who has come. He, the Prophet, did not come to Medina till I had learnt Surah Al-Alaq and also other similar surahs. Volume 6, Book 60, number 66, narrated Abdullah bin Zama, that he heard the Prophet delivering a sermon, and he mentioned the she-camel and the one who hamstrung it. Allah's Apostle recited, when the most wicked man among them went forth to hamstrung the she-camel. 91, 12. Then he said, a tough man whose equal was rare and who enjoyed the protection of his people, like Abi Zama went forth to hamstrung it. The Prophet then mentioned about the women, in his sermon. It is not wise for any one of you to lash his wife like a slave, for he might sleep with her the same evening. Then he advised them not to laugh when somebody breaks wind and said, why should anybody laugh at what he himself does? Volume 6, Book 60, number 67, narrated Alqamah, I went to Sham with a group of the companions of Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Abu ad-Darda heard of our arrival, so he came to us and said, is there anybody among you who can recite Quran? We replied in the affirmative. Then he asked, who is the best reciter? They pointed at me. Then he told me to recite, so I recited the verse, by the night as it envelops, by the day as it appears in brightness, by him who created male and the female. 92, 1-3, Abu ad-Darda then said to me, did you hear it, like this, from the mouth of your friend, Abdullah bin Mas'ud? I said, yes. He said, I too heard it, like this, from the mouth of the Prophet, but these people do not consider this recitation as the correct one. Volume 6, Book 60, number 68, narrated Ibrahim, the companions of Abdullah bin Mas'ud came to Abu Darda, and before they arrived at his home, he looked for them and found them. Then he asked them, who among you can recite Quran, as Abdullah recites it? They replied, all of us. He asked, who among you knows it by heart? They pointed at Alqamah. Then he asked Alqamah, how did you hear Abdullah bin Mas'ud reciting Surah Al-Layl, the night? Alqamah recited, by the male and the female. Abu ad-Darda said, I testify that I heard me Prophet reciting it likewise, but these people want me to recite it and by him who created male and female. But by Allah, I will not follow them. Volume 6, Book 60, number 69, narrated Ali, we were in the company of the Prophet in a funeral procession at Baqi al-Gharqad. He said, there is none of you but has his place written for him in paradise or in the hell fire. They said, O Allah's Apostle, shall we depend on this fact and give up work? He said, carry on doing good deeds, for everybody will find it easy to do what will lead him to his destined place. Then he recited, as for him who gives in charity, and keeps his duty to Allah, and believes in the best reward from Allah, Allah will compensate him for what he will spend in Allah's way. So, we will make smooth for him the path of ease. but he who is a greedy miser, for him, the path for evil. 92, 5-10, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 470, narrated Abu Abdurrahman, Ali said, we were sitting with the Prophet, he then mentioned the hadith above, 469. Volume 6, Book 60, Number 471, narrated, Ali, while the Prophet was in a funeral procession, he took a small stick and started scraping the earth with it and said, there is none among you but has his place written for him, either in the hellfire or in paradise. They, the people, said, Allah's apostle, shall we depend on this, and leave work? He replied, carry on doing good deeds, for everybody will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place. The Prophet then recited, as for him who gives, in charity, and keeps his duty to Allah, and believes in the best reward. 92, 5-10, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 472, narrated Ali, we were in the company of the Prophet and he said, there is none among you but has his place written for him, either in paradise or in the hellfire. We said, O Allah's apostle, shall we depend on this fact and give up work? He replied, no. Carry on doing good deeds, for everybody will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place. Then the Prophet recited, as for him who gives, in charity, and keeps his duty to Allah, and believes in the best reward, we will make smooth for him the path of ease. The path for evil. 92, 5-10, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 473, narrated, Ali, while we were in a funeral procession in Baqi al-Gharqad, Allah's apostle came and sat down, and we sat around him. He had a small stick in his hand and he bent his head and started scraping the ground with it. He then said, there is none among you, and no created soul but has his place written for him either in paradise or in the hellfire, and also has his happy or miserable fate, in the hereafter, written for him. A man said, O Allah's apostle, shall we depend upon what is written for us and give up doing good deeds? For whoever among us is destined to be fortunate, in the hereafter, will join the fortunate peoples, and whoever among us is destined to be miserable will do such deeds as are characteristic of the people who are destined to misery. The Prophet said, those who are destined to be happy, in the hereafter, will find it easy and pleasant to do the deeds characteristic of those destined to happiness, while those who are to be among the miserable, in the hereafter, will find it easy to do the deeds characteristic of those destined to misery. Then he recited, as for him who gives, in charity, and keeps his duty to Allah, and believes in the best reward from Allah, we will make smooth for him the path of ease. But he who is a greedy miser and thinks himself self-sufficient, and gives the lie to the best reward from Allah, we will make smooth for him the path for evil. 92, 5-10, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 474, narrated Ali, while the Prophet was in a funeral procession. He picked up something and started scraping the ground with it, and said, there is none among you but has his place written for him either in the hellfire or in paradise. They said, O Allah's apostle, shall we not depend upon what has been written for us and give up deeds? He said, carry on doing good deeds, for everybody will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place for which he has been created. So he who is destined to be among the happy, in the hereafter, will find it easy to do the deeds characteristic of such people, while he who is destined to be among the miserable ones, will find it easy to do the deeds characteristic of such people. Then he recited, as for him who gives, in charity, and fears Allah, and believes in the best. 92, 5-10, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 475, narrated Jundub bin Sufyan. Once Allah's apostle became sick and could not offer his night prayer, tahajjud, for 2 or 3 nights. Then a lady, the wife of Abu Lahab, came and said, O Muhammad, I think that your Satan has forsaken you, for I have not seen him with you for 2 or 3 nights. On that Allah revealed, by the forenoon, and by the night when it darkens, your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you, nor hated you. 93, 1-3, Volume 6, Book 60, Number 476, narrated Jundub al-Bajali, a lady said, O Allah's apostle, I see that your friend has delayed in conveying Quran to you. So there was revealed, your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you, nor hated you. 93, 1-3, Volume 6, Book 60, number 477, narrated Al-Bukhara, while the Prophet was on a journey, he recited Surat at-Tini was Saituni, 95, in one of the first two rakat of the Isha prayer. Volume 6, Book 60, number 478, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, the commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of true dreams in his sleep, for he never had a dream, but it turned out to be true and clear as the bright daylight. Then he began to like seclusions, so he used to go in seclusion in the cave of Hira, where he used to worship Allah continuously for many nights before going back to his family to take the necessary provision of food for the stay. He come back to his wife, Khadija, again to take his provision of food, likewise, till one day he received the guidance while he was in the cave of Hira. An angel came to him and asked him to read. Allah's apostle replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, then the angel held me forcibly and pressed me so hard that I felt distressed. Then he released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he held me again and pressed me for the second time till I felt distressed. He then released me and asked me to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he held me for the third time and pressed me till I got distressed, and then he released me and said, read, in the name of your Lord who has created all that exists, has created man out of a clot, read. And your Lord is the most generous, who has taught the writing by the pen, has taught man that which he knew not. 96, 1-5. Then Allah's apostle returned with that experience, and the muscles between his neck and shoulders were trembling till he came upon Khadija, his wife, and said, cover me. They covered him, and when the state of fear was over, he said to Khadija, O Khadija, what is wrong with me? I was afraid that something bad might happen to me. Then he told her the story. Khadija said, nay, but receive the good tidings. By Allah, Allah will never disgrace you, for by Allah, you keep good relations with your kith and kin, speak the truth, help the poor and the destitute, entertain your guests generously and assist those who are stricken with calamities. Khadija then took him to Waraka bin Nawfal, the son of Khadija's paternal uncle. Waraka had been converted to Christianity in the pre-Islamic period and used to write Arabic and write of the gospel in Arabic as much as Allah wished him to write. He was an old man and had lost his eyesight. Khadija said to Waraka, O my cousin, listen to what your nephew is going to say. Waraka said, O my nephew, what have you seen? The Prophet then described whatever he had seen. Waraka said, this is the same angel, Gabriel, who was sent to Moses. I wish I were young. He added some other statement. Allah's apostle asked, will these people drive me out? Waraka said, yes, for nobody brought the like of what you have brought, but was treated with hostility. If I were to remain alive till your day, when you start preaching, then I would support you strongly. But a short while later Waraka died and the divine inspiration was stopped, for a while, so that Allah's apostle was very much grieved. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, while Allah's apostle was talking about the period of pause in revelation. He said in his narration, once while I was walking, all of a sudden I heard a voice from the sky. I looked up and saw to my surprise, the same angel as had visited me in the cave of Hira. He was sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. I got afraid of him and came back home and said, wrap me. Wrap me. So they covered him, and then Allah revealed, O you, wrapped up, arise and warn, and your Lord magnify, and your garments purify and desert the idols. 74, 1-5, Abu Salama said, Rij, are the idols which the people of the pre-Islamic period used to worship. After this the revelation started coming frequently and regularly. Volume 6, Book 60, number 479, narrated Aisha, the commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of true dreams. The angel came to him and said, read, in the name of your Lord who has created all that exists, has created man a clot. Read. And your Lord is most generous. 96, 1-3, Volume 6, Book 60, number 480, narrated Aisha, the commencement of the divine inspirations to Allah's apostle was in the form of true dreams. The angel came to him and said, Read. In the name of your Lord who has created all exists, has created man from a clot. Read. And your Lord is most generous, who has taught the writing by the pen. The first person to write was Prophet Idris. 96, 1-4, Volume 6, Book 60, number 481, narrated Aisha. The Prophet returned to Khadija and said, "Wrap me. Wrap me." Then the sub-narrator narrated the rest of the narration. Volume 6, Book 60, number 482, narrated Ibn Abbas. Abu Jahl said, "If I see Muhammad praying at the Kaaba, I will tread on his neck." When the Prophet heard of that, he said, "If he does so, the angels will snatch him away." Volume 6, Book 60, number 483, narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said to Ubay bin Ka'b, "Allah has ordered me to recite to you, those who disbelieve among the people of the scripture and among the idolaters are not going to stop from their disbelief." Surah 98, Ubay said, "Did Allah mention me by name?" The Prophet said, "Yes." On that, Ubay wept. Volume 6, Book 60, number 484, narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said to Ubay, "Allah has ordered me recite Quran to you." Ubay asked, "Did Allah mention me by name to you?" The Prophet said, "Allah has mentioned your name to me." On that Ubay started weeping. The sub-narrator, Qatada added, "I have been informed that the Prophet recited, those who disbelieve among the people of the scripture, to Ubay." Volume 6, Book 60, number 485, narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Prophet said to Ubay bin Ka'b, "Allah has ordered me to recite Quran to you." Ubay said, "Did Allah mention me by name to you?" The Prophet said, "Yes." Ubay said, "Have I been mentioned by the Lord of the worlds?" The Prophet said, "Yes." Then Ubay burst into tears. Volume 6, Book 60, number 486, narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, "Horses are kept for one of three purposes. A man may keep them, for Allah's cause, to receive a reward in the hereafter. Another may keep them as a means of protection, and a third may keep them to be a burden for him. As for the man for whom the horse is a source of reward, he is the one who ties it for Allah's cause, and he ties it with a long rope in a pasture or a garden. Then, whatever it eats or drinks in that pasture or garden will be added to his good deeds. And if it breaks its rope and jumps over one or two hills, then, for all its footsteps and its manure, good deeds will be written for him. And if it passes by a river and drinks of its water though its owner had no intention to water it from that river, even then he will have good deeds written for him. So that horse will be a source of reward for such a man. If a man ties a horse for earning his livelihood and abstaining from asking others for help and he does not forget Allah's right, i.e. pays its zakat and gives it to be used in Allah's cause, then that horse will be a means of protection for him. But if a man ties it out of pride and to show off and to excite others, then that horse will be a burden of sins for him." Then Allah's Apostle was asked regarding donkeys. He replied, "Nothing has been revealed to me except this comprehensive verse which includes everything, so whoever does good equal to the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant, shall see it, and whoever does evil equal to the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant, shall see it." 99, 7-8, Volume 6, Book 60, number 487, narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet was asked about donkeys and he replied, "Nothing has been revealed to me regarding donkeys except this comprehensive verse which includes everything, so whoever does good equal to the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant, shall see it, and whoever does evil equal to the weight of an atom or a smallest ant, shall see it." 99, 7-8, Volume 6, Book 60, number 488, narrated Anas. When the Prophet was made to ascend to the heavens, he said, after his return, "I came upon a river the banks of which were made of tents of hollow pearls. I asked Gabriel, 'What is this river?' He replied, 'This is the Kauthar.'" Volume 6, Book 60, number 489, narrated Abu Ubaidah. I asked Aisha regarding the verse, "Verily we have granted you the Kauthar." She replied, "The Kauthar is a river which has been given to your Prophet on the banks of which there are tents of hollow pearls and its utensils are as numberless as the stars." Volume 6, Book 60, number 490, narrated Abu Bishr, Said bin Jubair said that Ibn Abbas said about Al-Kauthar, "That is the good which Allah has bestowed upon his apostle." I said to Sa'id bin Jubair. But the people claim that it is a river in paradise. Said, the river in paradise is part of the good which Allah has bestowed on His Apostle. Volume 6, Book 60, number 491, narrated Aisha, when the Surat an-Nasr, when comes the help of Allah and the conquest, had been revealed to the Prophet, he did not offer any prayer except that he said therein, Subhanaka Rabbana wa bihamdika, Allahumma ifirli, I testify the uniqueness of our Lord, and all the praises are for Him, O Allah, forgive me. Volume 6, Book 60, number 492, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle used to say very often in bowing and prostration, during his prayers, Subhanaka Allahumma Rabbana wa bihamdika, Allahumma ifirli, according to the order of the Quran. Volume 6, Book 60, number 493, narrated Ibn Abbas, Umar asked the people regarding Allah's statement, when comes the help of Allah, to you O Muhammad against your enemies, and the conquest of Mecca? 110, 1, they replied, it indicates the future conquest of towns and palaces, by Muslims. Umar said, what do you say about it, O Ibn Abbas? I replied, this surat indicates the termination of the life of Muhammad. Through it he was informed of the nearness of his death. Volume 6, Book 60, number 494, narrated Ibn Abbas, Umar used to make me sit with the elderly men who had fought in the Battle of Badr. Some of them felt it, did not like that, and said to Umar, why do you bring in this boy to sit with us while we have sons like him? Umar replied, because of what you know of his position, i.e. his religious knowledge. One day Umar called me and made me sit in the gathering of those people, and I think that he called me just to show them my religious knowledge. Umar then asked them, in my presence, what do you say about the interpretation of the statement of Allah, when comes help of Allah, to you O Muhammad against your enemies, and the conquest of Mecca? 110, 1, some of them said, we are ordered to praise Allah and ask for His forgiveness when Allah's help and the conquest of Mecca comes to us. Some others kept quiet and did not say anything. On that, Umar asked me, do you say the same, O Ibn Abbas? I replied, no. He said, what do you say then? I replied, that is the sign of the death of Allah's Apostle which Allah informed him of. Allah said, O Muhammad, when comes the help of Allah, to you against your enemies, and the conquest of Mecca, which is the sign of your death, you should celebrate the praises of your Lord and ask for His forgiveness, and He is the one who accepts the repentance and forgives. 110, 3, on that Umar said, I do not know anything about it other than what you have said. Volume 6, Book 60, number 495, narrated Ibn Abbas, when the verse, and warn your tribe of near kindred, 26, 2:14, was revealed. Allah's Apostle went out, and when he had ascended As-Safa mountain, he shouted, O Sabaha. The people said, who is that? Then they gathered around him, whereupon he said, do you see? If I inform you that cavalrymen are proceeding up the side of this mountain, will you believe me? They said, we have never heard you telling a lie. Then he said, I am a plain warner to you of a coming severe punishment. Abu Lahab said, may you perish. You gathered us only for this reason? Then Abu Lahab went away. So the Surat, Al-Lahab, perished the hands of Abu Lahab. 111, 1, was revealed. Volume 6, Book 60, number 496, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet went out towards Al-Batha, and ascended the mountain and shouted, O Sabaha. So the Quraysh people gathered around him. He said, do you see? If I tell you that an enemy is going to attack you in the morning or in the evening, will you believe me? They replied, yes. He said, then I am a plain warner to you of a coming severe punishment. Abu Lahab said, is it for this reason that you have gathered us? May you perish. Then Allah revealed, perish the hands of Abu Lahab. Volume 6, Book 60, number 497, narrated Ibn Abbas, Abu Lahab said, may you perish. Is it for this that you have gathered us? So there was revealed, perish the hands of Abu Lahab. Volume 6, Book 60, number 498, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, Allah said, the son of Adam tells a lie against me, though he hasn't the right to do so. He abuses me though he hasn't the right to do so. As for his telling a lie against me, it is his saying that I will not recreate him as I created him for the first time. In fact, the first creation was not easier for me than new creation. As for his abusing me, it is his saying that Allah has begotten children, while I am the one, the self-sufficient master whom all creatures need. I beget not, nor was I begotten, and there is none like unto me. Volume 6, Book 60, number 499, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, the son of Adam tells a lie against me and he hasn't the right to do so, and he abuses me and he hasn't the right to do so. His telling a lie against me is his saying that I will not recreate him as I created him for the first time, and his abusing me is his saying that Allah has begotten children, while I am the self-sufficient master, whom all creatures need, who begets not nor was he begotten, and there is none like unto me. Volume 6, Book 60, number 500, narrated Za bin Hubaysh, I asked Ubay bin Ka'b regarding the two muwidhat, surats of taking refuge with Allah. He said, I asked the Prophet about them. He said, these two surats have been recited to me and I have recited them, and are present in the Quran. So, we say as Allah's Apostle said, i.e., they are part of the Quran, Volume 6, Book 60, number 501, narrated Za bin Hubaysh, I asked Ubay bin Ka'b, O Abu al-Mundir. Your brother, Ibn Mas'ud said so-and-so, i.e., the two muwidhat do not belong to the Quran. Ubay said, I asked Allah's Apostle about them, and he said, they have been revealed to me, and I have recited them, as a part of the Quran. So Ubay added, so we say as Allah's Apostle has said. 61, Virtues of the Quran Volume 6, Book 61, number 502, narrated Aisha and Ibn Abbas, the Prophet remained in Mecca for 10 years, during which the Quran used to be revealed to him, and he stayed in Medina for 10 years. Volume 6, Book 61, number 503, narrated Abu Uthman, I was informed that Gabriel came to the Prophet while Salama was with him. Gabriel started talking to the Prophet. Then the Prophet asked Salama, who is this? She replied, he is Dihya al-Kalbi. When Gabriel had left, Salama said, by Allah, I did not take him for anybody other than him, i.e. Dihya, till I heard the sermon of the Prophet wherein he informed about the news of Gabriel. The subnarrator asked Abu Uthman, from whom have you heard that? Abu Uthman said, from Usama bin Zaid. Volume 6, Book 61, number 504, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, every prophet was given miracles because of which people believed, but what I have been given is divine inspiration which Allah has revealed to me. So I hope that my followers will outnumber the followers of the other prophets on the day of resurrection. Volume 6, Book 61, number 505, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah sent down his divine inspiration to his apostle continuously and abundantly during the period preceding his death till he took him unto him. That was the period of the greatest part of revelation, and Allah's apostle died after that. Volume 6, Book 61, number 506, narrated Jundub, once the Prophet fell ill and did not offer the night prayer, tahajjud prayer, for a night or two. A woman, the wife of Abu Lahab, came to him and said, O Muhammad, I do not see but that your Satan has left you. Then Allah revealed, Surat ad-Duhan by the forenoon, and by the night when it darkens, or is still, your Lord has not forsaken you, nor hated you. 93, Volume 6, Book 61, number 507, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Caliph Uthman ordered Zayd bin Thabit, Zayd bin al-Az, Abdullah bin Azad Zubayr and Abdurrahman bin al-Harith bin Hisham to write the Quran in the form of a book, mushafs, and said to them, in case you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit, al-Ansari, regarding any dialectic Arabic utterance of the Quran, then write it in the dialect of Quraysh, for the Quran was revealed in this dialect. So they did it. Volume 6, Book 61, number 508, narrated Safwan bin Wa'ila bin Umayyah, Wa'ila used to say, I wish I could see Allah's apostle at the time he is being inspired divinely. When the Prophet was at Al-Jayrana and was shaded by a garment hanging over him and some of his companions were with him, a man perfumed with scent came and said, O Allah's apostle, what is your opinion regarding a man who assumes ihram and puts on a cloak after perfuming his body with scent? The Prophet waited for a while, and then the divine inspiration descended upon him. Umar pointed out to Wa'ila, telling him to come. Wa'ila came and pushed his head underneath the screen which was covering the Prophet, and behold, the Prophet's face was red and he kept on breathing heavily for a while and then he was relieved. Thereupon he said, "Where is the questioner who asked me about Umrah a while ago?" The man was sought and then was brought before the Prophet, who said to him, "As regards the scent which you perfumed your body with, you must wash it off thrice, and as for your cloak, you must take it off, and then perform in your Umrah all those things which you perform in Hajj." Volume 6, Book 61, number 509, narrated Zayd bin Thabit, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq sent for me when the people of Yamama had been killed, i.e., a number of the Prophet's companions who fought against Musaylama. I went to him, and found Umar bin al-Khattab sitting with him. Abu Bakr then said to me, "Umar has come to me and said, casualties were heavy among the Qurra of the Quran, i.e. those who knew the Quran by heart, on the day of the Battle of Yelmama, and I am afraid that more heavy casualties may take place among the Qurra on other battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost. Therefore I suggest, you, Abu Bakr, order that the Quran be collected." I said to Umar, "How can you do something which Allah's apostle did not do?" Umar said, "By Allah, that is a good project." Umar kept on urging me to accept his proposal till Allah opened my chest for it, and I began to realize the good in the idea which Umar had realized. Then Abu Bakr said to me, "You are a wise young man, and we do not have any suspicion about you, and you used to write the divine inspiration for Allah's apostle. So you should search for the fragmentary scripts of the Quran and collect it in one book. By Allah, if they had ordered me to shift one of the mountains, it would not have been heavier for me than this ordering me to collect the Quran." Then I said to Abu Bakr, "How will you do something which Allah's apostle did not do?" Abu Bakr replied, "By Allah, it is a good project." Abu Bakr kept on urging me to accept his idea until Allah opened my chest for what he had opened the chests of Abu Bakr and Umar. So I started looking for the Quran and collecting it from what was written on palm stalks, thin white stones, and also from the men who knew it by heart, till I found the last verse of Surat at-Tawbah, repentance, with Abi Khuzaimah al-Ansari, and I did not find it with anybody other than him. The verse is, "Verily there has come unto you an apostle, Muhammad, from amongst yourselves. It grieves him that you should receive any injury or difficulty." Till the end of Surat Bara, at-Tawbah, 9, 128 to 129, then the complete manuscripts, copy, of the Quran remained with Abu Bakr till he died, then with Umar till the end of his life, and then with Hafsa, the daughter of Umar. Volume 6, Book 61, number 510, narrated Anas bin Malik, Hudayfa bin al-Yaman came to Uthman at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and Adharbijan. Hudayfa was afraid of the people of Sham and Iraq, differences in the recitation of the Quran, so he said to Uthman, "O chief of the believers, save this nation before they differ about the book, Quran, as Jews and the Christians did before." So Uthman sent a message to Hafsa saying, "Send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile the Quranic materials in perfect copies and return the manuscripts to you." Hafsa sent it to Uthman. Uthman then ordered Zayd bin Thabit, Abdullah bin Azad Zubair, Zayd bin Al-Az and Abdurrahman bin Harith bin Hisham to rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. Uthman said to the three Qurayshi men, "In case you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in the dialect of Quraysh." The Quran was revealed in their tongue. They did so, and when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa. Uthman sent to every Muslim province one copy of what they had copied, and ordered that all the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burnt. Zayd bin Thabit added, "A verse from Surat Azab was missed by me when we copied the Quran, and I used to hear Allah's apostle reciting it. So we searched for it and found it with Khuzaimah bin Thabit al-Ansari. That verse was, 'Among the believers are men who have been true in their covenant with Allah.'" 33, Volume 6, Book 61, number 511, narrated Zayd bin Thabit, Abu Bakr sent for me and said, "You used to write the divine revelations for Allah's apostle, so you should search for the Quran and collect it." I started searching for the Quran till I found the last two verses of Surat at-Tawbah with Abi Khuzaimah al-Ansari, and I could not find these verses with anybody other than him. They were, "Verily there has come unto you an apostle, Muhammad, from amongst yourselves. It grieves him that you should receive any injury or difficulty." 9, 128 to 129, Volume 6, Book 61, number 512, narrated Al-Bukhara, there was revealed, not equal are those believers who sit at home, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. 495, the Prophet said, call Zaid for me and let him bring the board, the inkpot, and the scapular bone, or the scapular bone and the inkpot. Then he said, right, not equal are those believers who sit, and at that time Amr bin Maktum, the blind man, was sitting behind the Prophet. He said, O Allah's Apostle, what is your order for me, as regards the above verse, as I am a blind man? So, instead of the above verse, the following verse was revealed, not equal are those believers who sit at home, except those who are disabled by injury or are blind or lame, etc., and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. 495, Volume 6, Book 61, number 513, narrated Abdullah bin Abbas, Allah's Apostle said, Gabriel recited the Quran to me in one way. Then I requested him to read it in another way, and continued asking him to recite it in other ways, and he recited it in several ways till he ultimately recited it in 7 different ways. Volume 6, Book 61, number 514, narrated Umar bin al-Khattab, I heard Hisham bin Hakim reciting Surat al-Furqan during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and I listened to his recitation and noticed that he recited in several different ways which Allah's Apostle had not taught me. I was about to jump over him during his prayer, but I controlled my temper, and when he had completed his prayer, I put his upper garment around his neck and seized him by it and said, Who taught you this surah which I heard you reciting? He replied, Allah's Apostle taught it to me. I said, You have told a lie, for Allah's Apostle has taught it to me in a different way from yours. So I dragged him to Allah's Apostle and said, To Allah's Apostle, I heard this person reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way which you haven't taught me. On that Allah's Apostle said, Release him, O Umar. Recite, O Hisham. Then he recited in the same way as I heard him reciting. Then Allah's Apostle said, It was revealed in this way, and added, Recite, O Umar. I recited it as he had taught me. Allah's Apostle then said, It was revealed in this way. This Quran has been revealed to be recited in 7 different ways, so recite of it whichever way is easier for you, or read as much of it as may be easy for you. Volume 6, Book 61, number 515, narrated Yusuf bin Mark, while I was with Aisha, the mother of the believers, a person from Iraq came and asked, What type of shroud is the best? Aisha said, May Allah be merciful to you. What does it matter? He said, O mother of the believers, show me the copy of your Quran. She said, Why? He said, In order to compile and arrange the Quran according to it, for people recite it with its surahs not in proper order. Aisha said, What does it matter which part of it you read first? Be informed that the first thing that was revealed thereof was a surah from Al-Mufassal, and in it was mentioned paradise and the fire. When the people embraced Islam, the verses regarding legal and illegal things were revealed. If the first thing to be revealed was, Do not drink alcoholic drinks, people would have said, We will never leave alcoholic drinks, and if there had been revealed, Do not commit illegal sexual intercourse, they would have said, We will never give up illegal sexual intercourse. While I was a young girl of playing age, the following verse was revealed in Mecca to Muhammad, Nay, but the hour is their appointed time, for their full recompense, and the hour will be more grievous and more bitter. 54-46, Surah Al-Bukhara, the cow, and Surah An-Nisa, the women, were revealed while I was with him. Then Aisha took out the copy of the Quran for the man and dictated to him the verses of the surahs, in their proper order. Volume 6, Book 61, number 516, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, Surat Bani Israel, Al-Kahf, the cave, Maryam, Toha, Al-Anbiya, the prophets, are amongst my first earnings and my old property, and, in fact, they are my old property. Volume 6, Book 61, number 517, narrated Al-Bukhara, I learnt, Glorify the name of your Lord the Most High, Surat Al-A'la, number 87, before the Prophet came to Medina. Volume 6, Book 61, number 518, narrated Shaqiq, Abdullah said, I learnt a Nazayah which the Prophet used to recite in pairs in each rak'ah. Then Abdullah got up and Alqamah accompanied him to his house, and when Alqamah came out, we asked him about those surahs. He said, They are 20 surahs that start from the beginning of Al-Mufassal, according to the arrangement done by Ibn Mas'ud, and end with the surahs starting with Ha-Mim, e.g. Ha-Mim, the smoke. And about what they question one another. 78. 1. Volume 6, Book 61, number 519, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet was the most generous person, and he used to become more so, generous, particularly in the month of Ramadan, because Gabriel used to meet him every night of the month of Ramadan till it elapsed. Allah's apostle used to recite the Quran for him. When Gabriel met him, he used to become more generous than the fast wind in doing good. Volume 6, Book 61, number 520, narrated Abu Hurairah, Gabriel used to repeat the recitation of the Quran with the Prophet once a year, but he repeated it twice with him in the year he died. The Prophet used to stay in itikaf for 10 days every year, in the month of Ramadan, but Volume 6, Book 61, number 521, narrated Masrik, Abdullah bin Ayyamah mentioned Abdullah bin Masud and said, I shall ever love that man, for I heard the Prophet saying, take, learn, the Quran from 4, Abdullah bin Masud, Salim, Mu'ad and Ubay bin Ka'b. Volume 6, Book 61, number 522, narrated Shaqiq bin Salama. Once, Abdullah bin Masud delivered a sermon before us and said, by Allah, I learnt over 70 surahs direct from Allah's apostle. By Allah, the companions of the Prophet came to know that I am one of those who know Allah's book best of all of them, yet I am not the best of them. Shaqiq added, I sat in his religious gathering and I did not hear anybody opposing him, in his speech. Volume 6, Book 61, number 523, narrated Alqamah, while we were in the city of Hims, in Syria, Ibn Masud recited Surat Yusuf. A man said to him, it was not revealed in this way. Then Ibn Masud said, I recited it in this way before Allah's apostle and he confirmed my recitation by saying, well done. Ibn Masud detected the smell of wine from the man's mouth, so he said to him, aren't you ashamed of telling a lie about Allah's book and, along with this, you drink alcoholic liquors too? Then he lashed him according to the law. Volume 6, Book 61, number 524, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, by Allah other than whom none has the right to be worshipped. There is no surah revealed in Allah's book, but I know at what place it was revealed, and there is no verse revealed in Allah's book, but I know about whom. Volume 6, Book 61, number 525, narrated Qatada, I asked Anas bin Malik, who collected the Quran at the time of the Prophet. He replied, 4, all of whom were from the Ansar, Ubay bin Ka'b, Mu'ad bin Jabal, Zayd bin Thabit and Abu Zayd. Volume 6, Book 61, number 526, narrated Anas bin Malik, when the Prophet died, none had collected the Quran but 4 persons, Abu ad-Darda, Mu'ad bin Jabal, Zayd bin Thabit and Abu Zayd. We were the inheritor of Abu Zayd, as he had no offspring. Volume 6, Book 61, number 527, narrated Ibn Abbas, Umar said, Ubay was the best of us in the recitation of the Quran, yet we leave some of what he recites. Ubay says, I have taken it from the mouth of Allah's apostle and will not leave for anything whatever. But Allah said. Volume 6, Book 61, number 528, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Mu'alla, while I was praying, the Prophet called me but I did not respond to his call. Later I said, O Allah's apostle, I was praying. He said, didn't Allah say, O you who believe, give your response to Allah, by obeying him, and to his apostle when he calls you. 8:24, he then said, shall I not teach you the most superior surah in the Quran? He said, it is, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. i.e., Surat al-Fatiha, which consists of 7 repeatedly recited verses and the magnificent Quran which was given to me. Volume 6, Book 61, number 529, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, while we were on one of our journeys, we dismounted at a place where a slave girl came and said, the chief of this tribe has been stung by a scorpion and our men are not present. Is there anybody among you who can treat him, by reciting something? Then one of our men went along with her, though we did not think that he knew any such treatment. But he treated the chief by reciting something, and the sick man recovered, whereupon he gave him 30 sheep and gave us milk to drink, as a reward. When he returned, we asked our friend, did you know how to treat with the recitation of something? He said, no, but I treated him only with the recitation of the mother of the book, i.e., Al-Fatiha. We said, do not say anything about it till we reach or ask the Prophet. So when we reached Medina, We mentioned that to the Prophet, in order to know whether the sheep which we had taken were lawful to take or not. The Prophet said, "How did he come to know that it, Al-Fatiha, could be used for treatment? Distribute your reward and assign for me one share thereof as well." Volume 6, Book 61, number 530, narrated Abu Marzud, the Prophet said, "If somebody recited the last two verses of Surat Al-Bukhara at night, that will be sufficient for him." Narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle ordered me to guard the zakat revenue of Ramadan. Then somebody came to me and started stealing of the foodstuff. I caught him and said, "I will take you to Allah's Apostle." Then Abu Hurairah described the whole narration and said, "That person said to me, 'Please don't take me to Allah's Apostle, and I will tell you a few words by which Allah will benefit you. When you go to your bed, recite Ayat al-Kursi, 2:255, for then there will be a guard from Allah who will protect you all night long, and Satan will not be able to come near you till dawn." When the Prophet heard the story, he said to me, "He who came to you at night told you the truth although he is a liar, and it was Satan." Volume 6, Book 61, number 531, narrated Al-Bara, a man was reciting Surat Al-Kahf and his horse was tied with two ropes beside him. A cloud came down and spread over that man, and it kept on coming closer and closer to him till his horse started jumping, as if afraid of something. When it was morning, the man came to the Prophet and told him of that experience. The Prophet said, "That was as-sakinah, tranquility, which descended because of the recitation of the Quran." Volume 6, Book 61, number 532, narrated Aslam, Allah's Apostle was traveling on one of his journeys, and Umar bin al-Khattab was traveling along with him at night. Umar asked him about something, but Allah's Apostle I did not answer him. He asked again, but he did not answer. He asked for the third time, but he did not answer. On that, Umar said to himself, "May your mother lose you. You have asked Allah's Apostle 3 times, but he did not answer at all." Umar said, "So I made my camel go fast till I was ahead of the people, and I was afraid that something might be revealed about me. After a little while I heard a call maker calling me. I said, I was afraid that some Quranic verse might be revealed about me. So I went to Allah's Apostle and greeted him. He said, Tonight there has been revealed to me a surah which is dearer to me than that on which the sun shines, i.e. the world." Then he recited, "Verily, we have given you, O Muhammad the first, a manifest victory." Surat Al-Fath, No. 48. 1, Volume 6, Book 61, number 533, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, a man heard another man reciting, Surat al-Ikhlas, say he is Allah, the 112, repeatedly. The next morning he came to Allah's Apostle and informed him about it as if he thought that it was not enough to recite. On that Allah's Apostle said, "By him in whose hand my life is, this surah is equal to 1/3 of the Quran." Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, my brother, Qatada bin an-Nauman said, a man performed the night prayer late at night in the lifetime of the Prophet and he read, say, he is Allah, the 112. And read nothing besides that. The next morning a man went to the Prophet, and told him about that. The Prophet replied the same as, in Hadith 532, above. Volume 6, Book 61, number 534, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, the Prophet said to his companions, "Is it difficult for any of you to recite 1/3 of the Quran in one night?" This suggestion was difficult for them, so they said, "Who among us has the power to do so, O Allah's Apostle?" Allah's Apostle replied, "Allah, the self-sufficient Master whom all creatures need." Surat al-Ikhlas 112, to the end, is equal to 1/3 of the Quran. Volume 6, Book 61, number 535, narrated Aisha, whenever Allah's Apostle became sick, he would recite Mu'awwidhat, Surat al-Falaq and Surat an-Nas, and then blow his breath over his body. When he became seriously ill, I used to recite these 2 surahs, and rub his hands over his body hoping for its blessings. Volume 6, Book 61, number 536, narrated Aisha, whenever thy Prophet went to bed every night, he used to cup his hands together and blow over it after reciting Surat al-Ikhlas, Surat al-Falaq and Surat an-Nas, and then rub his hands over whatever parts of his body he was able to rub, starting with his head, face, and front of his body. He used to do that 3 times. Volume 6, Book 61, number 536t, narrated Uzayd bin Hudayr, that while he was reciting Surat Al-Bukhara, the cow, at night, and his horse was tied beside him, the horse was suddenly startled and troubled. When he stopped reciting, the horse became quiet, and when he started again, the horse was startled again. Then he stopped reciting and the horse became quiet too. He started reciting again and the horse was startled and troubled once again. Then he stopped reciting and his son, Yahya, was beside the horse. He was afraid that the horse might trample on him. When he took the boy away and looked towards the sky, he could not see it. The next morning he informed the Prophet, who said, "Recite, O Ibn Hudayr. Recite, O Ibn Hudayr." Ibn Hudayr replied, "O Allah's Apostle, my son, Yahya was near the horse and I was afraid that it might trample on him, so I looked towards the sky, and went to him. When I looked at the sky, I saw something like a cloud containing what looked like lamps, so I went out in order not to see it." The Prophet said, "Do you know what that was?" Ibn Hudayr replied, "No." The Prophet said, "Those were angels who came near to you for your voice, and if you had kept on reciting till dawn, it would have remained there till morning, when people would have seen it, as it would not have disappeared." Volume 6, Book 61, number 537, narrated Abdul Aziz bin Rufai, Shaddad bin Markil, and I entered upon Ibn Abbas. Shaddad bin Markil asked him, "Did the Prophet leave anything besides the Quran?" He replied, "He did not leave anything except what is between the 2 bindings of the Quran." Then we visited Muhammad bin al-Hanafiyyah and asked him the same question. He replied, "The Prophet did not leave except what is between the bindings of the Quran." Volume 6, Book 61, number 538, narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, the Prophet said, "The example of him, a believer, who recites the Quran is like that of a citron which tastes good and smells good. And he, a believer, who does not recite the Quran is like a date which is good in taste but has no smell. And the example of a dissolute wicked person who recites the Quran is like the Raihana, sweet basil, which smells good but tastes bitter. And the example of a dissolute wicked person who does not recite the Quran is like the colocynth which tastes bitter and has no smell." Volume 6, Book 61, number 539, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, "Your life in comparison to the lifetime of the past nations is like the period between the time of Asr prayer and sunset. Your example and the example of the Jews and Christians is that of person who employed laborers and said to them, 'Who will work for me till the middle of the day for 1 qirat, a special weight?' The Jews did. He then said, 'Who will work for me from the middle of the day till the Asr prayer for 1 qirat each?' The Christians worked accordingly. Then you, Muslims, working from the Bar prayer till the Maghrib prayer for 2 qirats each." They, the Jews and the Christians, said, "We did more labor but took less wages." He, Allah, said, "Have I wronged you in your rights?" They replied, "No." Then he said, "This is my blessing which I give to whom I wish." Volume 6, Book 61, number 540, narrated Talha, I asked Abdullah bin Abi Awfa, "Did the Prophet make a will to appoint his successor or bequeath wealth?" He replied, "No." I said, "How is it prescribed then for the people to make wills, and they are ordered to do so while the Prophet did not make any will?" He said, "He made a will wherein he recommended Allah's book." Volume 6, Book 61, number 541, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, "Allah does not listen to a prophet as he listens to a prophet who recites the Quran in a pleasant tone." The companion of the sub-narrator, Abu Salama, said, "It means reciting it aloud." Volume 6, Book 61, number 542, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet I said, "Allah does not listen to a prophet as he listens to a prophet who recites the Quran in a loud and pleasant tone." Sufyan said, "This saying means, a prophet who regards the Quran as something that makes high." Volume 6, Book 61, number 543, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle said, "Not to wish to be the like except of 2 men. A man whom Allah has given the knowledge of the book and he recites it during the hours of the night, and a man whom Allah has given wealth, and he spends it in charity during the night and the hours of the day. Volume 6, Book 61, number 544, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle I said, not to wish to be the like of except two men, a man whom Allah has taught the Quran and he recites it during the hours of the night and during the hours of the day, and his neighbor listens to him and says, I wish I had been given what has been given to so-and-so, so that I might do what he does. And a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it on what is just and right, whereupon another man may say, I wish I had been given what so-and-so has been given, for then I would do what he does. Volume 6, Book 61, number 545, narrated Uthman, the Prophet said, the best among you, Muslims, are those who learn the Quran and teach it. Volume 6, Book 61, number 546, narrated Uthman bin Affan, the Prophet said, the most superior among you, Muslims, are those who learn the Quran and teach it. Volume 6, Book 61, number 547, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a lady came to the Prophet and declared that she had decided to offer herself to Allah and his apostle. The Prophet said, I am not in need of women. A man said to the Prophet, please marry her to me. The Prophet said to him, give her a garment. The man said, I cannot afford it. The Prophet said, give her anything, even if it were an iron ring. The man apologized again. The Prophet then asked him, what do you know by heart of the Quran? He replied, I know such and such portion of the Quran, by heart. The Prophet said, then I marry her to you for that much of the Quran which you know by heart. Volume 6, Book 61, number 548, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a lady came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, I have come to you to offer myself to you. He raised his eyes and looked at her and then lowered his head. When the lady saw that he did not make any decision, she sat down. On that, a man from his companions got up and said, O Allah's Apostle, if you are not in need of this woman, then marry her to me. Allah's Apostle said, do you have anything to offer her? He replied, no, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said to him, go to your family and see if you can find something. The man went and returned, saying, no, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle, I have not found anything. The Prophet said, try to find something, even if it is an iron ring. He went again and returned, saying, no, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle, not even an iron ring, but I have this waist sheet of mine. The man had no upper garment, so he intended to give her half his waist sheet. So Allah's Apostle said, what would she do with your waist sheet? If you wear it, she will have nothing of it over her body, and if she wears it, you will have nothing over your body. So that man sat for a long period and then got up, and Allah's Apostle saw him going away, so he ordered somebody to call him. When he came, the Prophet asked him, how much of the Quran do you know? He replied, I know such surat and such surat and such surat, and went on counting it. The Prophet asked him, can you recite it by heart? He replied, yes. The Prophet said, go, I have married this lady to you for the amount of the Quran you know by heart. Volume 6, Book 61, number 549, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle said, the example of the person who knows the Quran by heart is like the owner of tied camels. If he keeps them tied, he will control them, but if he releases them, they will run away. Volume 6, Book 61, number 550, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, it is a bad thing that some of you say, I have forgotten such and such verse of the Quran, for indeed, he has been caused, by Allah, to forget it. So you must keep on reciting the Quran because it escapes from the hearts of men faster than camel do. Volume 6, Book 61, number 551, narrated Abdullah, I heard the Prophet saying. As above, number 550. Volume 6, Book 61, number 552, narrated Abu Musa, the Prophet said, keep on reciting the Quran, for, by him in whose hand my life is, Quran runs away, is forgotten, faster than camels that are released from their tying ropes. Volume 6, Book 61, number 553, narrated Abdullah bin Mughafal, I saw Allah's Apostle reciting Surat Al-Fath on his she-camel on the day of the conquest of Mecca. Volume 6, Book 61, number 554, narrated Said bin Jubair, those surahs which you people call the Mufassal, are the Muhkam. And Ibn Abbas said, Allah's Apostle died when I was a boy of 10 years, and I had learnt the Muqam of the Quran. Volume 6, Book 61, number 555, narrated said bin Jubair, Ibn Abbas said, I have learnt all the Muqam surahs during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. I said to him, what is meant by the Muqam? He replied, the Mufassal. Volume 6, Book 61, number 556, narrated Aisha, the Prophet heard a man reciting the Quran in the mosque and said, May Allah bestow His mercy on him, as he has reminded me of such and such verses of such a surah. Volume 6, Book 61, number 557, narrated Hisham, the same hadith, adding which I missed, modifying the verses. Volume 6, Book 61, number 558, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle heard a man reciting the Quran at night, and said, May Allah bestow His mercy on him, as he has reminded me of such and such verses of such and such surahs, which I was caused to forget. Volume 6, Book 61, number 559, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, Why does any one of the people say, I have forgotten such and such verses of the Quran? He, in fact, is caused, by Allah, to forget. Volume 6, Book 61, number 560, narrated Abu Marzud al-Ansari, the Prophet said, if one recites the last 2 verses of Surah Al-Bukhara at night, it is sufficient for him, for that night. Volume 6, Book 61, number 561, narrated Umar bin Khattab, I heard Hisham bin Hakim bin Hizam reciting Surah Al-Furqan during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and I listened to his recitation and noticed that he recited it in several ways which Allah's Apostle had not taught me. So I was on the point of attacking him in the prayer, but I waited till he finished his prayer, and then I seized him by the collar and said, Who taught you this surah which I have heard you reciting? He replied, Allah's Apostle taught it to me. I said, You are telling a lie, by Allah. Allah's Apostle taught me, in a different way, this very surah which I have heard you reciting. So I took him, leading him to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, I heard this person reciting Surah Al-Furqan in a way that you did not teach me, and you have taught me Surah Al-Furqan. The Prophet said, O Hisham, recite. So he recited in the same way as I heard him recite it before. On that Allah's Apostle said, It was revealed to be recited in this way. Then Allah's Apostle said, Recite, O Umar. So I recited it as he had taught me. Allah's Apostle then said, It was revealed to be recited in this way. Allah's Apostle added, The Quran has been revealed to be recited in several different ways, so recite of it that which is easier for you. Volume 6, Book 61, number 562, narrated Aisha, the Prophet heard a reciter reciting the Quran in the mosque at night. The Prophet said, May Allah bestow His mercy on him, as he has reminded me of such and such verses of such and such surahs, which I missed. Volume 6, Book 61, number 563, narrated Abu Wail, we went to Abdullah in the morning and a man said, Yesterday I recited all the Mufassal surahs. On that Abdullah said, That is very quick, and we have the Prophet's recitation, and I remember very well the recitation of those surahs which the Prophet used to recite, and they were 18 surahs from the Mufassal, and 2 surahs from the surahs that start with Ha-Mim. Volume 6, Book 61, number 564, narrated Ibn Abbas, regarding his, Allah's, statement, Move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste therewith. 75:16, and whenever Gabriel descended to Allah's Apostle with the divine inspiration, Allah's Apostle used to move his tongue and lips, and that used to be hard for him, and one could easily recognize that he was being inspired divinely. So Allah revealed the verse which occurs in the surah starting with, I do swear by the day of resurrection. 75:1, i.e., move not your tongue concerning the Quran, to make haste then with. It is for us to collect it, in your mind, O Muhammad, and give you the ability to recite it by heart. 75:16-17, which means, it is for us to collect it, in your mind, and give you the ability to recite it by heart. And when we have recited it to you, O Muhammad, through Gabriel then follow you its recital. 75:18, means, when we reveal it, the Quran, to you, listen to it. For then, it is for us to explain it and make it clear to you. 75:19, i.e., it is up to us to explain it through your tongue. So, when Gabriel came to him, Allah's apostle would listen to him attentively, and as soon as Gabriel left, he would recite the revelations, as Allah had promised him. Volume 6, Book 61, number 565, narrated Qatada, I asked Anas bin Malik about the recitation of the Prophet. He said, he used to pray long, certain sounds, very much. Volume 6, Book 61, number 566, narrated Qatada, Anas was asked, how was the recitation of the Quran of the Prophet? He replied, it was characterized by the prolongation of certain sounds. He then recited, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, prolonging the pronunciation of, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, and the most merciful. Volume 6, Book 61, number 567, narrated Abdullah bin Mughafal, I saw the Prophet reciting Quran while he was riding on his she-camel or camel which was moving, carrying him. He was reciting Surat Fath or part of Surat Fath very softly and in an attractive vibrating tone. Volume 6, Book 61, number 568, narrated Abu Musa, that the Prophet said to him, O Abu Musa, you have been given one of the musical wind instruments of the family of David. Volume 6, Book 61, number 569, narrated Abdullah, that the Prophet said to him, recite the Quran to me. Abdullah said, shall I recite the Quran to you while it has been revealed to you? He said, I like to hear it from others. Volume 6, Book 61, number 570, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, the Prophet said to me, recite the Quran to me. I said, O Allah's apostle, shall I recite the Quran to you while it has been revealed to you? He said, yes. So I recited Surat An-Nisa, the women, but when I recited the verse, how will it be, then when we bring from each nation a witness and we bring you, O Muhammad, as a witness against these people? 41, he said, enough for the present. I looked at him and behold, his eyes were overflowing with tears. Volume 6, Book 61, number 571, narrated Sufyan ibn Shubruma said, I wanted to see how much of the Quran can be enough to recite in prayer, and I could not find a surah containing less than 3 verses, therefore I said to myself, one ought not to recite less than 3 Quranic verses in prayer. Narrated Abu Mas'ud, the Prophet said, if somebody recites the last 2 verses of Surat Al-Bukhara at night, it will be sufficient for him. Volume 6, Book 61, number 572, narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin Al-As, my father got me married to a lady of a noble family, and often used to ask my wife about me, and she used to reply, what a wonderful man he is. He never comes to my bed, nor has he approached me since he married me. When this state continued for a long period, my father told the story to the Prophet, who said to my father, let me meet him. Then I met him and he asked me, how do you fast? I replied, I fast daily. He asked, how long does it take you to finish the recitation of the whole Quran? I replied, I finish it every night. On that he said, fast for 3 days every month and recite the Quran, and finish it in 1 month. I said, but I have power to do more than that. He said, then fast for 3 days per week. I said, I have the power to do more than that. He said, therefore, fast the most superior type of fasting, that is, the fasting of Prophet David, who used to fast every alternate day, and finish the recitation of the whole Quran in 7 days. I wish I had accepted the permission of Allah's apostle, as I have become a weak old man. It is said that Abdullah used to recite 1/7 of the Quran during the daytime to some of his family members, for he used to check his memorization of what he would recite at night during the daytime so that it would be easier for him to read at night. And whenever he wanted to gain some strength, he used to give up fasting for some days and count those days to fast for a similar period, for he disliked to leave those things which he used to do during the lifetime of the Prophet. Volume 6, Book 61, number 573, narrated Abdullah bin Amr, the Prophet asked me, how long does it take you to finish the recitation of the whole Quran? Volume 6, Book 61, number 574, narrated Abdullah bin Amr, Allah's apostle said to me, recite the whole Quran in 1 month's time. I said, but I have power to do more than that. Allah's apostle said, then finish the recitation of the Quran in 7 days, and do not finish it in less than this period. Volume 6, Book 61, number 575, narrated Abdullah, bin Marzud, Allah's apostle, said to me, recite the Quran to me. I said, shall I recite it to you while it has been revealed to you? He said, I like to hear it from another person. So I recited Surat an-Nisa, the women, till I reached the verse, how will it be, then when we bring from each nation a witness, and we bring you, O Muhammad, as a witness against these people. 41. Then he said to me, stop. Thereupon I saw his eyes overflowing with tears. Volume 6, Book 61, number 576, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, the Prophet said to me, recite Quran to me. I said to him, shall I recite it to you while it has been revealed to you? He said, I like to hear it from another person. Volume 6, Book 61, number 577, narrated Ali, I heard the Prophet saying, in the last days of the world, there will appear young people with foolish thoughts and ideas. They will give good talks, but they will go out of Islam as an arrow goes out of its game, their faith will not exceed their throats. So, wherever you find them, kill them, for there will be a reward for their killers on the day of resurrection. Volume 6, Book 61, number 578, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, I heard Allah's apostle saying, there will appear some people among you whose prayer will make you look down upon yours, and whose fasting will make you look down upon yours, but they will recite the Quran which will not exceed their throats, they will not act on it, and they will go out of Islam as an arrow goes out through the game, whereupon the archer would examine the arrowhead but see nothing, and look at the unfeathered arrow. But see nothing, and look at the arrow feathers but see nothing, and finally he suspects to find something in the lower part of the arrow. Volume 6, Book 61, number 579, narrated Abu Musa, the Prophet said, the example of a believer who recites the Quran and acts on it, like a citron which tastes nice and smells nice. And the example of a believer who does not recite the Quran but acts on it, is like a date which tastes good but has no smell. And the example of a hypocrite who recites the Quran is like a raihana, sweet basil, which smells good but tastes bitter, and the example of a hypocrite who does not recite the Quran is like a colocynth which tastes bitter and has a bad smell. Volume 6, Book 61, number 580, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, recite and study the Quran as long as you agree about its interpretation, but if you have any difference of opinion as regards to its interpretation and meaning, then you should stop reciting it for the time being. Volume 6, Book 61, number 581, narrated Jundub, the Prophet said, recite and study the Quran as long as you agree about its interpretation, but when you have any difference of opinion as regards its interpretation and meaning, then you should stop reciting it for the time being. Volume 6, Book 61, number 582, narrated Abdullah, that he heard a man reciting a Quranic verse which he had heard the Prophet reciting in a different way. So he took that man to the Prophet and told him the story. The Prophet said, both of you are reciting in a correct way, so carry on reciting. The Prophet further added, the nations which were before you were destroyed by Allah because they differed. 62. Wedlock, Marriage, Nikah, Volume 7, Book 62, Number 1, narrated Anas bin Malik, a group of 3 men came to the houses of the wives of the Prophet asking how the Prophet worshipped Allah, and when they were informed about that, they considered their worship insufficient and said, where are we from the Prophet as his past and future sins have been forgiven? Then one of them said, I will offer the prayer throughout the night forever. The other said, I will fast throughout the year and will not break my fast. The third said, I will keep away from the women and will not marry forever. Allah's apostle came to them and said, are you the same people who said so and so? By Allah, I am more submissive to Allah and more afraid of him than you, yet I fast and break my fast, I do sleep and I also marry women. So he who does not follow my tradition in religion, is not from me, not one of my followers. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 2, narrated Ursa, that he asked Aisha about the statement of Allah, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry other women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4, but if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with them, then only one, or the captives, that your right hands possess. That will be nearer to prevent you from doing injustice. 3. Aisha said, O my nephew, This verse has been revealed in connection with an orphan girl under the guardianship of her guardian who is attracted by her wealth and beauty and intends to marry her with a mahr less than what other women of her standard deserve. So they, such guardians, have been forbidden to marry them unless they do justice to them and give them their full mahr, and they are ordered to marry other women instead of them. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 3, narrated Alqamah, while I was with Abdullah, Uthman met him at Mina and said, O Abu Abdurrahman, I have something to say to you. So both of them went aside and Uthman said, O Abu Abdurrahman, shall we marry you to a virgin who will make you remember your past days? When Abdullah felt that he was not in need of that, he beckoned me to join him, saying, O Alqamah. Then I heard him saying, in reply to Uthman, as you have said that, I tell you that, the Prophet once said to us, O young people, whoever among you is able to marry, should marry, and whoever is not able to marry, is recommended to fast, as fasting diminishes his sexual power. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 4, narrated Abdullah, we were with the Prophet while we were young and had no wealth whatever. So Allah's Apostle said, O young people, whoever among you can marry, should marry, because it helps him lower his gaze and guard his modesty, i.e. his private parts from committing illegal sexual intercourse etc., and whoever is not able to marry, should fast, as fasting diminishes his sexual power. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 5, narrated Atta. We presented ourselves along with Ibn Abbas at the funeral procession of Maymuna at a place called Sarif. Ibn Abbas said, This is the wife of the Prophet, so when you lift her bier, do not jerk it or shake it much, but walk smoothly, because the Prophet had 9 wives and he used to observe the night turns with 8 of them, and for one of them there was no night turn. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 6, narrated Anas, the Prophet I used to go round, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 7, narrated Said bin Jubair, Ibn Abbas asked me, You married? I replied, No. He said, Marry, for the best person of this Muslim nation, i.e., Muhammad, of all other Muslims, had the largest number of wives. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 8, narrated Umar bin al-Khattab, the Prophet said, The rewards of deeds are according to the intention, and everybody will get the reward for what he has intended. So whoever emigrated for Allah's and his apostles' sake, his emigration was for Allah and his apostle, and whoever emigrated for worldly benefits, or to marry a woman, then his emigration was for the thing for what he emigrated for. 1. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 9, narrated Ibn Masud, We used to fight in the holy battles in the company of the Prophet and we had no wives with us. So we said, O Allah's Apostle, shall we get castrated? The Prophet forbade us to do so. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 10, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abdurrahman bin Auf came from Mecca to Medina, and the Prophet made a bond of brotherhood between him and Sa'd bin Arabi al-Ansari. Al-Ansari had 2 wives, so he suggested that Abdurrahman take half, his wives and property. Abdurrahman replied, May Allah bless you with your wives and property. Kindly show me the market. So Abdurrahman went to the market and gained, in bargains, some dried yogurt and some butter. After a few days the Prophet saw Abdurrahman with some yellow stains on his clothes and asked him, What is that, O Abdurrahman? He replied, I had married an Ansari woman. The Prophet asked, How much mahr did you give her? He replied, The weight of 1 date stone of gold. The Prophet said, Offer a banquet, even with 1 sheep. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 11, narrated Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas, Allah's Apostle forbade Uthman bin Maz'un to abstain from marrying, and other pleasures, and if he had allowed him, we would have gotten ourselves castrated. 1. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 12, narrated Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas, the Prophet prevented Uthman bin Maz'un from that, not marrying, and had he allowed him, we would have got ourselves castrated. 1. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 13. Narrated Abdullah, we used to participate in the holy battles led by Allah's Apostle and we had nothing, no wives, with us. So we said, Shall we get ourselves castrated? He forbade us that and then allowed us to marry women with a temporary contract, too, and recited to us, O you who believe. Make not unlawful the good things which Allah has made lawful for you, but commit no transgression. 587, Volume 7, Book 62, Number 13h, narrated Abu Huraira, I said, O Allah's Apostle, I am a young man and I am afraid that I may commit illegal sexual intercourse and I cannot afford to marry. He kept silent, and then repeated my question once again, but he kept silent. I said the same, for the third time, and he remained silent. Then repeated my question, for the fourth time, and only then the Prophet said, O Abu Huraira, the pen has dried after writing what you are going to confront. So, it does not matter whether you get yourself castrated or not. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 14, narrated Aisha, I said, O Allah's Apostle, suppose you landed in a valley where there is a tree of which something has been eaten, and then you found trees of which nothing has been eaten, of which tree would you let your camel graze? He said, I will let my camel graze, of the one of which nothing has been eaten before. The subnarrator added, Aisha meant that Allah's Apostle had not married a virgin besides herself. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 15, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle said to me, You have been shown to me twice in my dreams. A man was carrying you in a silken cloth and said to me, This is your wife. I uncovered it, and behold, it was you. I said to myself, If this dream is from Allah, He will cause it to come true. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 16, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, while we were returning from a Ghazwa, holy battle, with the Prophet, I started driving my camel fast, as it was a lazy camel. A rider came behind me and pricked my camel with a spear he had with him, and then my camel started running as fast as the best camel you may see. Behold, the rider was the Prophet himself. He said, What makes you in such a hurry? I replied, I am newly married. He said, Did you marry a virgin or a matron? I replied, A matron. He said, Why didn't you marry a young girl so that you may play with her and she with you? When we were about to enter Medina, the Prophet said, Wait so that you may enter Medina at night so that the lady of unkempt hair may comb her hair and the one whose husband has been absent may shave her pubic region. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 17, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, When I got married, Allah's Apostle said to me, What type of lady have you married? I replied, I have married a matron. He said, Why, don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them? Jabir also said, Allah's Apostle said, Why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you? Volume 7, Book 62, Number 18, narrated Ursa, the Prophet asked Abu Bakr for Aisha's hand in marriage. Abu Bakr said, But I am your brother. The Prophet said, You are my brother in Allah's religion and His book, but she, Aisha, is lawful for me to marry. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 19, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, The best women are the riders of the camels and the righteous among the women of Quraysh. They are the kindest women to their children in their childhood and the more careful women of the property of their husbands. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 20, narrated Abu Burda's father, Allah's Apostle said, Any man who has a slave girl whom he educates properly, teaches good manners, manumits and marries her, will get a double reward. And if any man of the people of the scriptures believes in his own prophet and then believes in me too, he will, also, get a double reward. And any slave who fulfills his duty to his master and to his Lord, will, also, get a double reward. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 21, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, Abraham did not tell lies except 3. One of them was, when Abraham passed by a tyrant and his wife, Sarah, was accompanying him. Abu Huraira then mentioned the whole narration and said, The tyrant gave her Hajar. Sarah said, Allah saved me from the hands of the kafir, i.e. infidel, and gave me Hajar to serve me. Abu Huraira added, That Hajar is your mother, O Banu Ma'asama, i.e. the Arabs. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 22, narrated Anas, the Prophet stayed for 3 days between Khaybar and Medina, and there he consummated his marriage to Safiya bint Huyai. I invited the Muslims to the wedding banquet in which neither meat nor bread was offered. He ordered for leather dining sheets to be spread, and dates, dried yogurt and butter were laid on it, and that was the Prophet's wedding banquet. The Muslims wondered, is she, Safiya, considered as his wife or his slave girl? Then they said, if he orders her to veil herself, she will be one of the mothers of the believers, but if he does not order her to veil herself, she will be a slave girl. So when the Prophet proceeded from there, he spared her a space behind him, on his she-camel, and put a screening veil between her and the people. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 23, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah's Apostle manumitted Safiya and regarded her manumission as her ma. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 24, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, a woman came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, I have come to give you myself in marriage, without ma. Allah's Apostle looked at her. He looked at her carefully and fixed his glance on her and then lowered his head. When the lady saw that he did not say anything, she sat down. A man from his companions got up and said, O Allah's Apostle, if you are not in need of her, then marry her to me. The Prophet said, have you got anything to offer? The man said, no, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said to him, go to your family and see if you have something. The man went and returned, saying, no, by Allah, I have not found anything. Allah's Apostle said, go again, and look for something, even if it is an iron ring. He went again and returned, saying, no, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle, I could not find even an iron ring, but this is my izar, waist sheet. He had no reader. He added, I give half of it to her. Allah's Apostle said, what will she do with your izar? If you wear it, she will be naked, and if she wears it, you will be naked. So that man sat down for a long while and then got up, to depart. When Allah's Apostle saw him going, he ordered that he be called back. When he came, the Prophet said, how much of the Quran do you know? He said, I know such surah and such surah, counting them. The Prophet said, do you know them by heart? He replied, yes. The Prophet said, go, I marry her to you for that much of the Quran which you have. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 25, narrated Aisha, Abu Hudayfa bin Abba bin Rabi'a bin Abdi Shams, who had witnessed the Battle of Badr along with the Prophet, adopted Salim as his son, to whom he married his niece, Hind bint al-Walid bin Abba bin Rabi'a, and Salim was the freed slave of an Ansar woman, just as the Prophet had adopted Zaid as his son. It was the custom in the pre-Islamic period that if somebody adopted a boy, the people would call him the son of the adoptive father and he would be the latter's heir. But when Allah revealed the divine verses, call them by the names of their fathers. Your freed slaves, 33:5, the adopted persons were called by their fathers' names. The one whose father was not known would be regarded as a mawla and your brother in religion. Later on, Salah bint Suhail bin Amr al-Qurayshi al-Ami, and she was the wife of Abu Hudayfa bin Abba, came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, we used to consider Salim as our adopted son, and now Allah has revealed what you know regarding adopted sons. The sub-narrator then mentioned the rest of the narration. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 26, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle entered upon Dubar bint Az Zubayr and said to her, do you have a desire to perform the Hajj? She replied, by Allah, I feel sick. He said to her, intend to perform Hajj and stipulate something by saying, O Allah, I will finish my ihram at any place where you stop me, i.e. I am unable to go further. She was the wife of Al-Miqdad bin al-Aswad. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 27, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, a woman is married for 4 things, i.e., her wealth, her family status, her beauty and her religion. So you should marry the religious woman, otherwise, you will be a losers. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 28, narrated Sa'al, a man passed by Allah's Apostle and Allah's Apostle asked his companions, what do you say about this man? They replied, if he asks for a lady's hand, he ought to be given her in marriage, and if he intercedes for someone, his intercessor should be accepted, and if he speaks, he should be listened to. Allah's Apostle kept silent, and then a man from among the poor Muslims passed by, and Allah's Apostle asked them, what do you say about this man? They replied, if he asks for a lady's hand in marriage, he does not deserve to be married, and he intercedes for someone, his intercession should not be accepted, and if he speaks, he should not be listened to. Allah's Apostle said, "This poor man is better than so many of the first as filling the earth." Volume 7, Book 62, number 29, narrated, Ursa, that he asked Aisha regarding the verse, "If you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphans." 4. 3. She said, "O my nephew." This verse refers to the orphan girl who is under the guardianship of her guardian who likes her beauty and wealth and wishes to marry her and curtails her mahr. Such guardians have been forbidden to marry them unless they do justice by giving them their full mahr, and they have been ordered to marry other than them. The people asked for the verdict of Allah's Apostle after that, so Allah revealed, "They ask your instruction concerning the women whom you desire to marry." 4. 127. So Allah revealed to them that if the orphan girl had beauty and wealth, they desired to marry her and for her family status. They can only marry them if they give them their full mahr. And if they had no desire to marry them because of their lack of wealth and beauty, they would leave them and marry other women. So, as they used to leave them, when they had no interest in them, they were forbidden to marry them when they had such interest, unless they treated them justly and gave them their full mahr. Apostle said, "If at all there is evil omen, it is in the horse, the woman and the house. A lady is to be warded off." And the statement of Allah, "Truly, among your wives and your children, there are enemies for you, he may stop you from the obedience of Allah." 64. 14, Volume 7, Book 62, number 30, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle said, "Evil omen is in the women, the house and the horse." Volume 7, Book 62, number 31, narrated Ibn Umar, evil omen was mentioned before the Prophet. The Prophet said, "If there is evil omen in anything, it is in the house, the woman and the horse." Volume 7, Book 62, number 32, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, Allah's Apostle said, "If at all there is bad omen, it is in the horse, the woman, and the house." Volume 7, Book 62, number 33, narrated Usama bin Zaid, the Prophet said, "After me I have not left any affliction more harmful to men than women." Volume 7, Book 62, number 34, narrated Aisha, three principles were established because of Ba'a. When Banra was manumitted she was given the option, to remain with her slave husband or not. 2. Allah's Apostle said, "The wallah of the slave, is for the one who manumits, the slave." 3. When Allah's Apostle entered the house, he saw a cooking pot on the fire but he was given bread and meat soup from the soup of the home. The Prophet said, "Didn't I see the cooking pot on the fire?" It was said, "That is the meat given in charity to Ba'a, and you do not eat the things given in charity." The Prophet said, "It is an object of charity for Ba'a, and it is a present for us." Volume 7, Book 62, number 35, narrated Aisha, regarding the verse, "And if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphans." 4. 3. It is about the orphan girl who is in the custody of a man who is her guardian, and he intends to marry her because of her wealth, but he treats her badly and does not manage her property fairly and honestly. Such a man should marry women of his liking other than her, 2 or 3 or 4. Prohibited to you, for marriage, are your foster mothers, who suckled you. 4. 23. Marriage is prohibited between persons having a foster-suckling relationship corresponding to a blood relationship which renders marriage unlawful. Volume 7, Book 62, number 36, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, that while Allah's Apostle was with her, she heard a voice of a man asking permission to enter the house of Hafsa. Aisha added, "I said, O Allah's Apostle, this man is asking permission to enter your house." The Prophet said, "I think he is so-and-so," naming the foster uncle of Hafsa. Aisha said, "If so-and-so, naming her foster uncle, were living, could he enter upon me?" The Prophet said, "Yes, for foster suckling relations make all those things unlawful which are unlawful through corresponding birth, blood, relations." Volume 7, Book 62, number 37, narrated Ibn Abbas, it was said to the Prophet, "Won't you marry the daughter of Hamza?" He said, "She is my foster niece, brother's daughter." Volume 7, Book 62, number 38, narrated Habiba, daughter of Abu Sufyan, I said, "O Allah's Apostle, marry my sister, the daughter of Abu Sufyan." The Prophet said, "Do you like that?" I replied, "Yes, for even now I am not your only wife and I like that my sister should share the good with me." The Prophet said, but that is not lawful for me. I said, we have heard that you want to marry the daughter of Abu Salama. He said, you mean, the daughter of Salama? I said, yes. He said, even if she were not my stepdaughter, she would be unlawful for me to marry as she is my foster niece. I and Abu Salama were suckled by Thuwayba. So you should not present to me your daughters or your sisters in marriage. Narrated, Ursa, Thuwayba was the freed slave girl of Abu Lahab whom he had manumitted, and then she suckled the Prophet. When Abu Lahab died, one of his relatives saw him in a dream in a very bad state and asked him, what have you encountered? Abu Lahab said, I have not found any rest since I left you, except that I have been given water to drink in this, the space between his thumb and other fingers, and that is because of my manumitting Thuwayba. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 39, narrated, Aisha, that the Prophet entered upon her while a man was sitting with her. Signs of anger seemed to appear on his face as if he disliked that. She said, here is my foster brother. He said, be sure as to who is your foster brother, for foster suckling relationship is established only when milk is the only food of the child. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 40, narrated Aisha, that Afla the brother of Abu al-Quais, her foster uncle, came, asking permission to enter upon her after the verse of al-hijab, the use of veils by women, was revealed. Aisha added, I did not allow him to enter, but when Allah's apostle came, I told him what I had done, and he ordered me to give him permission. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 41, narrated, Akbar bin al-Harith, I married a woman and then a black lady came to us and said, I have suckled you both, you and your wife. So I came to the Prophet and said, I married so-and-so and then a black lady came to us and said to me, I have suckled both of you. But I think she is a liar. The Prophet turned his face away from me and I moved to face his face, and said, she is a liar. The Prophet said, how can you keep her as your wife, when that lady has said that she has suckled both of you? So abandon, i.e., divorce, her, your wife. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 42, narrated Habiba, I said, O Allah's Apostle, do you like to have my sister, the daughter of Abu Sufyan? The Prophet said, what shall I do with her? I said, marry her. He said, do you like that? I said, yes, for even now I am not your only wife, so I like that my sister should share you with me. He said, she is not lawful for me to marry. I said, we have heard that you want to marry. He said, the daughter of Salama? I said, yes. He said, even if she were not my stepdaughter, she should be unlawful for me to marry, for Thuwayba suckled me and her father, Abu Salama. So you should neither present your daughters nor your sisters to me. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 43, narrated Habiba, I said, O Allah's Apostle, marry my sister, the daughter of Abu Sufyan. He said, do you like that? I said, yes, for even now I am not your only wife, and the most beloved person to share the good with me is my sister. The Prophet said, but that is not lawful for me, i.e., to be married to two sisters at a time. I said, O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, we have heard that you want to marry Jura, the daughter of Abu Salama. He said, you mean the daughter of Salama? I said, yes. He said, by Allah, even if she were not my stepdaughter, she would not be lawful for me to marry, for she is my foster niece, for Thuwayba has suckled me and Abu Salama, so you should neither present your daughters nor your sisters to me. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 44, narrated Jabir, Allah's Apostle forbade that a woman should be married to man along with her paternal or maternal aunt. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 45, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, a woman and her paternal aunt should not be married to the same man, and similarly, a woman and her maternal aunt should not be married to the same man. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 46, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet forbade that a woman should be married to a man along with her paternal aunt or with her maternal aunt, at the same time. Az Zuri, the subnarrator, said, there is a similar order for the paternal aunt of the father of one's wife, for Ursa told me that, Aisha said, what is unlawful because of blood relations, is also unlawful because of the corresponding foster suckling relations. Volume 7, Book 62, number 47, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's apostle forbade ashia, which means that somebody marries his daughter to somebody else, and the latter marries his daughter to the former without paying mahr. Volume 7, Book 62, number 48, narrated Hisham's father, Khawla bint Hakim, was one of those ladies who presented themselves to the Prophet for marriage. Aisha said, "Doesn't a lady feel ashamed for presenting herself to a man?" But when the verse, "O Muhammad, you may postpone the turn of any of them, your wives, that you please," 33:51, was revealed, Aisha said, "O Allah's apostle, I do not see, but that your Lord hurries in pleasing you." Volume 7, Book 62, number 49, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet got married while he was in the state of Iram. Volume 7, Book 62, number 50, narrated Ali, I said to Ibn Abbas, during the Battle of Khaybar the Prophet forbade nikah, al-mutay, and the eating of donkey's meat. Volume 7, Book 62, number 51, narrated Abu Jamra, I heard Ibn Abbas giving a verdict when he was asked about the mutay with the women, and he permitted it, nikah al-mutay. On that a freed slave of his said to him, "That is only when it is very badly needed and women are scarce." On that, Ibn Abbas said, "Yes." Volume 7, Book 62, number 52, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah and Salama bin al-Aqwa, while we were in an army, Allah's apostle came to us and said, "You have been allowed to do the mutay, marriage, so do it." Salama bin al-Aqwa said, Allah's apostle said, "If a man and a woman agree to marry temporarily, their marriage should last for 3 nights, and if they like to continue, they can do so, and if they want to separate, they can do so." I do not know whether that was only for us or for all the people in general. Abu Abdullah, Al-Bukhari, said, Ali made it clear that the Prophet said, the mutay marriage has been cancelled, made unlawful. Volume 7, Book 62, number 53, narrated Thabit al-Bunani, I was with Anas while his daughter was present with him. Anas said, a woman came to Allah's apostle and presented herself to him, saying, "O Allah's apostle, have you any need for me, i.e. would you like to marry me?" Thereupon Anas's daughter said, "What a shameless lady she was! Shame! Shame!" Anas said, "She was better than you, she had a liking for the Prophet, so she presented herself for marriage to him." Volume 7, Book 62, number 54, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a woman presented herself to the Prophet for marriage. A man said to him, "O Allah's apostle, if you are not in need of her, marry her to me." The Prophet said, "What have you got?" The man said, "I have nothing." The Prophet said to him, "Go and search for something, even if it were an iron ring." The man went and returned saying, "No, I have not found anything, not even an iron ring, but this is my izar, waist sheet, and half of it is for her." He had no reader, upper garment. The Prophet said, "What will she do with your waist sheet? If you wear it, she will have nothing over her, and if she wears it, you will have nothing over you." So the man sat down, and when he had sat a long time, he got up to leave. When the Prophet saw him leaving, he called him back, or the man was called for him, and he said to the man, "How much of the Quran do you know by heart?" The man replied, "I know such surah and such surah by heart," naming the surahs. The Prophet said, "I have married her to you for what you know of the Quran." Volume 7, Book 62, number 55, narrated Abdullah bin Umar bin al-Khattab said, when Hafsa bint Umar became a widow after the death of her husband, Kunais bin Hudafa as-Sami, who had been one of the companions of the Prophet, and he died at Medina. I went to Uthman bin Affan and presented Hafsa for marriage to him. He said, "I will think it over." I waited for a few days, then he met me and said, "It seems that it is not possible for me to marry at present." Umar further said, I met Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and said to him, "If you wish, I will marry my daughter Hafsa to you." Abu Bakr kept quiet and did not say anything to me in reply. I became more angry with him than with Uthman. I waited for a few days, and then Allah's apostle asked for her hand, and I gave her in marriage to him. Afterwards I met Abu Bakr, who said, "Perhaps you became angry with me when you presented Hafsa to me and I did not give you a reply." I said, "Yes." Abu Bakr said, "Nothing stopped me to respond to your offer except that I knew that Allah's apostle had mentioned her, and I never wanted to let out the secret of Allah's apostle. And if Allah's apostle had refused her, I would have accepted her." Volume 7, Book 62, number 56, narrated Zainab bint Salama. Habiba said to Allah's Apostle, "We have heard that you want to marry Jura bint Abu Salama." Allah's Apostle said, "Can she be married along with Salama, her mother? Even if I have not married Salama, she would not be lawful for me to marry, for her father is my foster brother. And there is no blame on you if you make hint of betrothal or conceal it in your hearts. Allah is oft forgiving, most forbearing." 235, Ibn Abbas said, "Hint your intention of marrying is made by saying, to the widow, for example, I want to marry, and I wish that Allah will make a righteous lady available for me." Al-Qasim said, "One may say to the widow, I hold all respect for you, and I am interested in you, Allah will bring you much good," or something similar. Atta said, "One should hint his intention, and should not declare it openly. One may say, I have some need. Have good tidings. Praise be to Allah, you are fit to remarry." She, the widow, may say in reply, "I am listening to what you say," but she should not make a promise. Her guardian should not make a promise to somebody to get her married to him, without her knowledge. But if, while still in the iddah period, she makes a promise to marry somebody, and he ultimately marries her, they are not to be separated by divorce, i.e., the marriage is valid. Volume 7, Book 62, number 57, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle said, "To me, you were shown to me in a dream. An angel brought you to me wrapped in a piece of silken cloth, and said to me, 'This is your wife.' I removed the piece of cloth from your face, and there you were. I said to myself, if it is from Allah, then it will surely be." Volume 7, Book 62, number 58, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a woman came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I have come to you to present myself to you, for marriage." Allah's Apostle glanced at her. He looked at her carefully and fixed his glance on her and then lowered his head. When the lady saw that he did not say anything, she sat down. A man from his companions got up and said, "O Allah's Apostle, if you are not in need of her, then marry her to me." The Prophet said, "Have you got anything to offer?" The man said, "No, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle." The Prophet said to him, "Go to your family and try to find something." So the man went and returned, saying, "No, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle, I have not found anything." The Prophet said, "Go again and look for something, even if it were an iron ring." He went and returned, saying, "No, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle, I could not find even an iron ring, but this is my izar, waist sheet." He had no reader, upper garment. He added, "I give half of it to her." Allah's Apostle said, "What will she do with your izar? If you wear it, she will have nothing over herself thereof, will be naked, and if she wears it, then you will have nothing over yourself thereof." So the man sat for a long period and then got up, to leave. When Allah's Apostle saw him leaving, he ordered that he called back. When he came, the Prophet asked him, "How much of the Quran do you know, by heart?" The man replied, "I know such surah and such surah and such surah," naming the surahs. The Prophet said, "Can you recite it by heart?" He said, "Yes." The Prophet said, "Go, I let you marry her for what you know of the Quran, as her ma." Volume 7, Book 62, number 59, narrated Aisha, as regards the verse, and about what is recited unto you in the book, concerning orphan girls to whom you give not the prescribed portions and yet, whom you desire to marry. 127, this verse is about the female orphan who is under the guardianship of a man with whom she shares her property and he has more right over her than anybody else, but does not like to marry her, so he prevents her from marrying somebody else, lest he should share the property with him. Volume 7, Book 62, number 60, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, when Hafsa, Umar's daughter, became a widow because of the death of her husband, Ibn Hudafa as-Sami, who was one of the companion of the Prophet and the one of the bad warriors, and died at Medina, Umar said, "I met Uthman bin Affan and gave him an offer, saying, 'If you wish, I will marry Hafsa to you.' He said, 'I will think it over.' I waited for a few days, then he met me and said, 'I have made up my mind not to marry at present.' Umar added, 'Then I met Abu Bakr and said to him, 'If you wish, I will marry Hafsa to you.'" Volume 7, Book 62, number 61, narrated Al-Hasan, concerning the verse, "Do not prevent them." 2. 232, Maqil bin Yasar told me that it was revealed in his connection. He said, I married my sister to a man and he divorced her, and when her days of Iddah, 3 menstrual periods, were over, the man came again and asked for her hand, but I said to him, I married her to you and made her your bed, your wife, and favored you with her, but you divorced her. Now you come to ask for her hand again? No, by Allah, she will never go back to you again. That man was not a bad man and his wife wanted to go back to him. So Allah revealed this verse, do not prevent them. 232, so I said, now I will do it, let her go back to him, O Allah's Apostle. So he married her to him again. Volume 7, Book 62, number 62, narrated Aisha, regarding his statement they ask your instruction concerning the women. Say, Allah instructs you about them. 127, it is about the female orphan who is under the guardianship of a man with whom she shares her property and he does not want to marry her and dislikes that someone else should marry her, lest he should share the property with him, so he prevents her from marrying. So Allah forbade such a guardian to do so, i.e. to prevent her from marrying. Volume 7, Book 62, number 63, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, while we were sitting in the company of the Prophet a woman came to him and presented herself, for marriage, to him. The Prophet looked at her, lowering his eyes and raising them, but did not give a reply. One of his companions said, marry her to me, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet asked him, have you got anything? He said, I have got nothing. The Prophet said, not even an iron ring? He said, not even an iron ring, but I will tear my garment into 2 halves and give her 1 half and keep the other half. The Prophet said, no. Do you know some of the Quran by heart? He said, yes. The Prophet said, go, I have agreed to marry her to you with what you know of the Quran, as her ma. And for those who have no courses, i.e. they are still immature. 65, 4, and the iddat for the girl before puberty is 3 months, in the above verse. Volume 7, Book 62, number 64, narrated Aisha, that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old, and then she remained with him for 9 years, i.e., till his death. Volume 7, Book 62, number 65, narrated Aisha, that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham said, I have been informed that Aisha remained with the Prophet for 9 years, i.e. till his death. What you know of the Quran, by heart, Volume 7, Book 62, number 66, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, a woman came to Allah's Apostle and said, I present myself to you for marriage. She stayed for a long while, then a man said, if you are not in need of her then marry her to me. The Prophet said, have you got anything in order to pay her ma? He said, I have nothing with me except my izar, waist sheet. The Prophet said, if you give her your izar, you will have no izar to wear, so go and search for something. He said, I could not find anything. The Prophet said, try to find something, even if it were an iron ring, but he was not able to find even that. The Prophet said to him, do you memorize something of the Quran? Yes. He said, such surah and such surah, naming those surahs. The Prophet said, we have married her to you for what you know of the Quran, by heart. Volume 7, Book 62, number 67, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, a matron should not be given in marriage except after consulting her, and a virgin should not be given in marriage except after her permission. The people asked, O Allah's Apostle, how can we know her permission? He said, her silence indicates her permission. Volume 7, Book 62, number 68, narrated Aisha, I said, O Allah's Apostle, a virgin feels shy. He said, her consent is expressed by her silence. Volume 7, Book 62, number 69, narrated Kansa bint Qidam al-Ansariya, that her father gave her in marriage when she was a matron and she disliked that marriage. So she went to Allah's Apostle and he declared that marriage invalid. Volume 7, Book 62, number 70, narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid and Majami bin Yazid. The same hadith above, a man called Qidam married a daughter of his to somebody against her consent. If you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry other women of your choice. 4.3. And if somebody says to the guardian of a woman, marry me to so-and-so, and the guardian remained silent or said to him, what have you got? And the other said, I have so much and so much, ma, or kept quiet, and then the guardian said, I have married her to you, then the marriage is valid, legal. This narration was told by Sahih on the authority of the Prophet, Volume 7, Book 62, number 71, narrated Ursa bin Az Zubayr, that he asked Aisha, saying to her, O mother, in what connection was this verse revealed, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with orphan girls, to the end of the verse, that your right hands possess? 4.3. Aisha said, O my nephew. It was about the female orphan under the protection of her guardian who was interested in her beauty and wealth and wanted to marry her with a little or reduced mahr. So such guardians were forbidden to marry female orphans unless they deal with them justly and give their full mahr, and they were ordered to marry women other than them. Aisha added, later, the people asked Allah's apostle for instructions, and then Allah revealed, they ask your instruction concerning the women. And yet whom you desire to marry. 4.127. So Allah revealed to them in this verse that if a female orphan had wealth and beauty, they desired to marry her and were interested in her noble descent and the reduction of her mahr, but if she was not desired by them because of her lack in fortune and beauty, they left her and married some other woman. So, as they used to leave her when they had no interest in her, they had no right to marry her if they had the desire to do so, unless they deal justly with her and gave her a full amount of mahr. Volume 7, Book 62, number 72, narrated Sahih, a woman came to the Prophet and presented herself to him for marriage. He said, I am not in need of women these days. Then a man said, O Allah's apostle, marry her to me. The Prophet asked him, what have you got? He said, I have got nothing. The Prophet said, give her something, even an iron ring. He said, I have got nothing. The Prophet asked him, how much of the Quran do you know, by heart? He said, so much and so much. The Prophet said, I have married her to you for what you know of the Quran. Volume 7, Book 62, number 73, narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet decreed that one should not try to cancel a bargain already agreed upon between some other persons, by offering a bigger price. And a man should not ask for the hand of a girl who is already engaged to his Muslim brother, unless the first suitor gives her up, or allows him to ask for her hand. Volume 7, Book 62, number 74, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, beware of suspicion about others, as suspicion is the falsest talk, and do not spy upon each other, and do not listen to the evil talk of the people about others' affairs, and do not have enmity with one another, but be brothers. And none should ask for the hand of a girl who is already engaged to his Muslim brother, but one should wait till the first suitor marries her or leaves her. Volume 7, Book 62, number 75, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, when Hafsa became a widow, Umar said, I met Abu Bakr and said to him, if you wish I will marry Hafsa bint Umar to you. I waited for a few days, then Allah's apostle asked for her hand. Later Abu Bakr met me and said, nothing stopped me from returning to you concerning your offer except that I knew that Allah's apostle had mentioned his wish to marry her, and I could never let out the secret of Allah's apostle. If he had left her, I would have accepted her. Volume 7, Book 62, number 76, narrated Ibn Umar, 2 men came from the east and delivered speeches, and the Prophet said, some eloquent speech has the influence of magic, e.g., some people refuse to do something and then a good eloquent speaker addresses them and then they agree to do that very thing after his speech. Volume 7, Book 62, number 77, narrated Arabi, the daughter of Muawid bin Afra, after the consummation of my marriage, the Prophet came and sat on my bed as far from me as you are sitting now, and our little girl started beating the tambourines and reciting elegiac verses mourning my father who had been killed in the Battle of Badr. One of them said, among us is a prophet who knows what will happen tomorrow. On that the Prophet said, leave this saying, and keep on saying the verses which you had been saying before. Volume 7, Book 62, number 78, narrated Anas, Abdurrahman bin Auf married a woman and gave her gold equal to the weight of a date stone, as mahr. When the Prophet noticed the signs of cheerfulness of the marriage on his face, and asked him about it, he said, I have married a woman and gave her gold equal to a date stone in weight, as mahr. Volume 7, Book 62, number 79, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, while I was sitting among the people in the company of Allah's Apostle, a woman stood up and said, O Allah's Apostle, she has given herself in marriage to you, please give your opinion of her. The Prophet did not give her any reply. She again stood up and said, O Allah's Apostle, she has given herself in marriage to you, so please give your opinion of her. The Prophet did not give her any reply. She again stood up for the third time and said, she has given herself in marriage to you, so give your opinion of her. So a man stood up and said, O Allah's Apostle, marry her to me. The Prophet asked him, have you got anything? He said, no. The Prophet said, go and search for something, even if it were an iron ring. The man went and searched and then returned saying, I could not find anything, not even an iron ring. Then the Prophet said, do you know something of the Quran, by heart? He replied, I know, by heart, such surah and such surah. The Prophet said, go. I have married her to you for what you know of the Quran, by heart. Volume 7, Book 62, number 80, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, the Prophet said to a man, marry, even with a mahr equal to an iron ring. Volume 7, Book 62, number 81, narrated Akbar, the Prophet said, the stipulations most entitled to be abided by are those with which you are given the right to enjoy the women's private parts, i.e. the stipulations of the marriage contract. Volume 7, Book 62, number 82, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, it is not lawful for a woman, at the time of wedding, to ask for the divorce of her sister, i.e. the other wife of her would-be husband, in order to have everything for herself, for she will take only what has been written for her. Volume 7, Book 62, number 83, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abdurrahman bin Auf came to Allah's Apostle and he had marks of saffra, yellow perfume. Allah's Apostle asked him about those marks. Abdurrahman bin Auf told him that he had married a woman from the Ansar. The Prophet asked, how much mahr did you pay her? He said, I paid gold equal to the weight of a date stone. Allah's Apostle said to him, give a wedding banquet, even if with one sheep. Volume 7, Book 62, number 84, narrated Anas, the Prophet offered a wedding banquet on the occasion of his marriage to Zainab, and provided a good meal for the Muslims. Then he went out as was his custom on marrying, he came to the dwelling places of the mothers of the believers, i.e. his wives, invoking good on them, and they were invoking good on him. Then he departed, and came back, and saw two men, still sitting there. So he left again. I do not remember whether I informed him or he was informed, by somebody else, of their departure. Volume 7, Book 62, number 85, narrated Anas, the Prophet saw the traces of saffra, yellow perfume, on Abdurrahman bin Auf and said, what is this? Abdurrahman said, I have married a woman and have paid gold equal to the weight of a date stone, as her mahr. The Prophet said to him, may Allah bless you, offer a wedding banquet even with one sheep. Volume 7, Book 62, number 86, narrated Aisha, when the Prophet married me, my mother came to me and made me enter the house where I saw some women from the Ansar who said, may you prosper and have blessings and have good omen. Volume 7, Book 62, number 87, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, a prophet among the prophets went for a military expedition and said to his people, a man who has married a lady and wants to consummate his marriage with her and he has not done so yet, should not accompany me. Volume 7, Book 62, number 88, narrated Ursa, the Prophet wrote the marriage contract with Aisha while she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage with her while she was 9 years old and she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. Volume 7, Book 62, number 89, narrated Anas, the Prophet stayed for 3 days at a place between Khaybar and Medina, and there he consummated his marriage with Safiya bint Huyai. I invited the Muslims to a banquet which included neither meat nor bread. The Prophet ordered for the leather dining sheets to be spread, and then dates, dried yogurt and butter were provided over it, and that was the walima, banquet, of the Prophet. The Muslims asked whether Safiya would be considered as his wife or as a slave girl of what his right hands possessed. Then they said, if the Prophet screens her from the people, then she is the Prophet's wife, but if he does not screen her, then she is a slave girl. So when the Prophet proceeded, he made a place for her, on the camel, behind him and screened her from people. Volume 7, Book 62, number 90, narrated Aisha, when the Prophet married me, my mother came to me and made me enter the house of the Prophet, and nothing surprised me but the coming of Allah's Apostle to me in the forenoon. Volume 7, Book 62, number 91, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Allah's Apostle said, Did you get Anmat? I said, O Allah's Apostle, from where can we have Anmat? The Prophet said, Soon you will have them Anmat. Volume 7, Book 62, number 92p, narrated Aisha, that she prepared a lady for a man from the Ansar as his bride, and the Prophet said, O Aisha, haven't you got any amusement during the marriage ceremony, as the Ansar like amusement? Volume 7, Book 62, number 92m, narrated Anas bin Malik, whenever the Prophet passed by my mother Sulaim, he used to enter her and greet her. Anas further said, Once the Prophet was a bridegroom during his marriage with Zainab, Sulaim said to me, Let us give a gift to Allah's Apostle. I said to her, Do it. So she prepared haisa, a sweet dish, made from dates, butter and dried yogurt, and she sent it with me to him. I took it to him and he said, Put it down, and ordered me to call some men whom he named, and to invite whomever I would meet. I did what he ordered me to do, and when I returned, I found the house crowded with people and saw the Prophet keeping his hand over the haisa and saying over it whatever Allah wished him to say. Then he called the men in batches of 10 to eat of it, and he said to them, Mention the name of Allah, and each man should eat of the dish the nearest to him. When all of them had finished their meals, some of them left and a few remained there talking, over which I felt unhappy. Then the Prophet went out towards the dwelling places of his wives, and I too went out after him and told him that those people had left. Then he returned and entered his dwelling place and let the curtains fall while I was in his dwelling place, and he was reciting the verses, O you who believe, enter not the Prophet's house until leave is given you for a meal, and then, not, as early as, to what for its preparation. But when you are invited, enter, and when you have taken your meals, disperse without sitting for a talk. Verily such behavior annoys the Prophet, and he would be shy of asking you to go, but Allah is not shy of telling you the truth. 33-53, Abu Uthman said, Anas said, I served the Prophet for 10 years. Volume 7, Book 62, number 93, narrated Aisha, that she borrowed a necklace from Asma, and then it got lost. So Allah's Apostle sent some people from his companions in search of it. In the meantime the stated time for the prayer became due, and they offered their prayer without ablution. When they came to the Prophet, they complained about it to him, so the verse regarding tayammum was revealed. Uzayd bin Hudayr said, O Aisha, may Allah bless you with a good reward, for by Allah, never did a difficulty happen in connection with you, but Allah made an escape from it for you, and brought Allah's blessings for the Muslims. Volume 7, Book 62, number 94, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, If any one of you, when having sexual intercourse with his wife, says, Bismillah, Allahumma janibnish shaitan wa janibish shaitan ma razaktana, and if it is destined that they should have a child, then Satan will never be able to harm him. Volume 7, Book 62, number 95, narrated Anas bin Malik, I was 10 years old when Allah's Apostle arrived at Medina. My mother and aunts used to urge me to serve the Prophet regularly, and I served him for 10 years. When the Prophet died I was 20 years old, and I knew about the order of al-hijab, veiling of ladies, more than any other person when it was revealed. It was revealed for the first time when Allah's Apostle had consummated his marriage with Zainab bint Jahsh. When the day dawned, the Prophet was a bridegroom and he invited the people to a banquet, so they came, ate, and then all left except a few who remained with the Prophet for a long time. The Prophet got up and went out, and I too went out with him so that those people might leave too. The Prophet proceeded and so did I, till he came to the threshold of Aisha's dwelling place. Then thinking that these people have left by then, he returned and so did I along with him till he entered upon Zainab and behold, they were still sitting and had not gone. So the Prophet again went away and I went away along with him. When we reached the threshold of Aisha's dwelling place, he thought that they had left, and so he returned and I too returned along with him and found those people had left. Then the Prophet drew a curtain between me and him, and the verses of Al-Hijab were revealed. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 96, narrated Anas, when Abdurrahman bin Auf married an Ansari woman, the Prophet asked him, "How much mahr did you give her?" Abdurrahman said, "Gold equal to the weight of a date stone." Anas added, "When they, i.e. the Prophet and his companions, arrived at Medina, the emigrants stayed at the Ansar's houses. Abdurrahman bin Auf stayed at Sa'd bin Arabi's house. Sa'd said to Abdurrahman, "I will divide and share my property with you and will give one of my 2 wives to you." Abdurrahman said, "May Allah bless you, your wives and property, I am not in need of that, but kindly show me the way to the market." So Abdurrahman went to the market and traded there, gaining a profit of some dried yogurt and butter, and married an Ansari woman. The Prophet said to him, "Give a banquet, even if with 1 sheep." Volume 7, Book 62, Number 97, narrated Anas, the Prophet did not give a better wedding banquet on the occasion of marrying any of his wives than the one he gave on marrying Zainab, and that banquet consisted of 1 sheep. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 98, narrated Anas, Allah's Apostle manumitted Safiya and then married her, and her mahr was her manumission, and he gave a wedding banquet with hais, a sort of sweet dish made from butter, cheese, and dates. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 99, narrated Anas, the Prophet consummated his marriage with a woman, Zainab, so he sent me to invite men to the meals. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 100, narrated Thabit, the marriage of Zainab bint Jahash was mentioned in the presence of Anas, and he said, "I did not see the Prophet giving a better banquet on marrying any of his wives than the one he gave on marrying Zainab." He then gave a banquet with 1 sheep. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 101, narrated Safiya bint Shaiba, the Prophet gave a banquet with 2 muds of barley on marrying some of his wives. 1 mud equals 1 3/4 kilogram. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 102, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle said, "If any one of you is invited to a wedding banquet, he must go for it, accept the invitation." Volume 7, Book 62, Number 103, narrated Abu Musa, the Prophet said, "Set the captives free, accept the invitation to a wedding banquet, and visit the patients." Volume 7, Book 62, Number 104, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, the Prophet ordered us to do 7 things, and forbade us from 7. He ordered us to visit the patients, to follow the funeral procession, to reply to the sneezer, i.e., say to him, "Yarhamuka Allah, may Allah bestow His mercy upon you." If he says, "Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah," to help others to fulfill their oaths, to help the oppressed, to greet whomever one should meet, and to accept the invitation to a wedding banquet. He forbade us to wear golden rings, to use silver utensils, to use mayathi, cushions of silk stuffed with cotton and placed under the rider on the saddle, the kasiyah, linen clothes containing silk brought from an Egyptian town, the istibrak, thick silk, and the dibaj, another kind of silk. See Hadith number 539 and 753. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 105, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, Abu Uzaid as-Sadi, I invited Allah's Apostle to his wedding party, and his wife, who was the bride, served them on that day. Do you know what drink she gave Allah's Apostle? She had soaked some dates for him, in water, overnight, and when he had finished his meal she gave him that drink, of soaked dates. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 106, narrated Abu Hurairah, the worst food is that of a wedding banquet to which only the rich are invited, while the poor are not invited. And he who refuses an invitation to a banquet disobeys Allah and His Apostle. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 107, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, "If I am invited to a meal of trotters I will accept it, and if I am given a trotter as a present I will accept it." Volume 7, Book 62, Number 108, narrated Nafi, Abdullah bin Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, "Accept the marriage invitation if you are invited to it." Ibn Umar used to accept the invitation whether to a wedding banquet or to any other party, even when he was fasting. Volume 7, Book 62, Number 109, narrated Anas bin Malik, once the Prophet saw some women and children coming from a wedding party. He got up energetically and happily and said, "By Allah, you, i.e., the Ansar, are the most beloved of all people to me." Volume 7, Book 62, number 110, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, I bought a cushion having on it pictures of animals. When Allah's apostle saw it, he stood at the door and did not enter. I noticed the sign of disapproval on his face and said, O Allah's apostle, I repent to Allah and his apostle. What sin have I committed? Allah's apostle said, What is this cushion? I said, I have bought it for you so that you may sit on it and recline on it. Allah's apostle said, The makers of these pictures will be punished on the day of resurrection, and it will be said to them, Give life to what you have created, eat these pictures. The Prophet added, The angels of mercy do not enter a house in which there are pictures of animals. Volume 7, Book 62, number 111, narrated Sal, when Abu Uzayd as-Sa'idi got married, he invited the Prophet and his companions. None prepared the food for them and brought it to them but his wife. She soaked some dates in water in a stone pot overnight, and when the Prophet had finished his food, she provided him with that drink of soaked dates. Volume 7, Book 62, number 112, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, Abu Uzayd as-Sa'idi invited the Prophet to his wedding party and his wife served him on that day, and she was the bride. She said, or Sa'al said, Do you know what she soaked for Allah's apostle? She soaked some dates for him, in water, in a drinking bowl overnight. Volume 7, Book 62, number 113, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's apostle said, The woman is like a rib, if you try to straighten her, she will break. So if you want to get benefit from her, do so while she still has some crookedness. Volume 7, Book 62, number 114, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, Whoever believes in Allah and the last day should not hurt, trouble, his neighbor. And I advise you to take care of the women, for they are created from a rib and the most crooked portion of the rib is its upper part. If you try to straighten it, it will break, and if you leave it, it will remain crooked, so I urge you to take care of the women. Volume 7, Book 62, number 115, narrated Ibn Umar, During the lifetime of the Prophet we used to avoid chatting leisurely and freely with our wives lest some divine inspiration might be revealed concerning us. But when the Prophet had died, we started chatting leisurely and freely with them. Volume 7, Book 62, number 116, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, the Prophet said, Every one of you is a guardian and every one of you is responsible for his wards. A ruler is a guardian and is responsible for his subjects, a man is a guardian of his family and responsible for them, a wife is a guardian of her husband's house and she is responsible for it, a slave is a guardian of his master's property and is responsible for that. Beware! All of you are guardians and are responsible for your wards. Volume 7, Book 62, number 117, narrated Aisha, 11 women sat at a place and promised and contracted that they would not conceal anything of the news of their husbands. The first one said, My husband is like the meat of a lean weak camel which is kept on the top of a mountain which is neither easy to climb, nor is the meat fat, so that one might put up with the trouble of fetching it. The second one said, I shall not relate my husband's news, for I fear that I may not be able to finish his story, for if I describe him, I will mention all his defects and bad traits. The third one said, My husband is a tall man, if I describe him, and he hears of that, he will divorce me, and if I keep quiet, he will neither divorce me nor treat me as a wife. The fourth one said, My husband is a moderate person like the night of Tihama which is neither hot nor cold. I am neither afraid of him, nor am I discontented with him. The fifth one said, My husband, when entering the house, is a leopard, and when going out, is a lion. He does not ask about whatever is in the house. The sixth one said, If my husband eats, he eats too much, leaving the dishes empty, and if he drinks he leaves nothing, and if he sleeps alone, away from me, covered in garments and does not stretch his hands here and there so as to know how I fare, get along. The seventh one said, My husband is a wrongdoer or weak and foolish. All the defects are present in him. He may injure your head or your body or may do both. The eighth one said, My husband is soft to touch like a rabbit and smells like a zarnab, a kind of good-smelling grass. The ninth one said, My husband is a tall generous man wearing a long strap for carrying his sword. His ashes are abundant and his house is near to the people who would easily consult him. The 10th one said, My husband is Malik, And what is Malik? Malik is greater than whatever I say about him. He is beyond and above all praises which can come to my mind. Most of his camels are kept at home, ready to be slaughtered for the guests, and only a few are taken to the pastures. When the camels hear the sound of the lute, or the tambourine, they realize that they are going to be slaughtered for the guests. The 11th one said, My husband is Abu Zar, and what is Abu Zar, i.e., what should I say about him? He has given me many ornaments, and my ears are heavily loaded with them, and my arms have become fat, i.e., I have become fat. And he has pleased me, and I have become so happy that I feel proud of myself. He found me with my family who were mere owners of sheep and living in poverty, and brought me to a respected family having horses and camels and threshing and purifying grain. Whatever I say, he does not rebuke or insult me. When I sleep till late in the morning, and when I drink water or milk, I drink my fill. The mother of Abu Zar, and what may one say in praise of the mother of Abu Zar? Her saddlebags were always full of provision, and her house was spacious. As for the son of Abu Zar, what may one say of the son of Abu Zar? His bed is as narrow as an unsheathed sword, and an arm of a kid, of 4 months, satisfies his hunger. As for the daughter of Abu Zar, she is obedient to her father and to her mother. She has a fat, well-built body, and that arouses the jealousy of her husband's other wife. As for the maid, slave girl of Abu Zar, what may one say of the maid, slave girl of Abu Zar? She does not uncover our secrets, but keeps them, and does not waste our provisions, and does not leave the rubbish scattered everywhere in our house. The 11th lady added, One day it so happened that Abu Zar went out at the time when the milk was being milked from the animals, and he saw a woman who had 2 sons like 2 leopards playing with her 2 breasts. On seeing her, he divorced me and married her. Thereafter I married a noble man who used to ride a fast tireless horse and keep a spear in his hand. He gave me many things, and also a pair of every kind of livestock, and said, Eat of this, O Zar, and give provision to your relatives. She added, Yet, all those things which my second husband gave me could not fill the smallest utensil of Abu Zar's. Aisha then said, Allah's Apostle said to me, I am to you as Abu Zar was to his wife Zar. Volume 7, Book 62, number 118, narrated, Ursa, Aisha said, While the Ethiopians were playing with their small spears, Allah's Apostle screened me behind him, and I watched that display, and kept on watching till I left on my own. So you may estimate of what age a little girl may listen to amusement. Volume 7, Book 62, number 119, narrated Ibn Abbas, I had been eager to ask Umar bin al-Khattab about the 2 ladies from among the wives of the Prophet regarding whom Allah said, If you 2 wives of the Prophet, namely Aisha and Hafsa, turn in repentance to Allah, your hearts are indeed so inclined to oppose what the Prophet likes. 66, 4, till Umar performed the Hajj, and I too performed the Hajj along with him. On the way, Umar went aside to answer the call of nature, and I also went aside along with him carrying a tumbler full of water, and when Umar had finished answering the call of nature, I poured water over his hands and he performed the ablution. Then I said to him, O chief of the believers, who were the 2 ladies from among the wives of the Prophet regarding whom Allah said, If you 2 wives of the Prophet, turn in repentance to Allah, your hearts are indeed so inclined to oppose what the Prophet likes. 66, 4, he said, I am astonished at your question, O Ibn Abbas. They were Aisha and Hafsa. Then Umar went on narrating the hadith and said, I and an Ansari neighbor of mine from Bani Umayyah bin Zaid who used to live in Awali al-Medina, used to visit the Prophet in turn. He used to go one day, and I another day. When I went, I would bring him the news of what had happened that day regarding the divine inspiration and other things, and when he went, he used to do the same for me. We, the people of Quraysh, used to have the upper hand over our wives, but when we came to the Ansar, we found that their women had the upper hand over their men, so our women also started learning the ways of the Ansari women. I shouted at my wife and she retorted against me, and I disliked that she should answer me back. She said to me, Why are you so surprised at my answering you back? By Allah, the wives of the Prophet answer him back, and some of them may leave, does not speak to him throughout the day till the night. The talk scared me, and I said to her, Whoever has done so will be ruined. Then I proceeded after dressing myself, and entered upon Hafsa and said to her, Does any one of you keep the Prophet angry till night? She said, yes. I said, you are a ruined losing person. Don't you fear that Allah may get angry for the anger of Allah's apostle and thus you will be ruined? So do not ask more from the Prophet and do not answer him back and do not give up talking to him. Ask me whatever you need and do not be tempted to imitate your neighbor, i.e., Aisha, in her manners for she is more charming than you and more beloved to the Prophet. Umar added, at that time a talk was circulating among us that the tribe of Ghassan were preparing their horses to invade us. My Ansari companion, on the day of his turn, went to the town and returned to us at night and knocked at my door violently and asked if I was there. I became horrified and came out to him. He said, today a great thing has happened. I asked, what is it? Have the people of Ghassan come? He said, no, but what has happened is greater and more horrifying than that. Allah's apostle has divorced his wives. Umar added, the Prophet kept away from his wives and I said, Hafsa is a ruined loser. I had already thought that most probably this divorce would happen in the near future. So I dressed myself and offered the morning prayer with the Prophet and then the Prophet entered an upper room and stayed there in seclusion. I entered upon Hafsa and saw her weeping. I asked, what makes you weep? Did I not warn you about that? Did the Prophet divorce you all? She said, I do not know. There he is retired alone in the upper room. I came out and sat near the pulpit and saw a group of people sitting around it and some of them were weeping. I sat with them for a while but could not endure the situation, so I went to the upper room where the Prophet was and said to a black slave of his, will you get the permission of the Prophet for Umar to enter? The slave went in, talked to the Prophet about it and then returned saying, I have spoken to the Prophet and mentioned you but he kept quiet. Then I returned and sat with the group of people sitting near the pulpit. But I could not bear the situation and once again I said to the slave, will you get the permission for Umar? He went in and returned saying, I mentioned you to him but he kept quiet. So I returned again and sat with the group of people sitting near the pulpit, but I could not bear the situation and so I went to the slave and said, will you get the permission for Umar? He went in and returned to me saying, I mentioned you to him but he kept quiet. When I was leaving, behold, the slave called me, saying, the Prophet has given you permission. Then I entered upon Allah's apostle and saw him lying on a bed made of stalks of date palm leaves and there was no bedding between it and him. The stalks left marks on his side and he was leaning on a leather pillow stuffed with date palm fires. I greeted him and while still standing I said, O Allah's apostle, have you divorced your wives? He looked at me and said, no. I said, Allah Akbar. And then, while still standing, I said chatting, will you heed what I say, O Allah's apostle? We, the people of Quraysh, used to have power over our women, but when we arrived at Medina we found that the men, here, were overpowered by their women. The Prophet smiled and then I said to him, will you heed what I say, O Allah's apostle? I entered upon Hafsa and said to her, do not be tempted to imitate your companion, Aisha, for she is more charming than you and more beloved to the Prophet. The Prophet smiled for a second time. When I saw him smiling, I sat down. Then I looked around his house, and by Allah, I could not see anything of importance in his house except 3 hides, so I said, O Allah's apostle, invoke Allah to make your followers rich, for the Persians and the Romans have been made prosperous and they have been given the pleasures of the world, although they do not worship Allah. Thereupon the Prophet sat up as he was reclining and said, are you of such an opinion, O the son of Al-Khattab? These are the people who have received the rewards for their good deeds in this world. I said, O Allah's apostle, ask Allah to forgive me. Then the Prophet kept away from his wives for 29 days because of the story which Hafsa had disclosed to Aisha. The Prophet had said, I will not enter upon them, my wives, for 1 month, because of his anger towards them, when Allah had admonished him. So, when 29 days had passed, the Prophet first entered upon Aisha. Aisha said to him, O Allah's apostle, you had sworn that you would not enter upon us for 1 month, but now only 29 days have passed, for I have been counting them one by one. The Prophet said, the present month is of 29 days. Aisha added, then Allah revealed the verses of the option. 2. And out of all his wives he asked me first, and I chose him. Then he gave option to his other wives and they said what Aisha had said. 1. The Prophet had decided to abstain from eating a certain kind of food because of a certain event, so Allah blamed him for doing so. Some of his wives were the cause of him taking that decision, therefore he deserted them for 1 month. See Quran, 66, 4, Volume 7, Book 62, number 120, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, a woman should not fast, optional fasts, except with her husband's permission if he is at home, staying with her. Volume 7, Book 62, number 121, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, if a man invites his wife to sleep with him and she refuses to come to him, then the angels send their curses on her till morning. Volume 7, Book 62, number 122, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, if a woman spends the night deserting her husband's bed, does not sleep with him, then the angels send their curses on her till she comes back to her husband. Volume 7, Book 62, number 123, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, it is not lawful for a lady to fast, nawafil, without the permission of her husband when he is at home, and she should not allow anyone to enter his house except with his permission, and if she spends of his wealth, on charitable purposes, without being ordered by him, he will get half of the reward. Volume 7, Book 62, number 124, narrated Usama, the Prophet said, I stood at the gate of paradise and saw that the majority of the people who entered it were the poor, while the wealthy were stopped at the gate, for the accounts. But the companions of the fire were ordered to be taken to the fire. Then I stood at the gate of the fire and saw that the majority of those who entered it were women. Volume 7, Book 62, number 125, narrated Abdullah bin Abbas, during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, the sun eclipsed. Allah's Apostle offered the prayer of the eclipse, and so did the people along with him. He performed a long qiyam, standing posture, during which Surat Al-Bukhara could have been recited, then he performed a prolonged bowing, then raised his head and stood for a long time which was slightly less than that of the first qiyam, and recited Quran. Then he performed a prolonged bowing again, but the period was shorter than the period of the first bowing, then he stood up and then prostrated. Again he stood up, but this time the period of standing was less than the first standing. Then he performed a prolonged bowing but of a lesser duration than the first, then he stood up again for a long time but for a lesser duration than the first. Then he performed a prolonged bowing but of lesser duration than the first, and then he again stood up, and then prostrated and then finished his prayer. By then the sun eclipse had cleared. The Prophet then said, the sun and the moon are 2 signs among the signs of Allah, and they do not eclipse because of the death or birth of someone, so when you observe the eclipse, remember Allah, offer the eclipse prayer. They, the people, said, O Allah's Apostle, we saw you stretching your hand to take something at this place of yours, then we saw you stepping backward. He said, I saw paradise, or paradise was shown to me, and I stretched my hand to pluck a bunch of grapes, and had I plucked it, you would have eaten of it as long as this world exists. Then I saw the hell fire, and I have never before seen such a horrible sight as that, and I saw that the majority of its dwellers were women. The people asked, O Allah's Apostle, what is the reason for that? He replied, because of their ungratefulness. It was said, do they disbelieve in Allah, are they ungrateful to Allah? He replied, they are not thankful to their husbands and are ungrateful for the favors done to them. Even if you do good to one of them all your life, when she sees some harshness from you, she will say, I have never seen any good from you. Volume 7, Book 62, number 126, narrated Imran, the Prophet said, I looked at paradise and saw that the majority of its residents were the poor, and I looked at the hell fire and saw that the majority of its residents were women. Volume 7, Book 62, number 127, narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin Allah's Apostle said, O Abdullah, have I not been informed that you fast all the day and stand in prayer all night? I said, yes, O Allah's Apostle. He said, do not do that. Observe the fast sometimes and also leave them, the fast, at other times, stand up for the prayer at night and also sleep at night. Your body has a right over you, your eyes have a right over you and your wife has a right over you. Volume 7, Book 62, number 128, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, all of you are guardians and are responsible for your wards. The ruler is a guardian and the man is a guardian of his family. The lady is a guardian and is responsible for her husband's house and his offspring, and so all of you are guardians and are responsible for your wards. Volume 7, Book 62, number 129, narrated Anas, Allah's apostle took an oath that he would not visit his wives for 1 month, and he sat in an upper room belonging to him. Then, on the 29th day he came down. It was said, O Allah's apostle, you had taken an oath not to visit your wives for 1 month. He said, the present month is of 29 days. Volume 7, Book 62, number 130, narrated Salama, the Prophet took an oath that he would not enter upon some of his wives for 1 month. But when 29 days had elapsed, he went to them in the morning or evening. It was said to him, O Allah's Prophet, you had taken an oath that you would not enter upon them for 1 month. He replied, the month can be of 29 days. Volume 7, Book 62, number 131, narrated Ibn Abbas, one morning we saw the wives of the Prophet weeping, and every one of them had her family with her. I went to the mosque and found that it was crowded with people. Then Umar bin al-Khattab came and went up to the Prophet who was in his upper room. He greeted him, but nobody answered. He greeted again, but nobody answered. Then the gatekeeper called him and he entered upon the Prophet and asked, have you divorced your wives? The Prophet said, no, but I have taken an oath not to go to them for 1 month. So the Prophet stayed away from his wives for 29 days and then entered upon them. Volume 7, Book 62, number 132, narrated Abdullah bin Zamay, the Prophet said, none of you should flog his wife as he flogs a slave and then have sexual intercourse with her in the last part of the day. Volume 7, Book 62, number 133, narrated Aisha, an Ansari woman gave her daughter in marriage and the hair of the latter started falling out. The Ansari women came to the Prophet and mentioned that to him and said, my daughter's husband suggested that I should let her wear false hair. The Prophet said, no, don't do that, for Allah sends his curses upon such ladies who lengthen their hair artificially. Volume 7, Book 62, number 134, narrated Aisha, regarding the verse, if a wife fears cruelty or desertion on her husband's part. 128, it concerns the woman whose husband does not want to keep her with him any longer, but wants to divorce her and marry some other lady, so she says to him, keep me and do not divorce me, and then marry another woman, and you may neither spend on me, nor sleep with me. This is indicated by the statement of Allah, there is no blame on them if they arrange an amicable settlement between them both, and such settlement is better. 128, Volume 7, Book 62, number 135, narrated Jabir, we used to practice coitus interruptus during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. Volume 7, Book 62, number 136, narrated Jabir, we used to practice coitus interruptus while the Quran was being revealed. Jabir added, we used to practice coitus interruptus during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle while the Quran was being revealed. Volume 7, Book 62, number 137, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, we got female captives in the war booty and we used to do coitus interruptus with them. So we asked Allah's Apostle about it and he said, do you really do that? Repeating the question thrice, there is no soul that is destined to exist but will come into existence, till the day of resurrection. Volume 7, Book 62, number 138, narrated Al-Qasim, Aisha said that whenever the Prophet intended to go on a journey, he drew lots among his wives, so as to take one of them along with him. During one of his journeys the lot fell on Aisha and Hafsa. When night fell the Prophet would ride beside Aisha and talk with her. One night Hafsa said to Aisha, won't you ride my camel tonight and I ride yours, so that you may see me, and I see you, in new situation. Aisha said, yes, I agree. So Aisha rode, and then the Prophet came towards Aisha's camel on which Hafsa was riding. He greeted Hafsa and then proceeded, beside her, till they dismounted, on the way. Aisha missed him, and so, when they dismounted, she put her legs in the idkir and said, O Lord, Allah, send a scorpion or a snake to bite me for I am not to blame him, the Prophet. Volume 7, Book 62, number 139, narrated Aisha, Sada bint Zamay gave up her turn to me, Aisha, and so the Prophet used to give me, Aisha, both my day and the day of Sad, Volume 7, Book 62, number 140, narrated Anas, the tradition of the Prophet is that if someone marries a virgin and he has already a matron wife with him, then he should stay with the virgin for 7 days. And if someone marries a matron and he has already a virgin wife with him, then he should stay with her for 3 days. Volume 7, Book 62, number 141, narrated Anas, it is the Prophet's tradition that if someone marries a virgin and he has already a matron wife, then he should stay for 7 days with her, the virgin, and then by turns, and if someone marries a matron and he has already a virgin wife, then he should stay with her, the matron, for 3 days, and then by turns. Volume 7, Book 62, number 142, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet used to pass by, have sexual relation with all his wives in one night, and at that time he had 9 wives. Volume 7, Book 62, number 143, narrated Aisha, whenever Allah's Apostle finished his Asr prayer, he would enter upon his wives and stay with one of them. One day he went to Hafsa and stayed with her longer than usual. Volume 7, Book 62, number 144, narrated Aisha, that during his fatal ailment, Allah's Apostle used to ask his wives, "Where shall I stay tomorrow? Where shall I stay tomorrow?" He was looking forward to Aisha's turn. So all his wives allowed him to stay where he wished, and he stayed at Aisha's house till he died there. Aisha added, "He died on the day of my usual turn at my house. Allah took him unto him while his head was between my chest and my neck, and his saliva was mixed with my saliva." Volume 7, Book 62, number 145, narrated Ibn Abbas, that Umar entered upon Hafsa and said, "O my daughter, do not be misled by the manners of her who is proud of her beauty because of the love of Allah's Apostle for her." By her, he meant Aisha. Umar added, "Then I told that to Allah's Apostle and he smiled on hearing that." Volume 7, Book 62, number 146, narrated Asma, some lady said, "O Allah's Apostle, my husband has another wife, so it is sinful of me to claim that he has given me what he has not given me, in order to tease her." Allah's Apostle said, "The one who pretends that he has been given what he has not been given, is just like the false one who wears 2 garments of falsehood." Volume 7, Book 62, number 147, narrated Abdullah bin Masud, the Prophet said, "There is none having a greater sense of ghira than Allah. And for that he has forbidden the doing of evil actions, illegal sexual intercourse, etc. There is none who likes to be praised more than Allah does." Volume 7, Book 62, number 148, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle said, "O followers of Muhammad, there is none who has a greater sense of ghira, self-respect, than Allah, so he has forbidden that his slave commits illegal sexual intercourse or his slave girl commits illegal sexual intercourse. O followers of Muhammad, if you but knew what I know, you would laugh less and weep more." Volume 7, Book 62, number 149, narrated Asma, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "There is nothing, none, having a greater sense of ghira, self-respect, than Allah." And narrated Abu Hurairah that he heard the Prophet saying the same. Volume 7, Book 62, number 150, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, "Allah has a sense of ghira, and Allah's sense of ghira is provoked when a believer does something which Allah has prohibited." Volume 7, Book 62, number 151, narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr, "When Az Zubayr married me, he had no real property or any slave or anything else except a camel which drew water from the well, and his horse. I used to feed his horse with fodder and drew water and sew the bucket for drawing it, and prepare the dough, but I did not know how to bake bread. So our Ansari neighbors used to bake bread for me, and they were honorable ladies. I used to carry the date stones on my head from Zubayr's land given to him by Allah's Apostle, and this land was 2/3 farsak, about 2 miles, from my house. One day, while I was coming with the date stones on my head, I met Allah's Apostle along with some Ansari people. He called me and then, directing his camel to kneel down, said, "Ekh, Ekh," so as to make me ride behind him, on his camel. I felt shy to travel with the men and remembered Az Zubayr and his sense of ghira, as he was one of those people who had the greatest sense of ghira. Allah's Apostle noticed that I felt shy, so he proceeded. I came to Az Zubayr and said, I met Allah's apostle while I was carrying a load of date stones on my head, and he had some companions with him. He made his camel kneel down so that I might ride, but I felt shy in his presence and remembered your sense of gira, see the glossary. On that Az Zubair said, by Allah, you're carrying the date stones, and you being seen by the Prophet in such a state, is more shameful to me than your riding with him. I continued serving in this way, till Abu Bakr sent me a servant to look after the horse, whereupon I felt as if he had set me free. Volume 7, Book 62, number 152, narrated Anas, while the Prophet was in the house of one of his wives, one of the mothers of the believers sent a meal in a dish. The wife at whose house the Prophet was, struck the hand of the servant, causing the dish to fall and break. The Prophet gathered the broken pieces of the dish and then started collecting on them the food which had been in the dish and said, your mother, my wife, felt jealous. Then he detained the servant till a sound dish was brought from the wife at whose house he was. He gave the sound dish to the wife whose dish had been broken and kept the broken one at the house where it had been broken. Volume 7, Book 62, number 153, narrated Jabir, the Prophet, said, I entered paradise and saw a palace and asked whose palace is this? They, the angels, said, this palace belongs to Umar bin al-Khattab. I intended to enter it, and nothing stopped me except my knowledge about your sense of gira, self-respect, O Umar. Umar said, O Allah's apostle, let my father and mother be sacrificed for you. O Allah's Prophet, how dare I think of my gira, self-respect, being offended by you? Volume 7, Book 62, number 154, narrated Abu Hurairah, while we were sitting with Allah's apostle, Allah's apostle said, while I was sleeping, I saw a woman performing ablution beside a palace. I asked, whose palace is this? It was said, this palace belongs to Umar. Then I remembered his sense of gira and returned. On that, Umar started weeping in that gathering and said, O Allah's apostle, how dare I think of my self-respect being offended by you? Volume 7, Book 62, number 155, narrated Aisha, that Allah's apostle said to her, are you pleased with me or angry with me? I said, whence do you know that? He said, when you are pleased with me, you say, no, by the Lord of Muhammad, but when you are angry with me, then you say, no, by the Lord of Abraham. Thereupon I said, yes, you are right, but by Allah, O Allah's apostle, I leave nothing but your name. Volume 7, Book 62, number 156, narrated Aisha, I never felt so jealous of any wife of Allah's apostle as I did of Khadijah because Allah's apostle used to remember and praise her too often and because it was revealed to Allah's apostle that he should give her, Khadijah, the glad tidings of her having a palace of Khazab in paradise. Volume 7, Book 62, number 157, narrated Al-Miswar bin Makrama, I heard Allah's apostle who was on the pulpit, saying, Banu Hisham bin al-Mughira have requested me to allow them to marry their daughter to Ali bin Abu Talib, but I don't give permission, and will not give permission unless Ali bin Abi Talib divorces my daughter in order to marry their daughter, because Fatima is a part of my body, and I hate what she hates to see, and what hurts her, hurts me. Volume 7, Book 62, number 158, narrated Anas, I will narrate to you a hadith I heard from Allah's apostle and none other than I will tell you of it. I heard Allah's apostle saying, from among the portents of the hour are the following, religious knowledge will be taken away, general ignorance, in religious matters, will increase, illegal sexual intercourse will prevail, drinking of alcoholic drinks will prevail. Men will decrease in number, and women will increase in number, so much so that 50 women will be looked after by one man. Volume 7, Book 62, number 159, narrated Uqba bin Amir, Allah's apostle said, beware of entering upon the ladies. A man from the Ansar said, Allah's apostle, what about al-Hamu, the in-laws of the wife, the brothers of her husband or his nephews, etc.? The Prophet replied, the in-laws of the wife are death itself. Volume 7, Book 62, number 160, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, no man should stay with a lady in seclusion except in the presence of a Dumurim. A man stood up and said, O Allah's apostle, my wife has gone out intending to perform the Hajj and I have been enrolled in the army for such and such campaign. The Prophet said, return and perform the Hajj with your wife. Volume 7, Book 62, number 161, narrated Anas bin Malik, an Ansari woman came to the Prophet and he took her aside and said to her, "By Allah, you, Ansar, are the most beloved people to me." Volume 7, Book 62, number 162, narrated Salama, that while the Prophet was with her, there was an effeminate man in the house. The effeminate man said to Salama's brother, Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah, "If Allah should make you conquer Taif tomorrow, I recommend that you take the daughter of Gailan in marriage, for she is so fat that she shows 4 folds of flesh when facing you and 8 when she turns her back." Thereupon the Prophet said to us, "This effeminate man should not enter upon you any more." Volume 7, Book 62, number 163, narrated Aisha, the Prophet was screening me with his reader garment covering the upper part of the body, while I was looking at the Ethiopians who were playing in the courtyard of the mosque. I continued watching till I was satisfied. So you may deduce from this event how a little girl, who has not reached the age of puberty, who is eager to enjoy amusement, should be treated in this respect. Volume 7, Book 62, number 164, narrated Aisha, once Sada bint Zameh went out at night for some need, and Umar saw her, and recognizing her, he said to her, "By Allah, O Sada, you cannot hide yourself from us." So she returned to the Prophet and mentioned that to him while he was sitting in my dwelling taking his supper and holding a bone covered with meat in his hand. Then the divine inspiration was revealed to him, and when that state was over, the Prophet was saying, "O women, you have been allowed by Allah to go out for your needs." Volume 7, Book 62, number 165, narrated Salim's father, the Prophet said, "If the wife of any one of you asks permission to go to the mosque, he should not forbid her." Volume 7, Book 62, number 166, narrated Aisha, "My foster uncle came and asked permission to enter, but I refused to admit him till I asked Allah's apostle about that. He said, 'He is your uncle, so allow him to come in.' I said, 'O Allah's apostle, I have been suckled by a woman and not by a man.' Allah's apostle said, 'He is your uncle, so let him enter upon you.' And that happened after the order of al-hijab, compulsory veiling, was revealed. All things which become unlawful because of blood relations are unlawful because of the corresponding foster-suckling relations. Volume 7, Book 62, number 167, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, the Prophet said, "A woman should not look at or touch another woman to describe her to her husband in such a way as if he was actually looking at her." Volume 7, Book 62, number 168, narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, "A woman should not look at or touch another woman to describe her to her husband in such a way as if he was actually looking at her." Volume 7, Book 62, number 169, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet, Solomon son of the Prophet, David said, "Tonight I will go round, i.e. have sexual relations with 100 women, my wives, every one of whom will deliver a male child who will fight in Allah's cause." On that an angel said to him, "Say, if Allah will." But Solomon did not say it and forgot to say it. Then he had sexual relations with them, but none of them delivered any child except one who delivered a half person. The Prophet said, if Solomon had said, "If Allah will," Allah would have fulfilled his above desire, and that saying would have made him more hopeful. Volume 7, Book 62, number 170, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet disliked that one should go to one's family at night, on returning from a journey. Volume 7, Book 62, number 171, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Allah's apostle said, "When any one of you is away from his house for a long time, he should not return to his family at night." Volume 7, Book 62, number 172, narrated Jabir, "I was with Allah's apostle in a ghazwa, and when we returned, I wanted to hurry, while riding a slow camel. A rider came behind me. I looked back and saw that the rider was Allah's apostle. He said to me, 'What makes you in such a hurry?' I replied, 'I am newly married.' He said, 'Did you marry a virgin or a matron?' I replied, 'Not a virgin but a matron.' He said, 'Why didn't you marry a young girl with whom you could play and who could play with you?' Then when we approached Medina and were going to enter it, the Prophet said, 'Wait till you enter your homes at night, in the first part of the night, so that the ladies with unkempt hair may comb their hair, and those whose husbands have been absent for a long time may shave their pubic hair.'" The sub-narrator, Hashim, said, a reliable narrator told me that the Prophet added in this hadith, seek to beget children. Children, O Jabir. Volume 7, Book 62, number 173, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, if you enter your town at night, after coming from a journey, do not enter upon your family till the woman whose husband was absent from the house shaves her pubic hair and the woman with unkempt hair combs her hair. Allah's Apostle further said, O Jabir, seek to have offspring, seek to have offspring. Volume 7, Book 62, number 174, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, we were with the Prophet in Ghazwa, and when we returned and approached Medina, I wanted to hurry while riding a slow camel. A rider overtook me and pricked my camel with a spear which he had, whereupon my camel started running as fast as any other fast camel you may see. I looked back, and behold, the rider was Allah's Apostle. I said, O Allah's Apostle, I am newly married. He asked, have you got married? I replied, yes. He said, a virgin or a matron? I replied, not a virgin, but a matron. He said, why didn't you marry a young girl so that you could play with her and she with you? When we reached near Medina and were going to enter it, the Prophet said, wait till you enter your home early in the night so that the lady whose hair is unkempt may comb her hair and that the lady whose husband has been away may shave her pubic hair. Volume 7, Book 62, number 175, narrated Abu Hazim, the people differed about the type of treatment which had been given to Allah's Apostle on the day of the Battle of Uhud. So they asked Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, who was the only surviving companion of the Prophet at Medina. He replied, nobody is left at Medina who knows it better than I. Fatima was washing the blood off his face and Ali was bringing water in his shield, and then a mat of date palm leaves was burnt and the ash was inserted into the wound. Volume 7, Book 62, number 176, narrated Abdurrahman bin Abis, I heard Ibn Abbas answering a man who asked him, did you attend the prayer of Eid al-Adha or Eid al-Fitr with Allah's Apostle? Ibn Abbas replied, yes, and had it not been for my close relationship with him, I could not have offered it. That was because of his young age. Ibn Abbas further said, Allah's Apostle went out and offered the Eid prayer and then delivered the sermon. Ibn Abbas did not mention anything about the adhan, the call for prayer, or the iqama. He added, then the Prophet went to the women and instructed them and gave them religious advice and ordered them to give alms, and I saw them reaching out their hands to their ears and necks to take off the earrings and necklaces, etc., and throwing it towards Bilal. Then the Prophet returned with Bilal to his house. Volume 7, Book 62, number 177, narrated Aisha, Abu Bakr admonished me and poked me with his hands in the flank, and nothing stopped me from moving at that time except the position of Allah's Apostle whose head was on my thigh. 63, Divorce Volume 7, Book 63, number 178, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, that he had divorced his wife while she was menstruating during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. Umar bin al-Khattab asked Allah's Apostle about that. Allah's Apostle said, order him, your son, to take her back and keep her till she is clean and then to wait till she gets her next period and becomes clean again, whereupon, if he wishes to keep her, he can do so, and if he wishes to divorce her he can divorce her before having sexual intercourse with her, and that is the prescribed period which Allah has fixed for the women meant to be divorced. Volume 7, Book 63, number 179, narrated Anas bin Sirin, Ibn Umar said, I divorced my wife while she was menstruating. Umar mentioned that to the Prophet. The Prophet said, to my father, let your son take her back. I asked, Ibn Umar, is such a divorce counted, i.e. as one legal divorce? Ibn Umar said, of course. Narrated Yunus bin Jubair, Ibn Umar said, the Prophet said to Umar, order him, Ibn Umar, to take her back. I asked, is such a divorce counted as one legal divorce? Ibn Umar said, what do you think if someone becomes helpless and foolish? Volume 7, Book 63, number 180, narrated Ibn Umar, divorcing my wife during her menses, was counted as one legal divorce. Volume 7, Book 63, number 181, narrated Al-Awza, I asked Az-Zuri, which of the wives of the Prophet sought refuge with Allah from him. He said, I was told by Ursa that Aisha said, when the daughter of Uljon was brought to Allah's Apostle, as his bride, and he went near her, She said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. He said, you have sought refuge with the Great, return to your family. Volume 7, Book 63, number 182, narrated Abu Uzaid, we went out with the Prophet to a garden called Ash-Short till we reached two walls between which we sat down. The Prophet said, sit here, and went in the garden. The Jawniya, a lady from Bani Jawn, had been brought and lodged in a house in a date palm garden in the home of Umayma bint Nu'man bin Sharahil, and her wet nurse was with her. When the Prophet entered upon her, he said to her, give me yourself, in marriage, as a gift. She said, can a princess give herself in marriage to an ordinary man? The Prophet raised his hand to pat her so that she might become tranquil. She said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. He said, you have sought refuge with one who gives refuge. Then the Prophet came out to us and said, O Abu Uzaid, give her 2 white linen dresses to wear and let her go back to her family. Narrated Sa'al and Abu Uzaid, the Prophet married Umayma bint Sharahil, and when she was brought to him, he stretched his hand towards her. It seemed that she disliked that, whereupon the Prophet ordered Abu Uzaid to prepare her and to provide her with 2 white linen dresses. See Hadith number 541. Volume 7, Book 63, number 183, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, similarly as above, 182. Volume 7, Book 63, number 184, narrated Abi Galab Yunus bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Umar what is said regarding, a man divorces his wife during her period. He said, do you know Ibn Umar? Ibn Umar divorced his wife while she was menstruating. Umar then went to the Prophet and mentioned that to him. The Prophet ordered him to take her back, and when she became clean, he could divorce her if he wanted. I asked, Ibn Umar, was that divorce counted as one legal divorce? He said, if one becomes helpless and foolish, will he be excused? Of course not. Volume 7, Book 63, number 185, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, Uwaymir al-Ajlani came to Asim bin Adi al-Ansari and asked, O Asim, tell me, if a man sees his wife with another man, should he kill him, whereupon you would kill him in Qisas, or what should he do? O Asim, please ask Allah's Apostle about that. Asim asked Allah's Apostle about that. Allah's Apostle disliked that question and considered it disgraceful. What Asim heard from Allah's Apostle was hard on him. When he returned to his family, Uwaymir came to him and said, O Asim, what did Allah's Apostle say to you? Asim said, you never bring me any good. Allah's Apostle disliked to hear the problem which I asked him about. Uwaymir said, by Allah, I will not leave the matter till I ask him about it. So Uwaymir proceeded till he came to Allah's Apostle who was in the midst of the people and said, O Allah's Apostle, if a man finds with his wife another man, should he kill him, whereupon you would kill him, in Qisas or otherwise, what should he do? Allah's Apostle said, Allah has revealed something concerning the question of you and your wife. Go and bring her here. So they both carried out the judgment of Li'an, while I was present among the people, as a witness. When both of them had finished, Uwaymir said, O Allah's Apostle, if I should now keep my wife with me, then I have told a lie. Then he pronounced his decision to divorce her thrice before Allah's Apostle ordered him to do so. Ibn Shihab said, that was the tradition for all those who are involved in a case of Li'an. Volume 7, Book 63, number 186, narrated Aisha, the wife of Rifai al-Qurazi came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, Rifai divorced me irrevocably. After him I married Abdurrahman bin Az Zubair al-Qurazi who proved to be impotent. Allah's Apostle said to her, perhaps you want to return to Rifai. Nay, you cannot return to Rifai, until you and Abdurrahman consummate your marriage. Volume 7, Book 63, number 187, narrated Aisha, a man divorced his wife thrice, by expressing his decision to divorce her thrice, then she married another man who also divorced her. The Prophet was asked if she could legally marry the first husband, or not. The Prophet replied, no, she cannot marry the first husband unless the second husband consummates his marriage with her, just as the first husband had done. Volume 7, Book 63, number 188, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle gave us the option, to remain with him or to be divorced, and we selected Allah and his Apostle. So, giving us that option was not regarded as divorce. Volume 7, Book 63, number 189, narrated Masruq. I asked Aisha about the option. She said, the Prophet gave us the option. Do you think that option was considered as a divorce? I said, it matters little to me if I give my wife the option once or 100 times after she has chosen me. Volume 7, Book 63, number 190, narrated Aisha. A man divorced his wife and she married another man who proved to be impotent and divorced her. She could not get her satisfaction from him, and after a while he divorced her. Then she came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle! My first husband divorced me and then I married another man who entered upon me to consummate his marriage, but he proved to be impotent and did not approach me except once, during which he benefited nothing from me. Can I remarry my first husband in this case? Allah's Apostle said, it is unlawful to marry your first husband till the other husband consummates his marriage with you. Volume 7, Book 63, number 191, narrated Said bin Jubair, that he heard Ibn Abbas saying, if a man makes his wife unlawful for him, it does not mean that she is divorced. He added, indeed in the Apostle of Allah, you have a good example to follow. Volume 7, Book 63, number 192, narrated Ubayd bin Umar, I heard Aisha saying, the Prophet used to stay for a long while with Zainab bint Jahsh and drink honey at her house. So Hafsa and I decided that if the Prophet came to any one of us, she should say him, I detect the smell of magafir, a nasty smelling gum, in you. Have you eaten magafir? So the Prophet visited one of them and she said to him similarly. The Prophet said, never mind, I have taken some honey at the house of Zainab bint Jahsh, but I shall never drink of it any more. So there was revealed, O Prophet! Why do you ban, for you, that which Allah has made lawful for you? If you too, wives of Prophet, turn in repentance to Allah. 66. 1-4, addressing Aisha and Hafsa. When the Prophet disclosed a matter in confidence to some of his wives. 66. 3, namely his saying, but I have taken some honey. Volume 7, Book 63, number 193, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle was fond of honey and sweet edible things, and it was his habit that after finishing the Asr prayer he would visit his wives and stay with one of them at that time. Once he went to Hafsa, the daughter of Umar, and stayed with her more than usual. I got jealous and asked the reason for that. I was told that a lady of her folk had given her a skin filled with honey as a present, and that she made a syrup from it and gave it to the Prophet to drink, and that was the reason for the delay. I said, by Allah, we will play a trick on him, to prevent him from doing so. So I said to Sada bint Zameh, the Prophet will approach you, and when he comes near you, say, have you taken magafir, a bad-smelling gum? He will say, no. Then say to him, then what is this bad smell which I smell from you? He will say to you, Hafsa made me drink honey syrup. Then say, perhaps the bees of that honey had sucked the juice of the tree of Al-Bukhara. I shall also say the same. O you, Safiya, say the same. Later Sada said, by Allah, as soon as he, the Prophet, stood at the door, I was about to say to him what you had ordered me to say because I was afraid of you. So when the Prophet came near Sada, she said to him, O Allah's Apostle! Have you taken magafir? He said, no. She said, then what is this bad smell which I detect on you? He said, Hafsa made me drink honey syrup. She said, perhaps its bees had sucked the juice of Al-Bukhara tree. When he came to me, I also said the same, and when he went to Safiya, she also said the same. And when the Prophet again went to Hafsa, she said, O Allah's Apostle! Shall I give you more of that drink? He said, I am not in need of it. Sada said, by Allah, we deprived him of it. I said to her, keep quiet. Volume 7, Book 63, number 194, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, Allah has forgiven my followers the evil thoughts that occur to their minds, as long as such thoughts are not put into action or uttered. And Qatada said, if someone divorces his wife just in his mind, such an unuttered divorce has no effect. Volume 7, Book 63, number 195, narrated Jabir, a man from the tribe of Bani Aslam came to the Prophet while he was in the mosque and said, I have committed illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet turned his face to the other side. The man turned towards the side towards which the Prophet had turned his face, and gave 4 witnesses against himself. On that the Prophet called him and said, "Are you insane?" He added, "You married?" The man said, "Yes." On that the Prophet ordered him to be stoned to the death in the musalla, a praying place. When the stones hit him with their sharp edges and he fled, but he was caught at Al-Bukhara and then killed. Volume 7, Book 63, number 196, narrated Abu Hurairah. A man from Bani Aslam came to Allah's Apostle while he was in the mosque and called the Prophet, saying, "O Allah's Apostle, I have committed illegal sexual intercourse." On that the Prophet turned his face from him to the other side, whereupon the man moved to the side towards which the Prophet had turned his face, and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I have committed illegal sexual intercourse." The Prophet turned his face from him to the other side, whereupon the man moved to the side towards which the Prophet had turned his face, and repeated his statement. The Prophet turned his face from him to the other side again. The man moved again, and repeated his statement for the 4th time. So when the man had given witness 4 times against himself, the Prophet called him and said, "You insane?" He replied, "No." The Prophet then said to his companions, "Go and stone him to death." The man was a married one. Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari said, "I was one of those who stoned him. We stoned him at the Musalla, i.e. praying place, in Medina. When the stones hit him with their sharp edges, he fled, but we caught him at Al-Bukhara and stoned him till he died." Volume 7, Book 63, number 197, narrated Ibn Abbas. The wife of Thabit bin Qais came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I do not blame Thabit for defects in his character or his religion, but I, being a Muslim, dislike to behave in an Islamic manner, if I remain with him." On that Allah's Apostle said to her, "Will you give back the garden which your husband has given you, as Mar?" She said, "Yes." Then the Prophet said to Thabit, "O Thabit, accept your garden, and divorce her once." Volume 7, Book 63, number 198, narrated Ikrimah, the sister of Abdullah bin Ubay narrated the above narration, 197, with the addition that the Prophet said to Thabit's wife, "Will you return his garden?" She said, "Yes," and returned it, and then the Prophet ordered Thabit to divorce her. Narrated Ibn Abbas, the wife of Thabit bin Qais came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I do not blame Thabit for any defects in his character or his religion, but I cannot endure to live with him." On that Allah's Apostle said, "Will you return his garden to him?" She said, "Yes." Volume 7, Book 63, number 199, narrated Ibn Abbas, the wife of Thabit bin Qais bin Shammaz came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I do not blame Thabit for any defects in his character or his religion, but I am afraid that I, being a Muslim, may become unthankful for Allah's blessings." On that, Allah's Apostle said to her, "Will you return his garden to him?" She said, "Yes." So she returned his garden to him and the Prophet told him to divorce her. Volume 7, Book 63, number 200, narrated Ikrimah, that Jamila. Then he related the whole Hadith, i.e. 199. Volume 7, Book 63, number 201, narrated Al-Miswar bin Makrama Az-Zuri, I heard the Prophet saying, "Banu al-Mughira have asked my leave to let Ali marry their daughter, but I give no leave to this effect." Volume 7, Book 63, number 202, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet. 3 traditions were established concerning situations in which Bara was involved. When she was manumitted, she was given the option to keep her husband or leave him. Allah's Apostle said, "The wallah is for the one who manumits." Once Allah's Apostle entered the house while some meat was being cooked in a pot, but only bread and some soup of the house were placed before him. He said, "Don't I see the pot containing meat?" They said, "Yes, but that meat was given to Ba'i in charity, by someone, and you do not eat what it given in charity." The Prophet said, "That meat is alms for her, but for us it is a present." Volume 7, Book 63, number 203, narrated Ibn Abbas, I saw him as a slave, namely, Barira's husband. Volume 7, Book 63, number 204, narrated Ibn Abbas, that was Mughith, the slave of Bani so-and-so, i.e., Barira's husband, as if I am now looking at him following her, Ba'a, along the streets of Medina. Volume 7, Book 63, number 205, narrated Ibn Abbas, Barira's husband was a black slave called Mughith, the slave of Bani so-and-so, as if I am seeing him now, walking behind her along the streets of Medina. Volume 7, Book 63, number 206, narrated Ibn Abbas, Barira's husband was a slave called Mughith, as if I am seeing him now, going behind Barira and weeping with his tears flowing down his beard. The Prophet said to Abbas, "O Abbas, are you not astonished at the love of Mughith for Barira and the hatred of Barira for Mughith?" The Prophet then said to Barira, "Why don't you return to him?" She said, "O Allah's Apostle, do you order me to do so?" He said, "No, I only intercede for him." She said, "I am not in need of him." Volume 7, Book 63, number 207, narrated Al-Aswad, Aisha intended to buy Barira, but her masters stipulated that her wallah wound be for them. Aisha mentioned that to the Prophet, who said to Aisha, "Buy and manumit her, for the wallah is for the one who manumits." Once some meat was brought to the Prophet and was said, "This meat was given in charity to Barira." The Prophet said, "It's an object of charity for Barira and present for us." Volume 7, Book 63, number 208, narrated Adam, Shubi'a relate the same hadith and added, Barira was given the option regarding her husband. Volume 7, Book 63, number 209, narrated Nafi, whenever Ibn Umar was asked about marrying a Christian lady or a Jewess, he would say, Allah has made it unlawful for the believers to marry ladies who ascribe partners in worship to Allah, and I do not know of a greater thing, as regards to ascribing partners in worship, etc. to Allah, than that a lady should say that Jesus is her Lord although he is just one of Allah's slaves. Volume 7, Book 63, number 210, narrated Ibn Abbas, the pagans were of two kinds as regards their relationship to the Prophet and the believers. Some of them were those with whom the Prophet was at war and used to fight against, and they used to fight him. The others were those with whom the Prophet made a treaty, and neither did the Prophet fight them, nor did they fight him. If a lady from the first group of pagans emigrated towards the Muslims, her hand would not be asked in marriage unless she got the menses and then became clean. When she became clean, it would be lawful for her to get married, and if her husband emigrated too before she got married, then she would be returned to him. If any slave or female slave emigrated from them to the Muslims, then they would be considered free persons, not slaves, and they would have the same rights as given to other emigrants. The narrator then mentioned about the pagans involved with the Muslims in a treaty, the same as occurs in Mujahid's narration. If a male slave or a female slave emigrated from such pagans as had made a treaty with the Muslims, they would not be returned, but their prices would be paid to the pagans. Narrated Ibn Abbas, Kariba, the daughter of Abi Umayyah, was the wife of Umar bin al-Khattab. Umar divorced her and then Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan married her. Similarly, al-Hakam, the daughter of Abi Sufyan, was the wife of Iyad bin Ghanm al-Fihri. He divorced her and then Abdullah bin Uthman al-Thaqafi married her. Volume 7, Book 63, number 211, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, when believing women came to the Prophet as emigrants, he used to test them in accordance with the order of Allah. O you who believe! When believing women come to you as emigrants, examine them. 60:10. So if any one of those believing women accepted the above-mentioned conditions, she accepted the conditions of faith. When they agreed on those conditions and confessed that with their tongues, Allah's Apostle would say to them, "Go, I have accepted your oath of allegiance, for Islam." By Allah, and hand of Allah's Apostle never touched the hand of any woman, but he only used to take their pledge of allegiance orally. By Allah, Allah's Apostle did not take the pledge of allegiance of the women except in accordance with what Allah had ordered him. When he accepted their pledge of allegiance he would say to them, "I have accepted your oath of allegiance." Volume 7, Book 63, number 212, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah's Apostle took an oath that he would abstain from his wives, and at that time his leg had been sprained, dislocated. So he stayed in the mashruba, an attic room, of his for 29 days. Then he came down, and they, the people, said, "O Allah's Apostle, you took an oath to abstain from your wives for 1 month. He said, "The month is of 29 days. Volume 7, Book 63, number 213, narrated Nafi, Ibn Umar used to say about the ILA, which Allah defined, in the Holy Book, if the period of ILA expires, then the husband has either to retain his wife in a handsome manner or to divorce her as Allah has ordered. Ibn Umar added, when the period of 4 months has expired, the husband should be put in prison so that he should divorce his wife, but the divorce does not occur unless the husband himself declares it. This has been mentioned by Uthman, Ali, Abu ad-Darda, Aisha, and 12 other companions of the Prophet. Volume 7, Book 63, number 214, narrated Yazid, the Mawla of Munba'ith, the Prophet was asked regarding the case of a lost sheep. He said, you should take it, because it is for you, or for your brother, or for the wolf. Then he was asked about a lost camel. He got angry and his face became red and he said, to the questioner, you have nothing to do with it, it has its feet and its water container with it, it can go on drinking water and eating trees till its owner meets it. And then the Prophet was asked about a lukata, money found by somebody. He said, remember and recognize its tying material and its container, and make public announcement about it for 1 year. If somebody comes and identifies it, then give it to him, otherwise add it to your property. Volume 7, Book 63, number 215, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's Apostle performed the tawaf around the Kaaba while riding his camel, and every time he reached the corner of the black stone, he pointed at it with his hand and said, Allahu Akbar. Zainab said, the Prophet said, an opening has been made in the wall of Gog and Magog like this and this, forming the number 90, with his thumb and index finger. Volume 7, Book 63, number 216, narrated Abu Hurairah, Abul Qasim, the Prophet, said, there is an hour, or a moment, of particular significance on Friday. If it happens that a Muslim is offering a prayer and invoking Allah for some good at that very moment, Allah will grant him his request. The sub-narrator placed the top of his finger on the palm of the other hand between the middle finger and the little one. Volume 7, Book 63, number 216h, narrated Anas bin Malik, during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle a Jew attacked a girl and took some silver ornament she was wearing and crushed her head. Her relative brought her to the Prophet while she was in her last breaths, and she was unable to speak. Allah's Apostle asked her, who has hit you? So and so, mentioning somebody other than her murderer. She moved her head, indicating denial. The Prophet mentioned another person other than the murderer, and she again moved her head indicating denial. Then he asked, was it so and so, mentioning the name of her killer? She nodded, agreeing. Then Allah's Apostle ordered that the head of that Jew be crushed between 2 stones. Volume 7, Book 63, number 217, narrated Ibn Umar, I heard the Prophet saying, afflictions will emerge from here, pointing towards the east. Volume 7, Book 63, number 218, narrated Abdullah bin Abi Ayyufa, we were with Allah's Apostle on a journey, and when the sun set, he said to a man, get down and prepare a drink of sarwick for me. The man said, O Allah's Apostle, will you wait till it is evening? Allah's Apostle again said, get down and prepare a drink of sarwick. The man said, O Allah's Apostle, will you wait till it is evening, for it is still daytime? The Prophet again said, get down and prepare a drink of sarwick. So the third time the man got down and prepared a drink of sarwick for him. Allah's Apostle drank thereof and pointed with his hand towards the east, saying, when you see the night falling from this side, then a fasting person should break his fast. Volume 7, Book 63, number 219a, narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud, the Prophet said, the call, or the adhan, of Bilal should not stop you from taking the suha meals, for Bilal calls, or pronounces the adhan, so that the one who is offering the night prayer should take a rest, and he does not indicate the daybreak or dawn. The narrator, Yazid, described how dawn breaks, by stretching out his hands and then separating them wide apart. Volume 7, Book 63, number 219i, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the example of a miser and a generous person is like that of 2 persons wearing iron cloaks from the breast up to the neck. When the generous person spends, the iron cloak enlarges and spread over his skin so much so that it covers his fingertips and obliterates his tracks. As for the miser, as soon as he thinks of spending, every ring of the iron cloak sticks to its place, against his body, and he tries to expand it, but it does not expand. The Prophet pointed with his hand towards his throat. Volume 7, Book 63, number 220, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah's Apostle said, shall I tell you of the best families among the Ansar? They, the people, said, Yes, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said, The best are Banu and Najjar, and after them are Banu Abdul Ashhal, and after them are Banu al-Harith bin al-Khazraj, and after them are Banu Sa'ida. The Prophet then moved his hand by closing his fingers and then opening them like one throwing something, and then said, Anyhow, there is good in all the families of the Ansar. Volume 7, Book 63, number 221, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, a companion of Allah's Apostle, holding out his middle and index fingers, said, My advent and the hours are like this, or like these, namely, the period between his era and the hour is like the distance between those two fingers, i.e., very short. Volume 7, Book 63, number 222, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet, holding out his 10 fingers thrice, said, The month is thus and thus and thus, namely 30 days. Then, holding out his 10 fingers twice and then 9 fingers, he said, It may be thus and thus and thus, namely 29 days. He meant once 30 days and once 29 days. Volume 7, Book 63, number 223, narrated Abu Masud, the Prophet pointed with his hand towards Yemen and said twice, Faith is there, and then pointed towards the east, and said, Verily, sternness and mercilessness are the qualities of those who are busy with their camels and pay no attention to their religion, where the two sides of the head of Satan will appear, namely, the tribes of Rabelais and Muqah. Volume 7, Book 63, number 224, narrated Sa'al, Allah's Apostle said, I am the one who looks after an orphan will be like this in paradise, showing his middle and index fingers and separating them. Volume 7, Book 63, number 225, narrated Abu Hurairah, a man came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, a black child has been born for me. The Prophet asked him, Have you got camels? The man said, Yes. The Prophet asked him, What color are they? The man replied, Red. The Prophet said, Is there a grey one among them? The man replied, Yes. The Prophet said, Whence comes that? He said, Maybe it is because of heredity. The Prophet said, Maybe your latest son has this color because of heredity. Volume 7, Book 63, number 226, narrated Abdullah, an Ansari man accused his wife of committing illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet made both of them take the oath of li'an and separated them from each other by divorce. Volume 7, Book 63, number 227, narrated Ibn Abbas, Hilal bin Umayyah accused his wife of illegal sexual intercourse and came to the Prophet to bear witness against her, taking the oath of li'an. The Prophet was saying, Allah knows that either of you is a liar. Will any one of you repent to Allah? Then the lady got up and gave her witness. Volume 7, Book 63, number 228, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi, Uwaymir al-Ajlani came to Asim bin Ad al-Ansari and said to him, O Asim, suppose a man saw another man with his wife, would he kill him whereupon you would kill him, or what should he do? Please, O Asim, ask about this on my behalf. Asim asked Allah's Apostle about it. Allah's Apostle disliked that question and considered it disgraceful. What Asim heard from Allah's Apostle was hard on him. When Asim returned to his family, Uwaymir came to him and said, O Asim, what did Allah's Apostle say to you? Asim said to Uwaymir, You never bring me any good. Allah's Apostle disliked the problem which I asked him about. Uwaymir said, By Allah, I will not give up this matter until I ask the Prophet about it. So Uwaymir proceeded till he came to Allah's Apostle in the midst of people, and said, O Allah's Apostle, if a man sees another man with his wife, would he kill him, whereupon you would kill him, or what should he do? Allah's Apostle said, Allah has revealed some decree as regards you and your wife's case. Go and bring her. So they carried out the process of li'an while I was present among the people with Allah's Apostle. When they had finished their li'an, Uwaymir said, O Allah's Apostle, if I should now keep her with me as a wife, then I have told a lie. So he divorced her thrice before Allah's Apostle ordered him. Ibn Shihab said, so divorce was the tradition for all those who were involved in a case of li'an. Volume 7, Book 63, number 229, narrated Ibn Jurayj, Ibn Shihab informed me of li'an and the tradition related to it, referring to the narration of Sa'al bin Sa'd, the brother of Bani Sa'idi, he said, an Ansari man came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, if a man saw another man with his wife, should he kill him, or what should he do? So Allah revealed concerning his affair what is mentioned in the Holy Quran about the affair of those involved in a case of li'an. The Prophet said, Allah has given his verdict regarding you and your wife. So they carried out li'an in the mosque while I was present there. When they had finished, the man said, O Allah's Apostle, if I should now keep her with me as a wife, then I have told a lie about her. Then he divorced her thrice before Allah's Apostle ordered him, when they had finished the li'an process. So he divorced her in front of the Prophet. Ibn Shihab added, after their case, it became a tradition that a couple involved in a case of li'an should be separated by divorce. That lady was pregnant then, and later on her son was called by his mother's name. The tradition concerning their inheritance was that she would be his heir and he would inherit of her property the share Allah had prescribed for him. Ibn Shihab said that Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi said that the Prophet said, in the above narration, if that lady delivers a small red child like a lizard, then the lady has spoken the truth and the man was a liar, but if she delivers a child with black eyes and huge lips, then her husband has spoken the truth. Then she delivered it in the shape one would dislike, as it proved her guilty. Volume 7, Book 63, number 230, narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad, Ibn Abbas, said, once li'an was mentioned before the Prophet, whereupon Asim bin Adi said something and went away. Then a man from his tribe came to him, complaining that he had found a man with his wife. Asim said, I have not been put to task except for my statement about li'an. Asim took the man to the Prophet and the man told him of the state in which he had found his wife. The man was pale, thin, and of lank hair, while the other man whom he claimed he had seen with his wife, was brown, fat and had much flesh on his calves. The Prophet invoked, saying, O Allah, reveal the truth. So that lady delivered a child resembling the man whom her husband had mentioned he had found her with. The Prophet then made them carry out li'an. Then a man from that gathering asked Ibn Abbas, was she the same lady regarding which the Prophet had said, if I were to stone to death someone without witness, I would have stoned this lady? Ibn Abbas said, no, that was another lady who, though being a Muslim, used to arouse suspicion by her outright misbehavior. Volume 7, Book 63, number 231, narrated Said bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Umar, what is the verdict if a man accuses his wife of illegal sexual intercourse? Ibn Umar said, the Prophet separated, by divorce, the couple of Bani al-Ajlan, and said to them, Allah knows that one of you two is a liar, so will one of you repent? But both of them refused. He again said, Allah knows that one of you two is a liar, so will one of you repent? But both of them refused. So he separated them by divorce. Ayub, a sub-narrator said, Amr bin Dinar said to me, there is something else in this hadith which you have not mentioned. It goes thus, the man said, what about my money, i.e. the mahr that I have given to my wife? It was said, you have no right to restore any money, for if you have spoken the truth, as regards the accusation, you have also consummated your marriage with her, and if you have told a lie, you are less rightful to have your money back. Volume 7, Book 63, number 232, narrated Said bin Jubair, I asked Ibn Umar about those who were involved in a case of li'an. He said, the Prophet said to those who were involved in a case of li'an, your accounts are with Allah. One of you two is a liar, and you, the husband, have no right over her, she is divorced. The man said, what about my property, mahr? The Prophet said, you have no right to get back your property. If you have told the truth about her, then your property was for the consummation of your marriage with her, and if you told a lie about her, then you are less rightful to get your property back. Sufyan, a sub-narrator said, I learned the hadith from Amr. Narrated Ayub, I heard Sa'id bin Jubair saying, I asked Ibn Umar, if a man accuses his wife for an illegal sexual intercourse and carries out the process of li'an, what will happen? Ibn Umar set two of his fingers apart. Sufyan set his index finger and middle finger apart. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet separated the couple of Bani al-Ajlan by divorce and said thrice, Allah knows that one of you two is a liar, so will one of you repent to Allah. Volume 7, Book 63, number 233, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle separated, divorced, the wife from her husband who accused her for an illegal sexual intercourse, and made them take the oath of li'an. Volume 7, Book 63, number 234, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet made an Ansari man and his wife carry out li'an, and then separated them by divorce. Volume 7, Book 63, number 235, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet made a man and his wife carry out li'an, and the husband repudiated her child. So the Prophet got them separated, by divorce, and decided that the child belonged to the mother only. Volume 7, Book 63, number 236, narrated Ibn Abbas, those involved in a case of li'an were mentioned before Allah's Apostle Asim bin Adi said something about that and then left. Later on a man from his tribe came to him and told him that he had found another man with his wife. On that, Asim said, I have not been put to task except for what I have said, about li'an. Asim took the man to Allah's Apostle and he told him of the state in which he found his wife. The man was pale, thin, and lank-haired, while the other man whom he had found with his wife was brown, fat with thick calves and curly hair. Allah's Apostle said, O Allah! Reveal the truth. Then the lady delivered a child resembling the man whom her husband had mentioned he had found with her. So Allah's Apostle ordered them to carry out li'an. A man from that gathering said to Ibn Abbas, was she the same lady regarding whom Allah's Apostle said, if I were to stone to death someone without witnesses, I would have stoned this lady? Ibn Abbas said, no, that was another lady who, though being a Muslim, used to arouse suspicion because of her outright misbehavior. Volume 7, Book 63, number 237, narrated Aisha, the Prophet said. As in 240. Volume 7, Book 63, number 238, narrated Aisha, Rifa al-Qarazi married a lady and then divorced her whereupon she married another man. She came to the Prophet and said that her new husband did not approach her, and that he was completely impotent. The Prophet said to her, no, you cannot remarry your first husband, till you taste the second husband and he tastes you, i.e. till he consummates his marriage with you. Volume 7, Book 63, number 239, narrated Salama, the wife of the Prophet, a lady from Bani Aslam, called Subayy, become a widow while she was pregnant. Abu as-Sanabil bin Biakak demanded her hand in marriage, but she refused to marry him and said, by Allah, I cannot marry him unless I have completed one of the 2 prescribed periods. About 10 days later, after having delivered her child, she went to the Prophet and he said to her, you can marry now. Volume 7, Book 63, number 240, narrated Abdullah bin Abdullah, that his father had written to Ibn al-Hakam a letter asking him to ask Subayy al-Aslamiyah how the Prophet had given her the verdict. She said, the Prophet gave me his verdict that after I gave birth, I could marry. Volume 7, Book 63, number 241, narrated al-Miswar bin Makrama, Subayy al-Aslamiyah gave birth to a child a few days after the death of her husband. She came to the Prophet and asked permission to remarry, and the Prophet gave her permission, and she got married. Volume 7, Book 63, number 242, narrated Qasim bin Muhammad and Sulayman bin Yasar, that Yahya bin Said bin Al-As divorced the daughter of Abdurrahman bin al-Hakam. Abdurrahman took her to his house. On that, Aisha sent a message to Marwan bin al-Hakam who was the ruler of Medina, saying, fear Allah, and urge your brother, to return her to her house. Marwan, in Sulayman's version, said, Abdurrahman bin al-Hakam did not obey me, or had a convincing argument. In al-Qasim's versions Marwan said, have you not heard of the case of Fatima bint Qais? Aisha said, the case of Fatima bint Qais is not in your favor. Marwan bin al-Hakam said to Aisha, the reason that made Fatima bint Qais go to her father's house is just applicable to the daughter of Abdurrahman. Volume 7, Book 63, number 243, narrated al-Qasim, Aisha said, what is wrong with Fatima? Why doesn't she fear Allah, by saying that a divorced lady is not entitled to be provided with residence and sustenance, by her husband? Volume 7, Book 63, number 244, narrated Qasim, Ursa said to Aisha, do you know so-and-so, the daughter of al-Hakam? Her husband divorced her irrevocably and she left her husband's house. Aisha said, what a bad thing she has done. Ursa said to Aisha, haven't you heard the statement of Fatima? Aisha replied, it is not in her favor to mention. Ursa added, Aisha reproached Fatima severely and said, Fatima was in a lonely place and she was prone to danger, so the Prophet allowed her to go out of her husband's house. Volume 7, Book 63, number 245, narrated, Ursa, Aisha disapproved of what Fatima used to say. Volume 7, Book 63, number 246, narrated Aisha, when Allah's Apostle decided to leave Mecca after the Hajj, he saw Safiya, sad and standing at the entrance of her tent. He said to her, Akhr, or Halk, you will detain us. Did you perform Tawaf al-Ifada on the day of Nahr? She said, yes. He said, then you can depart. Volume 7, Book 63, number 247, narrated Al-Hasan, Maqil gave his sister in marriage and later her husband divorced her once. Volume 7, Book 63, number 248, narrated Al-Hasan, the sister of Maqil bin Yasar was married to a man and then that man divorced her and remained away from her till her period of the Iddah expired. Then he demanded for her hand in marriage, but Maqil got angry out of pride and haughtiness and said, he kept away from her when he could still retain her, and now he demands her hand again. So Maqil disagreed to remarry her to him. Then Allah revealed, when you have divorced women and they have fulfilled the term of their prescribed period, do not prevent them from marrying their former husbands. 232. So the Prophet sent for Maqil and recited to him Allah's order, and consequently Maqil gave up his pride and haughtiness and yielded to Allah's order. Volume 7, Book 63, number 249, narrated Nafi, Ibn Umar bin al-Khattab divorced his wife during her menses. Allah's Apostle ordered him to take her back till she became clean, and when she got another period while she was with him, she should wait till she became clean again and only then, if he wanted to divorce her, he could do so before having sexual relations with her. And that is the period Allah has fixed for divorcing women. Whenever Abdullah bin Umar was asked about that, he would say to the questioner, if you divorced her thrice, she is no longer lawful for you unless she marries another man, and the other man divorces her in his turn. Ibn Umar further said, would that you, people, only give 1 or 2 divorces, because the Prophet has ordered me so. Volume 7, Book 63, number 250, narrated Yunus ibn Jubair, Ibn Umar divorced his wife while she was having her menses. Umar asked the Prophet who said, order him, your son, to take her back, and then divorced her before her period of the Iddah has elapsed. I asked Ibn Umar, will that divorce, during the menses, be counted? He replied, if somebody behaves foolishly, will his foolishness be an excuse for his misbehavior? Volume 7, Book 63, number 251, narrated Humayd bin Nafi, Zainab bint Abu Salama told me these 3 narrations. Zainab said, I went to Habiba, the wife of the Prophet when her father, Abu Sufyan bin Harb had died. Habiba asked for a perfume which contained yellow scent, kaluk, or some other scent, and she first perfumed one of the girls with it and then rubbed her cheeks with it and said, by Allah, I am not in need of perfume, but I have heard Allah's Apostle saying, it is not lawful for a lady who believes in Allah and the last day to mourn for a dead person for more than 3 days unless he is her husband for whom she should mourn for 4 months and 10 days. Zainab further said, I want a Zainab bint Jahsh when her brother died. She asked for perfume and used some of it and said, by Allah, I am not in need of perfume, but I have heard Allah's Apostle saying on the pulpit, it is not lawful for a lady who believes in Allah and the last day to mourn for more than 3 days except for her husband for whom she should mourn for 4 months and 10 days. Zainab further said, I heard my mother, Salama saying that a woman came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, the husband of my daughter has died and she is suffering from an eye disease, can she apply kohl to her eye? Allah's Apostle replied, no, twice or thrice. Every time she repeated her question, he said, no. Then Allah's Apostle added, it is just a matter of 4 months and 10 days. In the pre-Islamic period of ignorance a widow among you should throw a globe of dung when 1 year has elapsed. I said to Zainab, what does throwing a globe of dung when 1 year had elapsed mean? Zainab said, when a lady was bereaved of her husband, she would live in a wretched small room and put on the worst clothes she had and would not touch any scent till 1 year had elapsed. Then she would bring an animal, e.g. a donkey, a sheep, or a bird and rub her body against it. The animal against which she would rub her body would scarcely survive. Only then she would come out of her room, whereupon she would be given a globe of dung which she would throw away, and then she would use the scent she liked or the like. Volume 7, Book 63, number 252, narrated Salama, a woman was bereaved of her husband and her relatives worried about her eyes, which were diseased. They came to Allah's apostle and asked him to allow them to treat her eyes with kohl, but he said, she should not apply kohl to her eyes. In the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, a widowed woman among you would stay in the worst of her clothes, or the worst part of her house, and when a year had elapsed, if a dog passed by her, she would throw a globe of dung, nay, she cannot use kohl, till 4 months and 10 days have elapsed. Narrated Habiba, the Prophet said, it is not lawful for a Muslim woman who believes in Allah and the Last Day to mourn for more than 3 days, except for her husband, for whom she should mourn for 4 months and 10 days. Volume 7, Book 63, number 253, narrated Atiyah, we were forbidden to mourn for more than 3 days except for a husband. Volume 7, Book 63, number 254, narrated Atiyah, we were forbidden to mourn for more than 3 days for a dead person, except for a husband, for whom a wife should mourn for 4 months and 10 days, while in the mourning period, we were not allowed to put kohl in our eyes, nor perfume ourselves, nor wear dyed clothes, except a garment of asb, special clothes made in Yemen. But it was permissible for us that when one of us became clean from her menses and took a bath, she could use a piece of a certain kind of incense. And it was forbidden for us to follow funeral processions. Volume 7, Book 63, number 255, narrated Atiyah, the Prophet said, it is not lawful for a lady who believes in Allah and the Last Day, to mourn for more than 3 days for a dead person, except for her husband, in which case she should neither put kohl in her eyes, nor perfume herself, nor wear dyed clothes, except a garment of asb. Atiyah added, the Prophet said, she should not use perfume except when she becomes clean from her menses, whereupon she can use quast, and asfa, 2 kinds of incense. Volume 7, Book 63, number 256, narrated Mujahid, regarding the verse, if any of you dies and leaves wives behind, that was the period of the iddah which the widow was obliged to spend in the house of the late husband. Then Allah revealed, and those of you who die and leave wives should bequeath for their wives a year's maintenance and residence without turning them out, but if they leave, there is no blame on you for what they do of themselves, provided it is honorable, i.e. lawful marriage. 240, Mujahid said, Allah has ordered that a widow has the right to stay for 7 months and 20 days with her husband's relatives through her husband's will and testament, so that she will complete the period of 1 year of iddah. But the widow has the right to stay that extra period or go out of her husband's house as is indicated by the statement of Allah, but if they leave there is no blame on you. 240, Ibn Abbas said, the above verse has cancelled the order of spending the period of the iddah at her late husband's house, and so she could spend her period of the iddah wherever she likes. And Allah says, without turning them out. Atta said, if she would, she could spend her period of the iddah at her husband's house, and live there according to her husband's will and testament, and if she would, she could go out of her husband's house, as Allah says, there is no blame on you for what they do of themselves. 240, Atta added, then the verses of inheritance were revealed and the order of residence, for the widow, was cancelled, and she could spend her period of the iddah wherever she would like, and she was no longer entitled to be accommodated by her husband's family. Volume 7, Book 63, number 257, narrated Zainab bint Salama, when Habiba bint Abi Sufyan was informed of her father's death, she asked for perfume and rubbed it over her arms and said, I am not in need of perfume, but I have heard the Prophet saying, it is not lawful for a lady who believes in Allah and the Last Day to mourn for more than 3 days except for her husband, for whom the mourning period is 4 months and 10 days. Volume 7, Book 63, number 258, narrated Abu Marzud, the Prophet prohibited taking the price of a dog, the earnings of a soothsayer, and the money earned by prostitution. Volume 7, Book 63, number 259, narrated Abu Juhayfa, the Prophet cursed the lady who practices tattooing, and the one who gets herself tattooed, and one who eats, takes, riba, usury, and the one who gives it. And he prohibited taking the price of a dog, and the money earned by prostitution, and cursed the makers of pictures. Volume 7, Book 63, number 260, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet forbade taking the earnings of a slave girl by prostitution. Volume 7, Book 63, number 261, narrated Said bin Jubair, I said to Ibn Umar, if a man accuses his wife of illegal sexual intercourse, what is the judgment? He said, Allah's Prophet separated the couple of Bani Ajlan, when the husband accused his wife for an illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet said, Allah knows that one of you two is a liar, so will one of you repent? But they refused. He then again said, Allah knows that one of you two is a liar, so will one of you repent? But they refused, whereupon he separated them by divorce. Ayub, a sub-narrator, said, Amr bin Dinar said to me, in the narration there is something which I do not see you mentioning, i.e. the husband said, what about my money, Ma? The Prophet said, you are not entitled to take back money, for if you told the truth you have already entered upon her, and consummated your marriage with her, and if you are a liar then you are less entitled to take it back. Volume 7, Book 63, number 262, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said to those who were involved in a case of li'an, your accounts are with Allah. One of you two is a liar. You, husband, have right on her, wife. The husband said, my money, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said, you are not entitled to take back any money. If you have told the truth, the mahr that you paid was for having sexual relations with her lawfully, and if you are a liar, then you are less entitled to get it back. 64. Supporting the Family Volume 7, Book 64, number 263, narrated Abu Marzud al-Ansari, the Prophet said, when a Muslim spends something on his family intending to receive Allah's reward it is regarded as sadaqah for him. Volume 7, Book 64, number 264, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, O son of Adam, spend, and I shall spend on you. Volume 7, Book 64, number 265, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, the one who looks after a widow or a poor person is like a mujahid, warrior, who fights for Allah's cause, or like him who performs prayers all the night and fasts all the day. Volume 7, Book 64, number 266, narrated Sa'd, the Prophet visited me at Mecca while I was ill. I said to him, I have property, may I bequeath all my property in Allah's cause? He said, no. I said, half of it. He said, no. I said, 1/3 of it. He said, 1/3 is all right, yet it is still too much, for you'd better leave your inheritors wealthy than leave them poor, begging of others. Whatever you spend will be considered a sadaqah for you, even the mouthful of food you put in the mouth of your wife. Anyhow Allah may let you recover, so that some people may benefit by you and others be harmed by you. Volume 7, Book 64, number 267, narrated Al-Amash, Volume 7, Book 64, number 268, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, the best alms is that which is given when one is rich, and a giving hand is better than a taking one, and you should start first to support your dependents. A wife says, you should either provide me with food or divorce me. A slave says, give me food and enjoy my service. A son says, give me food, to whom do you leave me? The people said, O Abu Hurairah, did you hear that from Allah's Apostle? He said, no, it is from my own self. Volume 7, Book 64, number 269, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the best alms is that which you give when you are rich, and you should start first to support your dependents. Volume 7, Book 64, number 270, narrated Umar, the Prophet used to sell the dates of the garden of Bani and Nadir and store for his family so much food as would cover their needs for a whole year. Volume 7, Book 64, number 271, narrated Malik bin Aus bin al-Hadithan, once I set out to visit Umar bin al-Khattab. While I was sitting there with him his gatekeeper, Yafa, came and said, Uthman Abdurrahman bin Rauf, Az Zubayr, and Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas are seeking permission to meet you. Umar said, yes. So he admitted them and they entered, greeted, and sat down. After a short while Yafa came again and said to Umar, shall I admit Ali and Abbas? Umar said, yes. He admitted them and when they entered, they greeted and sat down. Abbas said, O chief of the believers, judge between me and this, Ali. The group, Uthman and his companion Sa'd, O chief of the believers, judge between them and relieve one from the other. Umar said, wait. I beseech you by Allah, by whose permission both the heaven and the earth stand fast. Do you know that Allah's apostle said, "We, apostles, do not bequeath anything to our heirs, but whatever we leave is to be given in charity." And by that Allah's apostles meant himself? The group said, "He did say so." Umar then turned towards all and Abbas and said, "I beseech you both by Allah, do you know that Allah's apostle said that?" They said, "Yes." Umar said, "Now, let me talk to you about this matter." Allah favored his apostle with something of this property, or booty, which he did not give to anybody else. And Allah said, "And what Allah has bestowed on his apostle, as fai booty, from them for which you made no expedition with either cavalry or camelry. Allah is able to do all things." 59:6. So this property was especially granted to Allah's apostle. But by Allah he neither withheld it from you, nor did he keep it for himself and deprive you of it, but he gave it all to you and distributed it among you till only this remained out of it. And out of this property Allah's apostle used to provide his family with their yearly needs, and whatever remained, he would spend where Allah's property, the revenues of zakat, used to be spent. Allah's apostle kept on acting like this throughout his lifetime. Now I beseech you by Allah, do you know that? They said, "Yes." Then Umar said to Ali and Abbas, "I beseech you by Allah, do you both know that?" They said, "Yes." Umar added, when Allah had taken his apostle unto him, Abu Bakr said, "I am the successor of Allah's apostle." So he took charge of that property and did with it the same what Allah's apostle used to do, and both of you knew all about it then. Then Umar turned towards Ali and Abbas and said, "You both claim that Abu Bakr was so-and-so. But Allah knows that he was honest, sincere, pious, and right in that matter." Then Allah caused Abu Bakr to die, and I said, "I am the successor of Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr." So I kept this property in my possession for the first 2 years of my rule, and I used to do the same with it as Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr used to do. Later both of you, Ali and Abbas, came to me with the same claim and the same problem. "Oh, Abbas, you came to me demanding your share from the inheritance of the son of your brother, and he, Ali, came to me demanding his wife's share from the inheritance of her father. So I said to you, if you wish I will hand over this property to you, on condition that you both promise me before Allah that you will manage it in the same way as Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr did, and as I have done since the beginning of my rule, otherwise you should not speak to me about it." So you both said, "Hand over this property to us on this condition." And on this condition I handed it over to you. I beseech you by Allah, did I hand it over to them on that condition? The group said, "Yes." Umar then faced Ali and Abbas and said, "I beseech you both by Allah, did I hand it over to you both on that condition?" They both said, "Yes." Umar added, "Do you want me now to give a decision other than that? By him with whose permission, order, both the heaven and the earth stand fast, I will never give any decision other than that till the hour is established. But if you are unable to manage it, that property, then return it to me and I will be sufficient for it on your behalf." Volume 7, Book 64, number 272, narrated, Aisha, Hind bint Utbah came and said, "O Allah's apostle, Abu Sufyan is a miser, so is it sinful of me to feed our children from his property?" Allah's apostle said, "No, except if you take for your needs what is just and reasonable." Volume 7, Book 64, number 273, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, "If the wife gives of her husband's property something in charity, without his permission, he will get half the reward." Volume 7, Book 64, number 274, narrated Ali, Fatima went to the Prophet complaining about the bad effect of the stone hand mill on her hand. She heard that the Prophet had received a few slave girls. But, when she came there, she did not find him, so she mentioned her problem to Aisha. When the Prophet came, Aisha informed him about that. Ali added, "So the Prophet came to us when we had gone to bed. We wanted to get up, on his arrival, but he said, 'Stay where you are.' Then he came and sat between me and her, and I felt the coldness of his feet on my abdomen. He said, 'Shall I direct you to something better than what you have requested? When you go to bed say, Subhan Allah 33 times, Alhamdulillah 33 times, and Allahu Akbar 34 times, for that is better for you than a servant.'" Volume 7, Book 64, number 275, narrated, Ali bin Abi Talib, Fatima came to the Prophet asking for a servant. He said, "May I inform you of something better than that? When you go to bed, recite, Subhan Allah 33 times, Alhamdulillah 33 times, and Allahu Akbar 34 times. All added, I have never failed to recite it ever since." Somebody asked, "Even on the night of the Battle of Siffin?" He said, "No, even on the night of the Battle of Siffin." Volume 7, Book 64, number 276, narrated Al-Aswad bin Yazid, I asked Aisha, "What did the Prophet used to do at home?" She said, "He used to work for his family, and when he heard the adhan, call for the prayer, he would go out." Volume 7, Book 64, number 277, narrated Aisha, Hind bint Utbba said, "O Allah's Apostle, Abu Sufyan is a miser and he does not give me what is sufficient for me and my children. Can I take of his property without his knowledge?" The Prophet said, "Take what is sufficient for you and your children, and the amount should be just and reasonable." Volume 7, Book 64, number 278, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, "The best women among the camel riders are the women of Quraysh." Another narrator said, the Prophet said, "The righteous among the women of Quraysh are those who are kind to their young ones and who look after their husband's property." Volume 7, Book 64, number 279, narrated Ali, "The Prophet gave me a silk suit and I wore it, but when I noticed anger on his face, I cut it and distributed it among my women folk." Volume 7, Book 64, number 280, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, "My father died and left 7 or 9 girls and I married a matron. Allah's Apostle said to me, 'O Jabir, have you married?' I said, 'Yes.' He said, 'A virgin or a matron?' I replied, 'A matron.' He said, 'Why not a virgin, so that you might play with her and she with you, and you might amuse her and she amuse you?' I said, 'Abdullah, my father, died and left girls, and I dislike to marry a girl like them, so I married a lady, matron, so that she may look after them.' On that he said, 'May Allah bless you,' or, 'That is good.'" Volume 7, Book 64, number 281, narrated Abu Huraira, a man came to the Prophet and said, "I am ruined." The Prophet said, "Why?" He said, "I had sexual intercourse with my wife while fasting, in the month of Ramadan." The Prophet said to him, "Manumit a slave, as expiation." He replied, "I cannot afford that." The Prophet said, "Then fast for 2 successive months." He said, "I cannot." The Prophet said, "Then feed 60 poor persons." He said, "I have nothing to do that." In the meantime a basket full of dates was brought to the Prophet. He said, "Where is the questioner?" The man said, "I am here." The Prophet said to him, "Give this basket of dates in charity, as expiation." He said, "O Allah's Apostle, shall I give it to poorer people than us? By him who sent you with the truth, there is no family between Medina's 2 mountains poorer than us." The Prophet smiled till his premolar teeth became visible. He then said, "Then take it." Volume 7, Book 64, number 282, narrated Salama, I said, "O Allah's Apostle, shall I get a reward, in the hereafter, if I spend on the children of Abu Salama and do not leave them like this and like this, i.e., poor, but treat them like my children?" The Prophet said, "Yes, you will be rewarded for that which you will spend on them." Volume 7, Book 64, number 283, narrated Aisha, Hind bint Utbba, said, "O Allah's Apostle, Abu Sufyan is a miser. Is there any harm if I take of his property what will cover me and my children's needs?" The Prophet said, "Take, according to your needs, in a reasonable manner." Volume 7, Book 64, number 284, narrated Abu Huraira, a dead man in debt used to be brought to Allah's Apostle who would ask, "Has he left anything to repay his debts?" If he was informed that he had left something to cover his debts, the Prophet would offer the funeral prayer for him, otherwise he would say to the Muslims present there, "Offer the funeral prayer for your friend." But when Allah helped the Prophet to gain victory on his expeditions, he said, "I am closer to the believers than themselves, so if one of the believers dies in debt, I will repay it, but if he leaves wealth, it will be for his heirs." Volume 7, Book 64, number 285, narrated Habiba, the wife of the Prophet, I said, O Allah's Apostle, will you marry my sister, the daughter of Abu Sufyan? The Prophet said, do you like that? I said, yes, for I am not your only wife, and the person I like most to share the good with me is my sister. He said, that is not lawful for me. I said, O Allah's Apostle, we have heard that you want to marry Jura, the daughter of Abu Salama. He said, you mean the daughter of Salama? I said, yes. He said, even if she were not my stepdaughter, she is unlawful for me, for she is my foster niece. Thuwayba suckled me and Abu Salama. So you should not present to me your daughters and sisters. Narrated, Ursa, Thuwayba had been a slave girl whom Abu Lahab had emancipated. 65, Food, Meals Volume 7, Book 65, Number 286, narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, the Prophet said, give food to the hungry, pay a visit to the sick and release, set free, the one in captivity, by paying his ransom. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 287, narrated Abu Hurairah, the family of Muhammad did not eat their fill for 3 successive days till he died. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 287 narrated Abu Hurairah, once while I was in a state of fatigue, because of severe hunger, I met Umar bin al-Khattab, so I asked him to recite a verse from Allah's book to me. He entered his house and interpreted it to me. Then I went out and, after walking for a short distance, I fell on my face because of fatigue and severe hunger. Suddenly I saw Allah's Apostle standing by my head. He said, O Abu Hurairah. I replied, Labbaik, O Allah's Apostle, and Sadaik. Then he held me by the hand, and made me get up. Then he came to know what I was suffering from. He took me to his house, and ordered a big bowl of milk for me. I drank thereof and he said, drink more, O Abu Hur. So I drank again, whereupon he again said, drink more. So I drank more till my belly became full and looked like a bowl. Afterwards I met Umar and mentioned to him what had happened to me, and said to him, somebody, who had more right than you, O Umar, took over the case. By Allah, I asked you to recite a verse to me while I knew it better than you. On that Umar said to me, by Allah, if I admitted and entertained you, it would have been dearer to me than having nice red camels. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 288, narrated Umar bin Abi Salama, I was a boy under the care of Allah's Apostle and my hand used to go around the dish while I was eating. So Allah's Apostle said to me, O boy, mention the name of Allah and eat with your right hand, and eat of the dish what is nearer to you. Since then I have applied those instructions when eating. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 289, narrated Umar bin al-Salama, who was the son of Salama, the wife of the Prophet. Once I ate a meal with Allah's Apostle and I was eating from all sides of the dish. So Allah's Apostle said to me, eat of the dish what is nearer to you. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 290, narrated Wahb bin Qais and Abi Nuaym, a meal was brought to Allah's Apostle while his stepson, Umar bin Abi Salama was with him. Allah's Apostle said to him, mention the name of Allah and eat of the dish what is nearer to you. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 291, narrated Anas bin Malik, a tailor invited Allah's Apostle to a meal which he had prepared. I went along with Allah's Apostle and saw him seeking to eat the pieces of gourd from the various sides of the dish. Since that day I have liked to eat gourd. Umar bin Abi Salama said, the Prophet said to me, eat with your right hand. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 292, narrated Aisha, the Prophet used to love to start doing things from the right side whenever possible, in performing ablution, putting on his shoes, and combing his hair. Al-Ash'ath said, the Prophet used to do so in all his affairs. Volume 7, Book 65, Number 293, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abu Talha said to Sulaym, I have heard the voice of Allah's Apostle which was feeble, and I think that he is hungry. Have you got something to eat? She took out some loaves of barley bread, then took her face-covering sheet and wrapped the bread in part of it, and pushed it under my garment and turned the rest of it around my body and sent me to Allah's Apostle. I went with that, and found Allah's Apostle in the mosque with some people. I stood up near them, and Allah's Apostle asked me, have you been sent by Abu Talha? I said, yes. He asked, with some food, for us? I said, Yes. Then Allah's apostle said to all those who were with him, Get up. He set out, and all the people accompanied him, and I proceeded ahead of them till I came to Abu Talha. Abu Talha then said, O Sulaim, Allah's apostle has arrived along with the people, and we do not have food enough to feed them all. She said, Allah and his apostle know better. So Abu Talha went out till he met Allah's apostle. Then Abu Talha and Allah's apostle came and entered the house. Allah's apostle said, Sulaim, bring whatever you have. She brought that very bread. The Prophet ordered that it be crushed into small pieces, and Sulaim pressed a skin of butter on it. Then Allah's apostle said whatever Allah wished him to say, to bless the food, and then added, Admit 10 men. So they were admitted, ate their fill and went out. The Prophet then said, Admit 10 more. They were admitted, ate their full, and went out. He then again said, Admit 10 more. They were admitted, ate their fill, and went out. He admitted 10 more, and so all those people ate their fill, and they were 80 men. Volume 7, Book 65, number 294, narrated Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr, we were 130 men sitting with the Prophet. The Prophet said, Have any one of you any food with him? It happened that one man had 1 seah of wheat flour, or so, which was turned into dough then. After a while a tall lanky pagan came, driving some sheep. The Prophet asked, Will you sell us a sheep, or give it to us as a gift? The pagan said, No, but I will sell it. So the Prophet bought from him a sheep which was slaughtered, and then the Prophet ordered that the liver, the kidneys, lungs and heart, etc., of that sheep be roasted. By Allah, none of those 130 men but had his share of those things. The Prophet gave to those who were present, and also kept a share for those who were absent. He then served that cooked sheep in 2 big trays, and we all ate together our fill, yet there remained a part of it in those 2 trays, which I carried on the camel. Volume 7, Book 65, number 295, narrated Aisha, the Prophet died when we had satisfied our hunger with the 2 black things, i.e. dates and water. Volume 7, Book 65, number 296, narrated Suwayd bin Nu'man, we went out with Allah's apostle to Khaybar, and when we were at As-Saba, Yahya, a sub-narrator said, As-Saba is a place at a distance of 1 day's journey to Khaybar. Allah's apostle asked the people to bring their food, but there was nothing with the people except sawik. So we all chewed and ate of it. Then the Prophet asked for some water and he rinsed his mouth, and we too rinsed our mouths. Then he led us in the Maghrib prayer without performing ablution again. Volume 7, Book 65, number 297, narrated Qatada, we were in the company of Anas whose baker was with him. Anas said, the Prophet did not eat thin bread, or a roasted sheep till he met Allah, died. Volume 7, Book 65, number 298, narrated Anas, to the best of my knowledge, the Prophet did not take his meals in a big tray at all, nor did he ever eat well-baked thin bread, nor did he ever eat at a dining table. Volume 7, Book 65, number 299, narrated Anas, the Prophet halted to consummate his marriage with Safiya. I invited the Muslims to his wedding banquet. He ordered that leather dining sheets be spread. Then dates, dried yogurt and butter were put on those sheets. Anas added, the Prophet consummated his marriage with Safiya during a journey, whereupon his sweet dish was served on a leather dining sheet. Volume 7, Book 65, number 300, narrated Wahb bin Kaysan, the people of Sham taunted Abdullah bin Az Zubayr by calling him the son of Datin Natakain, the woman who has 2 waist belts. His mother, Asma, said to him, O my son, they taunt you with Natakain. Do you know what the Natakain were? That was my waist belt which I divided in 2 parts. I tied the water skin of Allah's apostle with 1 part, and with the other part one tied his food container. Volume 7, Book 65, number 301, narrated Ibn Abbas, that his aunt, Hufayd bint al-Harith bin Hazan, presented to the Prophet butter, dried yogurt and mastigures. The Prophet invited the people to those mastigures and they were eaten on his dining sheet, but the Prophet did not eat of it, as if he disliked it. Nevertheless, if it was unlawful to eat that, the people would not have eaten it on the dining sheet of the Prophet, nor would he have ordered that they be eaten. Volume 7, Book 65, number 302, narrated Suwayd bin Nu'man, that while they were with the Prophet at As-Saba, which was at a distance of 1 day's journey from Khaybar, the prayer became due, and the Prophet asked the people for food, but there was nothing with the people except sawik. He ate of it and we ate along with him, and then he asked for water and rinsed his mouth with it, and then offered the Maghrib prayer, and we too offered the prayer, but the Prophet did not perform ablution, again after eating the sawik. Volume 7, Book 65, number 303, narrated Khalid bin al-Walid, that he went with Allah's Apostle to the house of Maymuna, who was his and Ibn Abbas' aunt. He found with her a roasted mastigir which her sister Hufayda bint al-Harith had brought from Najd. Maymuna presented the mastigir before Allah's Apostle, who rarely started eating any unfamiliar food before it was described and named for him. But that time, Allah's Apostle stretched his hand towards the meat of the mastigir, whereupon a lady from among those who were present said, "You should inform Allah's Apostle of what you have presented to him." "O Allah's Apostle, it is the meat of a mastigir." On learning that, Allah's Apostle withdrew his hand from the meat of the mastigir. Khalid bin al-Walid said, "O Allah's Apostle, is this unlawful to eat?" Allah's Apostle replied, "No, but it is not found in the land of my people, so I do not like it." Khalid said, "Then I pulled the mastigir meat towards me and ate it while Allah's Apostle was looking at me." Volume 7, Book 65, number 304, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, "The food for 2 persons is sufficient for 3, and the food of 3 persons is sufficient for 4 persons. Volume 7, Book 65, number 305, narrated Nafi, Ibn Umar never used to take his meal unless a poor man was called to eat with him. One day I brought a poor man to eat with him. The man ate too much, whereupon Ibn Umar said, "O Nafi, don't let this man enter my house, for I heard the Prophet saying, a believer eats in 1 intestine, is satisfied with a little food, and a kafir, unbeliever, eats in 7 intestines, eats much food." Volume 7, Book 65, number 306, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle said, "A believer eats in 1 intestine, is satisfied with a little food, and a kafir, unbeliever, or a hypocrite eats in 7 intestines, eats too much." Volume 7, Book 65, number 307, narrated Amr, Abu Nahik was avaricious eater. Ibn Umar said to him, Allah's Apostle said, "A kafir, unbeliever, eats in 7 intestines, eats much." On that Abu Nahik said, "But I believe in Allah and His Apostle." Volume 7, Book 65, number 308, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, "A Muslim eats in 1 intestine, i.e. he is satisfied with a little food, while a kafir, unbeliever, eats in 7 intestines, eats much." Volume 7, Book 65, number 309, narrated Abu Hurairah, a man used to eat much, but when he embraced Islam, he started eating less. That was mentioned to the Prophet, who then said, "A believer eats in 1 intestine, is satisfied with a little food, and a kafir eats in 7 intestines, eats much." Volume 7, Book 65, number 310, narrated Abu Juhayfa, Allah's Apostle said, "I do not take my meals while leaning against something." Volume 7, Book 65, number 311, narrated Abu Juhayfa, "While I was with the Prophet he said to a man who was with him, I do not take my meals while leaning." Volume 7, Book 65, number 312, narrated Khalid bin al-Walid, a roasted mastigir was brought to the Prophet, who stretched his hand towards it to eat it. But it was said to him, "It is a mastigir." So he withdrew his hand. Khalid asked, "Is it unlawful to eat?" The Prophet said, "No, but it is not found in the land of my people, and that is why I do not like eating it." So Khalid started eating it, while Allah's Apostle was looking at him. And Nada said, "Al-Kazira is prepared from bran, while Al-Hariya is prepared from milk." Volume 7, Book 65, number 313, narrated Urban bin Malik, who attended the Bad battle and was from the Ansar, that he came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I have lost my eyesight and I lead my people in the prayer, as an imam. When it rains, the valley which is between me and my people flows with water, and then I cannot go to their mosque to lead them in the prayer. O Allah's Apostle, I wish that you could come and pray in my house so that I may take it as a praying place." The Prophet said, "Allah willing, I will do that." The next morning, Soon after the sun had risen, Allah's apostle came with Abu Bakr. The Prophet asked for the permission to enter, and I admitted him. The Prophet had not sat till he had entered the house and said to me, "Where do you like me to pray in your house?" I pointed at a place in my house, whereupon he stood and said, "Allahu Akbar." We lined behind him and he prayed 2 rakat and finished it with taslim. We then requested him to stay for a special meal of kazira which we had prepared. A large number of men from the adjoining area gathered in the house. One of them said, "Where is Malik bin Ad-Dakshan?" Another man said, "He is a hypocrite and does not love Allah and his apostle." The Prophet said, "Do not say so. Do you not think that he has said, 'None has the right to be worshipped but Allah, seeking Allah's pleasure'?" The man said, "Allah and his apostle know better, but we have always seen him mixing with hypocrites and giving them advice." The Prophet said, "Allah has forbidden the hell fire for those who testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, seeking Allah's pleasure." Volume 7, Book 65, number 314, narrated Ibn Abbas, "My aunt presented roasted mastic ears, icked and milk to the Prophet. The mastic ears were put on his dining sheet, and if it was unlawful to eat, it would not have been put there. The Prophet drank the milk and ate the icked only." Volume 7, Book 65, number 315, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, "We used to be happy on Fridays, for there was an old lady who used to pull out the roots of silk and put it in a cooking pot with some barley. When we had finished the prayer, we would visit her and she would present that dish before us. So we used to be happy on Fridays because of that, and we never used to take our meals or have a midday nap except after the Friday prayer. By Allah, that meal contained no fat." Volume 7, Book 65, number 316, narrated Ibn Abbas, "The Prophet ate of the meat of a shoulder, by cutting the meat with his teeth, and then got up and offered the prayer without performing the ablution anew." Narrated Ibn Abbas, "The Prophet took out a bone with meat on it from a cooking pot and ate of it, and then offered the prayer without performing ablution anew." Volume 7, Book 65, number 317, narrated Abu Qatada, "We went out towards Mecca with the Prophet." Volume 7, Book 65, number 318, narrated Abu Qatada, "Once, while I was sitting with the companions of the Prophet at a station on the road to Mecca, and Allah's apostle was stationing ahead of us and all the people were assuming ihram while I was not. My companion saw an onager while I was busy mending my shoes. They did not inform me of the onager, but they wished that I would see it. Suddenly I looked and saw the onager, then I headed towards my horse, saddled it and rode, but I forgot to take the lash and the spear. So I said to them, my companions, 'Give me the lash and the spear.' But they said, 'No, by Allah, we will not help you in any way to hunt it.' I got angry, dismounted, took it the spear and the lash, rode, the horse chased the onager and wounded it, then I brought it when it had died. My companions started eating of its cooked meat, but they suspected that it might be unlawful to eat of its meat while they were in a state of ihram. Then I proceeded further, and I kept one of its forelegs with me. When we met Allah's apostle, we asked him about that. He said, 'Have you some of its meat with you?' I gave him that foreleg, and he ate the meat till he stripped the bone of its flesh, although he was in a state of ihram." Volume 7, Book 65, number 319, narrated Amr bin Umayyah that he saw the Prophet holding a shoulder piece of mutton in his hand and cutting part of it with a knife. Then he was called for the prayer, whereupon he put down the shoulder piece and the knife with which he was cutting it, and then stood for prayer without performing ablution again. Volume 7, Book 65, number 320, narrated Abu Hurairah, "The Prophet never criticized any food he was invited to, but he used to eat if he liked the food, and leave it if he disliked." Volume 7, Book 65, number 321, narrated Abu Hazim, that he asked Sa'al, "Did you use white flour during the lifetime of the Prophet?" Sa'al replied, "No." Hazim asked, "Did you use to sift barley flour?" He said, "No, but we used to blow off the husk of the barley." Volume 7, Book 65, number 322, narrated Abu Hurairah, "Once the Prophet distributed dates among his companions and gave each one 7 dates. He gave me 7 dates too, one of which was dry and hard, but none of the other dates was more liked by me than that one, for it prolonged my chewing it." Volume 7, Book 65, number 323, narrated Sa'd, "I was one of the first 7 who had embraced Islam with Allah's apostle, and we had nothing to eat then, except the leaves of the habala or hubula tree, so that our stool used to be similar to that of sheep. Now the tribe of Bani Asad wants to teach me Islam. I would be a loser and all my efforts would be in vain if I learn Islam anew from them. Volume 7, Book 65, number 324, narrated Abu Hazim. I asked Sahl bin Sa'd, did Allah's apostle ever eat white flour? Sahl said, Allah's apostle never saw white flour since Allah sent him as an apostle till he took him unto him. I asked, did the people have used sieves during the lifetime of Allah's apostle? Sahl said, Allah's apostle never saw used a sieve since Allah sent him as an apostle until he took him unto him. I said, how could you eat barley unsifted? He said, we used to grind it and then blow off its husk, and after the husk flew away, we used to prepare the dough, bake, and eat it. Volume 7, Book 65, number 325, narrated Abu Hurairah, that he passed by a group of people in front of whom there was a roasted sheep. They invited him, but he refused to eat and said, Allah's apostle left this world without satisfying his hunger even with barley bread. Volume 7, Book 65, number 326, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet never took his meals at a dining table, nor in small plates, and he never ate thin well-baked bread. The sub-narrator asked Qatada, over what did they use to take their meals? Qatada said, on leather dining sheets. Volume 7, Book 65, number 327, narrated Aisha, the family of Muhammad had not eaten wheat bread to their satisfaction for 3 consecutive days since his arrival at Medina till he died. Volume 7, Book 65, number 328, narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, that whenever one of her relatives died, the women assembled and then dispersed, returned to their houses, except her relatives and close friends. She would order that a pot of talbina be cooked. Then tharid, a dish prepared from meat and bread, would be prepared and the talbina would be poured on it. Aisha would say to the women, eat of it, for I heard Allah's apostle saying, the talbina soothes the heart of the patient and relieves him from some of his sadness. Volume 7, Book 65, number 329, narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, the Prophet said, many men reached perfection but none among the women reached perfection except Mary, the daughter of Imran, and Aisha, Pharaoh's wife. And the superiority of Aisha to other women is like the superiority of tharid to other kinds of food. Volume 7, Book 65, number 330, narrated Anas, the Prophet said, the superiority of Aisha to other women is like the superiority of tharid to other kinds of food. Volume 7, Book 65, number 331, narrated Anas, I went along with the Prophet to the house of a young tailor of his. The tailor presented a dish of tharid to the Prophet and resumed his work. The Prophet started picking the pieces of good and I too started picking them and putting it before him. Since then I have always loved to eat good. Volume 7, Book 65, number 332, narrated Qatada, we used to visit Anas bin Malik while his baker was standing and baking. Anas would say, eat. I do not know that the Prophet had ever seen well-baked bread till he met Allah, nor had he ever seen a roasted sheep with his own eyes. Volume 7, Book 65, number 333, narrated Amr bin Umayyah ad-Damri, I saw Allah's apostle cutting part of the shoulder of mutton with a knife. He ate of it and then was called for prayer whereupon he got up and put down the knife and offered the prayer without performing new ablution. Volume 7, Book 65, number 334, narrated Abis, I asked Aisha, did the Prophet forbid eating the meat of sacrifices offered on Idul Adha for more than 3 days? She said, the Prophet did not do this except in the year when the people were hungry, so he wanted the rich to feed the poor. But later we used to store even a trotter of a sheep to eat it 15 days later. She was asked, what compelled you to do so? She smiled and said, the family of Muhammad did not eat to their satisfaction white bread with meat soup for 3 successive days till he met Allah. Volume 7, Book 65, number 335, narrated Jabir, we used to carry the meat of the Hadiths, sacrificed animals, to Medina during the lifetime of the Prophet. Volume 7, Book 65, number 336, narrated Anas bin Malik, Allah's apostle said to Abu Talha, seek one of your boys to serve me. Abu Talha mounted me behind him, on his riding animal, and took me to the Prophet. So I used to serve Allah's apostle whenever he dismounted, to stay somewhere. I used to hear him saying very often, O Allah, I seek refuge with you from having worries, sadness, helplessness, laziness, miserliness, cowardice, from being heavily in debt and from being overpowered by other persons unjustly. I kept on serving till we returned from the battle of Khaybar. The Prophet then brought Safiya bint Huyay whom he had won from the war booty. I saw him folding up a gown or a garment for her to sit on behind him, on his she-camel. When he reached As-Saba, he prepared hides and placed it on a dining sheet. Then he sent me to invite men, who came and ate, and that was his and Safiya's wedding banquet. Then the Prophet proceeded, and when he noticed, the mountain of Uhud, he said, "This mountain loves us, and we love it." When we approached Medina, he said, "O Allah, I make the area between its two mountains a sanctuary as Abraham has made Mecca a sanctuary. O Allah, bless their mud and sa, special kinds of measure." Volume 7, Book 65, number 337, narrated Abdurrahman bin Abi Layla. We were sitting in the company of Hudayfa who asked for water and a Magian brought him water. But when he placed the cup in his hand, he threw it at him and said, "Had I not forbidden him to do so more than once or twice?" He wanted to say, "I would not have done so," adding, "But I heard the Prophet saying, do not wear silk or dibaja, and do not drink in silver or golden vessels, and do not eat in plates of such metals, for such things are for the unbelievers in this worldly life and for us in the hereafter." Volume 7, Book 65, number 338, narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, Allah's Apostle said, "The example of a believer who recites the Quran is that of a citron which smells good and tastes good, and the example of a believer who does not recite the Quran is that of a date which has no smell but tastes sweet, and the example of a hypocrite who recites the Quran is that of an aromatic plant which smells good but tastes bitter, and the example of a hypocrite who does not recite the Quran is that of a colocynth plant which has no smell and is bitter in taste." Volume 7, Book 65, number 339, narrated Anas, the Prophet said, "The superiority of Aisha to other ladies is like the superiority of tharid to other kinds of food." Volume 7, Book 65, number 340, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, "Traveling is a kind of torture, as it prevents one from sleeping and eating. So when one has finished his job, he should return quickly to his family." Volume 7, Book 65, number 341, narrated Qasim bin Muhammad. Three traditions have been established because of Ba'a. Aisha intended to buy her and set her free, but Barira's masters said, "Her wallet will be for us." Aisha mentioned that to Allah's Apostle who said, "You could accept their condition if you wished, for the wallet is for the one who manumits the slave." Ba'a was manumitted, then she was given the choice either to stay with her husband or leave him. One day Allah's Apostle entered Aisha's house while there was a cooking pot of food boiling on the fire. The Prophet asked for lunch and he was presented with bread and some extra food from the homemade e.g. soup. He asked, "Don't I see meat being cooked?" They said, "Yes, O Allah's Apostle. But it is the meat that has been given to Ba'a in charity and she has given it to us as a present." He said, "For Ba'a it is alms, but for us it is a present." Volume 7, Book 65, number 342, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle used to love sweet edible things and honey. Volume 7, Book 65, number 343, narrated Abu Hurairah, I used to accompany Allah's Apostle to fill my stomach, and that was when I did not eat baked bread, nor wear silk. Neither a male nor a female slave used to serve me, and I used to bind stones over my belly and ask somebody to recite a Quranic verse for me though I knew it, so that he might take me to his house and feed me. Ja'far bin Abi Talib was very kind to the poor, and he used to take us and feed us with whatever was available in his house, and if nothing was available, he used to give us the empty, honey or butter, skin which we would tear and lick whatever was in it. Volume 7, Book 65, number 344, narrated Anas, Allah's Apostle went to the house of his slave tailor, and he was offered a dish of good of which he started eating. I have loved to eat good since I saw Allah's Apostle eating it. Volume 7, Book 65, number 345, narrated Abu Marzud al-Ansari, there was a man called Abu Shu'aib, and he had a slave who was a butcher. He said to his slave, "Prepare a meal to which I may invite Allah's Apostle along with 4 other men." So he invited Allah's Apostle and 4 other men, but another man followed them, whereupon the Prophet said, "You have invited me as one of 5 guests, but now another man has followed us. If you wish you can admit him, and if you wish you can refuse him." On that the host said, "But I admit him." Narrated Muhammad bin Ismail. If guests are sitting at a dining table, they do not have the right to carry food from other tables to theirs, but they can pass on food from their own table to each other, otherwise they should leave it. Volume 7, Book 65, number 346, narrated Anas, I was a young boy when I once was walking with Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle entered the house of his slave tailor, and the latter brought a dish filled with food covered with pieces of gourd. Allah's apostle started picking and eating the gourd. When I saw that, I started collecting and placing the gourd before him. Then the slave returned to his work. Anas added, I have kept on loving gourd since I saw Allah's apostle doing what he was doing. Volume 7, Book 65, number 347, narrated Anas bin Malik, a tailor invited the Prophet to a meal which he had prepared, and I went along with the Prophet. The tailor presented barley bread and soup containing gourd and cured meat. I saw the Prophet picking the pieces of gourd from around the dish, and since then I have kept on liking gourd. Volume 7, Book 65, number 348, narrated Anas, I saw the Prophet being served with soup and containing gourd and cured meat, and I saw him picking and eating the pieces of gourd. Volume 7, Book 65, number 349, narrated Aisha, the Prophet did not do that, i.e., forbade the storage of the meat of sacrifices for 3 days, except, he did so that the rich would feed the poor. But later we used to keep even trotters to cook, 15 days later. The family of Muhammad did not eat wheat bread with meat or soup to their satisfaction for 3 successive days. Volume 7, Book 65, number 350, narrated Anas bin Malik, a tailor invited Allah's apostle to a meal which he had prepared. I went with Allah's apostle to that meal, and the tailor served the Prophet with barley bread and soup of gourd and cured meat. I saw Allah's apostle picking the pieces of gourd from around the dish, and since then I have kept on liking gourd. Volume 7, Book 65, number 351, narrated Abdullah bin Ja'far bin Abi Talib, I saw Allah's apostle eating fresh dates with snake cucumber. Volume 7, Book 65, number 352, narrated Abu Uthman, I was a guest of Abu Hurairah for 7 days. Abu Hurairah, his wife and his slave used to get up and remain awake for 1/3 of the night by turns. Each would offer the night prayer and then awaken the other. I heard Abu Hurairah saying, Allah's apostle distributed dates among his companions and my share was 7 dates, one of which was a hashifa, a date which dried on the tree before it was fully ripe. Volume 7, Book 65, number 353, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet distributed dates among us, and my share was 5 dates, 4 of which were good, and 1 was a hashifa, and I found the hashifa the hardest for my teeth. Volume 7, Book 65, number 354, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, there was a Jew in Medina who used to lend me money up to the season of plucking dates. Jabir had a piece of land which was on the way to Rumah. That year the land was not promising, so the payment of the debt was delayed 1 year. The Jew came to me at the time of plucking, but gathered nothing from my land. I asked him to give me 1 year respite, but he refused. This news reached the Prophet whereupon he said to his companions, let us go and ask the Jew for respite for Jabir. All of them came to me in my garden, and the Prophet started speaking to the Jew, but Jew said, O Abu Qasim, I will not grant him respite. When the Prophet saw the Jew's attitude, he stood up and walked all around the garden and came again and talked to the Jew, but the Jew refused his request. I got up and brought some ripe fresh dates and put it in front of the Prophet. He ate and then said to me, Where is your hut, O Jabir? I informed him, and he said, Spread out a bed for me in it. I spread out a bed, and he entered and slept. When he woke up, I brought some dates to him again and he ate of it and then got up and talked to the Jew again, but the Jew again refused his request. Then the Prophet got up for the 2nd time amidst the palm trees loaded with fresh dates, and said, O Jabir, pluck dates to repay your debt. The Jew remained with me while I was plucking the dates, till I paid him all his right, yet there remained extra quantity of dates. So I went out and proceeded till I reached the Prophet and informed him of the good news, whereupon he said, I testify that I am Allah's apostle. Volume 7, Book 65, number 355, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, while we were sitting with the Prophet a spadix of palm tree was brought to him. The Prophet said, "There is a tree among the trees which is as blessed as a Muslim." I thought that it was the date palm tree and intended to say, "It is the date palm tree, O Allah's Apostle," but I looked behind to see that I was the 10th and youngest of 10 men present there, so I kept quiet. Then the Prophet said, "It is the date palm tree." Volume 7, Book 65, number 356, narrated Sa'd, Allah's Apostle said, "He who eats 7 ajwa dates every morning will not be affected by poison or magic on the day he eats them." Volume 7, Book 65, number 357, narrated Jabala bin Su'aym. At the time of Ibn Az Zubayr, we were struck with famine, and he provided us with dates for our food. Abdullah bin Umar used to pass by us while we were eating, and say, "Do not eat 2 dates together at a time," for the Prophet forbade the taking of 2 dates together at a time, in a gathering. Ibn Umar used to add, "unless one takes the permission of one's companions." Volume 7, Book 65, number 358, narrated Abdullah bin Ja'far, I saw the Prophet eating fresh dates with snake cucumbers. Volume 7, Book 65, number 359, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, "There is a tree among the trees which is similar to a Muslim in goodness, and that is the date palm tree." Volume 7, Book 65, number 360, narrated Abdullah bin Ja'far, I saw Allah's Apostle eating fresh dates with snake cucumbers. Volume 7, Book 65, number 361, narrated Anas, my mother, Sulaym, took a mud of barley grain, ground it and made porridge from it, and pressed, over it, a butter skin she had with her. Then she sent me to the Prophet, and I reached him while he was sitting with his companions. I invited him, whereupon he said, "And those who are with me?" I returned and said, he says, "And those who are with me?" Abu Talha went out to him and said, "O Allah's Apostle, it is just a meal prepared by Sulaym." The Prophet entered and the food was brought to him. He said, "Let 10 persons enter upon me." Those 10 entered and ate their fill. Again he said, "Let 10 more enter upon me." Those 10 entered and ate their fill. Then he said, "Let 10 more enter upon me." He called 40 persons in all. Then Allah's Apostle ate and got up. I started looking at the food to see if it decreased or not. Volume 7, Book 65, number 362, narrated Abdul Aziz, it was said to Anas, "What did you hear the Prophet saying about garlic?" Anas replied, "Whoever has eaten garlic should not approach our mosque." Volume 7, Book 65, number 363, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, "Whoever has eaten garlic or onion should keep away from us, or should keep away from our mosque." Volume 7, Book 65, number 364, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, we were with Allah's Apostle collecting al-Karbath at Ma'izid Zaran. The Prophet said, "Collect the black ones, for they are better." Somebody said, "O Allah's Apostle, have you ever shepherded sheep?" He said, "There has been no prophet but has shepherded them." Volume 7, Book 65, number 365, narrated Suwayd bin an-Nu'man, we went out with Allah's Apostle to Khaybar, and when we reached As-Saba, the Prophet asked for food, and he was offered nothing but sawik. We ate, and then Allah's Apostle stood up for the prayer. He rinsed his mouth with water, and we too rinsed our mouths. Narrated Suwayd, we went out with Allah's Apostle to Khaybar. And when we reached As-Saba, which, Yahya says, is 1 day journey from Khaybar, the Prophet asked for food, and he was offered nothing but sawik which we chewed and ate. Then the Prophet asked for water and rinsed his mouth, and we too rinsed our mouths along with him. He then led us in the Maghrib prayer without performing ablution again. Volume 7, Book 65, number 366, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet said, "When you eat, do not wipe your hands till you have licked it, or had it licked by somebody else." Volume 7, Book 65, number 367, narrated Said bin al-Harith, that he asked Jabir bin Abdullah about performing ablution after taking a cooked meal. He replied, "It is not essential," and added, "We never used to get such kind of food during the lifetime of the Prophet except rarely, and if at all we got such a dish, we did not have any handkerchiefs to wipe our hands with except the palms of our hands, our forearms, and our feet." we would perform the prayer thereafter without performing new ablution. Volume 7, Book 65, number 368, narrated Abu Umama, whenever the dining sheet of the Prophet was taken away, i.e., whenever he finished his meal, he used to say, Alhamdulillah kathiran taiban mubarakan fihi gaira makfi wala muwada wala mustanya anhu rabuna. Volume 7, Book 65, number 369, narrated Abu Umama, whenever the Prophet finished his meals, or when his dining sheet was taken away, he used to say, Praise be to Allah who has satisfied our needs and quenched our thirst. Your favor cannot be compensated or denied. Once he said, Praise be to you, O our Lord. Your favor cannot be compensated, nor can be left, nor can be dispensed with, O our Lord. Volume 7, Book 65, number 370, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, when your servant brings your food to you, if you do not ask him to join you, then at least ask him to take 1 or 2 handfuls, for he has suffered from its heat, while cooking it, and has taken pains to cook it nicely. Volume 7, Book 65, number 371, narrated Abu Marzud al-Ansari, there was an Ansari man nicknamed Abu Shu'aib, who had a slave who was a butcher. He came to the Prophet while he was sitting with his companions and noticed the signs of hunger on the face of the Prophet. So he went to his butcher slave and said, Prepare for me a meal sufficient for 5 persons so that I may invite the Prophet along with 4 other men. He had the meal prepared for him and invited him. A 6th man followed them. The Prophet said, O Abu Shu'aib, another man has followed us. If you wish, you may invite him, and if you wish, you may refuse him. Abu Shu'aib said, No, I will admit him. Volume 7, Book 65, number 372, narrated Amr bin Umayyah, that he saw Allah's apostle cutting a piece of mutton from its shoulder part he was carrying in his hand. When he was called for prayer, he put it down and the knife with which he was cutting it. Then he stood up and offered the prayer without performing new ablution. Volume 7, Book 65, number 373 narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet said, If supper is served and the Iqamah for Isha, prayer is proclaimed, start with you supper first. Volume 7, Book 65, number 373 narrated Nafi, once Ibn Umar was taking his supper while he was listening to the recitation of Quran by the Imam in the Isha prayer. Volume 7, Book 65, number 374, narrated Aisha, the Prophet said, If the Iqamah for Isha prayer is proclaimed and supper is served, take your supper first. Volume 7, Book 65, number 375, narrated Anas, I know about the hijab, the order of veiling of women, more than anybody else. Ubay bin Ka'b used to ask me about it. Allah's apostle became the bridegroom of Zainab bint Jahsh, whom he married at Medina. After the sun had risen high in the sky, the Prophet invited the people to a meal. Allah's apostle remained sitting, and some people remained sitting with him after the other guests had left. Then Allah's apostle got up and went away, and I too followed him till he reached the door of Aisha's room. Then he thought that the people must have left the place by then, so he returned and I also returned with him. Behold, the people were still sitting at their places. So he went back again for the second time, and I went along with him too. When we reached the door of Aisha's room, he returned and I also returned with him to see that the people had left. Thereupon the Prophet hung a curtain between me and him, and the verse regarding the order for veiling of women, hijab, was revealed. 66. Sacrifice on occasion of birth, Akika, Volume 7, Book 66, number 376, narrated Abu Musa, a son was born to me and I took him to the Prophet who named him Ibrahim, did tahnik for him with a date, invoked Allah to bless him and returned him to me. The narrator added, that was Abu Musa's eldest son. Volume 7, Book 66, number 377, narrated Aisha, a boy was brought to the Prophet to do tahnik for him, but the boy urinated on him, whereupon the Prophet had water poured on the place of urine. Volume 7, Book 66, number 378, narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr, I conceived Abdullah bin Az Zubayr at Mecca and went out of Mecca while I was about to give birth. I came to Medina and encamped at Quba, and gave birth at Quba. Then I brought the child to Allah's apostle and placed it on his lap. He asked for a date, chewed it, and put his saliva in the mouth of the child. So the first thing to enter its stomach was the saliva of Allah's apostle. Then he did its tarnic with a date, and invoked Allah to bless him. It was the first child born in the Islamic era, therefore they, Muslims, were very happy with its birth, for it had been said to them that the Jews had bewitched them, and so they would not produce any offspring. Volume 7, Book 66, number 379 p. Narrated Anas bin Malik, Abu Talha had a child who was sick. Once, while Abu Talha was out, the child died. When Abu Talha returned home, he asked, "How does my son fare?" Sulaim, his wife, replied, "He is quieter than he has ever been." Then she brought supper for him and he took his supper and slept with her. When he had finished, she said to him, "Bury the child, as his dead." Next morning Abu Talha came to Allah's apostle and told him about that. The Prophet said to him, "Did you sleep with your wife last night?" Abu Talha said, "Yes." The Prophet said, "O Allah, bestow your blessing on them as regards that night of theirs." Sulaim gave birth to a boy. Abu Talha told me to take care of the child till it was taken to the Prophet. Then Abu Talha took the child to the Prophet and Sulaim sent some dates along with the child. The Prophet took the child on his lap and asked if there was something with him. The people replied, "Yes, a few dates." The Prophet took a date, chewed it, took some of it out of his mouth, put it into the child's mouth and did tarnic for him with that, and named him Abdullah. Volume 7, Book 66, number 379 narrated Anas, as above. Volume 7, Book 66, number 380, narrated Salman bin Amir ad-Dabi, I heard Allah's apostle saying, Akikah is to be offered for a newly born boy, so slaughter an animal for him and relieve him of his suffering. Note, it has been quoted in Fatih al-Bari that the majority of the religious scholars agrees to the hadith narrated in Sahih at-Tirmidhi that the Prophet was asked about Akikah and he ordered 2 sheep for a boy and 1 sheep for a girl, and that is his tradition, Sunnah. Volume 7, Book 66, number 381, narrated Habib bin Ash-Shahid, Ibn Sirin told me to ask Al-Hasan from whom he had heard the narration of Akikah. I asked him and he said, from Samura bin Jundab. Volume 7, Book 66, number 382, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, neither farah nor atira is permissible, al-farah nor atira is permissible. Al-farah was the first offspring of camels or sheep, which the pagans used to offer as a sacrifice to their idols. And al-atira was a sheep which was to be slaughtered during the month of Rajab. Volume 7, Book 66, number 383, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, neither farah nor atira is permissible. Al-farah was the first offspring they got of camels or sheep, which they, pagans, used to offer as a sacrifice to their idols. Atira was a sheep which used to be slaughtered during the month of Rajab. 67. Hunting, Slaughtering Volume 7, Book 67, number 384, narrated Adi bin Hatim, I asked the Prophet about the game killed by a emirad, i.e. a sharp-edged piece of wood or a piece of wood provided with a sharp piece of iron used for hunting. He said, if the game is killed with its sharp edge, eat of it, but if it is killed with its shaft, with a hit by its broad side, then the game is unlawful to eat, for it has been beaten to death. I asked him about the game killed by a trained hound. He said, if the hound catches the game for you, eat of it, for killing the game by the hound is like its slaughtering. But if you see with your hound or hounds another dog, and you are afraid that it might have shared in hunting the game with your hound and killed it, then you should not eat of it, because you have mentioned Allah's name on sending your hound only, but you have not mentioned it on some other hound. Volume 7, Book 67, number 385, narrated Adi bin Hatim, I asked Allah's apostle about the emirad. He said, if you hit the game with its sharp edge, eat it, but if the emirad hits the game with its shaft with a hit by its broad side, do not eat it, for it has been beaten to death with a piece of wood, i.e. unlawful. I asked, if I let loose my trained hound after a game? He said, if you let loose your trained hound after game, and mention the name of Allah, then you can eat. I said, if the hound eats of the game? He said, then you should not eat of it, for the hound has hunted the game for itself and not for you. I said, sometimes I send my hound and then I find some other hound with it. He said, don't eat the game, as you have mentioned the name of Allah on your dog only and not on the other. Volume 7, Book 67, number 386, narrated at Ibn Hatim, I said, O Allah's Apostle, we let loose our trained hounds after a game. He said, eat what they hunt for you. I said, even if they killed the game? He replied, even if they killed the game. I said, we also hit the game with the emirad. He said, eat of the animal which the emirad kills by piercing its body, but do not eat of the animal which is killed by the broadside of the emirad. Volume 7, Book 67, number 387, narrated Abu Thalaba al-Kashani, I said, O Allah's Prophet, we are living in a land ruled by the people of the scripture. Can we take our meals in their utensils? In that land there is plenty of game, and I hunt the game with my bow and with my hound that is not trained and with my trained hound. Then what is lawful for me to eat? He said, as for what you have mentioned about the people of the scripture, if you can get utensils other than theirs, do not eat out of theirs, but if you cannot get other than theirs, wash their utensils and eat out of it. If you hunt an animal with your bow after mentioning Allah's name, eat of it. And if you hunt something with your trained hound after mentioning Allah's name, eat of it, and if you hunt something with your untrained hound, and get it before it dies, and slaughter it, eat of it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 388, narrated Abdullah bin Magafal, that he saw a man throwing stones with 2 fingers at something, and said to him, do not throw stones, for Allah's Apostle has forbidden throwing stones, or he used to dislike it. Abdullah added, throwing stones will neither hunt the game, nor kill, or hurt an enemy, but it may break a tooth or gouge out an eye. Afterwards Abdullah once again saw the man throwing stones. He said to him, I tell you that Allah's Apostle has forbidden or disliked the throwing the stones, in such a way, yet you are throwing stones. I shall not talk to you for such and such a period. Volume 7, Book 67, number 389, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, whoever keeps a pet dog which is neither a watchdog nor a hunting dog, will get a daily deduction of 2 qirat from his good deeds. Volume 7, Book 67, number 390, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, I heard the Prophet saying, if someone keeps a dog neither for hunting, nor for guarding livestock, the reward, for his good deeds, will be reduced by 2 qirats per day. Volume 7, Book 67, number 391, narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle said, if someone keeps a dog neither for guarding livestock, nor for hunting, his good deeds will decrease, in reward, by 2 qirats a day. Volume 7, Book 67, number 392, narrated at Ibn Hatim, I asked Allah's Apostle, we hunt with the help of these hounds. He said, if you let loose your trained hounds after a game, and mention the name of Allah, then you can eat what the hounds catch for you, even if they killed the game. But you should not eat of it if the hound has eaten of it, for then it is likely that the hound has caught the game for itself. And if other hounds join your hound in hunting the game, then do not eat of it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 393, narrated at Ibn Hatim, the Prophet said, if you let loose your hound after a game and mention Allah's name on sending it, and the hound catches the game and kills it, then you can eat of it. But if the hound eats of it, then you should not eat thereof, for the hound has caught it for itself. And if along with your hound, join other hounds, and Allah's name was not mentioned at the time of their sending, and they catch an animal and kill it, you should not eat of it, for you will not know which of them has killed it. And if you have thrown an arrow at the game and then find it dead 2 or 3 days later, and it bears no mark other than the wound inflicted by your arrow, then you can eat of it. But if the game is found dead in water, then do not eat of it. And it has also been narrated by Ibn Hatim that he asked the Prophet, if a hunter throws an arrow at the game and after tracing it for 2 or 3 days he finds it dead but still bearing his arrow, can he eat of it? The Prophet replied, he can eat if he wishes. Volume 7, Book 67, number 394, narrated by Ibn Hatim, I said, O Allah's Apostle, I let loose my hound after a game and mention Allah's name on sending it. The Prophet said, if you let loose your hound after a game and you mention Allah's name on sending it and the hound catches and kills the game and eats of it, then you should not eat of it, for it has killed it for itself. I said, sometimes when I send my hound after a game, I find another hound along with it and I do not know which of them has caught the game. He said, you must not eat of it because you have not mentioned the name of Allah except on sending your own hound, and you did not mention it on the other hound. Then I asked him about the game hunted with an emirad, i.e. a sharp-edged piece of wood or a piece of wood provided with a sharp piece of iron used for hunting. He said, if the game is killed with its sharp edge, you can eat of it, but if it is killed by its broadside, shaft, you cannot eat of it, for then it is like an animal beaten to death with a pie. Volume 7, Book 67, number 395, narrated Adi bin Hatim, I asked Allah's Apostle, we hunt with these hounds. He said, if you send your trained hounds after a game and mention Allah's name on sending, you can eat of what they catch for you. But if the hound eats of the game, then you must not eat of it, for I am afraid that the hound caught it for itself, and if another hound joins your hounds, during the hunt, you should not eat of the game. Volume 7, Book 67, number 396, narrated Abu Thalaba al-Kashani, I came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, we are living in the land of the people of the scripture and we take our meals in their utensils, and in the land there is game and I hunt with my bow and trained or untrained hounds. Please tell me what is lawful for us of that. He said, as for your saying that you are living in the land of the people of the scripture and that you eat in their utensils, if you can get utensils other than theirs, do not eat in their utensils, but if you do not find other than theirs, then wash their utensils and eat in them. As for your saying that you are in the land of game, if you hung something with your bow, and have mentioned Allah's name while hunting, then you can eat the game. And if you hunt something with your trained hound, and have mentioned Allah's name on sending it for hunting, then you can eat the game. But if you hunt something with your untrained hound and you were able to slaughter it before its death, you can eat of it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 397, narrated Anas bin Malik, we provoked a rabbit at Ma'izidzar until it started jumping. My companions chased it till they got tired. But I alone ran after it and caught it and brought it to Abu Talha. He sent both its legs to the Prophet who accepted them. Volume 7, Book 67, number 398, narrated Abu Qatada, that once he was with Allah's Apostle, on the way to Mecca. When he had covered some of the way to Mecca, he and some companions of his, who were in the state of Ihram, remained behind the Prophet while Abu Qatada himself was not in the state of Ihram. Abu Qatada, seeing an onager, rode his horse and asked his companions to hand him a whip, but they refused. He then asked them to hand him his spear, but they refused. Then he took it himself and attacked the onager and killed it. Some of the companions of Allah's Apostle ate of it, but some others refused to eat. When they met Allah's Apostle, they asked him about that. He said, it was meal given to you by Allah. Volume 7, Book 67, number 399, narrated Abu Qatada, the same hadith above, but he added, the Prophet asked, is there any of its meat left with you? Volume 7, Book 67, number 400, narrated Abu Qatada, I was with the Prophet, on a journey, between Mecca and Medina, and all of them, i.e. the Prophet and his companions, were in the state of Ihram, while I was not in that state. I was riding my horse and I used to be fond of ascending mountains. So while I was doing so I noticed that the people were looking at something. I went to see what it was, and behold, it was an onager. I asked my companions, what is that? They said, we do not know. I said, it is an onager. They said, it is what you have seen. I had left my whip, so I said to them, hand to me my whip. They said, we will not help you in that, in hunting the onager. I got down, took my whip and chased the animal, on my horse, and did not stop till I killed it. I went to them and said, come on, carry it. But they said, we will not even touch it. At last I alone carried it and brought it to them. Some of them ate of it and some refused to eat of it. I said to them, I will ask the Prophet about it, on your behalf. When I met the Prophet, I told him the whole story. He said to me, has anything of it been left with you? I said, yes. He said, eat, for it is a meal Allah has offered to you. Volume 7, Book 67, number 401, narrated Jabir, we went out in a campaign and the army was called the Army of the Carved, and Abu Ubaidah was our commander. We were struck with severe hunger. Then the sea threw a huge dead fish called Al-Anbar, the like of which had never been seen. We ate of it for half a month, and then Abu Ubaidah took one of its bones, and made an arch of it, so that a rider could easily pass under it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 402, narrated Jabir. The Prophet sent us as an army unit of 300 warriors under the command of Abu Ubaidah to ambush a caravan of the Quraysh. But we were struck with such severe hunger that we ate the carved desert bushes, so our army was called the army of the carved. Then the sea threw a huge fish called Al-Anbar, and we ate of it for half a month and rubbed our bodies with its fat till our bodies became healthy. Then Abu Ubaidah took one of its ribs and fixed it over the ground, and a rider passed underneath it. There was a man amongst us who slaughtered 3 camels when hunger became severe, and he slaughtered 3 more, but after that Abu Ubaidah forbade him to do so. Volume 7, Book 67, number 403, narrated Ibn Abi Awfa. We participated with the Prophet in 6 or 7 ghazawat, and we used to eat locusts with him. Volume 7, Book 67, number 404, narrated Abu Thalaba al-Kashani. I came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, we are living in the land of the people of the Scripture, and we take our meals in their utensils, and there is game in that land, and I hunt with my bow and with my trained hound and with my untrained hound. The Prophet said, as for your saying that you are in the land of people of the Scripture, you should not eat in their utensils unless you find no alternative, in which case you must wash the utensils and then eat in them. As for your saying that you are in the land of game, if you hunt something with your bow, mention Allah's name while hunting the game, and eat, and if you hunt something with your trained hound, mention Allah's name on sending and eat, and if you hunt something with your untrained hound and get it alive, slaughter it and you can eat of it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 405, narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. In the evening of the day of the conquest of Khaybar, the army made fires for cooking. The Prophet said, for what have you made these fires? They said, for cooking the meat of domestic donkeys. He said, throw away what is in the cooking pots and break the pots. A man from the people got up and said, shall we throw the contents of the cooking pots and then wash the pots, instead of breaking them? The Prophet said, yes, you can do either. Volume 7, Book 67, number 406, narrated Rafi bin Khadij. We were with the Prophet in Dhul Hulaifa, and there the people were struck with severe hunger. Then we got camels and sheep as war booty, and slaughtered them. The Prophet was behind all the people. The people hurried and fixed the cooking pots for cooking, but the Prophet came there and ordered that the cooking pots be turned upside down. Then he distributed the animals, regarding 10 sheep as equal to 1 camel. One of the camels ran away, and there were a few horses with the people. They chased the camel, but they got tired, whereupon a man shot it with an arrow, whereby Allah stopped it. The Prophet said, among these animals some are as wild beasts, so if one of them runs away from you, treat it in this way. I said, we hope, or we are afraid that tomorrow we will meet the enemy and we have no knives. Shall we slaughter our animals with canes? The Prophet said, if the killing tool causes blood to gush out and if Allah's name is mentioned, eat of the slaughterer animal. But do not slaughter with a tooth or a nail. I am telling you why. A tooth is a bone, and the nail is the knife of Ethiopians. Volume 7, Book 67, number 407, narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said that he met Sa'id bin Nufail at a place near Balda, and this had happened before Allah's Apostle received the divine inspiration. Allah's Apostle presented a dish of meat that had been offered to him by the pagans to Sa'id bin Amr, but Sa'id refused to eat of it and then said to the pagans, I do not eat of what you slaughter on your stony altars and subs, nor do I eat except that on which Allah's name has been mentioned on slaughtering. Volume 7, Book 67, number 408, narrated Jundub bin Sufyan al-Bajali. Once during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle we offered some animals as sacrifices. Some people slaughtered their sacrifices before the Eid prayer, so when the Prophet finished his prayer, he saw that they had slaughtered their sacrifices before the prayer. He said, whoever has slaughtered his sacrifice before the prayer should slaughter another sacrifice in lieu of it, and whoever has not yet slaughtered it till we have prayed should slaughter it by mentioning Allah's name. Volume 7, Book 67, number 409, narrated Kab, that a slave girl of theirs used to shepherd some sheep at Sa'ih, a mountain near Medina. On seeing one of her sheep dying, she broke a stone and slaughtered it. Kab said to his family, do not eat of it till I go to the Prophet and ask him, or till I send someone to ask him. So he went to the Prophet or sent someone to him. The Prophet permitted them to eat it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 410, narrated Abdullah that Kab had a slave girl who used to graze his sheep on a small mountain, called Sla, situated near the market. Once a sheep was dying, so she broke a stone and slaughtered it with it. When they mentioned that to the Prophet, he permitted them to eat it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 411, narrated Rafi bin Khadij, that he said, O Allah's Apostle, we have no knife. The Prophet said, if the killing tool causes blood to gush out, and if Allah's name is mentioned, eat of the slaughtered animal. But do not slaughter with a nail or a tooth, for the nail is the knife of Ethiopians and a tooth is a bone. Suddenly a camel ran away and it was stopped, with an arrow. The Prophet then said, of these camels there are some which are as wild beasts, so if one of them runs away from you and you cannot catch it, treat it in this manner, i.e., shoot it with an arrow. Volume 7, Book 67, number 412, narrated Kab bin Malik, a lady slaughtered a sheep with a stone and then the Prophet was asked about it and he permitted it to be eaten. Volume 7, Book 67, number 413, narrated Mu'ad bin Sa'd or Sa'd bin Mu'ad, a slave girl belonging to Kab used to graze some sheep at Sla, mountain. Once one of her sheep was dying. She reached it, before it died, and slaughtered it with a stone. The Prophet was asked, and he said, eat it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 414, narrated Rafi bin Khadij, the Prophet said, eat what is slaughtered, with any instrument, that makes blood flow out, except what is slaughtered with a tooth or a nail. Volume 7, Book 67, number 415, narrated Aisha, a group of people said to the Prophet, some people bring us meat and we do not know whether they have mentioned Allah's name or not on slaughtering the animal. He said, mention Allah's name on it and eat. Those people had embraced Islam recently. Volume 7, Book 67, number 416, narrates Abdullah bin Mughafal, while we were besieging the castle of Khaybar, somebody threw a skin full of fat and I went ahead to take it, but on looking behind, I saw the Prophet and I felt shy in his presence, and did not take it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 417, narrated Rafi bin Khadij, I said, O Allah's Apostle, we are going to face the enemy tomorrow and we do not have knives. He said, hurry up, in killing the animal. If the killing tool causes blood to flow out, and if Allah's name is mentioned, eat of the slaughtered animal. But do not slaughter with a tooth or a nail. I will tell you why. As for the tooth, it is a bone, and as for the nail, it is the knife of Ethiopians. Then we got some camels and sheep as war booty, and one of those camels ran away, whereupon a man shot it with an arrow and stopped it. Allah's Apostle said, of these camels there are some which are as wild beasts, so if one of them runs away and makes you tired, treat it in this manner. Volume 7, Book 67, number 418, narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr, we slaughtered a horse, by Nar, during the lifetime of the Prophet and ate it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 419, narrated Asma, we slaughtered a horse, by Darb, during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle while we were at Medina, and we ate it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 420, narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr, we slaughtered a horse, by Nar, during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle and ate it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 421, narrated Hisham bin Zaid, Anas and I went to Al-Hakam bin Ayyub. Anas saw some boys shooting at a tied hen. Anas said, the Prophet has forbidden the shooting of tied or confined animals. Volume 7, Book 67, number 422, narrated Ibn Umar, that he entered upon Yahya bin Said while one of Yahya's sons was aiming at a hen after tying it. Ibn Umar walked to it and untied it. Then he brought it and the boy and said, prevent your boys from tying the birds for the sake of killing them, as I have heard the Prophet forbidding the killing of an animal or other living thing after tying them. Volume 7, Book 67, number 423, narrated Said bin Jubair, while I was with Ibn Umar, we passed by a group of young men who had tied a hen and started shooting at it. When they saw Ibn Umar, they dispersed, leaving it. On that Ibn Umar said, who has done this? The Prophet cursed the one who did so. Volume 7, Book 67, number 424, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet cursed the one who did muthla to an animal, i.e., cut its limbs or some other part of its body while it is still alive. Volume 7, Book 67, number 425, narrated Abdullah bin Yazid, the Prophet forbade an-Nuba and al-Muthla. Volume 7, Book 67, number 426, narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, I saw the Prophet eating chicken. Volume 7, Book 67, number 427, narrated Zadam, we were in the company of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari and there were friendly relations between us and this tribe of Jam. Abu Musa was presented with a dish containing chicken. Among the people there was sitting a red-faced man who did not come near the food. Abu Musa said to him, "Come on, and eat, for I have seen Allah's apostle eating of it, i.e. chicken." He said, "I have seen it eating something dirty, and since then I have disliked it, and have taken an oath that I shall not eat it." Abu Musa said, "Come on, I will tell you, or narrate to you. Once I went to Allah's apostle with a group of al-Ash'ariyin, and met him while he was angry, distributing some camels of Rakat. We asked for mounts, but he took an oath that he would not give us any mounts, and added, I have nothing to mount you on. In the meantime some camels of booty were brought to Allah's apostle, and he asked twice, Where are al-Ash'ariyin? So he gave us 5 white camels with big humps. We stayed for a short while, after we had covered a little distance, and then I said to my companions, Allah's apostle has forgotten his oath. By Allah, if we do not remind Allah's apostle of his oath, we will never be successful. So we returned to the Prophet and said, O Allah's apostle, we asked you for mounts, but you took an oath that you would not give us any mounts. We think that you have forgotten your oath. He said, It is Allah who has given you mounts. By Allah, and Allah willing, if I take an oath and later find something else better than that, then I do what is better and expiate my oath. Volume 7, Book 67, number 428, narrated Asma, we slaughtered a horse during the lifetime of Allah's apostle and ate it. Volume 7, Book 67, number 429, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, on the day of the Battle of Khaybar, Allah's apostle made donkey's meat unlawful and allowed the eating of horse flesh. Volume 7, Book 67, number 430, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet made the meat of donkeys unlawful on the day of the Battle of Khaybar. Volume 7, Book 67, number 431, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet prohibited the eating of donkey's meat. Volume 7, Book 67, number 432, narrated Ali, Allah's apostle prohibited al-Mut'a marriage and the eating of donkey's meat in the year of the Khaybar battle. Volume 7, Book 67, number 433, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet prohibited the eating of donkey's meat on the day of the Battle of Khaybar, and allowed the eating of horse flesh. Volume 7, Book 67, number 434, narrated Al-Bara and Ibn Abi Awfa, the Prophet prohibited the eating of donkey's meat. Volume 7, Book 67, number 435, narrated Abu Tha Alba, Allah's apostle prohibited the eating of donkey's meat. Volume 7, Book 67, number 435 narrated Az Zuri, the Prophet prohibited the eating of beasts having fangs. Volume 7, Book 67, number 436, narrated Anas bin Malik, someone came to Allah's apostle and said, the donkeys have been slaughtered and eaten. Another man came and said, the donkeys have been destroyed. On that the Prophet ordered a caller to announce to the people, Allah and his apostle forbid you to eat the meat of donkeys, for it is impure. Thus the pots were turned upside down while the donkeys' meat was boiling in them. Volume 7, Book 67, number 437, narrated Amr, I said to Jabir bin Zaid, the people claim that Allah's apostle forbade the eating of donkey's meat. He said, Al-Hakam bin Amr al-Ghifari used to say so when he was with us, but Ibn Abbas, the great religious learned man, refused to give a final verdict and recited, Say, I find not in that which has been inspired to me anything forbidden to be eaten by one who wishes to eat it, unless it be carrion, blood poured forth or the flesh of swine. 6, 145, Volume 7, Book 67, number 438, narrated Abu Tha Laba, Allah's apostle forbade the eating of the meat of beasts having fangs. Volume 7, Book 67, number 439, narrated Abdullah bin Abbas, once Allah's apostle passed by a dead sheep and said, to the people, why don't you use its hide? They said, but it is dead. He said, only eating it is prohibited. Volume 7, Book 67, number 440, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet passed by a dead goat and said, there is no harm if its owners benefit from its skin. Volume 7, Book 67, number 441, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, none is wounded in Allah's cause but will come on the day of resurrection with his wound bleeding. The thing that will come out of his wound will be the color of blood, but its smell will be the smell of musk. Volume 7, Book 67, number 442, narrated Abu Musa, the Prophet said, the example of a good pious companion and an evil one is that of a person carrying musk and another blowing a pair of bellows. The one who is carrying musk will either give you some perfume as a present, or you will buy some from him, you will get a good smell from him, but the one who is blowing a pair of bellows will either burn your clothes or you will get a bad smell from him. Volume 7, Book 67, number 443, narrated Anas bin Malik, once we provoked a rabbit at Ma'izid Zaran. The people chased it till they got tired. Then I caught it and brought it to Abu Talha, who slaughtered it and then sent both its pelvic pieces, or legs, to the Prophet, and the Prophet accepted the present. Volume 7, Book 67, number 444, narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, I do not eat mastigir, but I do not prohibit its eating. Volume 7, Book 67, number 445, narrated Khalid bin al-Walid, Allah's Apostle, and I entered the house of Maymuna. A roasted mastigir was served. Allah's Apostle stretched his hand out, to eat of it, but some woman said, inform Allah's Apostle of what he is about to eat. So they said, it is mastigir, O Allah's Apostle. He withdrew his hand, whereupon I said, O Allah's Apostle, is it unlawful? He said, no, but this is not found in the land of my people, so I dislike it. So I pulled the mastigir towards me and ate it while Allah's Apostle was looking at me. Volume 7, Book 67, number 446, narrated Maymuna, a mouse fell into the butterfat and died. The Prophet was asked about that. He said, throw away the mouse and the butterfat that surrounded it, and eat the rest of the butterfat, as Sam. Volume 7, Book 67, number 447, narrated Az-Juri, regarding an animal, e.g., a mouse or some other animal that had fallen into solid or liquid oil or butterfat. I had been informed that a mouse had died in butterfat, whereupon Allah's Apostle ordered that the butterfat near it be thrown away and the rest of the butterfat can be eaten. Volume 7, Book 67, number 448, narrated Maymuna, the Prophet was asked about a mouse that had fallen into butterfat, and died. He said, throw away the mouse and the portion of butterfat around it, and eat the rest. Volume 7, Book 67, number 449, narrated Salim, that Ibn Umar disliked the branding of animals on the face. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet forbade beating animals on the face. Volume 7, Book 67, number 450, narrated Anas, I brought a brother of mine to the Prophet to do tarnik for him while the Prophet was in a sheepfold of his, and I saw him branding a sheep. The sub-narrator said, I think Anas said, branding it on the ear. Volume 7, Book 67, number 451, narrated Rayt bin Khadij, I said to the Prophet, we will be facing the enemy tomorrow and we have no knives for slaughtering. He said, if you slaughter the animal with anything that causes its blood to flow out, and if Allah's name is mentioned on slaughtering it, eat of it, unless the killing instrument is a tooth or nail. I will tell you why. As for the tooth, it is a bone, and as for the nail, it is the knife of Ethiopians. The quick ones among the people got the war booty while the Prophet was behind the people. So they placed the cooking pots on the fire, but the Prophet ordered the cooking pots to be turned upside down. Then he distributed the war booty among them, considering one camel as equal to 10 sheep. Then a camel belonging to the first party of people ran away and they had no horses with them, so a man shot it with an arrow whereby Allah stopped it. The Prophet said, of these animals there are some which are as wild beasts. So, if any one of them runs away like this, do like this, shoot it with an arrow. Volume 7, Book 67, number 452, narrated Rafi bin Khadij, while we were with the Prophet. On a journey, one of the camels ran away. A man shot it with an arrow and stopped it. The Prophet said, of these camels some are as wild beasts, so if one of them runs away and you cannot catch it, then do like this, shoot it with an arrow. I said, O Allah's Apostle, sometimes when we are in battles or on a journey we want to slaughter animals, but we have no knives. He said, listen. If you slaughter the animal with anything that causes its blood to flow out, and if Allah's name is mentioned on slaughtering it, eat of it, provided that the slaughtering instrument is not a tooth or a nail, as the tooth is a bone and the nail is the knife of Ethiopians. 68. Al-Adha Festival Sacrifice, Adahi, Volume 7, Book 68, Number 453, narrated Al-Bukhara, the Prophet said, on the day of Eid al-Adha, the first thing we will do on this day of ours, is to offer the Eid prayer and then return to slaughter the sacrifice. Whoever does so, he acted according to our sunnah, tradition, and whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, what he offered was just meat he presented to his family, and that will not be considered as nusak, sacrifice. On hearing that, Abu Burda bin Niyar got up, for he had slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, and said, I have got a 6-month-old ram. The Prophet said, slaughter it, as a sacrifice, but it will not be sufficient for anyone else, as a sacrifice after you. Al-Bukhara added, the Prophet said, whoever slaughtered the sacrifice after the prayer, he slaughtered it at the right time and followed the tradition of the Muslims. Volume 7, Book 68, Number 454, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet said, whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, he just slaughtered it for himself, and whoever slaughtered it after the prayer, he slaughtered it at the right time and followed the tradition of the Muslims. Volume 7, Book 68, Number 455, narrated Uqba bin Amir al-Yuhani, that the Prophet distributed among his companions some animals for sacrifice, to be slaughtered on Eid al-Adha. Uqba's share was a Jada, a 6-month-old goat. Uqba said, O Allah's Apostle! I get in my share of Jada, a 6-month-old ram. The Prophet said, slaughter it as a sacrifice. Volume 7, Book 68, Number 456, narrated Aisha, that the Prophet entered upon her when she had her menses at Sarif before entering Mecca, and she was weeping, because she was afraid that she would not be able to perform the Hajj. The Prophet said, what is wrong with you? Have you got your period? She said, yes. He said, this is a matter Allah has decreed for all the daughters of Adam, so perform all the ceremonies of Hajj like the others, but do not perform the tawaf around the Kaaba. Aisha added, when we were at Mina, beef was brought to me and I asked, what is this? They, the people, said, Allah's Apostle has slaughtered some cows as sacrifices on behalf of his wives. Volume 7, Book 68, Number 457, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet said on the day of Nahr, whoever has slaughtered his sacrifice before the prayer, should repeat it, slaughter another sacrifice. A man got up and said, O Allah's Apostle! This is a day on which meat is desired. He then mentioned his neighbors saying, I have a 6-month-old ram which is to me better than the meat of 2 sheep. The Prophet allowed him to slaughter it as a sacrifice, but I do not know whether this permission was valid for other than that man or not. The Prophet then went towards 2 rams and slaughtered them, and then the people went towards some sheep and distributed them among themselves. Volume 7, Book 68, Number 458, narrated Abu Bakr, the Prophet said, time has come back to its original state which it had on the day Allah created the heavens and the earth. The year is 12 months, 4 of which are sacred, 3 of them are in succession, namely Dhul-Qa'dah, Dhul-Hijjah and Muharram, the 4th being Rajab Muda which is between Jumadiyah, Aftamj and Shaban. The Prophet then asked, which month is this? We said, Allah and his Apostle know better. He kept silent so long that we thought that he would call it by a name other than its real name. He said, isn't it the month of Dhul-Hijjah? We said, yes. He said, which town is this? We said, Allah and his Apostle know better. He kept silent so long that we thought that he would call it a name other than its real name. He said, isn't it the town of Mecca? We replied, yes. He said, what day is today? We replied, Allah and his Apostle know better. He kept silent so long that we thought that he would call it by a name other than its real name. He said, isn't it the day of Nahr? We replied, yes. He then said, your blood, properties and honor are as sacred to one another as this day of yours in this town of yours in this month of yours. You will meet your Lord, and he will ask you about your deeds. Beware. Do not go astray after me by cutting the necks of each other. It is incumbent upon those who are present to convey this message to those who are absent, for some of those to whom it is conveyed may comprehend it better than some of those who have heard it directly. Muhammad, the sub-narrator, on mentioning this used to say, the Prophet then said, no doubt. Haven't I delivered Allah's message to you? Haven't I delivered Allah's message to you? Volume 7, Book 68, number 459, narrated Nafi, Abdullah bin Umar, used to slaughter his sacrifice at the slaughtering place, i.e. the slaughtering place of the Prophet. Ibn Umar said, Allah's apostle used to slaughter camels and sheep, etc., as sacrifices at the Musalla. Volume 7, Book 68, number 460, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet used to offer 2 rams as sacrifices, and I also used to offer 2 rams. Volume 7, Book 68, number 461, narrated Anas, Allah's apostle came towards 2 horned rams having black and white colors and slaughtered them with his own hands. Volume 7, Book 68, number 462, narrated Uqba bin Amir, that the Prophet gave him some sheep to distribute among his companions to slaughter as sacrifices, Eid al-Adha. A kid was left and he told the Prophet of that, whereupon he said to him, slaughter it as a sacrifice, on your behalf. Volume 7, Book 68, number 463, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, an uncle of mine called Abu Burda, slaughtered his sacrifice before the Eid prayer. So Allah's apostle said to him, your slaughtered sheep was just mutton, not a sacrifice. Abu Burda said, O Allah's apostle, I have got a domestic kid. The Prophet said, slaughter it, as a sacrifice, but it will not be permissible for anybody other than you. The Prophet added, whoever slaughtered his sacrifice before the Eid prayer, he only slaughtered for himself, and whoever slaughtered it after the prayer, he offered his sacrifice properly and followed the tradition of the Muslims. Volume 7, Book 68, number 464, narrated Al-Bara, Abu Burda slaughtered the sacrifice before the Eid prayer, whereupon the Prophet said to him, slaughter another sacrifice instead of that. Abu Burda said, I have nothing except a Jada'a. Shubi'a said, perhaps Abu Burda also said that Jada'a was better than an old sheep in his opinion. The Prophet said, never mind, slaughter it to make up for the other one, but it will not be sufficient for anyone else after you. Volume 7, Book 68, number 465, narrated Anas, the Prophet slaughtered 2 rams, black and white in color, as sacrifices, and I saw him putting his foot on their sides and mentioning Allah's name and takbir, Allahu Akbar. Then he slaughtered them with his own hands. Volume 7, Book 68, number 466, narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle entered upon me at Sarif while I was weeping, because I was afraid that I would not be able to perform the Hajj. He said, what is wrong with you? Have you got your period? I replied, yes. He said, this is a matter Allah has decreed for all the daughters of Adam, so perform the ceremonies of the Hajj as the pilgrims do, but do not perform the tawaf around the Kaaba. Allah's apostle slaughtered some cows as sacrifices on behalf of his wives. Volume 7, Book 68, number 467, narrated Al-Bara, I heard the Prophet delivering a sermon, and he said, on the day of Eid al-Adha, the first thing we will do on this day of ours is that we will offer the Eid prayer, then we will return and slaughter our sacrifices, and whoever does so, then indeed he has followed our tradition, and whoever slaughtered his sacrifice before the prayer, what he offered was just meat that he presented to his family, and that was not a sacrifice. Abu Burda got up and said, O Allah's apostle, I slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, and I have got a Jada'a which is better than an old sheep. The Prophet said, slaughter it to make up for that, but it will not be sufficient for anybody else after you. Volume 7, Book 68, number 468, narrated Anas, the Prophet said, whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before the Eid prayer, should repeat it, slaughter another one. A man said, this is the day on which meat is desired. Then he mentioned the need of his neighbors for meat, and the Prophet seemed to accept his excuse. The man said, I have a Jada'a which is to me better than 2 sheep. The Prophet allowed him to slaughter it as a sacrifice. But I do not know whether this permission was general for all Muslims or not. The Prophet then went towards 2 rams and slaughtered them, and the people went towards their sheep and slaughtered them. Volume 7, Book 68, number 469, narrated Jundab bin Safiyan al-Bajali, I witnessed the Prophet on the day of Nahr. He said, whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before offering the ID prayer should slaughter another sacrifice in its place, and whoever has not slaughtered their sacrifice yet should slaughter now. Volume 7, Book 68, number 470, narrated Al-Bukhara. One day Allah's apostle offered the ID prayer and said, whoever offers our prayer and faces our Qibla should not slaughter the sacrifice till he finishes the ID prayer. Abu Burda bin Niyar got up and said, O Allah's apostle, I have already done it. The Prophet said, that is something you have done before its due time. Abu Burda said, I have a jardeh which is better than 2 old sheep, shall I slaughter it? The Prophet said, yes, but it will not be sufficient for anyone after you. Volume 7, Book 68, number 471, narrated Anas, the Prophet used to offer as sacrifices 2 horned rams, black and white in color, and used to put his foot on their sides and slaughter them with his own hands. Volume 7, Book 68, number 472, narrated Anas, the Prophet offered as sacrifices 2 horned rams, black and white in color. He slaughtered them with his own hands and mentioned Allah's name over them and said Takbir and put his foot on their sides. Volume 7, Book 68, number 473, narrated Masruq, that he came to Aisha and said to her, O mother of the believers, there is a man who sends a hadi to Kaba and stays in his city and requests that his hadi camel be garlanded while he remains in a state of ihram from that day till the people finish their ihram, after completing all the ceremonies of Hajj. What do you say about it? Masruq added, I heard the clapping of her hands behind the curtain. She said, I used to twist the garlands for the hadi of Allah's apostle and he used to send his hadi to Kaba, but he never used to regard as unlawful what was lawful for men to do with their wives till the people returned from the Hajj. Volume 7, Book 68, number 474, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, during the lifetime of the Prophet we used to take with us the meat of the sacrifices of Eid al-Adha to Medina. The narrator often said, the meat of the hadi. Volume 7, Book 68, number 475, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, that once he was not present at the time of Eid al-Adha, and when he came, some meat was presented to him. And the people said to him, this is the meat of our sacrifices. He said, take it away, I shall not taste it. In his narration, Abu Sa'id added, I got up and went to my brother, Abu Qatada, who was his maternal brother and was one of the warriors of the Battle of Badr, and mentioned that to him. He said, a new verdict was given in your absence, i.e., meat of sacrifices was allowed to be stored and eaten later on. Volume 7, Book 68, number 476, narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa, the Prophet said, whoever has slaughtered a sacrifice should not keep anything of its meat after 3 days. When it was the next year the people said, O Allah's apostle, shall we do as we did last year? He said, eat of it and feed of it to others and store of it, for in that year the people were having a hard time and I wanted you to help the needy. Volume 7, Book 68, number 477, narrated Aisha, we used to salt some of the meat of sacrifice and present it to the Prophet at Medina. Once he said, do not eat of that meat for more than 3 days. That was not a final order, but, that year, he wanted us to feed of it to others. Allah knows better. Volume 7, Book 68, number 478, narrated Abu Ubaid, the freed slave of Ibn Azhar, that he witnessed the day of Eid al-Adha with Umar bin al-Khattab. Umar offered the Eid prayer before the sermon and then delivered the sermon before the people, saying, O people, Allah's apostle has forbidden you to fast on the first day of each of these 2 Eid, for one of them is the day of breaking your fast, and the other is the one on which you eat the meat of your sacrifices. Volume 7, Book 68, number 479, narrated Abu Ubaid, in continuation of 478. Then I witnessed the Eid with Uthman bin Affan, and that was on a Friday. He offered the prayer before the sermon, saying, O people, today you have 2 festivals together, so whoever of those who live at Al-Awali suburbs would like to wait for the Jumu'ah prayer, he may wait, and whoever would like to return home is granted my permission to do so. Then I witnessed the with Ali bin Abi Talib, and he too offered the Eid prayer before the sermon and then delivered the sermon before the people and said, Allah's apostle has forbidden you to eat the meat of your sacrifices for more than 3 days. Volume 7, Book 68, number 480, narrated Salim. Abdullah bin Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, eat of the meat of sacrifices, of Eid al-Adha, for 3 days. When Abdullah departed from Mina, he used to eat bread with oil, lest he should eat of the meat of Hadi, which is regarded as unlawful after the 3 days of the Eid. 69. Drinks Volume 7, Book 69, number 481, narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle said, whoever drinks alcoholic drinks in the world and does not repent, before dying, will be deprived of it in the hereafter. Volume 7, Book 69, number 482, narrated Abu Hurairah, on the night Allah's Apostle was taken on a night journey, Mi'raj, 2 cups, one containing wine and the other milk, were presented to him at Jerusalem. He looked at it and took the cup of milk. Gabriel said, Praise be to Allah who guided you to Al-Fitra, the right path. If you had taken the cup of wine, your nation would have gone astray. Volume 7, Book 69, number 483, narrated Anas, I heard from Allah's Apostle a narration which none other than I will narrate to you. The Prophet said, From among the portents of the hour are the following: general ignorance in religious affairs will prevail, religious knowledge will decrease, illegal sexual intercourse will prevail, alcoholic drinks will be drunk in abundance, men will decrease and women will increase, so much so that for every 50 women there will be 1 man to look after them. Volume 7, Book 69, number 484, narrated Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, An adulterer, at the time he is committing illegal sexual intercourse, is not a believer, and a person, at the time of drinking an alcoholic drink, is not a believer, and a thief, at the time of stealing, is not a believer. Ibn Shihab said, Abdul Malik bin Abi Bakr bin Abdurrahman bin al-Harith bin Hisham told me that Abu Bakr used to narrate that narration to him on the authority of Abu Hurairah. He used to add that Abu Bakr used to mention, besides the above cases, and he who robs, takes illegally something by force, while the people are looking at him, is not a believer at the time he is robbing, taking. Volume 7, Book 69, number 485, narrated Ibn Umar, alcoholic drinks were prohibited, by Allah, when there was nothing of it, special kind of wine, in Medina. Volume 7, Book 69, number 486, narrated Anas, alcoholic drinks were prohibited at the time we could rarely find wine made from grapes in Medina, for most of our liquors were made from unripe and ripe dates. Volume 7, Book 69, number 487, narrated Ibn Umar, Umar stood up on the pulpit and said, Now then, prohibition of alcoholic drinks have been revealed, and these drinks are prepared from 5 things, i.e. grapes, dates, honey, wheat or barley, and an alcoholic drink is that disturbs the mind. Volume 7, Book 69, number 488, narrated Anas bin Malik, I was serving Abu Ubaidah, Abu Talha, and Ubay bin Ka'b with a drink prepared from ripe and unripe dates. Then somebody came to them and said, Alcoholic drinks have been prohibited. On hearing that, Abu Talha said, Get up, O Anas, and throw it out. So I threw it out. Volume 7, Book 69, number 489, narrated Anas, while I was waiting on my uncles and serving them with wine prepared from dates, and I was the youngest of them, it was said, Alcoholic drinks have been prohibited. So they said to me, Throw it away. So I threw it away. Volume 7, Book 69, number 490, narrated Anas bin Malik, alcoholic drinks were prohibited. At that time these drinks used to be prepared from unripe and ripe dates. Volume 7, Book 69, number 491, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle was asked about albit. He said, All drinks that intoxicate are unlawful to drink. Volume 7, Book 69, number 492a, narrated Aisha, Allah's Apostle was asked about albit, a liquor prepared from honey which the Yemenites used to drink. Allah's Apostle said, All drinks that intoxicate are unlawful to drink. Volume 7, Book 69, number 492b, Anas bin Malik said, Allah's Apostle said, Do not make drinks in ad-dubba nor in al-musafat. Abu Hurairah used to add to them al-hantam and an-nakir. Volume 7, Book 69, number 493, narrated Ibn Umar, Umar delivered a sermon on the pulpit of Allah's Apostle, saying, Alcoholic drinks were prohibited by divine order, and these drinks used to be prepared from 5 things, i.e., grapes, dates, wheat, barley, and honey. Alcoholic drink is that disturbs the mind. Umar added, I wish Allah's apostle had not left us before he had given us definite verdicts concerning three matters, i.e., how much a grandfather may inherit of his grandson, the inheritance of al-Kalala, the deceased person among whose heirs there is no father or son, and various types of riba. 1. Usury. Volume 7, Book 69, number 494s, narrated Umar, alcoholic drinks are prepared from 5 things, i.e., raisins, dates, wheat, barley and honey. Volume 7, Book 69, number 494v, narrated Abu Amir or Abu Malik al-Ash'ari, that he heard the Prophet saying, "From among my followers there will be some people who will consider illegal sexual intercourse, the wearing of silk, the drinking of alcoholic drinks and the use of musical instruments, as lawful. And there will be some people who will stay near the side of a mountain, and in the evening their shepherd will come to them with their sheep and ask them for something, but they will say to him, 'Return to us tomorrow.' Allah will destroy them during the night and will let the mountain fall on them, and he will transform the rest of them into monkeys and pigs, and they will remain so till the day of resurrection." Volume 7, Book 69, number 495, narrated Sal, Abu Uzaid as-Sa'idi came and invited Allah's apostle on the occasion of his wedding. His wife, who was the bride, was serving them. Do you know what drink she prepared for Allah's apostle? She had soaked some dates in water in a tur overnight. Volume 7, Book 69, number 496, narrated Jabir, Allah's apostle forbade the use of certain containers, but the Ansar said, "We cannot dispense with them." The Prophet then said, "If so, then use them." Volume 7, Book 69, number 497, narrated Abdullah bin Amr, when the Prophet forbade the use of certain containers that were used for preparing alcoholic drinks, somebody said to the Prophet, "But not all the people can find skins." So he allowed them to use clay jars not covered with pitch. Volume 7, Book 69, number 498, narrated Ali, the Prophet forbade the use of ad-dubba and al-musafat. Volume 7, Book 69, number 499, narrated Al-Amash, as above, 494. Volume 7, Book 69, number 500, narrated Ibrahim, I asked Al-Aswad, "Did you ask Aisha, mother of the believers, about the containers in which it is disliked to prepare non-alcoholic drinks?" He said, "Yes." I said to her, "O mother of the believers, what containers did the Prophet forbid to use for preparing non-alcoholic drinks?" She said, "The Prophet forbade us, his family, to prepare non-alcoholic drinks in ad-dubba and al-musafat." I asked, "Didn't you mention al-jar and al-hantam?" She said, "I tell what I have heard, shall I tell you what I have not heard?" Volume 7, Book 69, number 501, narrated Ash-Shaybani, I heard Abdullah bin Abi Awfa saying, "The Prophet forbade the use of green jars." I said, "Shall we drink out of white jars?" He said, "No." Volume 7, Book 69, number 502, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd Abu Uzaid as-Sa'idi invited the Prophet to his wedding banquet. At that time his wife was serving them and she was the bride. She said, "Do you know what kind of syrup I made for Allah's apostle?" I soaked some dates in water in a tur bowl overnight. Volume 7, Book 69, number 503, narrated Abu al-Juwayriyah, I asked Ibn Abbas about al-Badhak. He said, Muhammad prohibited alcoholic drinks before it was called al-Badhak, by saying, "Any drink that intoxicates is unlawful." I said, "What about good lawful drinks?" He said, "Apart from what is lawful and good, all other things are unlawful and not good, unclean al-Kabath." Volume 7, Book 69, number 504, narrated Aisha, the Prophet used to like sweet edible things and honey. Volume 7, Book 69, number 505, narrated Anas, while I was serving Abu Talha, Abu Dujana and Abu Suhail bin al-Baidar with a drink made from a mixture of unripe and ripe dates, alcoholic drinks, were made unlawful, whereupon I threw it away, and I was their butler and the youngest of them, and we used to consider that drink as an alcoholic drink in those days. Volume 7, Book 69, number 506, narrated Jabir, the Prophet forbade the drinking of alcoholic drinks prepared from raisins, dates, unripe dates and fresh ripe dates. Volume 7, Book 69, number 507, narrated Abu Qatada, the Prophet forbade the mixing of ripe and unripe dates and also the mixing of dates and raisins, for preparing a syrup, but the syrup of each kind of fruit should be prepared separately. One may have such drinks as long as it is fresh. Volume 7, Book 69, number 508, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle was presented a bowl of milk and a bowl of wine on the night he was taken on a journey, Al-Miraj. Volume 7, Book 69, number 509, narrated Al-Fadl, the people doubted whether Allah's Apostle was fasting or the day of Arafat or not. So I sent a cup containing milk to him and he drank it. Volume 7, Book 69, number 510, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Abu Humayd brought a cup of mix from a place called Al-Naqi. Allah's Apostle said to him, will you not cover it, even by placing a stick across it? Volume 7, Book 69, number 511, narrated Jabir, Abu Humayd, an Ansari man, came from Al-Naqi carrying a cup of milk to the Prophet. The Prophet said, will you not cover it even by placing a stick across it? Volume 7, Book 69, number 512, narrated Al-Bara, the Prophet came from Mecca with Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr said, we passed by a shepherd and at that time Allah's Apostle was thirsty. I milked a little milk in a bowl and Allah's Apostle drank till I was pleased. Suraka bin Jusham came to us riding a horse, chasing us. The Prophet invoked evil upon him, whereupon Suraka requested him not to invoke evil upon him, in which case he would go back. The Prophet agreed. Volume 7, Book 69, number 513, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle said, the best object of charity is a she-camel which has, newly, given birth and gives plenty of milk, or a she-goat which gives plenty of milk, and is given to somebody to utilize its milk by milking one bowl in the morning and one in the evening. Volume 7, Book 69, number 514, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's Apostle drank milk and then rinsed his mouth and said, it contains fat. The Prophet added, I was raised to the Lot tree and saw 4 rivers, 2 of which were coming out and 2 going in. Those which were coming out were the Nile and the Euphrates, and those which were going in were 2 rivers in paradise. Then I was given 3 bowls, one containing milk, and another containing honey, and a third containing wine. I took the bowl containing milk and drank it. It was said to me, you and your followers will be on the right path of Islam. Volume 7, Book 69, number 515, narrated Anas bin Malik, Abu Talha had the largest number of date palms from amongst the Ansars of Medina. The dearest of his property to him was Bayruha garden which was facing the Prophet's mosque. Allah's Apostle used to enter it and drink of its good fresh water. When the holy verse, by no means shall you attain righteousness unless you spend, in charity, of that which you love. 3:92, was revealed, Abu Talha got up and said, O Allah's Apostle! Allah says, by no means shall you attain righteousness unless you spend of that which you love, and the dearest of my property to me is the Bayruha garden and I want to give it in charity in Allah's cause, seeking to be rewarded by Allah for that. So you can spend it, O Allah's Apostle, wherever Allah instructs you. Allah's Apostle said, good. That is a perishable, or profitable, wealth. Abdullah is in doubt as to which word was used. He said, I have heard what you have said, but in my opinion you'd better give it to your kith and kin. On that Abu Talha said, I will do so, O Allah's Apostle. Abu Talha distributed that garden among his kith and kin and cousins. Volume 7, Book 69, number 516, narrated Anas bin Malik, I saw Allah's Apostle drinking milk. He came to my house and I milked a sheep and then mixed the milk with water from the well for Allah's Apostle. He took the bowl and drank while on his left there was sitting Abu Bakr, and on his right there was a Bedouin. He then gave the remaining milk to the Bedouin and said, The right first. Volume 7, Book 69, number 517, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Allah's Apostle and one of his companions entered upon an Ansari man and the Prophet said to him, if you have water kept overnight in a water skin, give us, otherwise we will drink water by putting our mouth in it. The man was watering his garden then. He said, O Allah's Apostle! I have water kept overnight, let us go to the shade. So he took them both there and poured water into a bowl and milked a domestic goat of his in it. Allah's Apostle drank, and then the man who had come along with him, drank. Volume 7, Book 69, number 518, narrated Aisha, the Prophet used to like sweet edible things, syrup, etc. and honey. Volume 7, Book 69, number 519, narrated and Nazl, all came to the gate of the courtyard of the mosque, and drank water, while he was standing, and said, Some people dislike to drink while standing, but I saw the Prophet drinking water, as you have seen me doing now. Volume 7, Book 69, number 520, narrated and Nazl bin Sabra, Ali offered the Zuhr prayer and then sat down in the wide courtyard of the mosque of Kufa in order to deal with the affairs of the people till the Asr prayer became due. Then water was brought to him and he drank of it, washed his face, hands, head and feet. Then he stood up and drank the remaining water while he was standing. And said, Some people dislike to drink water while standing, thought the Prophet did as I have just done. Volume 7, Book 69, number 521, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet drank Zamzam, water, while standing. Volume 7, Book 69, number 522, narrated Al-Fadl, daughter of Al-Harith, that she sent a bowl of milk to the Prophet while he was standing at Arafat, in the afternoon of the day of Arafat. He took it in his hands and drank it. Narrated Abu Nada, the Prophet was on the back of his camel. Volume 7, Book 69, number 523, narrated Anas bin Malik, milk mixed with water was brought to Allah's Apostle while a Bedouin was on his right and Abu Bakr was on his left. He drank of it, and then gave it to the Bedouin and said, The right, first. Volume 7, Book 69, number 524, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, Allah's Apostle was offered something to drink. He drank of it while on his right was a boy and on his left were some elderly people. He said to the boy, May I give these elderly people first? The boy said, By Allah, O Allah's Apostle, I will not give up my share from you to somebody else. On that Allah's Apostle placed the cup in the hand of that boy. Volume 7, Book 69, number 525, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet and one of his companions entered upon an Ansari man. The Prophet and his companion greeted the man, and he replied, O Allah's Apostle, let my father and mother be sacrificed for you. It is hot, while he was watering his garden. The Prophet asked him, If you have water kept overnight in a water skin, give us, or else we will drink by putting our mouths in the basin. The man was watering the garden. The man said, O Allah's Apostle, I have water kept overnight in a water skin. He went to the shade and poured some water into a bowl and milked some milk from a domestic goat in it. The Prophet drank and then gave the bowl to the man who had come along with him to drink. Volume 7, Book 69, number 526, narrated Anas, I was waiting on my uncles, serving them with an alcoholic drink prepared from dates, and I was the youngest of them. Suddenly, it was said that alcoholic drinks had been prohibited. So they said to me, Throw it away. And I threw it away. The subnarrator said, I asked Anas what their drink was made from. He replied, From ripe dates and unripe dates. Volume 7, Book 69, number 527, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, Allah's Apostle said, When night falls, or when it is evening, stop your children from going out, for the devil spread out at that time. But when an hour of the night has passed, release them and close the doors and mention Allah's name, for Satan does not open a closed door. Tie the mouth of your water skin and mention Allah's name, cover your containers and utensils and mention Allah's name. Cover them even by placing something across it, and extinguish your lamps. Volume 7, Book 69, number 528, narrated Jabir, Allah's Apostle said, Extinguish the lamps when you go to bed, close your doors, tie the mouths of your water skins, and cover the food and drinks. I think he added, even with a stick you place across the container. Volume 7, Book 69, number 529, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, Allah's Apostle forbade the bending of the mouths of water skins for the sake of drinking from them. Volume 7, Book 69, number 530, narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, I heard Allah's Apostle forbidding the drinking of water by bending the mouths of water skins, i.e., drinking from the mouths directly. Volume 7, Book 69, number 531, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's Apostle forbade drinking directly from the mouth of a water skin or other leather containers, and forbade preventing one's neighbor from fixing a peg in the wall of one's house. Volume 7, Book 69, number 532, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet forbade the drinking of water directly from the mouth of a water skin. Volume 7, Book 69, number 533, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet forbade the drinking of water direct from the mouth of a water skin. Volume 7, Book 69, number 534, narrated Abu Qatada, Allah's Apostle said, when you drink water, do not breath in the vessel, and when you urinate, do not touch your penis with your right hand. And when you cleanse yourself after defecation, do not use your right hand. Volume 7, Book 69, number 535, narrated Thumamah bin Abdullah, Anas used to breathe twice or thrice in the vessel, while drinking, and used to say that the Prophet used to take 3 breaths while drinking. Volume 7, Book 69, number 536, narrated Ibn Abi Layla, while Hudayta was at Madain, he asked for water. The chief of the village brought him a silver vessel. Hudayfa threw it away and said, I have thrown it away because I told him not to use it, but he has not stopped using it. The Prophet forbade us to wear clothes of silk or dibaj, and to drink in gold or silver utensils, and said, these things are for them, unbelievers, in this world, and for you, Muslims, in the hereafter. Volume 7, Book 69, number 537, narrated Hudayfa, the Prophet said, do not drink in gold or silver utensils, and do not wear clothes of silk or dibaj, for these things are for them, unbelievers, in this world, and for you in the hereafter. Volume 7, Book 69, number 538, narrated Salama, the wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle said, he who drinks in silver utensils is only filling his abdomen with hell fire. Volume 7, Book 69, number 539, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, Allah's Apostle ordered us to do 7 things and forbade us from 7. He ordered us to visit the sick, to follow funeral processions, to say, to a sneezer, may Allah bestow His mercy on you, if he says, praise be to Allah, to accept invitations, to greet everybody, to help the oppressed and to help others to fulfill their oaths. He forbade us to wear gold rings, to drink in silver utensils, to use myathi, silken carpets placed on saddles, to wear al-kisi, a kind of silken cloth, to wear silk, dibaj or istabrak, 2 kinds of silk. Volume 7, Book 69, number 540, narrated Al-Fadl, that the people were in doubt whether the Prophet was fasting on the day of Arafat or not, so a wooden drinking vessel full of milk was sent to him, and he drank it. Volume 7, Book 69, number 541, narrated Sa'al bin Sa'd, an Arab lady was mentioned to the Prophet, so he asked Abu Uzayd as-Sa'idi to send for her, and he sent for her, and she came and stayed in the castle of Bani Sa'ida. The Prophet came out and went to her, and entered upon her. Behold, it was a lady sitting with a drooping head. When the Prophet spoke to her, she said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. He said, I grant you refuge from me. They said to her, do you know who this is? She said, no. They said, this is Allah's Apostle who has come to command your hand in marriage. She said, I am very unlucky to lose this chance. Then the Prophet and his companions went towards the shed of Bani Sa'ida and sat there. Then he said, give us water, O Sa'al. So I took out this drinking bowl and gave them water in it. The sub-narrator added, Sa'al took out for us that very drinking bowl and we all drank from it. Later on Umar bin Abdul Aziz requested Sa'al to give it to him as a present, and he gave it to him as a present. Volume 7, Book 69, number 542, narrated Asim al-Awwal, I saw the drinking bowl of the Prophet with Anas bin Malik, and it had been broken, and he had mended it with silver plates. That drinking bowl was quite wide and made of Nadar wood. Anas said, I gave water to the Prophet in that bowl more than so-and-so, for a long period. Ibn Sirin said, around that bowl there was an iron ring, and Anas wanted to replace it with a silver or gold ring, but Abu Talha said to him, do not change a thing that Allah's Apostle has made. So Anas left it as it was. Volume 7, Book 69, number 543, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, I was with the Prophet and the time for the Asr prayer became due. We had no water with us except a little which was put in a vessel and was brought to the Prophet. He put his hand into it and spread out his fingers and then said, come along. Hurry up. All those who want to perform ablution. The blessing is from Allah. I saw the water gushing out from his fingers. So the people performed the ablution and drank, and I tried to drink more of that water, beyond my thirst and capacity, for I knew that it was a blessing. The sub-narrator said, I asked Jabir, how many persons were you then? He replied, we were 1,400 men. Salim said, Jabir said, 1,500. 70, Patience Volume 7, Book 70, number 544, narrated, Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle said, no calamity befalls a Muslim but that Allah expiates some of his sins because of it, even though it were the prick he receives from a thorn. Volume 7, Book 70, number 545, narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri and Abu Hurairah, the Prophet said, no fatigue, nor disease, nor sorrow, nor sadness, nor hurt, nor distress befalls a Muslim, even if it were the prick he receives from a thorn, but that Allah expiates some of his sins for that. Volume 7, Book 70, number 546, narrated Kab, the Prophet said, the example of a believer is that of a fresh tender plant, which the wind bends sometimes and some other time it makes it straight. And the example of a hypocrite is that of a pine tree which keeps straight till once it is uprooted suddenly. Volume 7, Book 70, number 547, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, the example of a believer is that of a fresh tender plant, from whatever direction the wind comes, it bends it, but when the wind becomes quiet, it becomes straight again. Similarly, a believer is afflicted with calamities, but he remains patient till Allah removes his difficulties. And an impious wicked person is like a pine tree which keeps hard and straight till Allah breaks it down when he wishes. See Hadith number 558, Volume 9. Volume 7, Book 70, number 548, narrated Abu Hurairah, Allah's Apostle said, if Allah wants to do good to somebody, he afflicts him with trials. Volume 7, Book 70, number 549, narrated Aisha, I never saw anybody suffering so much from sickness as Allah's Apostle. Volume 7, Book 70, number 550, narrated Abdullah, I visited the Prophet during his ailments and he was suffering from a high fever. I said, you have a high fever. Is it because you will have a double reward for it? He said, yes, for no Muslim is afflicted with any harm but that Allah will remove his sins as the leaves of a tree fall down. Volume 7, Book 70, number 551, narrated Abdullah, I visited Allah's Apostle while he was suffering from a high fever. I said, O Allah's Apostle, you have a high fever. He said, yes, I have as much fever as 2 men of you. I said, is it because you will have a double reward? He said, yes, it is so. No Muslim is afflicted with any harm, even if it were the prick of a thorn, but that Allah expiates his sins because of that, as a tree sheds its leaves. Volume 7, Book 70, number 552, narrated Abu Mu'izah al-Ash'ari, the Prophet said, feed the hungry, visit the sick, and set free the captives. Volume 7, Book 70, number 553, narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, Allah's Apostle ordered us to do 7 things and forbade us to do 7 other things. He forbade us to wear gold rings, silk, dibaj, istabriq, kissi, and mithra, and ordered us to accompany funeral processions, visit the sick and greet everybody. See Hadith number 104, Volume 7, Book 70, number 554, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, once I fell ill. The Prophet and Abu Bakr came walking to pay me a visit and found me unconscious. The Prophet performed ablution and then poured the remaining water on me, and I came to my senses to see the Prophet. I said, O Allah's Apostle, what shall I do with my property? How shall I distribute, my property? He did not reply till the verse of inheritance was revealed. Volume 7, Book 70, number 555, narrated Atta bin Abi Robah, Ibn Abbas said to me, shall I show you a woman of the people of paradise? I said, yes. He said, this black lady came to the Prophet and said, I get attacks of epilepsy and my body becomes uncovered, please invoke Allah for me. The Prophet said to her, if you wish, be patient and you will enter paradise, and if you wish, I will invoke Allah to cure you. She said, I will remain patient, and added, but I become uncovered, so please invoke Allah for me that I may not become uncovered. So he invoked Allah for her. Volume 7, Book 70, number 556, narrated Atta, that he had seen Safar, the tall black lady, holding the curtain of the Kaaba. Volume 7, Book 70, number 557, narrated Anas bin Malik, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, Allah said, if I deprive my slave of his two beloved things, i.e., his eyes, and he remains patient, I will let him enter paradise in compensation for them. Volume 7, Book 70, number 558, narrated Aisha, when Allah's Apostle emigrated to Medina, Abu Bakr and Bilal got a fever. I entered upon them and asked, O my father, how are you? O Bilal, how are you? Whenever fever attacked Abu Bakr, he would recite the following poetic verses, everybody is staying alive among his people, yet death is nearer to him than his shoelaces. And whenever the fever deserted Bilal, he would recite, two poetic lines, would that I could stay overnight in a valley wherein I would be surrounded by Idkir and Jalil, two kinds of good-smelling grass. Would that one day I would drink of the water of Medina, and would that Shama and Tafil, two mountains at Mecca, would appear to me. Then I came and informed Allah's Apostle about that, whereupon he said, O Allah, make us love Medina as much or more than we love Mecca. O Allah, make it healthy and bless its mud and saf for us, and take away its fever and put it in Al-Jufa. Volume 7, Book 70, number 559, narrated Abu Uthman, Usama bin Zaid said that while he, Sa'd and Ubay bin Ka'b were with the Prophet, a daughter of the Prophet sent a message to him, saying, my daughter is dying, please come to us. The Prophet sent her his greetings and added, it is for Allah what he takes, and what he gives, and everything before his sight has a limited period. So she should hope for Allah's reward and remain patient. She again sent a message, beseeching him by Allah, to come. So the Prophet got up. And so did we, and went there. The child was placed on his lap while his breath was irregular. Tears flowed from the eyes of the Prophet. Sa'd said to him, what is this, O Allah's Apostle? He said, this is mercy which Allah has embedded in the hearts of whomever he wished of his slaves. And Allah does not bestow his mercy, except on the merciful among his slaves. See Hadith number 373 Volume 2, Volume 7, Book 70, number 560, narrated Ibn Abbas, the Prophet went to visit a sick Bedouin. Whenever the Prophet went to a patient, he used to say to him, don't worry, if Allah will, it will be expiation for your sins. The Bedouin said, you say expiation. No, it is but a fever that is boiling or harassing an old man and will lead him to his grave without his will. The Prophet said, then, yes, it is so. Volume 7, Book 70, number 561, narrated Anas, a Jewish boy used to serve the Prophet and became ill. The Prophet went to pay him a visit and said to him, embrace Islam, and he did embrace Islam. Al-Musayyab said, when Abu Talib was on his deathbed, the Prophet visited him. Volume 7, Book 70, number 562, narrated Aisha, during the ailment of the Prophet some people came to visit him. He led them in prayer while sitting. But they prayed standing, so he waved to them to sit down. When he had finished the prayer, he said, an imam is to be followed, so when he bows, you should bow. And when he raises his head, you should raise yours, and if he prays sitting, you should pray sitting. Abu Abdullah said Al-Humaydi said, the order of this narration has been abrogated by the last action of the Prophet as he led the prayer sitting, while the people prayed standing behind him. Volume 7, Book 70, number 563, narrated Sa'd, I became seriously ill at Mecca and the Prophet came to visit me. I said, O Allah's Apostle, I shall leave behind me a good fortune, but my heir is my only daughter. Shall I bequeath 2/3 of my property to be spent in charity and leave 1/3 for my heir? He said, no. I said, shall I bequeath half and leave half? He said, no. I said, shall I bequeath 1/3 and leave 2/3? He said, 1/3 is all right, though even 1/3 is too much. Then he placed his hand on his forehead and passed it over my face and abdomen and said, O Allah, cure Sa'd and complete his emigration. I feel as if I have been feeling the coldness of his hand on my liver ever since. Volume 7, Book 70, number 564, narrated Abdullah bin Marzud, I visited Allah's Apostle while he was suffering from a high fever. I touched him with my hand and said, O Allah's Apostle, you have a high fever. Allah's Apostle said, yes, I have as much fever as 2 men of you have. I said, is it because you will get a double reward? Allah's Apostle said, Yes, no Muslim is afflicted with harm because of sickness or some other inconvenience, but that Allah will remove his sins for him as a tree sheds its leaves. Volume 7, Book 70, number 565, narrated, Abdullah, I visited the Prophet during his illness and touched him while he was having a fever. I said to him, you have a high fever, is it because you will get a double reward? He said, yes. No Muslim is afflicted with any harm, but that his sins will be annulled as the leaf of a tree fall down. Volume 7, Book 70, number 566, narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's apostle entered upon sick man to pay him a visit and said to him, don't worry, Allah willing, your sickness will be an expiation for your sins. The man said, no, it is but a fever that is boiling within an old man and will send him to his grave. On that, the Prophet said, then yes, it is so. Volume 7, Book 70, number 567, narrated Usama bin Zaid, the Prophet rode a donkey having a saddle with a fadakiyya velvet covering. He mounted me behind him and went to visit Sa'd bin Ubadah, and that had been before the Battle of Badr. The Prophet proceeded till he passed by a gathering in which Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul was present, and that had been before Abdullah embraced Islam. The gathering comprised of Muslims, polytheists, i.e., isolators, and Jews. Abdullah bin Rawaha was also present in that gathering. When dust raised by the donkey covered the gathering, Abdullah bin Ubay covered his nose with his upper garment and said, do not trouble us with dust. The Prophet greeted them, stopped and dismounted. Then he invited them to Allah, i.e., to embrace Islam, and recited to them some verses of the Holy Quran. On that, Abdullah bin Ubay said, O man! There is nothing better than what you say if it is true. Do not trouble us with it in our gathering, but return to your house, and if somebody comes to you, teach him there. On that, Abdullah bin Rawaha said, yes, O Allah's apostle. Bring your teachings to our gathering, for we love that. So the Muslims, the pagans and the Jews started abusing each other till they were about to fight. The Prophet kept on quietening them till they became calm. Thereupon the Prophet mounted his animal and proceeded till he entered upon Sa'd bin Ubadah. He said to him, O Sa'd! Have you not heard what Abu Hubab, i.e., Abdullah bin Ubay, said? Sa'd said, O Allah's apostle! Excuse and forgive him, for Allah has given you what he has given you. The people of this town, Medina, decided unanimously to crown him and make him their chief by placing a turban on his head, but when that was prevented by the truth which Allah had given you, he, Abdullah bin Ubay, was grieved out of jealousy, and that was the reason which caused him to behave in the way you have seen. Volume 7, Book 70, number 568, narrated Jabir, the Prophet came to visit me, while I was sick, and he was riding neither a mule, nor a horse. Volume 7, Book 70, number 569, narrated Ka'b bin Ujara, the Prophet passed by me while I was kindling a fire under a cooking pot. He said, do the lice of your head trouble you? I said, yes. So he called a barber to shave my head and ordered me to make expiation for that. Volume 7, Book 70, number 570, narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad, Aisha, complaining of headache, said, Oh, my head. Allah's apostle said, I wish that had happened while I was still living, for then I would ask Allah's forgiveness for you and invoke Allah for you. Aisha said, Wa Thaklaya. By Allah, I think you want me to die, and if this should happen, you would spend the last part of the day sleeping with one of your wives. The Prophet said, Nay, I should say, O my head. I felt like sending for Abu Bakr and his son, and appoint him as my successor lest some people claimed something or some others wished something, but then I said, to myself, Allah would not allow it to be otherwise, and the Muslims would prevent it to be otherwise. Volume 7, Book 70, number 571, narrated Ibn Mas'ud, I visited the Prophet while he was having a high fever. I touched him and said, You have a very high fever. He said, Yes, as much fever as 2 of you may have. I said, You will have a double reward? He said, Yes, no Muslim is afflicted with hurt caused by disease or some other inconvenience, but that Allah will remove his sins as a tree sheds its leaves. Volume 7, Book 70, number 572, narrated Sa'd, Allah's apostle came to visit me during my ailment which had been aggravated during Hajjat al-Wada. I said to him, You see how sick I am. I have much property but have no heir except my only daughter. May I give 2/3 of my property in charity? He said, No. I said, half of it. He said, No. I said, 1/3. He said, 1/3 is too much, for to leave your heirs rich is better than to leave them poor, begging of others. Nothing you spend seeking Allah's pleasure, but you shall get a reward for it, even for what you put in the mouth of your wife. Volume 7, Book 70, number 573, narrated Ibn Abbas, when Allah's Apostle was on his deathbed and in the house there were some people among whom was Umar bin al-Khattab, the Prophet said, Come, let me write for you a statement after which you will not go astray. Umar said, The Prophet is seriously ill and you have the Quran, so the Book of Allah is enough for us. The people present in the house differed and quarreled. Some said, Go near so that the Prophet may write for you a statement after which you will not go astray, while the others said as Umar said. When they caused a hue and cry before the Prophet, Allah's Apostle said, Go away. Narrated, Ubaydullah ibn Abbas used to say, It was very unfortunate that Allah's Apostle was prevented from writing that statement for them because of their disagreement and noise. Volume 7, Book 70, number 574, narrated As-Sa'ib, My aunt took me to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, my nephew is ill. The Prophet touched my head with his hand and invoked Allah to bless me. He then performed ablution and I drank of the remaining water of his ablution and then stood behind his back and saw Khatam an-Nubuwwah, the seal of prophethood, between his shoulders like a button of a tent. Volume 7, Book 70, number 575, narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet said, None of you should wish for death because of a calamity befalling him, but if he has to wish for death, he should say, O Allah, keep me alive as long as life is better for me, and let me die if death is better for me. Volume 7, Book 70, number 576, narrated Qais bin Abi Hazim, We went to pay a visit to Kabab, who was sick, and he had been branded, cauterized, at 7 places in his body. He said, Our companions who died, during the lifetime of the Prophet, left this world, without having their rewards reduced through enjoying the pleasures of this life, but we have got so much wealth that we find no way to spend it except on the construction of buildings. Had the Prophet not forbidden us to wish for death, I would have wished for it. We visited him for the second time while he was building a wall. He said, A Muslim is rewarded, in the hereafter, for whatever he spends except for something that he spends on building. Volume 7, Book 70, number 577, narrated Abu Hurairah, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, The good deeds of any person will not make him enter paradise. I.e., none can enter paradise through his good deeds. They, the Prophet's companions, said, Not even you, O Allah's Apostle. He said, Not even myself, unless Allah bestows his favor and mercy on me. So be moderate in your religious deeds and do the deeds that are within your ability, and none of you should wish for death, for if he is a good doer, he may increase his good deeds, and if he is an evil doer, he may repent to Allah. Volume 7, Book 70, number 578, narrated Aisha, I heard the Prophet, who was resting against me, saying, O Allah, excuse me and bestow your mercy on me and let me join with the highest companions in paradise. See Quran 4. 69, Volume 7, Book 70, number 579, narrated Aisha, whenever Allah's Apostle paid a visit to a patient, or a patient was brought to him, he used to invoke Allah, saying, Take away the disease, O the Lord of the people. Cure him as you are the one who cures. There is no cure but yours, a cure that leaves no disease. Volume 7, Book 70, number 580, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet came to me while I was ill. He performed ablution and threw the remaining water on me, or said, Pour it on him. When I came to my senses I said, O Allah's Apostle, I have no son or father to be my heir, so how will be my inheritance? Then the verse of inheritance was revealed. Volume 7, Book 70, number 581, narrated Aisha, when Allah's Apostle emigrated to Medina, Abu Bakr and Bilal had a fever. I entered upon them and said, O my father, how are you? O Bilal, how are you? Whenever Abu Bakr got the fever he used to say, Everybody is staying alive with his people, yet death is nearer to him than his shoelaces. And when fever deserted Bilal, he would recite, two poetic verses, would that I could stay overnight in a valley wherein I would be surrounded by Idkir and Jalil, two kinds of good-smelling grass. Would that one day I could drink of the water of Medina, and would that Shama and Tafil, two mountains at Mecca, would appear to me. I went to Allah's apostle and informed him about that. He said, O Allah, make us love Medina as much or more than we love Mecca, and make it healthy, and bless its sa and its mud, and take away its fever and put it in Al-Jufa. See Hadith number 558.